Those who have been thieves know that jewelry stores are usually the primary targets. And you went straight for the King's Crown Jewel, the heart of the ocean, simply because you have a Phantom Thief Kid character card. As long as you successfully impersonate Phantom Thief Kid, you can gain all his abilities. The heart of the ocean is just a piece of cake, isn't it? It turns out that just 2 days ago, you participated in a thief show created by the government, aimed at enhancing law enforcement capabilities around the world. Once the show starts, all participants can legally steal in any region of the world. Ridiculously, as long as they are not caught by the search team within a certain time, they can keep the stolen property. Hearing these rules, the audience in the live stream erupted. Some said, "Isn't this just legal crime? If I had known, I would have signed up too. I could just find a jewelry store and grab some stuff, and that money would all be mine." Others responded, "The person above is thinking wrong. If it's all legal crime, why go to a jewelry store? Isn't it better to rob a bank directly? Banks are much richer than jewelry stores." The live stream was filled with comments, and at this moment, the host, CC, began to introduce the 10 contestants in this area. The first contestant is a robust male named Zhou Tai, who was the runner-up in the World Boxing Championship. This introduction sparked another wave of comments, with everyone complaining, "Isn't this equivalent to cheating?" While others are trying to escape. "If he starts swinging his fists, who would dare to catch him?" As the crowd complained, the camera switched to the second contestant, a tall beauty whose red tight-fitting robe perfectly outlined her figure. Her name is Lin Qingyao, and her uncle was the infamous thief king Lin Shanha, known 30 years ago. Since Lin Shanha was released from prison 10 years ago, there has been no news of him, and everyone is curious how much talent she inherited from her uncle. The surge of comments did not affect the host, CC, who continued to introduce the last contestant. There stood a person in a well-fitted casual outfit, a silver card flipping between their fingers, a smile on their lips. Some praised in the comments, "There's such a handsome contestant in Area 3. Feels even more handsome than Cohen. It's hard not to support him." Others poured cold water. "This is a thief game, not a male model selection. And he's still a famous student. What's the use of being handsome?" At this moment, your gaze did not linger on the camera but instead looked at a non-existent light screen in front of you, which displayed, Phantom Thief Kid Fusion Degree 15%, Basic Disguise Technique, Basic Beast Taming, and Intermediate Magic. Soon, after a round of drawing lots, you were drawn to Area 7. "Please remove your eye masks, contestants." As the voice from the speaker echoed in the room, the game officially began. 10 live streaming rooms, including yours, were opened simultaneously. Some noticed something was off. What's going on? Is the production team up to something? There are 10 contestants in total, and 6 have been assigned to the outskirts, which is very unfair to those in the city. Others joked, "Don't say that. One unlucky guy's starting point is right across the street from the pursuit team at a resort hotel, and you just happen to be that unlucky guy." However, at this moment, you don't seem to be in a hurry. You are just sitting on the sofa, sipping the coffee prepared for you by the production team. At this time, the system prompts detected that the host has officially entered the game. Task 1, please escape from the pursuit under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Reward, 1% to 5% fusion degree of the Phantom Thief Kid card, depending on the completion of the task. Task 2, increase the number of viewers in your live broadcast room to 100,000. Reward, a skill enhancement card. A smile plays on your lips as you think about escaping from the pursuit under the watchful eyes of the crowd. After all, the Phantom Thief Kid never acts low-key. But the viewers in the live broadcast room do not understand your thoughts. They only see you looking like you have given up struggling. Someone wonders, what's up with this guy? It's been almost 5 minutes, and the pursuit team is about to locate him. Yet he still isn't running. Just when everyone thought you were going to surrender, you finally took action. You still walked slowly to the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. Everyone was even more confused. What is he going to the rooftop for? Is he going to jump? Shouldn't he be escaping to the first floor? Meanwhile, outside the hotel, the sound of police sirens rang out. The pursuit team had arrived. While everyone was puzzled, you had already taken the elevator to the rooftop bar. Looking at the crowd dancing under the lights, you calmly walked to the bar counter and said to the front desk staff, "Beautiful lady, could you please get me a drink?" Zhou Wanqing held her wine glass, staring blankly at you in front of her, momentarily unable to react. After a while, she chuckled and said, "Little brother, I've been sitting here for so long, and there have been people who wanted to dance with me and others who wanted to buy me a drink, but you're the first one to make me ask you for a drink." She smiled and looked you up and down, commenting, "You look okay, but you seem too young, still just a little brother." You chuckled softly. "There's a first time for everything. Perhaps the drink in your hand is willing on its own." As you spoke, you reached out and tapped the glass in Zhou Wanqing's hand. Zhou Wanqing didn't quite understand your meaning at first, and you didn't explain, just smiled and said, "If you ask it, You'll know. Zhou Wanqing seemed to understand a bit. Are you going to perform magic for me? Alright, then I'll believe you this once. Zhou Wanqing placed the wine glass on the front desk and, suppressing her laughter, asked the glass, are you willing to let him drink? After saying that, she looked at you with a curious expression, as if asking, I finished speaking, how do you want to prove it? Before you could answer, someone nearby exclaimed, is this magic? Zhou Wanqing looked over in confusion, only to see the straw that had just been placed in the glass standing upright in the center of the glass. The light red wine seemed to be drawn by some force, continuously pouring out from the straw, spreading in the air like a fountain, and then falling onto the table like raindrops. The glass of wine quickly sprayed out, leaving only an empty glass and the two characters willing written on the front desk in the spilled wine. Seeing this scene, the applause erupted around, and many people cast surprised glances. Someone exclaimed, there are still such ways to flirt. I've gained some knowledge. Zhou Wanqing looked at you with a face full of surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. How did you do that? This time, you still did not answer her question, but simply extended a finger, placing it 2 centimeters in front of her lips. Beautiful Miss Zhou Wanqing, please remember, never ask a magician what the secret of his magic is. Just as Zhou Wanqing was about to say something, suddenly, the spotlight illuminated the entire venue. Immediately, a group of big men burst in, shouting, pursuit team, apprehend the fugitive. Unrelated personnel, please step aside. The crowd gasped, oh my, there's a fugitive here. In an instant, the entire bar was thrown into chaos, with people chattering in panic. Lin Chuanxiong, the leader of the pursuit team, frowned slightly and said to you, Chen Feng, you have nowhere to escape. Surrender now. Looking at Lin Chuanxiong's handsome face in front of you, a chill spread from Zhou Wanqing's heart as she realized, you are the fugitive. At the same time, the number of viewers in your live stream soared rapidly, breaking the 50,000 mark. At this moment, more than a dozen members of the pursuit team spread out to the sides, forming a pincer movement to encircle you. Zhou Wanqing mustered her courage and slowly raised her head, just in time to meet your calm gaze, which immediately caused her to feel flustered. Before she could react, you had already knelt on one knee, gently kissing the back of her left hand, and said in a gentle voice, I hope this beautiful night has not left you with any bad memories. Zhou Wanqing stared at you blankly, her mind a complete blank. Someone in the comments joked, even at this time, still flirting with girls, and such a beautiful girl at that, really makes people envious. As an experienced detective, Lin Chuanxiong keenly seized the opportunity and decisively gave the order. In the next moment, more than a dozen members of the pursuit team rushed forward. Just when everyone thought you were definitely going to be caught, an unexpected change occurred. Only Chen Feng's body opened up in an instant. Bang! A white smoke came out. In the next second, Chen Feng's figure instantly disappeared in place, replaced by countless white pigeons flying in all directions. What's the situation? Where is everyone? I go. I Lua go ah. Heifer sitting wire ah. Big change living person ah. Is this your second aunt's magic too? The members of the pursuit team on the scene were even more confused. You looked at me and I looked at you. No one knew what was happening. There it is. I don't know who shouted. The crowd looked in one direction. Only a white figure was standing on top of the fence not far away. A smart white suit with a 4-leaf clover-shaped triangular pendant, a monocle for the right eye, and a medieval white high-brimmed bowler hat on his head with his cape flapping in the wind behind him. Through the face that was not covered by the glasses and the bowler hat, one could vaguely recognize Chen Feng's original appearance. The moonlight shone on his body as if the whole world existed only for him at this moment. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth hooked up slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime. As the words fell, the white pigeons that had previously dispersed once again converged from all directions and landed one by one on Chen Feng's body, until he was completely covered. By the time the pursuit team and others reacted and tried to rush up to arrest them, the frightened white pigeons redispersed. But the spot is empty. P.S. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please click on a free hypnosis? This site explains the live feed. In total, there are 10 contestants from each district, which means 10 exclusive live rooms, plus the host's live room, making a total of 11. Chapter 4 Follow the Lost Live Feed. Snap, pop, 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 pop. The scene did not know who applauded first, and then the entire rooftop resounded with thunderous applause. Although the crowd at the scene knew that it was a bit out of place, Chen Feng's divine maneuver still caused them to marvel. The applause was thunderous, and it also made the faces of the people in the chase group on the scene turn ugly, especially Lin Chuanxiong, who was the captain. A face that wasn't white in the first place was even black as a pot. He had worked as a criminal police officer for more than 20 years, and there were 80 criminals caught by him without 100, and it was the first time he was provoked like this. The main thing is that the site is still live in its entirety. Sissy, who was the host, also keenly sensed the subtle atmosphere of the scene and immediately adjusted her expression and turned her head in the direction of the camera. It seems that the first operation of our pursuit team didn't go that well, but I guess that doesn't mean anything. The pursuit is still going on. Let's wait and see what will happen later. After saying that, Sissy playfully winked at the crowd in the live broadcast room, and then after signaling with Lin Chuanxiong, she led the cameraman to leave first. With Chen Feng's departure, the pursuit team had no reason to continue staying over here. Then, under Lin Chuanxiong's orders, other than leaving 2 people behind to deal with the follow-up issues, the rest of the people temporarily closed the team. After the crowd left, the people who were originally drinking and dancing at the scene also lost interest in continuing, leaving one after another. In the end, only Zhou Wanning was left alone, standing frozen in place. Raising her left hand, she held a small square card in her hand, and what was written on it, on the other hand, were the words that Chen Feng had said to her earlier. I hope this beautiful evening didn't leave you with bad memories. Kaiju Kiddo to you. Monster Kiddo? Chen Feng? Zhou Wanning muttered a sentence to herself, then slowly raised her head to look in the direction where Chen Feng had disappeared, not knowing what she was thinking. What? Chen Feng can't be found? At the headquarters of the Youth Thief Game program group in Area 3 of China, Director Wu, who was the director, was fuming inside. There are only 10 contestants in total, and the program has just started now in less than 2 hours, and you're telling me to throw one that he's going to fly off the handle? Or are you all losers? You can't even watch a person with the help of the heavenly eyes. He might actually be able to vanish. A staff member weakly replied back, but after noticing Director Wu's eyes filled with anger, he hurriedly shut his mouth again. Da-da-da-da. A sound of high heels clashing against the floor rang out as the door to the guide room was pushed open and the host, Sissy, walked in. Seeing Director Wu's face full of exasperation, with a group of staff members being coy, Sissy was first stunned. However, after noticing that on the live broadcast wall, the live broadcast room belonging to Chen Feng was still stuck on the image of the hotel rooftop without Chen Feng's figure, she instantly understood. Smiling, he walked forward. Why is Director Wu so angry? It's just that you can't find anyone. It's not that bad. Director Wu glanced at her and said in a nonchalant manner, that's easy for you to say. How are you going to explain to the audience if one of the 10 contestants is now lost? Sissy said, Director Wu, you're overly concerned. Our program is supposed to be about crime, reminding people to enhance their awareness of crime prevention. Aren't all crimes in real life unexpected? Now that Chen Feng has unexpectedly disappeared, it makes sense. I suggest that we just announce it to the public and add some interest to our program. Director Wu looked at her, silent for a long time without saying a word, and finally could only sigh. Hey, it can only be this way. With the announcement of the news from the guide room, the topic of Thief Game, which was already getting a lot of attention, has been the subject of major media coverage. There were even good people who directly edited down the footage of Chen Feng when he disappeared and sent it to a certain sound, a certain hand, and a certain station above, and it quickly gained a lot of attention. Surprise! The Thief Game, a program co-produced by countries all over the world, lost its contestants on the first day of broadcasting. China 3 contestant Chen Feng has strangely disappeared in full view of everyone. Is it magic or enchantment? Let's stay tuned. Unbelievable. On the first day of the Thief Games, a contestant from District 3 did this. The internet spreads surprisingly fast and has tickled the curiosity of netizens, disappearing instantly under the cover of a white dove. Is this magic? When did humans evolve to this level? How come no one informed me? A big change of life. Why haven't I heard of such a person in the magic world before? No, am I the only one concerned about what he's wearing? White shirt, white pants, and a white bowler hat. That's too tight of an outfit, isn't it? Husband Chen Feng is so handsome. I want to give you a monkey. Inside a cafe in H City, Chen Feng, who was slightly disguised, was leisurely drinking coffee. At this time, Chen Feng did not know that the internet had been messed up because of him. Of course, even if he knew it, he would most likely not care. Ding! Mission 1. Get away from the pursuit in full view of the crowd. Mission accomplished. In the system settlement. Mission rating, excellent. Reward, Monster Kid Card Fusion 5%. System points asterisk 500. Monster Kid Card Fusion reaches 20%. Reward to gain voice changing technique, beginner. Task 2, increase the number of viewers in your own live room to 10W. Task in progress. Current popularity, 80451. Reward, ability enhancement card asterisk 1. Every 10% increase in the card's fusion would issue a card skill, at 10%. It gave a rudimentary transfiguration, and this time it gave voice changing. These two, as two of Kido's most commonly used and useful skills, Chen Feng was still very satisfied. But this mission too is popular. Surprisingly, it reached more than 80,000. Although it was a bit fluctuating, but this was after all in a situation where Chen Feng had already thrown the live broadcast away. I believe that as long as Chen Feng shows up again in the live broadcast in the near future, his popularity will quickly exceed 100,000 people. As for why they dumped the live feed, Monster Keto was always on the move. How could he allow someone to follow him at all times? Not even in the live room. And not far away, the two waitresses at the front desk of the cafe were looking at him with straight eyes and joking, their two handsome faces slightly red, seemingly noticing that Chen Feng's coffee cup was empty. One of the younger-looking waitresses plucked up the courage to walk over. First, sir, may I ask if you would like a refill? No charge. Chen Feng smiled gently. Then I'll trouble you. No trouble. The waitress's face turned even redder, and with her empty glass in hand, she quickly left. Chen Feng did not care about this and just continued to leisurely watch the news broadcast on the public television in the cafe. Recently, the country of Lorching, located in the west of Europe, decided to celebrate the 100th anniversary of its founding, as well as the hard-won peace in the world, by launching a global exhibition of cultural artifacts once again. After a 10-year hiatus, this exhibition was funded by the royal family of the Lorching Kingdom, and the first stop came to our country's city H. And among the wide array of exhibits, the most notable is the Heart of the Ocean necklace, known as the world's largest sapphire, which was created by more than a dozen top artisans and has been worn on an exhibition of cultural relics. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth curled into a smile. Gems and geeks, always a perfect match, aren't they? Don't ask me what country Lorching is. I don't know. Chapter 5, Initial Advance Letter. The next day, the heat of the early summer sun had already begun to show, especially in a city like H City, which is located in the south. This temperature is even more unbearable. Even the dogs on the side of the road had to find a shady spot to spit out their tongues in search of a hint of coolness. There were fewer pedestrians on the streets, and only the middle section of Center Road remained crowded. Dozens of journalists were waiting eagerly on the street in the hot sun, and even though they were sweating profusely, none of them had any intention of leaving. Finally, a roar of a car came from the distance, and it also lifted the spirits of a group of reporters. Coming! I don't know who shouted. Then he only saw a luxury car lined up in a row, appearing at the end of the street and slowly driving towards this side. Seeing the scene, of reporters have been excited, each fist rubbing their hands ready to be the first to rush up to get the first-hand news. Within a short time, the caravan came to a slow stop in front of them. A few Audi doors at the front were the first to open, and 7 or 8 black-clothed strong men stepped out of the car and quickly came in front of the Lincoln in the center, lined up in 2 rows, as if they were knights guarding a princess. They waited in silence. A man stepped forward and pulled the door of the Lincoln open, and a figure stepped out of the car, stepping on top of the red carpet that had already been prepared. Beautiful and three-dimensional features, peach blossom eyes winking like silk, a white lady's suit, making her body look more concave and convex. The moment they saw the person who came, the reporters could no longer hold back, one by one like vicious wolves pouncing towards the side, but were stopped by the rows of bodyguards 2 meters away. Princess Amia, I've heard that you've brought the kingdom's most precious treasure this time. May I ask if that's true? Miss Amia, may I ask if the rumors are true that your father wants you to find your own man of your dreams during this global artifact exhibition? Your Highness, do you have any thoughts on this exhibition of artifacts in China? Ms. Amia. In the face of a crowd of journalists talking at cross purposes, Amia always kept a smile on her face in response. Ladies and gentlemen, this global artifacts exhibition is to celebrate the centennial of our country's founding, and naturally, we have brought all kinds of precious artifacts from our country. As for finding a life partner during the course of the exhibition, I think such rumors should be stopped for the wise. Amia spoke Chinese, and surprisingly, she spoke it surprisingly well. However, she did not answer the reporters' questions one by one, but just picked a few to answer briefly, and then stopped responding. Gentlemen, the exhibition in your own country will begin tomorrow night at 6 o'clock and continue for 2 weeks, so if you have any questions, take your time. After saying that, Amia gestured towards the bodyguard at her side. The bodyguards immediately understood, and 2 burly men stepped forward to set aside the crowd of reporters and make a path for Amia. At this moment, the crowd only heard a whirring sound of flapping, followed by a cluster of white pigeons flying towards the side. Pigeons? Where did you get so many pigeons? For a moment, the question surfaced in the minds of the crowd, and without waiting for them to make any movements, they only saw a group of white pigeons slowly spreading out and forming a white circle to encircle a white pigeon. What's that pigeon carrying in its beak? Someone uttered in amazement. Like, it's a flower? With pieces of paper stuck to it. As he spoke, the white dove had already flown not far from Amia. The bodyguard next to him saw this and immediately wanted to go forward to disperse the white pigeons, but he was stopped by Amia, only to see Amia stretching out her hand. The white dove gently flew down in the middle of her hand as if it understood, raising its head high and offering something in its mouth to Amia as if it were a treasure. It wasn't until now that Amia finally got a good look at what the white dove was carrying. A blue rose, and a small white piece of paper glued to the blue rose. The beautiful Ms. Amia. When the moon crosses the dome and the starlight of the north meets the moonlight, Pandora's box opens and I will take the heart of the ocean. Kaiju kiddo to you. With Amia's Chinese language skills, she could naturally read the words on the piece of paper easily. Because of this, it also caused her fair brow to furrow slightly. Is this provoking me? Amia hadn't expected to be targeted at the first stop of her departure, and the man had the audacity to tell her the news and the items to be stolen ahead of time. What is this if not a provocation? Noticing the change in Amia's expression, the crowd of reporters at the scene also became curious about the object in Amia's hand. After all, a piece of paper that could cause displeasure in Amia should make for a fairly explosive news item. Ms. Amia, can you tell us a little bit about the contents of the piece of paper you're holding? Princess, may I ask if someone has sent you a bad message? Your Highness, please. In the face of a crowd of reporters' questions, Amia didn't have the slightest intention of covering up. The teaser letter was directly presented in a big way, and the content on it was clearly seen by the reporters on the scene. Taking the heart of the ocean? Is this to steal something? Or the kind where you're told in advance? The reporters froze. It was the first time in their lives that they had ever heard of a thief informing the main family in advance before stealing. This is so arrogant. Reporters who realized this was big news greeted the photographers around them to shoot. The princess of the kingdom of Lorching receives a provocative letter from a thief, and the jeweled heart of the ocean is about to fall into the hands of a tiger? This must have been a blast. This trip really wasn't wasted. A bunch of reporters got excited. Ms. Amia, may I ask what you think about this thief named Freak Kiddo coming to steal the heart of the ocean? As soon as the question was asked, the room fell silent, and everyone looked at Amia in unison, waiting for her answer. Meh. Amia adjusted her expression and smiled as she resumed speaking. Since we, the Lorching Kingdom, dare to organize this exhibition, it is open to everyone. We will not deny anyone access to the artifacts, and we certainly will not allow anyone to take anything away. I'm here to advise this Mr. Monster Thief Kiddo that if as a guest, we welcome you with both hands, and if as a thief, then when you come, please don't leave. After saying these words, Amia's young and delicate face was as resolute as it could be, as if it was a response to Kiddo's arrogant behavior. Pop, pop, snap. There was thunderous applause, and all present paid tribute to the rigid behavior of the young princess. Meanwhile, in a corner that no one had noticed, a youth was quietly watching all of this, the corner of his mouth gently hooked up in a meaningful smile. A declaration of war? Ms. Amia, you're quite a beautiful and interesting lady. Chapter 6, Preview Letter Fiasco. Evening. The evening breeze is soft and warm, just when the group of reporters during the daytime were still working overtime to write the news that Princess Amia of the Lorching Kingdom had received a provocative letter from Freak Bandit Kid just after her arrival. An even more explosive news appeared, as the video of Chen Feng's magic trick fermented online. Even if his live room was empty, there were still more than 70,000 people waiting inside. And, of course, the live feed has always been of that bar on the hotel rooftop. However, just now, the screen within Chen Feng's live broadcast suddenly flashed, and then the rooftop image disappeared, replaced by a piece of paper with text written on it. It was Chen Feng who sent out the teaser letter. This time, the live broadcast was considered a complete explosion. Holy, what did I see? I, Maple God, am going to steal the heart of the ocean from the Lorching Kingdom exhibition? Freakin' kiddo? Is that my husband's name when he steals? As expected of my husband, even the names he picked are so nice. Get the out of the way upstairs and get a sausage. That's my husband. You guys stop arguing. He's been on his knees by his bed explaining things to me for half an hour because of your pop-ups. Which sister has yellow urine? Wake up the one on top. A teaser letter once again caused Chen Feng's live broadcast room to skyrocket in heat, and the number of online viewers quickly exceeded 150,000. Even many viewers who were watching the other areas of Thief Game came to see this provocative teaser letter with their own eyes. Too arrogant. This simply doesn't put us, the Pursuit team, in our eyes. Inside the Pursuit Bureau conference room, Lin Chuanxiong, who was the leader of the Pursuit Group 2 in Area 3 of Huaxia, slapped his hand on the table, and the force was so great that it directly shook the tea set on it briefly. Captain Lin, calm down. Chen Feng isn't a real criminal after all. He informed us in advance. Perhaps he also has the intention of not wanting to cause misunderstanding to the outside world. A young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking svelte opened his mouth. His name was Sun Luo, the leader of Pursuit 3, and the only one of the 3 team leaders who was a special recruit with a non-police status. It's also rumored to have won 3rd place in some international-type detective competition. I agree with Captain Sun's opinion. A cool voice came from a tall beauty who spoke. This matter concerns other countries, after all, and advance notice avoids some unnecessary diplomatic trouble. Furthermore, There doesn't seem to be anything bad about this matter for us. We can completely and squarely enter the scene ahead of time to lay out our plans, and strive to capture Chen Feng in one fell swoop when he makes his move. Li Qingyan laughed lightly and opened her mouth, seemingly not taking this matter to heart. In fact, she couldn't be blamed for that. After all, the show had just started a day ago, and she had personally led a team to apprehend the 3 contestants in the west side. As for the remaining 7, in her opinion, it was only a matter of time before they were caught. Phew! Lin Xuanxiong took a long breath and looked down at the copy of the reservation letter on the table with a touch of stubbornness on his face. Fine, then I'll wait until it's time for him to make his move. But this time, I'll never let him slip away from my eyes again. Ding! Task 2. Increase the number of viewers in your own live room to 10W. Current popularity, 156811. Task completed. Reward skill enhancement card *1. Task 3 released. Increase the number of viewers in your own live room to 100W. Reward, skill enhancement card *2. Ding! The host's first release of a teaser letter has been detected. Monster Kid card fusion plus 10%. Rewarding system points plus 1000. Monster Kid glider *1. Treasure appraisal, beginner. Current integration, 30%. Chen Feng, who was holding a newspaper on a park bench in the plaza near the fair, raised an eyebrow after receiving the system beep. Glider, one of Kid's most iconic props yet. For this reward, Chen Feng was still very satisfied. It wasn't in vain that he had spent 1000 system points to exchange for beginners' hacking skills to make the matter of the reservation letter known all over the city. In hindsight, it's still worth it. As for skill enhancement cards, Chen Feng pondered for a little while, and eventually decided to upgrade his transfiguration technique first. No matter what, appearance was always the first source of information to judge a person, and it was also the most basic skill as a godforsaken monster thief. Prioritizing the enhancement of transfiguration was accurate. Ding! Skill enhancement card used successfully. Transfiguration skill enhancement completed. Current proficiency, intermediate. Chen Feng then spent another 200 points to buy a miniature camera robot in the system mall. After doing so, Chen Feng looked down at the time on his watch. Well, it's about time to get to work. Evening. H downtown section. Site of the fair building leased by the Lorching Nation. As the clock struck 6, the doors of the fair were opened right on time. There were a surprisingly large number of people who came to see the world's largest sapphire, as well as those who wanted to see it because of the reservation letter. As to which reason is more appealing, that's who knows. As the gates were opened, there was a long line of people buying tickets and one by one getting inside the venue. No one noticed that a plaid-clad young man in a black duck-tongued hat in the crowd had followed the long line into the scene. However, unlike the others, the youth didn't rush straight to the focus of the exhibition, the heart of the ocean, after entering the scene. Instead, he silently observed the crowd around him. The youth is naturally Chen Feng after the disguise. Although the strange thief kiddos will only take the treasure when the time on the reservation letter comes. But who says that kiddo will not appear on the scene before that? The man in the east corner has walnuts flying out of his hand, and if he doesn't look at the exhibits or listen to the commentary on the fairgrounds, he's either an official or a thief. A small couple to the northwest, whispering now and then, eyes fluttering from side to side, a subtle bulge in the backside. Something there. The janitor on the south side, the repairman in front of the counter, and the baby mama to the southeast all have problems. Chen Feng did not move and recorded everything around him. The corner of his mouth with a smile silently said, "Ms. Amia, I can't imagine that you're quite well prepared." Just then, there was a commotion at the exhibition site, followed by a voice coming from a short distance away. "Look, Princess Amelia is here." As this voice reached the ears of the crowd, the attention of the people at the scene was attracted. "I saw it too. Princess Amelia actually came herself. This Princess Highness is so beautiful looking. If I could marry her, I would be willing to live 10 years less." 10 years? I'd live 20 years less. 30 years for me. 100 years for me. Ahem. Or brother, you're tough. The cacophony of the scene didn't bother Amia. Or maybe she's so used to seeing these types of scenes that it doesn't make her ripple. With just a distant but not impolite smile on his face, he was escorted down to the top of the small raised platform in the very center of the exhibition by a group of bodyguards from the Lorching Kingdom. Chapter 7 Heart of the Sea. Guys. Amia's clear voice rang out from the front of the stage and the scene fell silent. "I'm very grateful to all of you for coming. This exhibition organized by my country is mainly to celebrate my country's centennial founding anniversary. So I'm here to assure you on behalf of the royal family of the Lorching Kingdom, all proceeds from this exhibition event will go to the World Charity Campaign. And in addition, thank you for your dedication to the World Charity Campaign." Pop, pop, snap. A round of applause rang throughout the room. Amia bowed slightly in acknowledgement, and after a few more brief words, she walked off the high platform. A group of visitors immediately surrounded them when they saw this, but they were stopped 2 meters away by the bodyguards who had formed a circle. Your Royal Highness, would you mind signing this for me? Amia, can I take a picture with you? Your Highness, as one of the 10 outstanding unmarried women of the year selected in 2050, Amia is obviously used to seeing crazy fans everywhere, so the enthusiasm of the people in front of him was met with a smile. Amia didn't turn down some of the fans' autograph requests, but the request for a photo was politely declined by Amia. No one was offended by this though. After all, people will always be extremely tolerant of good people, not to mention the fact that that good person was a beautiful lady. At that moment, a plaid-clad youth in the crowd also handed over a pen and paper. Ms. Amia, please. Amia politely took the signing pen and brushed her signature on the paper, but right after she handed the youth her signature, the youth did not immediately take his hand back. Just when Amia didn't understand what the other party was trying to do, she only saw the middle and mother fingers of the youth's right hand interlocking and snapping her fingers. A blue rose then magically appeared in his hand. For you, beautiful Ms. Amia. Amelia was stunned at first, but when she reacted, she didn't refuse, and smiled as she reached out to take the rose and whispered thank you. It drew envious glances from those around him. What no one noticed was that at the very moment just when Amia received the flower, an extremely tiny and delicate object slipped out of the youth's hand and landed precisely in Amia's pocket. Seeing that his purpose had been accomplished, Chen Feng immediately stopped staying and turned around to head outside. Just then, a bodyguard from the Lorching Kingdom walked over with about 10 people. Your Highness, these are the Chinese police force, here to help with the matter of the teaser letter. Amia turned her head curiously. Li Qingyan took 2 steps forward and came in front of Amelia. Miss Amelia, I am the Thief Game program team, the leader of the Pursuit Team 1 in China 3. Li Qingyan, hello, Captain Li. Amia extended her hand and shook Li Qingyan's hand. As the princess of the Lorching Kingdom, how could she not know about the joint creation of the program by the countries of the world? After all, they, the Lorching Kingdom, were also involved in it and had provided 20 contestants. But what makes Amia curious is why they came to find themselves. Does it mean that the person who issued the preview letter this time is a participant from Huaxia 3? Amia's suspicions were quickly confirmed. Li Qingyan spoke. It's like this. The person who issued the reservation notice earlier was none other than one of our contestants from Area 3 of Huaxia, named Chen Feng, and we've come here because we also wish to provide some help for this matter. To a certain extent. Amia nodded. Then I'll trouble Captain Li. Let's talk upstairs, please. After saying that, Amia didn't continue to stay at the venue, and instead, escorted by her bodyguards, she led Li Qingyan and the others towards the upper floors. No one knows exactly what was discussed between them, but after their discussion, the Lorching Country Fair, for its part, put out the true meaning of the teaser letter. The dome in the teaser letter refers to the dome of the church on the north side of the fair. The starlight in the north refers to the North Star, and the meaning of the starlight in the moonlight refers to the meaning of the southern line of the moon shining through the roof of the church and the northern line of the North Star. The meaning of starlight and moonlight means that when you stand under the church, the moon shines down through the roof of the church and meets with the North Star of the North Star in the south and the north. And this time is around 10 o'clock in the evening. In the third sentence, Pandora's box opens is more understandable. The second day of the exhibition, that is, tomorrow, is the 15th day of the 7th month of the Chinese lunar calendar, which is also called the Ghost Festival, a traditional Chinese festival called Zhongyuan Festival. Legend has it that this is the day when the Ghost Gate will be opened, and countless ghosts and monsters will come out from inside the Ghost Gate, which is in line with the opening of Pandora's box to release the devil. Simply put, the overall meaning of the reservation letter is just one sentence: come steal the heart of the ocean on July 15th at 10 p.m. This conclusion once again caused an uproar across the internet. I thought that Maple God was already arrogant for telling people in advance that he was going to steal something, but I didn't realize that I was still shallow. Maple God even wrote down the exact time. I have to admit that those 2 magic tricks earlier on the bar rooftop broadcast were amazing, and no one even saw the cracks so far. But doing magic and stealing are 2 different things. This is over the top, isn't it? That's what I think. Too full of words, easy to get punched in the face. Earlier when Brother Chen was on the rooftop you all thought he was bound to be caught. But what happened? Not only did my brother Chen run away, he even shrugged off the Heaven's Eye system. I also agree with the dude on the second floor. Doing magic and stealing are 2 different things. Sit back and wait for the punch in the face. While the internet was buzzing with noise, Chen Feng had already finished his shower and was leisurely lying on the hotel bed looking at his computer. Of course, the IDs used along with the money had been slipped from the chase team earlier when they were on the rooftop of the bar. It makes sense that the thief who catches the thief gets stolen by the thief, doesn't it? In addition, Chen Feng had thoughtfully left notes for each of them to seek reimbursement from the program, and as to whether they would over-report or not, that wasn't something Chen Feng should worry about. Putting on the headphones, Chen Feng began to seriously look at the content on the screen. Meanwhile, downtown, On the top floor of the fair, in Amia's room, a tiny object emerged from Amia's pocket and made its way down the coat rack to the floor, then all the way to the living room where Amia was. At this moment, Amia was speaking with her female assistant, and the two of them were speaking lorching, but to Chen Feng, who possessed the intermediate language master skill, it didn't sound like any trouble at all. Did you bring the stuff? Amia's legs without the slightest bit of flab were hiked together as she looked at her female assistant, Mir, who was not far away. At this moment, Mir was holding a small, exquisite box in his hands, his face looking a little hesitant. Gong, Princess Your Highness, is it appropriate for us to do this? If those elders of your royal family know? I'm afraid it's not too good. Amia smiled faintly and didn't seem to care. Mir, the only way to know if things fit or not is to do them. Well, give me the stuff. At that, Mir then shakily handed over the small box in his hand. Amia reached for it, took the box in her hands and opened it slowly, only to see an exquisite necklace placed in the box. The silver-white necklace was inlaid with dozens of exquisite gemstones, sparkling under the light, and the most dazzling one was none other than the blue gemstone set above the heart-shaped gilt chassis. The deep blue light in the light of the light flashes a strange beauty, deep and magnificent, as if the entire sea are encompassed in it, is the world's largest sapphire known as the heart of the ocean. Chapter 8 Operation begins. Teaser letter. Monster Kid. Looking at the heart of the ocean necklace in front of her eyes, the corners of Amia's mouth curled up in a somewhat evil smile. I think tomorrow will be a good show, don't you, Mir? Of course, Your Highness. It's just that time is short and that fake. I'm still a little worried about being seen. Amia put away the heart of the ocean and pondered for a little while. Let's do it this way then. You find someone to add some subtle blurring treatment to the glass of the heart of the ocean's exhibition cabinet overnight today. There is a layer of slightly fuzzy glass separating it, so as long as it's not someone who's extremely familiar with the heart of the ocean, they shouldn't be able to see it. Mir thought about it for a moment, and seemed to think it would work, so he nodded. Yes, Your Highness, but I still have one more question. You have already arranged for good people to specifically guard the heart of the ocean, plus the help of the Chinese pursuit team. Why do you need to do more? It's always good to have extra insurance when you're out and about. Better to not use it than not have it. Amia responded with a smile. Mir nodded and said nothing more. Well, Mir, don't just stand there. Come on, get over here and put the heart of the ocean on me. I'm going to be there tomorrow to get a taste of that freaking kiddo myself. Yes, Your Highness. What do you think would have happened to the face of that bandit kiddo if he had actually managed to hide from everyone and get the heart of the ocean, only to find out that it was a fake strip? I think he must have had a wonderful face. I think so. In front of the computer screen, Chen Feng, who had already gotten the information he wanted, took off his headphones. Glancing at the time, it was getting late. He wasn't interested in prying into a lady's privacy. That really wasn't something a gentleman should do. Closing the computer, Chen Feng lay down on the bed. After thinking carefully about the details of tomorrow's operation, the corners of his mouth finally turned up in a smile. Miss Amia, you are quite an interesting lady. Time passed slowly, and soon, it was 9 o'clock in the evening of the next day. At this time, there was still an hour before the time on Kid's reservation letter, and many of Thief Games' viewers came to the venue, and there were even quite a few viewers from out of town, who came to the venue, just to see if Chen Feng could really fulfill the words in the reservation letter. The program group also very thoughtfully transferred the screen of Chen Feng's live broadcast to the exhibition grounds. Because of this, the popularity of the live broadcasting room has risen rapidly, and in a short time it has come to 30W+. Cici, who was the host, was also arranged to come inside the venue. Hello viewers of the live broadcast, this is the live broadcast of Thief Game, China 3. I'm the host Cici. I believe that many of my friends in the live broadcast room are waiting for Chen Feng's arrival just like me. He gave us a different kind of shock earlier with his fabulous magic. I wonder what kind of surprise he will hand us this time. It's getting closer and closer to 10 o'clock, so let's stay tuned. The pop-ups in the broadcast room didn't stop along with Cici's voice explaining. It's already 9 o'clock. Why hasn't Chen Feng shown up yet? Does he not dare to come? Why are you the only one who talks too much? There's still an hour left. Are you in a hurry to go home and catch the adulterer? Or do you think you won't live to see this hour? You're the one who's in a hurry. That's right. If the Maple God says it's coming at 10 o'clock, it's definitely coming at 10 o'clock. So I don't need you to worry more. Asterisk 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 who are you cursing? I'll curse whoever answers. ICNM. Don't you dare report the address to me? I'll go find you now. Come on. I live in the city county asterisk asterisk neighborhood. Come if you dare. You wait, brat. At this moment, the youth disguised by Chen Feng also walked into the exhibition site and was silently observing the surroundings. Without a doubt, there were even more special guests than yesterday. The ocean heart counter was even more heavily protected, with 4 burly men from the Lorching Kingdom guarding the perimeter with iron rods, not allowing anyone to approach. Chen Feng did not move and silently searched for his target. It did not take long for the 2 Lorching country repairmen in work uniforms on the west side to enter Chen Feng's line of sight. Man, it's so unlucky that we're the only 2 who have to work this damn shift. It's all because of that damn Chinese. He had to steal something while we were on duty? I can't even touch the fish now. One of them grumbled in exasperation. Shoo, keep it down, Lyle. Don't let anyone else hear. The person beside him sniffed and hurriedly opened his mouth to remind him. Lyle, however, couldn't care less. Well, Karis, don't be such a chicken. We're speaking Lorching. They won't understand. It's better to be careful, Karis said doggedly. Lyle couldn't argue with him, so he stopped arguing with him and swept around. His eyes rolled, as if he thought of some good idea, and touched his arm to Karis beside him, whispering, Dude, let's go smoke one in the bathroom while it's still early. Now, Karis hesitated a little. If anyone finds out we're AWOL, we're dead. What are you afraid of? Lyle continued persuasively. Those lazier than slugs are more than likely playing cards in the surveillance room, so how could they care about us? Hearing Lyle say that, Karis was also a bit impressed, but after considering it for a while, he shook his head. Forget it, you go alone. I won't go. Lyle was a little disappointed. That's fine, but don't sell me out. Brother, am I like that? That's good. Man, I'm going. With that said, Lyle set the repair kit down in his hands, looked around to see that no one was paying attention to him, and walked quickly towards the bathroom. This Karis, so timid. No wonder he didn't get a promotion after 3 years of work. Entering the bathroom, Lyle sputtered before impatiently pulling the cigarette out of his pocket. He hadn't smoked a cigarette in 4 hours, which is intolerable for an old smoker. Chinese cigarettes. I've never really tried them. Taking the cigarettes out, the longing in Lyle's eyes was further ignited. But the next moment, reality punched him in the face. Asterisk. No fire. Lyle cursed, but had no choice but to push the door open and come out of the cubicle. It happened to collide with a plaid-clad youth with sunglasses on his head. Seeing someone, Lyle's hope that had just been extinguished rose again, and he hurriedly used his few Chinese words with body language to gesture at the youth for a while. Friend, me, you, help. Lyle's comical language of holding a cigarette in one hand and gesturing with the other seemed to work. The youth took a lighter out of his pocket and opened his mouth to inquire. Is this what you need? Chapter 9, Kid Time. Thanks. Lyle, full of surprise, hurriedly took the lighter, lit the cigarette, and took a big drag. Phew, the rich aroma of nicotine mesmerized him. By the time he tried to return the lighter to the youth, he turned his eyes, but the youth was no longer around. Lyle was a little puzzled but didn't think much of it. Probably went to one of the cubicles. Besides, what's more important than smoking a lighter? With that thought, Lyle took another sharp drag, sucking a third of the cigarette right off in 2 puffs. You don't say. This China's cigarettes really have a unique flavor. Is, like a little strong. How? Also more and more sleepy smoke it. The next second, Lyle's entire body collapsed to the ground uncontrollably, with an unlit half-cigarette in his hand. At this time, the youth who had just disappeared also reappeared, and the youth was naturally Chen Feng after his disguise. Looking at the collapsed Lyle on the floor, Chen Feng thoughtfully carried him into the cubicle and locked the door behind him. By the time he came out again, he was fully transformed into Lyle. Lyle walked slowly to the mirror with a smile on his lips. Let the show begin. Walking out of the bathroom, Lyle resumed his position. Karis gave Lyle a somewhat surprised look. What brings you back so soon? As far as he remembered, any time Lyle went to the restroom to smoke he had to smoke for half an hour. So how did he get back so fast this time? Don't mention it. Lyle was all upset. I just got to the bathroom before I could take out my cigarettes, and there was a directive from there to check the alarm system of the Heart of the Ocean exhibit case again. Bad luck. Hearing Lyle's words, Karis wanted to laugh but didn't feel it was appropriate, almost suffocating his internal injuries. I could only comfort him by saying, okay bro, it won't take long. It's not too late to get it done and then go smoke it. It'll have to do. Lyle replied helplessly. He then picked up the repair box and headed towards the Heart of the Ocean counter. In fact, Chen Feng already knew that the ocean heart in the counter was a fake and could completely ignore it. Unfortunately, however, the others did not know that for the sake of the perfection of the performance not to be ruined, Chen Feng still decided to take the fake gemstone with him. The crowd around the Heart of the Ocean counter was undoubtedly the largest, and there were 4 large men surrounding it, blocking the crowds trying to approach. However, it was fortunate that the 4 people in charge of the escort obviously knew Lyle, so they didn't intervene when they saw Lyle approaching the Heart of the Ocean counter with a repair box. There was even one person who slightly nodded his head towards Chen Feng as a greeting. In the monitoring room, a security guard from the Lorching nation whose face was plastered with white strips seemed to notice the difference in the counter of the Heart of the Ocean and hurriedly opened his mouth to remind him, "Hey guys, look at what the guys at the heart of the ocean counter are doing there." Hearing the words, heart of the ocean, the four people who were still playing cards immediately came back to their senses, and one by one rushed towards the monitor, but soon they realized it was a false alarm. It's that asshole Lyle, carrying his damn repair kit, checking the counter. Never mind. The youth of the lurching nation also dropped his heart a little at those words, but his eyes continued to look towards the surveillance from time to time. The head of the security team of the lurching nation, who seemed to have seen his concern, relieved, "Well, don't worry about it. The counter of the heart of the ocean has been installed with a state-of-the-art anti-theft system, and the slightest operating error or strong breakage will trigger the alarm." Upon hearing the captain's words, the youth then nodded his head, no longer caring much about the surveillance. And at this time, Chen Feng in front of the counter also similarly discovered this anti-theft system. Chen Feng's mouth hooked up, in the angle that no one could see, gently put a tiny item to the glass cover in base connection. Another pretend inspection followed, before lifting the repair kit and leaving. Time passes by. Amia also appeared with her assistant, Mir, and eyed the direction of the heart of the ocean counter. Similarly, Li Qingyan and the rest of the pursuit team, who were hidden in the crowd, also held their breath and concentrated their utmost attention on observing the surroundings. Immediately to come to 10 o'clock, unknowingly, the audience on the scene became more and more quiet. Even the pop-ups in the live broadcast room became a little less. The clock on the wall was still ticking, and the sound of the second hand turning da-da-da was audible in the crowded exhibition. Last 10 seconds to go. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. Sissy also stopped her commentary and looked at the counter along with the live viewers. Every beat of the second hand tugged at the nerves of everyone present, and everyone unconsciously started counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, click. As the second hand rejoined the minute hand, the lights on the set suddenly went out, the scene suddenly became dark, and the originally fairly quiet scene became noisy once again. More accurately, it was those well-trained royal guards of the Lurching Kingdom who were in disarray, each shouting "Protect Her Highness," making the scene even more chaotic. This group of idiots. Amia cursed in her heart as she listened to the panicked voices around her, but this was not the time to blame them, so she could only suppress her anger for the time being. No good. The chaotic situation at the scene also made Li Qingyan and Lin Xuanxiong, who were the captains of the pursuit team, keenly aware of a hint of crisis. At that moment, not bothering to hide, he hurriedly revealed his identity and surrounded towards the Ocean Heart counter, wanting to do his best to ensure the safety of the Ocean Heart. "Don't panic, we're the Chinese pursuit team. All uninvolved personnel please step aside." Although Li Qingyan and the others had done their best to control the situation and protect the Ocean Heart, but unfortunately, before the several people could reach the glass display case of the Ocean Heart, the lights in the venue lit up once again. The gazes of the crowd at the scene once again looked towards the Ocean Heart's display case, but to everyone's surprise, the heart of the ocean, which had been placed nicely in the glass cover just now, had lost its trace, right in front of everyone's eyes. In just a few seconds, the heart of the ocean stored in the glass display case disappeared? How is that possible? The crowd at the scene was wide-eyed who didn't know what was going on, and the 4 royal guards responsible for escorting near the heart of the ocean display case were even more frightened and turned pale. Where's the heart of the ocean? Where's Chen Feng? 2 questions could not help but flash through everyone's mind. There! I don't know who was the first to shout. Everyone then looked in one direction in unison. Only in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, a white figure stood straight up, and underneath the monocle, there was still that damned but charming smile. In an instant, the whole room was abuzz. Holy, how did he do that? Where's the heart of the ocean? I told you that in front of my husband Chen Feng, nothing is impossible. Naya, I'm making a movie here. I'm so excited to see it. It's not better than the movie? Hubby is so handsome. Chapter 10 Amia wins? Kaitu Kiddo. Amia curiously surveyed Chen Feng, who was not far away. Although she had already seen his photos and videos online before, this was the first time she had seen him in person. I appreciate you all coming out to see my show, and as for the heart of the ocean, I'll take it. Saying that, a silver-white necklace dangled down from the fingertips of Chen Feng's right hand, the light blue gemstones making it difficult to take one's eyes off of it. Li Qingyan and the others quickly stepped forward, forming a semicircle around Chen Feng on 3 sides. Chen Feng, you're under arrest. Gird your loins. Hand over the heart of the ocean. Chen Feng holds his head with both hands. Crouch down there or we'll be rude to you. The group of chase groups were furious, and it looked like the anger from the last time they were teased hadn't faded. As the members of the pursuit team slowly approached, they had completely surrounded Chen Feng in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. At this time, Chen Feng's one step back was a window ledge dozens of meters high, and one step further was a dozen or so fist-pumping members of the pursuit team, attacking from both sides. Even the crowd in the live broadcast room felt that Chen Feng was hopeless this time. Finished? I told you Chen Feng shouldn't be so prodigal. Alright, these can't run away. You say you steal things just to steal things, and you have to tell people in advance. Now you've been ambushed, right? Don't me. Chen Feng husband, don't go offline. What are you all barking at? Last time on the hotel rooftop you also said that Fengshen couldn't run away. What happened? I believe that Fengshen will perform a miracle. This is a different time. Looking at this scene, unless Chen Feng can fly, he won't be able to escape. Agreed. If he can still run this time, I'll eat 2 pounds of Sean live. The leader, Li Qingyan, also seemed to feel that Chen Feng would not be able to run away this time, and his face could not help but show a triumphant smile in advance. Chen Feng, there's no need to struggle. I must admit that it was indeed out of my expectation that you were able to steal the heart of the ocean from right in front of everyone's eyes, but I don't suppose you expected us to arrange for so many people to hide in the crowd and wait for you, did you? In the face of Li Qingyan's crowd's aggressive appearance, Chen Feng, however, still did not feel the slightest bit flustered. The calm appearance made Li Qingyan and the others even feel that he had never put his people in his eyes. This beautiful young lady, if this were a cocktail party, I would have invited you for a drink and then a dance, but unfortunately, the atmosphere right now doesn't seem to allow me to do that, so we'll just have to find another opportunity next time. The crowd at the scene was dumbfounded by Chen Feng's words. Even the members of the pursuit team who had been raging just a moment ago all stopped in their tracks and looked at Chen Feng with eyes full of shock. Did he just molest the captain? The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, the shock in their eyes lingering for a long time. The temper of this captain of his own is not very good. Thinking this way, the crowd unconsciously turned their heads to look at Li Qingyan. As expected, the face of Li Qingyan, who was still wearing a smile, sank after hearing this. Taking out the handcuffs pinned to the back of his waist, he was ready to personally go forward and teach this boy who didn't know what he was doing a lesson. However, Chen Feng didn't seem to have any intention of resisting. Facing the step-by-step, Li Qingyan just slowly backed up with a light smile on her face, until she retreated to the floor-to-ceiling window, half of her feet already standing outside the building. What's he going to do? This is the 16th floor. Even a rock would fall to pieces. Hubby, don't big deal. Quit the show. I'll support you. Fengshen, don't be impulsive. You're not really a criminal. The big deal about getting caught is that you'll be locked up for 2 days, and then you'll be out again when the program is over. Aha! Don't dare look. Chen Feng's actions scared the crowd silly. Even Li Qingyan didn't dare to step forward easily. Chen Feng, don't be impulsive. This is just a program. You don't have to be like this. Come over here. We'll guarantee your safety. Chen Feng's lips slightly hooked upwards. Thank you very much for your kind words, Ms. Li. It's really a pity that it's not the prom right now. Otherwise I would still be happy to become friends with you. Chen Feng glanced down at his watch and gave a slight salute to the crowd as if he was making a curtain call for the show. Well guys, it's about time. We'll see you next time. With that, Chen Feng then opened his arms, his legs no longer supporting his body, and allowed himself to fall towards the outside. No! Some of the timid people on the scene were outright shocked. Li Qingyan rushed forward and tried to pull Chen Feng back, but it was already too late. Chen Feng had fallen out of the window, but to the crowd's surprise, the expected vertical drop did not occur. Instead, the second Chen Feng took off into the air. The white cloak behind him seemed to be held up by something and quickly assembled into a triangular glider, carrying Chen Feng's body towards the distance. Looking at Chen Feng's gradually fading back, the people at the scene were directly dumbfounded in place. Nima, salt is not even salt. This is Gue, isn't it? Chen Feng's husband is so handsome. Honey, I want to give you a monkey. I told you there's no way my maple god would get caught, right? Where's the one who's going to live stream the eating of Shang? When will it start? Let my buddy know and I'll go and admire it. +1. I'll go too, and I'll provide the ingredients if they're not enough. +1. +1. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go after them. Li Qingyan let out a roar, which pulled the pursuit team back from their shock. Hurrying after the furious Li Qingyan, he chased towards the outside. I'll stay and protect the scene. A young team member spoke up. Li Qingyan glanced at that person. If she remembered well, it should be the team member who was the first one to discover Kiddo. Just that for some reason. It looked a bit strange, but she couldn't think about it too much, so she casually agreed and led the crowd away from the scene. Amia glanced at the overwhelmed royal security captain beside her. She really didn't want to see this bunch of straw men right now. Then he commanded, "You go too." The security captain was like an amnesty when he heard the words and hurriedly greeted the pale-faced group of security guards in the surrounding area and chased them in the direction of the pursuing group. After the crowd had left, Mir, who was Amia's assistant, stepped in and announced that today's fair would be closed for the time being, evacuating the visitors from the fairgrounds and refunding the admission money. When the crowd left one by one, there were only a few people left on the scene. Amelia turned her head to look in the direction Chen Feng had left, the corner of her mouth curving up into a nice-looking arc. Looks like I won this matchup in the end, Mr. Strange. Just then, a voice interrupted Amia's thoughts. Ms. Amia. Amia looked at the sound, only to see that the member of the pursuit team who had stayed behind just now had somehow arrived beside her. Anything? Out of politeness, Amia still smiled and inquired. However, the other party did not rush to answer, but slowly took out a black carbon pen from his pants pocket. Amia had thought the other man was trying to sign, but after waiting for a while she didn't see him take the paper out. This made her not help but be a little curious as to what this youth in front of her wanted to do, and then she opened her mouth once again to ask, "Are you looking for an autograph, sir?" The youth still did not answer. Instead, she placed the carbon pen in front of her and flicked it into a bright blue rose. Is this magic? Amia looked at the youth with interest. She always felt that this youth's purpose was not as simple as just coming to perform a magic trick for herself. A gift to be exact. I would like to trade this flower for something with you. What is it? Amia frowned slightly as a bad feeling surged through her. The heart of the ocean on you. Chapter 11, Nevercracker Kiddo never misses a beat. I'd like to trade you for the heart of the ocean on you. What? Amia even thought she had misheard. What did he say? He wants his own heart of the ocean? He knows that the ocean heart just now was a fake? How could it be? The only two people who knew about that incident were himself and Mir. Had Mir betrayed himself? No way. Mill grew up with him. How could he have betrayed him? Then how did he know that the heart of the ocean was a fake? And why did he want it? A series of questions instantly flooded into Amia's mind, causing even this outstanding woman of the world to freeze for 2 seconds, but then quickly responded with a cold tone. Who the hell are you? Under. The youth revealed a mysterious smile, reached out and grabbed the corner of his coat, lifted it upwards, and his entire appearance had changed. A neatly fitted white suit, a tall medieval white bowler hat, a slightly reflective monocle, and that signature white cape. Freakin' kiddo. Chen Feng's reappearance made the number of viewers in the live broadcast room instantly explode, and the number of live broadcasts skyrocketed, pushing the million mark. Bad. I've become a clown. Can someone tell me if the maple god left just now? How come it came out again? Why would he trade the heart of the ocean with Amia? Didn't he already have it? There's only one possibility. That ocean heart from before was a fake. The real heart of the ocean is in Amia's body. I'm tired of a flying fork reverse 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 and reverse Isn't this better than watching a movie? Bibo Burns. In the meantime, Li Qingyan, who had chased out, also sensed that something was wrong. Looking at Lin Chuanxiong, who had been staying outside, Li Qingyan frowned slightly. Captain Lin, are you saying that you never saw Chen Feng's figure fly out of the window? Lin Chuanxiong shook his head. To be precise, I saw a glance, but it didn't take 2 seconds before it suddenly disappeared in the air. Just like a projector that was suddenly turned off. Very abrupt. Projector. Li Qingyan's frown deepened as she looked back at her team's players, her eyes suddenly widening as if she had thought of something. All groups of players? All standing in a line. Starting with me. Report in order. 1, 2, 3, 15, 16. As the last count was reported, everyone froze, together with the captain, Li Qingyan. There were only 16 people in their group, and all of them were gathered downstairs at this moment. Who was the one who stayed up there? Chen Feng. Li Qingyan clenched her shell teeth and squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth. Go back. At this time, a group of Lorching Country's group of royal security personnel just walked downstairs, and then saw Li Qingyan, who had just walked downstairs, return the same way with a face full of anger, and couldn't help but be a little unsure of what was going on. Luckily, a member of Lin Chuanxiong's group explained to him in English, which allowed them to understand why. However, after hearing that the member of the pursuit team who stayed up there was Chen Feng in disguise, a group of security personnel immediately turned pale with fear. Losing the national treasure might get them heavily punished, but not to the point of killing them. But if anything happened to Amia, then they really didn't have to return to their country. Pack up and run before it's too late. Thinking of those security guards of the Lorching Country no longer dared to delay, and scrambled towards the upper floors. Their speed was directly 3 times faster than just now. Looking at Chen Feng in front of her, Amia's entire body was confused. Turning her head in the direction of the floor-to-ceiling window from earlier, the window was still open, and the evening breeze that kept blowing in was a reminder that what had just happened was not an illusion. What she couldn't figure out, though, was how someone who had clearly left could suddenly appear in front of her. You never left? Chen Feng smiled as he delivered the rose to Amia, who took it dumbfounded. Amia, a qualified magician wouldn't leave halfway through the show before it was over. Looking at Chen Feng in front of her, Amia unconsciously took 2 steps back, stretching out her arm to protect the heart of the ocean necklace on her neck, as if she was on guard against him suddenly coming up to grab it. Please don't be nervous. As a gentleman I would never behave rudely to a lady. Chen Feng still maintained that smiling poker face. Despite hearing him say that, the wary look on Amia's face didn't slacken at all, and that's when it happened. The door to the venue was once again opened, and Chen Feng didn't even need to turn around to know who had come. Chen Feng, stand still and don't move. You're under arrest. Chen Feng turned his head just in time to meet Li Qingyan's murderous gaze. I'm sorry, Miss Li Qingyan. I apologize for my previous behavior, but please remember that monstrous robbers can be deceiving as well. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Li Qingyan's already unattractive face instantly became even more unsightly. Without talking much to him, he waved his hand and commanded the crowd to surround him. You seem to have lost it, Mr. Strange. Amelia looked at Chen Feng with a smirk, regaining that calm and collected look. However, to her surprise, even at this point, Chen Feng still did not choose to turn around and escape. Instead, he lifted her left hand and kissed it gently to everyone's surprise. Ms. Amia, remember, freak kiddo never misses. As expected of my maple god, he never forgets to flirt with girls no matter what time it is. If I were half as good at flirting with girls as Chen Feng, why would I be in the company of the 5 girls every night? Chen Feng husband, I want to give you a monkey. Can't you guys have some new words? We want to, too, and it's the dog author's fault for being too lazy to come up with new words. Arrest. This time, Li Qingyan did not want to have even a single word of communication with Chen Feng, and immediately ordered the arrests after the encirclement was formed. Just then, Chen Feng was seen reaching out and taking out a cylinder-shaped item from his arms. Flashbang. Li Qingyan was startled and quickly reminded the crowd, while she herself covered her eyes with one hand and grabbed forward with the other. Bear. Intense white light flashed, and Li Qingyan unsurprisingly pounced. By the time a few people reopened their eyes, there was no longer any Chen Feng at the scene, and only a blue rose with a square card glued to it was left in place. Amia bent down and picked up the rose, only to see a few lines clearly written on the card. As with the teaser letter, I have received the heart of the ocean. Kaiju kiddo to you. Take it in? What's playing? The smile of Amia, who had reached up to feel her neck, froze. The heart of his own ocean is missing. When was that? Amia's pair of beautiful eyes were glazed over with disbelief. Li Qingyan and the others did not look good either. Before he came, he had even put down his boasts that he would take Chen Feng back, but now he was being tricked by others. He was also fooled twice. It's downright deceptive. Just as the scene fell silent for a moment, a group of security from the Lorching Nation arrived late. Protect the princess. The man at the head of the group burst into the meeting with a roll, and his comical appearance directly made a member of the team with a low laugh on the spot. Even the crowd in the live broadcast room looked happy, although they couldn't understand what they were shouting, but it wasn't hard to guess by looking at their anxious appearance. No, this guard of the Lorching Kingdom is from a skit? Come to perform a show? The Qing dynasty is dead, to go to the morning court. With such a group of people in charge of Amia's security, I really don't understand what her father was thinking. Amia, who was also at the scene, naturally saw this comical scene, and her face immediately darkened. Finally, he simply threw up his sleeves and left the scene. Chapter 12, A Hero Saves a Beauty? It's not a hero, it's a monster. Ding. Task 3, increase the number of viewers in your own live room to 100W. Task completed. Current popularity, 1358612. Reward skill enhancement card *2. Ding. Detected that the host has completed stealing for the first time. Monster Kid card fusion plus 12%. System points plus 1200. Gained divine order lockpicking skill, elementary. Current integration, 42%. Lockpicking skills? Not bad, I guess. Late at night in the square, Chen Feng was enjoying a rare quiet time alone, and on his slender thighs, a pigeon was pecking with its head down at the crumbs of bread that he had placed inside his palm. On top of his cell phone was a live video of him from an hour earlier. A series of headlines about him heat up. The thief game surprises a real thief. Chen Feng, a participant from Huaxia 3, has stolen the world's largest sapphire, the heart of the ocean. Chen Feng's teaser letter provoked a group of pursuit team members to no avail. The match between the two sides ended in Chen Feng's favor. Freaks and Geeks, a brand new title. In addition to these news on the positive, there are also critical news that some Zuanists have come up with to rub off on them. Prof. Sun commented on the Chen Feng incident, making it clear that a thief's successful exit from the circle is a cultural sadness. Prof. Lee of S. City said that the so-called strange robbers are just another type of thieves, and that Chen Feng is bringing down the youth of today. Of course, regardless of whether it was positive news or negative news, Chen Feng just laughed and passed on, with no intention of stepping forward to respond. He doesn't really care what people on the internet say about him. He enjoys the mesmerizing process more. As for what outsiders thought, then Chen Feng couldn't care less. Taking the 2 skill enhancement cards that the system had just rewarded, one was used to raise the voice changing technique to an intermediate level, and the other was used to raise the magic hand skill to an advanced level. According to Chen Feng's understanding, the system's division of skills was divided into 4 levels. They are beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfect. As long as it reaches the advanced skill level, it is basically equal to the ability of the card character itself, and when it reaches the perfect level, it will far exceed the ability of the card character itself. In other words, if every skill of Chen Feng reached the perfect level, then even if Kuroha Kodo stood in front of him, he would doubt who was the real monster kid. Just then, a voice not far away attracted Chen Feng's attention. "Don't move and give me all your money or don't blame me." In an alley not far from the square, a short man with a dirt-covered face was looking menacingly at the woman in front of him. The bright short knife was constantly dangling in front of the woman's body, and the menacing look of it also made the woman not dare to do anything rash. Don't be impulsive. I'll give you all the money." Upon hearing this, a smile then appeared on the short man's dirt-filled face. Who knows what he's been up to these past few days? Since participating in this bull ***** thief game program, I thought I could make a big fortune right in the name of the program. Who'd have thought the damn pursuit team was so good, lending their noses to city surveillance better than a dog. Every time he showed his head, before he could do anything, the chase team arrived. Just like that, for 3 days, not to mention getting rich, he didn't even eat a few meals. Days are spent either in the sewers fighting rats for territory or hiding in public toilets fighting mosquitoes. That is, today's luck is not bad. Just out of not long to meet a single chick. This is not a ruthless robbery on her a sum of money. Are sorry for his mosquito bites of those bags. Thinking of this, the expression on the man's face grew more and more ferocious. A pair of not-so-large eyes looked like they wanted to eat the woman in front of them alive. In the live broadcast room belonging to him, although it wasn't as popular as Chen Feng's, but with the hotness of the program, there were more than 20,000 people watching him in it. Damn, I say this kind of people this disgusting. The people who are too many dare not rob. The people who are too strong dare not move. So they will pick this kind of small girl who is alone to do it. Bullying the soft and fearing the hard. Agreed. In that comparison my brother Feng is simply a saint. Hey, do you guys think this woman looks familiar? Look familiar? Is it a star? Nope. When you say that I look familiar too. Like I've seen it somewhere before. Ah, I remembered. Isn't this the girl that Chen Feng flirted with in the rooftop bar when the program started on the first day? It seems to be true when you say it like that. Her name is Zhou Wanning, right? At this moment, Zhou Wanning looked at the vicious man in front of her and couldn't help but feel some regret in her heart. Ever since the incident a few days ago, she had noticed Chen Feng and understood that Chen Feng was not really a fugitive, but rather a contestant on the thief game program. For some reason, after receiving this news, it made her heart, which was clearly not familiar with Chen Feng, quietly relieved. Then there was the incident of Chen Feng's teaser letter that had set the entire internet on fire, and Zhou Wanning had heard about it, so she had rushed over here without stopping after work, wanting to buy a ticket to go in and take a look. Maybe it was the fact that the event was so hot that there were so many people there that day that the line was half a block long. When it was hard to line up for her, she was told that the tickets were sold out, and she had no choice but to sit in the square and watch the live broadcast on her cell phone. That's even if, shortly after watching the live broadcast, ready to go home, she even met a robbery. This makes Zhou Wanning wonder if she didn't read the yellow calendar today. How could she be so unlucky? Seeing Zhou Wanning's delayed response, the man also looked a little impatient. Shaking the knife in his hand, he said viciously, "Hurry up, don't get yourself in trouble." Zhou Wanning was startled, and trembling, she wanted to reach for the money. Just then, a cracking sound came from the air, followed by the flattened object swiftly slashing across the man's wrist, leaving a trail of blood. Who? The man was shocked and looked around, but did not find anyone, only the flat object that he had just seen plunged deep into the wall. Poker? Zhou Wanning also froze. It was the first time she had seen someone using a playing card as a concealed weapon since she grew up. I'm afraid it's unseemly to treat a beautiful lady so roughly. Just as the crowd was at a loss as to who had struck, a voice came from the sky. Only a white figure was sitting on top of the railing in front of the second floor window, and the poker pistol in his hand was indicating that he was the one who made the strike just now. Who are you? Chen Feng. Two voices shouted out from the mouths of the two parties involved, but while one voice was surprised, the other was pleasantly surprised. Chapter 13, The Kiss. Chen Feng jumped down from the height and landed in front of Zhou Wanning. It is an honor to meet you again, Miss Zhou Wanning. The two were not far apart from each other, making the ground. Zhou Wanning could even feel the sound of Chen Feng's breathing, which also made this beauty redden her cheeks in an instant. I'm honored too. With a loud bang in the sky, the maple god, shine. It's over. By the looks of this beauty, she's already infatuated with Feng. Honey, don't tease her. Tease me. I'm more saw than her. 6 inch. The originally low-heat live room exploded as the heat level skyrocketed, and the live room belonging to Chen Feng then turned its screen to this place. Kid, you want to mind your own business? The man covered his wrist that had been slashed by the poker and looked at Chen Feng with a face full of resentment. As a contestant guest of the program was not allowed to watch the live broadcast, just like the chase group, so the man did not recognize who Chen Feng was. Just know that the man in front of him is going to get in his way. Chen Feng acted as if he hadn't heard him, and didn't pay any attention to him at all, not even turning around to look at him. Deceitful. The ignored man's anger value rubbed up. Also did not care about the live broadcast or not, holding a knife and rushed towards Chen Feng. Kid, you seek death. Chen Feng did not even return his head, he just gently sidestepped to the side and dodged the man's attack. Then the hand of the poker pistol swoosh, 2 cards shot out, accurately cut through the man's wrist with a knife. In pain, the short knife in the man's hand fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, before he could react, Chen Feng had already taken out a huge white cloth and covered his entire body in it. Everyone, magic time. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. Swish, when Chen Feng pulled the white cloth away, the man, who had been furious just a moment ago, had been tightly bound by ropes, and the originally intact clothes on his body were nowhere to be found, with only a pair of underpants left on his body, fainting and dying on the ground. A big change? Don't you have to prepare for that? Worthy of being my husband, even the way he saves people is so handsome. Aha, hubby, alright, I'll admit it, when Chen Feng was saving people, he was indeed that much more handsome than me, right? Dude, do you want some face? Call the pursuit bureau, this is under their control. It wasn't until Chen Feng's voice once again reached his ears that it brought the frothing Zhou Wanning back to her senses. Oh, Zhou Wanning hurriedly agreed, then took out her cell phone and made a call. Since the start of the program, The Game of Thieves, the telephone number of the Manhunt Bureau has been published, so that the general public can actively contact the Manhunt Bureau when they see a fugitive. When Zhou Wanning finished her call, Chen Feng was also ready to leave. Looking at Chen Feng's back, Zhou Wanning walked up quickly as if she had made some major decision. Wait, Chen Feng turned his head, and before he could see the situation, he only felt his neck being wrapped around, followed by a touch of wetness imprinted on the left side of his face. Boo! There was an additional red lip mark on the left side of Chen Feng's face. If he wanted to avoid it, Chen Feng could certainly do so, but as a gentleman, how can you refuse a lady's thank you gift? Especially, still a beautiful woman. Thank you. Zhou Wanning's red face did not dare to raise her head to meet Chen Feng's eyes. Despite some surprises, Chen Feng still did not change his poker face, taking just a half step back. He placed his right hand on his chest and curtsied slightly. I look forward to meeting you again, my lady. After saying that, he did not continue to stay, but turned around and left the scene. I look forward to it as well. Looking at Chen Feng's back, Zhou Wanning murmured in a low voice. In the meantime, the top floor of the fair, in Amia's office, looking at the white figure in the live screen in her cell phone, Amia's silver teeth were about to be clenched. Damn it, if it wasn't for this guy, he wouldn't have been called after by those old guys in the country for losing the heart of the ocean. Although that side was temporarily fooled by himself, he still had to find a way to get the heart of the ocean back as soon as possible. But what should one do when the Chinese side of the program said they couldn't reach him? Headache. Amia covered her head full of helplessness. Just then, her assistant, Mir, pushed her way in. Your Highness, that group of reporters have been sticking around, just clamoring to see you. You see? Phew. Amia exhaled and calmed down. Tell them I'll be there in 10 minutes. Okay. Mir sniffed and closed the door to leave. Amia was once again the only one left in the office. After straightening his clothes a little, he got up and headed for the door. As she passed the cabinet next to the doorway, Amia seemed to notice something and unconsciously stopped in her tracks. Following Amia's line of sight, she saw only a vase with 2 blue roses on the empty cabinet. It was the same 2 that Chen Feng had sent earlier. Looking at the 2 roses that were blooming just right, the white figure unconsciously appeared again in Amia's mind. His maneuvers, his grace, his words, and his kiss on the back of his hand. Blah blah blah. What are you thinking to yourself? Amia hurriedly shook her head to interrupt her thoughts. That hateful guy. Sooner or later, he himself would catch him and get the ocean heart back with his own hands. Amia wasn't the only one who couldn't sleep in the middle of the night because of Chen Feng. Inside the conference room of the Pursuit Bureau, Li Qingyan sat there in a huff. Obviously, she was still angry at Chen Feng for teasing her earlier. The other 2 captains were also in the office. The captain of Team 2, Lin Chuanxiong, was thinking about something with a tightly locked brow, while the captain of Team 3, Sun Luo, was watching the past Chen Feng's live streaming video over and over again. After a long time, Lin Chuanxiong raised his head, looked at Sun Luo who remained motionless, and couldn't help but speak. I said, Xiao Sun, you've been watching all night, do you see anything at all? Aren't you the third-place winner of the World Detective Competition in China? Where are your detective skills? Bring it out. Sun Luo held up the eyes on the bridge of his nose and slowly spoke. Look, definitely see something. As soon as they heard Sun Luo's words, Li Qingyan and the two of them immediately became interested and hurriedly raised their heads to look at Sun Luo, as if asking him what exactly he had discerned. Sun Luo didn't dawdle and directly cast the image from his cell phone onto the big screen. You guys, look, this is Chen Feng's live feed from when he was at the rooftop bar earlier, when he was the one who slipped away before the eyes of Captain Lin and the others. Hearing Sun Luo talk about this matter, Lin Chuanxiong couldn't help but blush in his old face and hurriedly urged, Little Sun hurry up and get to the point. Good. Sun Luo nodded, fast-forwarding the video screen to the last few seconds, when Chen Feng was covered all over by a white dove, followed by a decisive pause. Reaching out and pointing to a place in the video, he spoke, Look here, although it's not too obvious, we can still vaguely see Chen Feng's action of lifting his hands and snapping his waist. That is to say, the next second after he did this action, Chen Feng disappeared. What's in this? Li Qingyan looked at Sun Luo with a face full of confusion. Sun Luo explained, at that time, the entire rooftop path was blocked by Captain Lin and his men, so it was naturally impossible for Chen Feng to leave through the doorway. And did you guys notice one detail? That is, after Chen Feng stood on the rooftop, he never turned around again. So, from what I know about magic, but wherever the magician doesn't want you to see it, that's often where the magic breaks down. So one could venture a guess as to whether the reason why Chen Feng did not turn around could be that there was a rope or something behind him, and the movement of raising his hand when he was covered by the white pigeons was to fasten the rope around his waist. In other words, Chen Feng, at that time, didn't suddenly disappear, but used the cover of the white pigeons to descend into the middle of the following floors through the speed zipline, then escaped from the hotel through camouflage, avoiding the surveillance. Chapter 14 Bandit or Detective? Hearing Sun Luo say this, Li Qingyan and the two of them also revealed expressions of sudden realization. But that's not the end of it. Sun Luo cut the screen to today's live broadcast and quickly fast-forwarded to the image of Chen Feng posing as a mechanic working in front of the counter of the heart of the ocean. And here, Sun Luo pointed at the figure of the repairman on the screen. I had been wondering before why the Lorry Green country had failed to install such a high-level alarm system on the heart of the ocean display case, and after thinking about it for half a day, I finally felt that there was only one possibility. That is, Chen Feng had already entered inside the venue and pretended to be someone who had sabotaged the alarm system of the showcase long before he did it. And this repairman from the Lorching country is the one who has the greatest suspicion. Now we only need to find this repairman himself and question him a little, then we can basically be sure. Good boy. Lin Chuanxiong slapped Sun Luo's shoulder and laughed. You kid can do it. I really regret that I didn't bring you along today. Otherwise the Chen Feng might not be able to get his hands on him. Sun Luo shook his head as he sniffed. Captain Lin, you think highly of me? I'm just looking for a break after the fact. I'm afraid I'd be powerless to stop him if I were on the scene. Hearing Sun Luo say that, Lin Chuanxiong's smile couldn't help but freeze. Still somewhat undeterred. Is that Chen Feng's technique really so difficult to deal with? Sun Luo laughed bitterly twice. I'm afraid so. All three people present were silent. But I do know someone who might be able to try. This statement made the two present all interested. Who? My fellow apprentice sister. The champion of the World Detective Competition's China region Ouyang Muxue. Host, Chen Feng. Sex, male. Age, 23. Strength, 15, 10 for normal people. Intelligence, 145, 90 for normal people. Charm value, 15, 10 for ordinary people. Character card, Kaitu Kiddo, 42% fusion degree. Skills, Transfiguration, Intermediate. Voice changing, Intermediate. Beast Sentry, Elementary. Magic Hands, Advanced. Master of World Languages, Intermediate. Divine Lockpicking Skills, Elementary. Hacking Skills, Elementary. System Warehouse Kaiju Kido Costume *1. Poker Pistol *1. Speed Rope *2. 4D Stereoscopic Projector *1. Blighter *1. Rose Bouquet *99+. System Points, 1800. In a certain coffee shop, Chen Feng was casually flipping through the skills and items sold in the system mall. Mind Reading, Elementary can read people's inner thoughts. Effective range of 1 meter. Priced at 800 system points. Hypnotism, Elementary hypnotize the human brain. Forcibly change the human mind. Note, the stronger the will the worse the effect of hypnosis. Selling price system points 1000. Dream Thief, Elementary compiles or enters another person's dream and moves freely within it. Priced at 1500 system points. Skill Enhancement Card, can enhance skill proficiency. Priced at 500 system points. After looking around, in the end, Chen Feng chose the Dream Thief skill that was priced at 1500 system points. After all, the ability to enter into another person's dream This ability was just too heavenly, and when utilized well, one could even be able to gain insight into all of another person's secrets without even realizing it. As for mind reading, doesn't that work too? Yes, you can, but it requires too many constraints. First, it requires that the person be within a meter of you, and second, it also requires that the person happens to have something in mind. Even if the above two conditions are met, the reading may not be what you need. Ding! The exchange of the skill Dream Thief was successful, costing 1,500 system points. Current system points, 300. As the system's beep sounded, Chen Feng's system points once again returned to pre-liberation. However, Chen Feng didn't have any heartache. After all, the system points were not much use if they were left alone. It was better to exchange them for more skills. Hello, that side is full. Can we share a table? A voice came and also pulled Chen Feng's thoughts back. Chen Feng looked up and saw that a tall beauty was standing in front of him with a tray with coffee cups in her hand. Seeing the face of the visitor, Chen Feng also could not help but sigh. The world is really small enough. One could meet them anywhere. Of course, please have a seat, Officer Li. Chen Feng spoke with a smile. Li Qingyan froze. You know me? The famous flower of the H-City police force. The leader of a group of pursuit teams in Area 3 of China. How can I not recognize you? I even watched a live broadcast about you last night. Hearing Chen Feng talk about last night's live broadcast, Li Qingyan couldn't help but blush. There's some shame in what happened last night. Chen Feng laughed. Officer Li, don't misunderstand. I don't mean to mock you. That Mr. Chen Feng is just using some magic tricks that you are unfamiliar with. Otherwise I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to escape. Hearing Chen Feng take the initiative to excuse her, Li Qingyan couldn't help but feel a hint of goodwill towards the man in front of her in her heart. Thank you. Li Qingyan said her thanks and put down the tray in her hands, but her eyes unintentionally glanced at the cell phone on the table that was playing the live video of Chen Feng from earlier. You seem to be interested in him, huh? Chen Feng replied. Interested can't be talked about. It's just that I feel that his techniques are relatively new and want to learn more about them. Yes? Li Qingyan nodded, picked up her coffee cup and took a sip, casually asking, see anything? It's nothing more than speed ziplining, disguises, or whatever. It's not worth it. Chen Feng replied lightly, but made Li Qingyan, who was still drinking coffee, immediately raise her head. Last night, Sun Luo looked at the midnight to come to a conclusion, but this person in front of her eyes was so easy to see it? You have to know that their pursuit team can not only have the live video of the program, but also have the most comprehensive surveillance video, which is far from the conditions outside. If you take this guy into your own chase group, thinking of this, Li Qingyan's eyes lit up. I can't tell. You're still a detective. Still don't know your name? Arsene Robin, Chinese American. The reason why Chen Feng said it was a Chinese American was also very simple. It was not easy to check. I wonder what kind of work you do now. Li Qingyan hurriedly pursued the question. Hearing this, Chen Feng also roughly guessed what she was trying to do, and simply followed her words down. I've just returned home. I'm still a hobo, and I'm worried about finding a job. Now Li Qingyan was even happier. A detective with reliable professional ability or a hobo. Wasn't this a gift from heaven to be used exclusively against Chen Feng? Perhaps she would never have thought that this person in front of her was the Chen Feng that she wanted to deal with all her heart. Chapter 15. The second letter of advance notice. Mr. Yazan, I wonder if you're interested in coming to work for our pursuit bureau? I can apply for a special counselor position for you. Just need you to come over and help out at specific times. It won't take up too much of your time. Seeing that Chen Feng had already faltered, Li Qingyan hurried to strike while the iron was hot. Don't worry, we won't let you help for nothing. Every time after an operation, we will pay you a reward, regardless of the success or failure of the operation, Li Qingyan added. Hearing Li Qingyan say this, Chen Feng's tightly furrowed brows then unfurled. Alright then, since Ms. Li has kindly invited me, I won't excuse myself. Well then, ding 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 ding. A ringing phone interrupted Li Qingyan's words. Li Qingyan smiled apologetically, then took out her cell phone, and after glancing at the caller she directly picked up the phone. Hello, cousin, you've come to H-City? How many days have you been here? Did Auntie and the others come with you? No, you came alone. Where are you now? Okay, I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, Li Qingyan re-looked in Chen Feng's direction. I'm sorry, I'm a bit busy right now. Let's do it this way. Let's add a VX first, and you can tell me from the internet if you have any other requests. Good. Chen Feng smiled and nodded. After adding WeChat, Li Qingyan left in a hurry, not noticing the playful smile of the person behind her. It's night, the top floor of the fair. Inside Amia's bedroom, the corners of the sleeping Amia's mouth rose, and every now and then she even hummed softly, as if she was dreaming of something beautiful. Dreamland. After Chen Feng had taken the heart of the ocean, Amia managed to find Chen Feng's hiding place through various means. Then he quickly deployed his manpower and controlled Chen Feng before he could react. Looking at Chen Feng, who stood in front of her and was bound tightly, the corners of Amia's mouth involuntarily rose, revealing a victor's smile. But right at this moment, the Chen Feng in front of him suddenly turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared, followed by countless pieces of paper falling from the sky. And at the same time came Chen Feng's exasperated voice. "Ms. Amia, I apologize for teasing you once again, but the show is over, so I will leave first." As soon as Chen Feng's voice fell, a piece of paper floated to Amia's face. Exactly a teaser letter. The dream woke up just as Amia was eager to see what was on the teaser letter. Amia on the bed opened her eyes and looked at the familiar ceiling and couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. So it was a dream. But an unintentional glance of his eyes met an unmistakably familiar card being placed beside his bed. The beautiful Ms. Amelia. When the light is gone and Nyx descends from the sky, with the demise of the lion, I shall ride. Kiddo. Kaitu kiddo. Amia scrambled to check up her surroundings, but found nothing. Then he sat up from the bed, dressed quickly, and shouted to the door, "Get me near." At the same time, the screen in Chen Feng's live broadcast room also turned into this reservation letter. At that moment, the originally not quite cold live broadcast room is like a food market. Pop-ups flying past one by one. How did this Amia provoke my brother phone? How come it's her again? Who knows? Maybe the Maple God has taken a liking to Her Highness and wants to put on a Princess and the Monster story. If you're going to say that, I'm going to start a rumor. I don't think this Amia is any good. Dressed in a flea bag. It's more than likely that Kiddo has seen through her true colors and has been having a hard time with her. Of course, the comment carried a strong acidic flavor and didn't attract much attention. Just then, a pop-up caught almost everyone's attention. Hey, have you guys noticed that Chen Feng's teaser letter this time doesn't seem to say that he's going to steal anything? It's still true. Last time the Maple God wanted to steal the heart of the ocean, but it was written directly and explicitly. Why didn't you write it this time? Does that mean that what he's going to steal this time isn't real? Or is it that he wasn't going to steal anything? You're not in your right mind, are you? Chen Feng is a fugitive. He's not there to steal. Can it be that he's there to give gifts? Inside the hotel room, looking at the pop-ups that constantly floated past the live broadcast, Chen Feng silently retreated, lying on the bed, while holding the necklace set with the heart of the ocean in his hand. The sapphire shimmered tantalizingly even in the dim light. Not bad for the biggest sapphire in the world. It's just a shame that it already has its own owner. Nyx, also called Nyx by some, is the deity of Western mythology who rules the night, and the first thing that came to mind in the teaser letter for the demise of the lion was the lion crest of the royal family of the land of Lorching, but that obviously didn't quite fit. However, 2 days later will be August 22nd in the Gregorian calendar, which will be the last day of Leo this year. Combined with Chen Feng's habit of writing a clear date on the teaser letter for his crimes, I think this should be the answer. To summarize, this preview letter tells us a message that Chen Feng's time of action will be when the sun sets in 2 days, which is around 5 in the afternoon. Inside the pursuit bureau, Sun Luo stood in front of a large screen and spoke spitefully, basically translating everything in the teaser letter. Sun Luo's words were justified, and the people present nodded their heads after hearing them, but others were quick to raise their own questions. But what exactly is he trying to steal this time? A question instantly attracted the attention of everyone present, and more than 10 pairs of eyes looked at Sun Luo on the stage. Sun Luo's face carried a few moments of embarrassment. I don't know about this for now. Chen Feng is a thief after all. He probably also felt that writing out his target items directly was too ostentatious and wanted to reduce some of the risks. Most of the people in the room found this answer plausible, but there was still a small group of people who found it unlikely. But there was no better explanation, so they had to let it go. Lin Xuanxiang also stood up at this time and said, "Alright everyone, no matter what this Chen Feng wants to steal, we won't allow it, since he has already sent out the preview letter. Let's all go and get ready first. As for what his real purpose is, we will see for ourselves by the night after tomorrow. That's all." Is there anything else Captain Li would like to add? As soon as Lin Xuanxiang's words fell, everyone's gazes turned in unison to Li Qingyan, who was still giggling while playing with her cell phone. Li Qingyan jerked her head up, saw everyone looking at her, hurriedly put her cell phone away, coughed lightly to hide her embarrassment, and opened her mouth. I think Captain Lin is right. Protecting those artifacts from being stolen is only a stopgap measure after all. Only by catching Chen Feng, the fugitive, can we solve this trouble completely? Chapter 16, it's game time. Pop, pop, snap. When Li Qingyan finished speaking, a round of applause erupted within the pursuit bureau. Lin Xuanxiang also smoothly announced the end of the meeting, so that all the people go back to prepare for a good time. When all the members of the pursuit team had left, only 3 captains, Li Qingyan, Lin Xuanxiang and Sun Luo, were left in the entire conference room. Looking towards Li Qingyan, Lin Chuanxiang teased, looking at Captain Li. Is she talking about her boyfriend? Hearing this, Sun Luo, who was still organizing things, also threw over a gossiping gaze. Uncle Lin, what are you talking nonsense about? I was just having a chat with a friend. Li Qingyan made a big red face and hurriedly defended herself. Seeing Li Qingyan this way, Lin Chuanxiang also understand almost, then nodded. This is good. Your father died early. Before he died, asked me to take more care of you mother and daughter. Now your mother has gone, and then wait until you get married. I also can be considered to complete your father's account. Hearing Lin Chuanxiang talk about his parents, Li Qingyan's face also inevitably showed some sadness. Alright, let's not talk about all this unhappiness. 2 days from now will be the time for Chen Feng's operation, so you should also go back and prepare properly. Well, I'll be off then. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it came to 2 days later. Li Qingyan was also busy these days. Not only was it because Chen Feng's influence in the outside world was getting bigger and bigger, making her feel the pressure, but there was also the side of the program team. After all, the rules at the beginning of the game made it very clear that all of a player's ill-gotten gains would be discounted after the time spent chasing them. If Chen Feng had stolen some ordinary jewelry it would have been fine. Even if he had to pay money, the program group with the backing of the United World Government wouldn't have cared. What Chen Feng stole was one of the national treasures of the Lorqing country, the Heart of the Ocean, which is known as the largest sapphire in the world. The value of a single gemstone, Heart of the Ocean, is significant. Not to mention that the necklace is embellished with 108 small diamonds. Even more, the price of this necklace was raised to sky high. At this time, as the director of the program, Director Wu's intestines are fast repenting. Originally wanted to take advantage of this program to promote and raise wages, and now by Chen Feng so stirred up. Let's not talk about promotion and salary increase. It's hard to say whether you can keep your job or not. Forced to do so, they also had to call the Pursuit Bureau 3 times to pursue the situation, which invariably added a lot of pressure to Li Qingyan and the others. But it's good to have someone else to talk to. Noon, Li Qingyan, who had just gotten off work, breezed inside the coffee shop, pushing the door open. He swept it open and found Arsene's figure. Although they hadn't known each other for a few days, the other party's mannerisms, insights into issues, and even opinions about some cases, all gave Li Qingyan a sense of brightness. Without realizing it, she had gotten used to coming to this coffee shop for a drink every time she got off work, and of course, she met each other every time. Li Qingyan quickly came to Chen Feng and unceremoniously sat down on the opposite seat. Chen Feng seemed to have gotten used to it as well, putting down the stirring coffee spoon in his hand and pushing the coffee in his hand in front of Li Qingyan's face. Taste it, I made it for you myself. Li Qingyan was not polite and took a big sip from the cup. The coffee bitterness works well with the milk flavor, with a slight bitterness on the palate that quickly dissipates and is followed by a rich coffee aroma. Li Qingyan's eyes lit up as she looked at Chen Feng with a bit more curiosity. It's hard to tell. You're quite good at making coffee. The brew is quite delicious. I worked in a coffee shop for a few months when I was in college, and I'm a little rusty in my technique, so I'm glad you like it. Chen Feng, this is really not a lie. The previous world when he was in college he was a poor student. Although with the help of the subsidy, there is no tuition to worry about, but if he does not go outside to work, he is afraid that he will not even be able to eat. Hey, it's a shame I can't come over this afternoon. I've got to deal with that damn thieves. Speaking of thieves, Li Qingyan's face seemed to rise again with a touch of anger, not realizing that the person she was talking about was sitting right in front of her. Chen Feng smiled without changing his face. That's a coincidence. I also have something to do this afternoon. That's quite a coincidence. Li Qingyan smiled back. Taking another sip of coffee, Li Qingyan looked up and asked, by the way, have you prepared the materials you told me last time that you need to prepare to enter the Pursuit Bureau? Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. Let's not talk about this for now. Haven't you noticed that there is something different about this store today? Different? Li Qingyan froze and turned her head to look around. Just now her attention had been on Chen Feng, and now that she took such a look, she immediately realized that there was a problem. No, why is the store so cold today? Not to mention the customers, there's not even a single waiter. It's simple, because I'm bagging this place today. Wrap it? Li Qingyan looked surprised. What are you doing with this? Switching to selling coffee? Chen Feng said. That's not true, it's just because of you. Me? Li Qingyan was even more confused now. What did the coffee shop have to do with herself? Because I'm going to do something important today and need a little help from you. When he said this, Chen Feng did not change his voice line and spoke directly in his original voice. Help? What help? Nope, you're not Arsene. Who the hell are you? Li Qingyan directly stood up in a fit of excitement, but the ensuing dizziness immediately caused her to stumble, and she looked like she was about to fall. Chen Feng quickly stepped forward to hold her slender waist, preventing her from falling. He then removed the human skin mask from his face, revealing his original appearance. I'm sorry to have deceived you, beautiful lady, but let's bore you with a little rest here, and let me open the show. In your place, splendidly. Li Qingyan still wanted to struggle, but for her, who was already intoxicated, all struggles were futile, and in a short time, her head was tilted and she completely fainted. Chen Feng bent down and lifted her legs, carrying her in a princess carry toward the bedroom on the second floor. Pushing the door open, he placed her on top of the bed in the second floor bedroom and tucked her in thoughtfully. By the time he came out of the bedroom again, he had completely transformed into Li Qingyan. Of course, the clothes on his body had been exchanged from the mall at the cost of 10 system points, and he wasn't shameless enough to strip a lady of her clothes. Walking out the door and holding up the half-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, Chen Feng let out a light laugh. It's game time. P.S. Anyone like to read about this genre? I feel like it's a bit of a niche subject. Anyone can tell me if they have any good suggestions or requests. I'm still a good person to talk to. Chapter 17 Little Gifts. Afternoon. The outside of the fair building was crowded with people. 15 members of the pursuit team cooperated with the local police to maintain order at the scene. A yellow police cordon separated the crowd at the scene 15 meters away from the building. Due to the experience of the last time, the people of the pursuit bureau had also learned to be smart, and Lin Xuanxiong even directly proposed to suspend the exhibition tonight, thus preventing Chen Feng from once again using the crowd to blend in. For her part, Amia chose to agree. However, what they didn't expect was that at this time, Chen Feng had already blended in disguised as someone they didn't expect. Captain Li, please come in. The police officer in charge of guarding the cordon chose to release Chen Feng immediately after reading the documents he handed out. Thank you. Chen Feng said his thanks, then walked straight towards the inside of the exhibition. The fairgrounds were unusually quiet at this time. In addition to the more than 20 members of the pursuit team scattered around, responsible for guarding the remaining 10 or so people, including Lin Xuanxiong and Sun Luo, the two captains, were all gathered on top of the central platform, which had the most open view. Captain Li, good day Captain. The people along the way greeted Chen Feng, and Chen Feng nodded in response one by one. Hearing the commotion, Lin Xuanxiong raised his head, and after seeing that it was Li Qingyan, the captain, he also smiled and greeted. Captain Li is getting more and more composed now, not appearing until the last moment. Li Qingyan smiled slightly and didn't answer. How is the situation? Sun Luo withdrew his gaze from the computer screen and rubbed his somewhat sore eyes. I applied for the use of the Heist System with the above, and installed a few more surveillance cameras near the exhibition building, so now we can do 360-degree monitoring of the entire building's internal and external conditions without any dead angles. And just now, Captain Lin also ordered that once a suspicious person approaches, he doesn't need to ask for permission. He'll be detained first. A confident smile appeared on Sun Luo's face, not realizing that the person they were trying to guard against by all means was sitting next to him and talking to him. Li Qingyan nodded, indicating that she understood. Time passed, and outside the sun was gradually setting, already halfway below the horizon, teasing that the time was approaching. The crowd of onlookers outside was growing, and even though they couldn't get inside the exhibition, they couldn't stop their enthusiasm. And Amia, who is the organizer, arrived with her assistant, Mir, not long before the time of the teaser letter. Ms. Amia. Lin Xuanxiong stood up and greeted. Amia responded with a smile. Good work guys, I'll express my gratitude when this is over. Just part of the job. No need. Before Lin Xuanxiong finished his words, Sun Luo, who was sitting in front of the computer, spoke out. Targets sighted in Area 4. A voice instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the room. Lin Xuanxiong and the others quickly looked towards the surveillance screen, but just one glance left everyone present dumbfounded in place. Only on the monitor's screen, a white figure was conducting an airwalk not far outside the building. It is not accurate to say so. To be more precise, it is stepping on the road paved by a single white dove, just like the European medieval white aristocrat who patrols his own territory, slowly walking towards the side. The moment Chen Feng appeared, the screen of the live broadcast room, which had lost Chen Feng's figure for a long time, also switched over. When the crowd in the live broadcast room saw Chen Feng strolling through the air, they were also stunned. Holy, am I blind? While I'm still considering which brand of shared bicycle to ride home, my brother Feng is already taking a walk in the sky? It's really me. Maple God never disappoints. No, can someone explain the principle to me? I now seriously doubt the world secretly evolved without me. What the hell? If this is magic, I'll eat my cell phone. Beg the Maple God for a tutorial. Ask for a tutorial. +1. The live broadcast room had completely exploded, with pop-ups floating by one after another. The crowd in the venue was also dumbfounded. This, with her small mouth slightly open, Amia tried to rub her pale blue eyes and looked again, before finally determining that it wasn't a hallucination. Don't even gawk. Lin Xuanxiong's thick voice broke the calmness of the scene and then calmly assigned tasks. It looks like Chen Feng seems to be planning to go to the rooftop. Xiao Sun, you guys take your group and continue to monitor Chen Feng's movements. Xing Yin, your group will stay in place to take care of the protection of the items in the venue, and I'll take the rest of you to the rooftop to block Chen Feng. Good. Sun Luo nodded in agreement. The Li Qingyan disguised by Chen Feng also nodded in agreement. The crowd that had finished assigning tasks moved quickly, and Lin Xuanxiong also led a dozen people to take the elevator towards the rooftop. Of course, he was also doomed to be fruitless on this trip. After all, that figure in the sky was nothing more than an image created by Chen Feng through projection technology, just like before. Ms. Amia. Hearing the voice, Amelia turned her head to look, only to see one of the three captains of the scene, Li Qingyan, standing beside herself and looking at herself. Captain Li, what can I do for you? Chen Feng responded. It's nothing much, just a little something that fell over there by the window. Can I trouble Ms. Amia to accompany me to look for it? Stuff? What stuff? Amia was a bit curious. Hadn't this Captain Li just arrived not long ago? How could something have fallen over the window? A small gift. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously, then took the initiative to head toward the landing. Although Amia was a bit unsure, she frowned slightly and thought for a moment, thinking that there shouldn't be any problems, so she lifted her feet and followed. On the other side, Lin Xuanxiong and the others had also arrived at the rooftop location. However, what surprised them was that Chen Feng, who came to the rooftop through exaggerated means, seemed to be even more calm than he had imagined, was sitting on the outer wall of the rooftop, his legs resting on the outside of the wall, smiling and greeting the cheering populace on the street below, seemingly noticing their arrival. Chen Feng slightly inclined his head to look at them. Looks like the audience has already come. Although he didn't know what tricks Chen Feng in front of him was going to play again, it didn't stop Lin Xuanxiong from waiting in tight formation, commanding the dozen or so people in his group to spread out. He moved towards Chen Feng. Just when they were less than 3 meters away from the outer wall, Chen Feng finally moved. He was seen slowly rising from the outer wall and facing the crowd above the street, smiling slightly. Everyone, the show has officially begun. As soon as the words fell, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chen Feng gently leapt up towards the outside and jumped in the direction of the street. Snap! A puff of white smoke exploded on Chen Feng's body, and then Chen Feng's entire body quickly disappeared in place, and in its place, a sky full of flower petals drifted downward from the air. Chapter 18 The Returned Heart of the Ocean. Lin Xuanxiong and the rest of the pursuit team members froze. What does this mean? Come over so high and mighty just to say one thing, and then disappear? Not to mention Lin Xuanxiong, the crowd in the live broadcast room was also puzzled. What does Chen Feng mean by this? Sending out teaser letters and making such a big show just to perform a magic trick? Should have said no. Nice magic, but then what? What's he up to? I have a feeling that Feng's performance will never be that simple. Just as everyone was wondering what exactly Chen Feng wanted to do, a cell phone rang. Ding 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 ding. Lin Xuanxiong took out his cell phone from his pocket, and the 3 words Li Qingyan were written on the screen. Lin Xuanxiong frowned slightly at the sight. Hadn't he just separated from her? Why was she calling again now? Although it was unknown, Lin Xuanxiong still picked up the phone. Hello? Qingyan, what's wrong? Lin, Uncle Lin. The voice on the other side of the phone was unusually weak, making Lin Xuanxiong's heart could not help but thump. A bad feeling surfaced in his mind. Qingyan, what's wrong with you? Lin Xuanxiong hurriedly asked after her. Quickly, arrest that imposter inside. That's Chen Feng in disguise. Hearing this, Lin Xuanxiong's head exploded. He didn't realize that he had been drilled in a long time ago after 1,000 precautions on his side and thinking he was foolproof. Bad. Sun Luo and the others don't know it yet. Thinking of this, Lin Xuanxiong completely panicked. An unidentified thief stayed with a pile of precious treasures. What would happen need to be said. Quickly, everyone go back. Hurry. After saying that, Lin Xuanxiong didn't care about the others, so he quickly ran towards the direction he came from. Although the rest of the crowd was a bit unsure, but seeing this anxious look of their own captain, they had no choice but to suppress their doubts for the time being, and chased after Lin Xuanxiong in the direction of Lin Xuanxiong. What's the situation? The pursuit bureau's gas tank blew up? In such a hurry? I think it's mostly because the Maple God, gave them some unexpected shocks again. The odds are that they've been tricked by Chen Feng again. I guess the Chen Feng of now is 80% already inside the venue. Anchor, hurry up and cut the live feed to the exhibition grounds. We want to see that. Yeah, hurry up and cut the screen. If you're late, you'll miss the show. As the number of pop-ups requesting to cut the screen increased, the program team also very humanely switched the screen inside Chen Feng's live room to the inside of the venue. Anyway, it's not like we can't find Chen Feng now, so where is the live broadcast not the same? And at this moment, the two of them, Chen Feng and Amia, had already arrived in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the exhibition venue were specially made to open from the bottom to the top, and when fully opened they were close to 2 meters high, so for safety reasons, Amia didn't get too close. Stopping in her tracks, Amia opened her mouth and asked, "Captain Lee, what on earth have you left behind here?" Chen Feng did not reply, but bent down and pulled up the floor-to-ceiling window on his own. The warm summer evening breeze entered through the window and warmed the ground. Under Amia's puzzled gaze, Chen Feng placed his finger between his lips and whistled to the outside. Woo! In the next second, countless white pigeons came from all directions as if summoned, and stopped again in front of the window, as if waiting for something. Seeing this scene, Amia's heart jumped. This scene, where she seemed to have seen it before. Do you know, Miss Amia, that the movements of a detective are always in evidence, while the figure of a thief is always in evidence? At the sound of this voice, Amia couldn't help but freeze. The reason is also very simple. In front of the Captain Lee mouth, no longer a female voice, but a clear male voice. Amia was filled with shock. You are, Shu. Chen Feng placed his finger in front of Amelia's lips, as if to stop her from continuing. Amia, would it be possible to keep my secret for 5 minutes? Amia stared blankly at the person in front of her and nodded furtively. Seeing this, Chen Feng smiled faintly and snapped his fingers at the pigeons outside the window, and as if they understood, dozens of white pigeons quickly split into 2 rows, encircling one of them in the center. Chen Feng stretched out his left hand, and the summoned white dove immediately flew towards Chen Feng's hand, resting steadily on top of Chen Feng's finger, and around the neck of the white dove hung a beautiful necklace studded with blue stones, the very heart of the ocean. Even the finest of objects, when placed within the glass enclosure of a fair, does not show its light, so I have taken the liberty of helping it find an owner who is truly worthy of it. Chen Feng spoke softly with a smile, if any, at the corner of his mouth. Truly worthy of its owner? Is that about me? Amia thought silently, her surface not moving, but in her heart there were a few indescribable joys. Miss Amia, I wonder if I would have the honor of putting it on you myself. You're returning the heart of the ocean to me? Amia was filled with surprise. She had thought that Chen Feng's target for this action might be the other artifacts in the exhibition, and had even thought that Chen Feng might not intend to steal anything this time, but only hadn't thought that he was making such a big deal out of it just to return the heart of the ocean to himself personally. Amia covered her small mouth, and for a moment, she actually didn't know what to say. Not far, a few members of the pursuit team were also looking in Amia's direction with curiosity on their faces. Although I couldn't hear what they were saying, it was a blessing to watch the 2 beauties chatting together. One of the members of the pursuit team spoke up. What do you think Captain Lee and this princess are talking about? Another person immediately responded. What else could it be? It's most likely about Chen Feng's operation this time. I don't think so. 2 women running off to the side to whisper. Might be talking about some secrets they can't tell. At this statement, several of the people chatting laughed evilly. Obviously they were already brainstorming what the duo was chatting about. The voices of the few people weren't loud, but they were still heard by Sun Luo who was next to them. He couldn't help but frown as he chided a few people. All work seriously. Don't talk nonsense. A few people were seeing their own captain open his mouth. They quickly shut their mouths and honestly stared at the surveillance to go. Seeing this, Sun Luo didn't intend to dwell on it too much, and immediately intended to go back to work as well. However, just as he glanced over the direction where the 2 of them were, something in Chen Feng's hand caught his attention. Is that a necklace? Why does it kind of look like that heart of the ocean piece that was lost the other day? Just as he was frowning and planning to get closer to continue his observation, the doors of the exhibition were violently thrown open with a bang. Immediately after that, Lin Xuanxiong's voice filled with anger came over. Chen Feng, hands up and don't move. Chapter 19, Interesting Monster Thief? Chen Feng? Where's Chen Feng? Where is Chen Feng? As Lin Xuanxiong's voice reached the ears of everyone in the venue, the people present couldn't help but panic, each anxiously circling around in an attempt to find Chen Feng's figure. Sun Luo raised an eyebrow and jerked his head to look in Amia's direction. Over there, this Captain Lee is a fake. He's Chen Feng. Chen Feng? Captain Lee was impersonated by Chen Feng? While the people present were slightly stunned, Lin Xuanxiong had already rushed up with his men. Chen Feng, put down the heart of the ocean in your hand. Stay away from MS. Amia. Mir, who was Amia's assistant, was also startled, never realizing that her momentary oversight had allowed the princess to stay beside a fugitive. Even though the fugitive wasn't really a criminal, the live feed was also confused. Holy, this beautiful captain is my brother Feng in disguise? Is Feng's makeup skill so strong? I can't even see any cracks in the women's clothes. No way, I'm going to make a mistake. Ahem, human nature. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Feng pinched the corner of the lady's suit with one hand and lifted it upwards, the entire person instantly changing his appearance. The white suit, high bowler hat, Four-leaf clover trim and monocle remained the same familiar look. Facing the people that kept coming around him, Chen Feng did not seem to be affected by them. Simply reaching up, he undid the clasp on the back of the necklace and gently wrapped it around Amia's slender neck. Under the gaze of the countless pairs of eyes in the live broadcast room as well as on the scene, Amia was surprisingly quiet, and even until Chen Feng refastened the necklace, there was not the slightest sign of wanting to struggle. Thanks. Amia's red lips lightly opened, and the eyes that looked at Chen Feng seemed to carry a few inexplicable colors. Bad. My goddess is going to be flirted away by Chen Feng. Nope, I won't accept it. Amia's assistant was confused. I just missed one. And the princess let herself be abducted? Don't husband. Don't tease her. Tease me. I'll fall down at a push. Chen Feng smiled as he lifted up Amia's left hand, knelt down on one knee, and gently kissed it. You're welcome, Your Highness. I think the only way to make this jewel blossom as it should is to wear it on your body. Not knowing if it was because the weather was too hot or what, after Chen Feng's words fell, a touch of scarlet slowly crept onto Amia's cheeks, and at this point the heat in the live stream was skyrocketing. 1.5 million, 2 million. In just a few minutes, the heat in Chen Feng's live broadcast room had risen to 3 million heat, leaving several other live broadcast rooms behind by 8 blocks. Amia was about to open her mouth to say something else, but just as she opened it, she was interrupted by the voices of the chase group crowd. Chen Feng, stay away from MS. Amia, don't struggle. Hurry up and surrender. Chen Feng, let go of Her Highness. Listening to the noisy voices of the people around her, Amia couldn't help but furrow her brows, a touch of displeasure surfacing on her face, but she didn't say anything. Chen Feng inclined his head to look at the furious Lin Xuanxiong and the others and smiled. It seems that I'm not very welcome here. It's almost time. I think I should leave as well. After saying that, Chen Feng placed his right hand in front of his body and bowed slightly towards the crowd as if he was making a curtain call at the end of the show. Amia still wanted to block, but the next second her fingers touched Chen Feng's clothes. Chen Feng's entire body instantly transformed into countless flower petals that scattered in the direction of the surroundings. Only one flower with a white card stuck to it landed precisely in Amia's hand. The beautiful MS. Amia, may the sparkle of the gem be with you, heart of the ocean, in its original form. Kaiju Kiddo to you. Ha, interesting weirdo. Amia laughed softly and quickly hid the card in her pocket before anyone in the room could react. Ding, detected the host returning the treasure for the first time. Reward, Monster Kid Card Fusion plus 8%. System points plus 800. Gained Omnipotent Driving Technology, Elementary. Current Card Fusion level 50%. A balcony on the 12th floor of an upscale apartment late at night. A white figure stood upright on the railing, and under the breeze, the white cloak behind him moved with the wind and made a whirring sound. The man of the house's people seemed to hear movement from the balcony and walked out the door and onto the balcony to check it out. Click. The glass doors of the balcony were pushed open, and the two people inside and outside the room looked at each other. Hello again, MS. Li Qingyan. Chen Feng smiled and greeted the people in the room. Chen Feng? Li Qingyan was surprised, but reacted with a face full of alertness, while her other hand felt toward the handcuffs on her back waist. Ha! No, I came all the way here to apologize to you, and it's after hours, no need to be so dedicated, right? Chen Feng raised his hands with an exaggerated expression, but his face was not the least bit flustered. Li Qingyan stared at Chen Feng's figure, and after a slight silence, she finally pinned back the handcuffs on her waist, but the vigilance in her eyes still did not disappear. How did you know the location of my house? Chen Feng jumped down from the railing and replied, it's just that I inadvertently saw MS. Li's personnel information last time when I was hacking into the live broadcast system. Cousin, who are you talking to? A voice came from the living room. Li Qingyan's flesh eye visible panic. No one. Before she could stop herself, a girl in pink bunny pajamas appeared in the doorway. Hubby. In Li Qingyan's shocked gaze, the pink figure had bypassed her and jumped straight into Chen Feng's arms. Li Qingyan's eyes widened as she looked at Chen Feng with eyes that seemed to say, what have you done to my cousin? Chen Feng, on the other hand, spread his hands with an innocent expression, but the irritating smile on his face remained intact. Li Qingyan forced down her anger, stepped forward and grabbed the girl's clothes at the back of her neck, picking her up from Chen Feng. Wang Beibei, can you be a little more reserved? Don't, let go of me. Wang Beibei was still struggling, but it was to no avail. In the end, he was still sent back into the middle of the room by Li Qingyan carrying the back of his neck clothes. Bang! As the door to the room closed, the world cleared instantly. By the time Li Qingyan returned to the balcony again, Chen Feng's figure had already disappeared. All that was left was a bouquet of 25 red roses spelled together with a card with a drawing of the head of Kaiju Kiddo, the beautiful MS. Li Qingyan, I apologize to you for my previous rude behavior. Besides, on this special day, may your youth and beauty last forever. Happy birthday, lady. Kaiju kiddo to you. Li Qingyan held the bouquet of flowers and looked out at the dark world outside the balcony for a long time. Perhaps even she herself did not expect that the only person who remembered her birthday was Chen Feng, who had always been regarded as her rival. For a long time, until a breeze blew across the balcony, which pulled Li Qingyan's thoughts back, and spoke in a voice that could only be heard by herself. Thank you, Chen Feng, or Monster Kid. Chapter 20 The Resigned Li Qingyan. The next day, a brand new news post rushes onto the hot seat. Chen Feng, a player from Thief Games China 3, voluntarily returns the Heart of the Ocean. Shocked, Chen Feng personally returned the Heart of the Ocean to Amia. The love between a monster and a princess? Chen Feng puts on the necklace for Princess Amia with his own hands under the watchful eyes of millions of netizens. It's still my maple god, great at magic tricks and even better at flirting with girls. The Heart of the Ocean. It's worth over $100 million. He's just going to pay it back? If he hides for a few more days, won't he get equal compensation from the program as soon as he passes the effective pursuit period? Is he crazy? Fantastic magic ability, unexpected stealing maneuvers, and now with the addition of a lack of love for money, I declare that from now on, Chen Feng will be the only criterion for me to find a boyfriend. Sister, using my brother Feng as a standard for finding a boyfriend, you're afraid you'll be single for the rest of your life. Am I the only one in the entire world who is paying attention to Chen Feng's magic tricks? Aren't any of you curious about how he managed to step out of the sky and then disappear in an instant? Not curious. All we care about is his figure when he does magic in the moonlight. It's so cool. A figure in the moonlight? A magician in the moonlight? In just half a day after the action, words such as Chen Feng, strange thief kid, magician in the moonlight, heart of the ocean, and so on quickly swept across the net. There's even a saying circulating on the internet that in this world, you can't even know who the president of Rice is, but you definitely can't not know who Monster Kiddo is. Inside the Pursuit Bureau, the director of the program, Director Wu, came here very rarely, and through the smile on his face, it wasn't hard to tell that he was still in a good mood at this time. Several captains have worked hard for this period of time. I have already written a report and am going to apply for bonuses for the 3 captains. I still hope that the 3 of you will not refuse. In the conference room, Director Wu was all smiles. Although the events of the past few days had been a bit bumpy, at least the outcome was good. The Heart of the Ocean had not been stolen. The money didn't have to be lost, and one's job was saved. In a good mood, he also planned to do a favor and use the program's funds to pull in the 3 chase team captains in front of him. Hearing Director Wu's words, the 3 of them, Li Qingyan, glanced at each other and all saw the embarrassment in each other's eyes. After all, if the Heart of the Ocean was recovered by them, then this prize is well deserved by them. But, then this matter really has nothing to do with them. Even if the program group wants to give, they really do not have the face to take this money. The 3 of them were silent for a while, but in the end, it was Li Qingyan who stood up. Thank you, Director Wu, for your kind words, but forget about the bonus. I'm not worthy of it. Hearing this, the smile on Director Wu's face froze, turning his head to look at Lin Xuanxiong and Sun Luo again, and opened his mouth to ask, do you two mean the same thing? Lin Xuanxiong and his duo nodded. I'm very grateful to Director Wu, but the prize money and all that, let's wait until we catch Chen Feng. Being rejected by the 3 of them one after another, Director Wu's face was a bit unsettled, but on the surface there was still not much change. Well then, since all 3 of you feel the same way, I won't force myself on you, so that's it. I have work over there, so I'll take my leave. Saying that, Director Wu got up and was about to leave, but before he could reach the door, he was stopped by Li Qingyan. Wait a minute, Director Wu. Director Wu turned his head, thinking that Li Qingyan had changed her mind, and just as he was about to open his mouth to inquire, he was gagged by a piece of paper that Li Qingyan handed over. Resignation report? Director Wu froze, surprise written all over his face as he looked at Li Qingyan. You should know that their program is funded by the United World Government to create. Each staff member inside the treatment is too good to be true. Not only high wages, all kinds of subsidies are also constantly, and like Li Qingyan such as itself in the police force serving people, but also has some additional benefits. Not only the police force side of the salary is issued, this side of the subsidy also take. The main thing is that, can enhance their own visibility, for the future promotion is very favorable. This kind of good thing can't even be grabbed by other people, and she wants to quit her job? Director Wu's voice naturally reached the ears of Lin Xuanxiong and the 2 of them. Both of them were shocked. Obviously, this decision of Li Qingyan did not occur to them either. Lin Xuanxiong hurriedly stepped forward. Qingyan, don't fool around. Take the report back. This is not child's play. Sun Luo also walked over. Captain Li, don't be impulsive. You'd better listen to Captain Lin and hurry to get the report back. Li Qingyan smiled and rejected the 2 men's advice. Uncle Lin, little son, thank you for your kind words, but I've already thought it through. There's an exchange program to Europe over at the police force. I've already signed up for it. And it's also a good time to take the opportunity to take a break. Lin Xuanxiang had already guessed what Li Qingyan meant by spreading out. He also didn't expect that the first time this great niece of his found someone who moved him, it turned out to be Chen Feng who pretended to be him, which would be hard to accept on anyone. Thinking of this, Lin Xuanxiang sighed lightly. Take good care of yourself over there. When do you plan to leave? The plane leaves at 10 o'clock tonight. In a little while. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanxiang gently patted Li Qingyan's shoulder and only said pay attention to your health before turning around and leaving the conference room. The two of them, Director Wu and Sun Luo, also left one after another. Li Qingyan was the only one left in the large conference room, and she didn't stay for long. She just went back to her office to take out her long-packed suitcases, and then she took a car to rush towards the airport. The suitcase was light and contained very little, just a small change of clothes and a bouquet of 25 roses that had been placed in a box. 2 days later, H City's east side, the front desk of a newly opened cafe. The young man who bore a 5-part resemblance to Chen Feng was sitting at the front desk. Of course, the youth was, unsurprisingly, Chen Feng himself, but only with some slight facial camouflage. Since the matter of the heart of the ocean, Chen Feng's live broadcasting room was getting hotter and hotter. Even when no one was there, he could keep 1 million people online, and at its peak, it was even close to the point of 4 million at one point. Such high popularity has led to a problem. Come to H-City stargazers and travel more and more people. Even downtown hotels or some live not open. The meaning of some large hotels and even wrote out the need for not 3 days in advance to make a reservation will not be accepted slogan. The degree of fire can be seen. Because of this, Chen Feng's accommodation was now a problem. He was a spontaneous person himself, and was too lazy to go and grab one of the few hotel rooms with those tourists every day. Thinking about it, Chen Feng simply rented a store with 2 floors directly in the East City, with a cafe below and a resting place above. It was very convenient. As for the money, Chen Feng is actually not short of money, whether it is the original owner or now, in the bank card alone, the inheritance left by the original owner's parents. There are nearly 10 million RMB. This was one of the reasons why he could return the heart of the ocean without a care in the world. Chapter 21, Newly Opened Cafe. Just then, 2 girls walked in talking and laughing. One of the slightly taller girls took the lead and pushed the door open, pulling the other girl to the front desk position with excitement. Look, I didn't lie to you, did I? Doesn't the owner of this cafe look super similar to Kiddo? It's really hey, I thought the weekly Cakeluan was already outrageous enough. I didn't think. It seems I still know too little about this dystopian world. The other girl giggled playfully and spoke up. Chen Feng stood up and spoke politely. Hello guys, can I get you anything? The tall girl scanned the assortment of coffees on the front screen a few times and spoke. I'll have a semi-sweet mocha, I think. Me too. The other girl followed. Alright, please sit down for a while. The coffee will be here soon. Chen Feng responded with a smile. The 2 girls paid and found a seat by the window. As soon as she sat down, the tall girl couldn't wait to speak. Sissy, did you watch Kiddo's live stream? It was so wonderful. A diamond necklace worth over $100 million. He returned it when he said he would. And the shot at the end where his whole body turned into flower petals. So cool, said the tall girl, her whole body agitated as if she had experienced all this herself. Looking at the excited sisters beside her, Luo, she was filled with helplessness. Alright Yu Qing, you've already said it several times. Isn't it just a thief? Are you as far as that? Hearing the word thief, Sun Yuqing's face suddenly became serious. It's not a thief. It's a monster thief. Rosie sighed softly, not really wanting to argue with her about it. Even she didn't know what kind of poison her best friend had gotten into lately, that she was obsessed with a thief. He even fought with a boy in his class who had denigrated Chen Feng because of this matter, but fortunately it didn't become a big deal. Just in time, Chen Feng had also made coffee and brought it over. 2 half-sugar mochas, please enjoy. Chen Feng smiled and handed the coffee to the duo. Before he could leave, he was stopped by an excited Sun Yuqing. Hey boss, do you know about Kiddo? Or Chen Feng? It's someone who looks a lot like you. Chen Feng nodded slightly. I've seen it on the news. It's a guy who calls himself the Strange Bandit. Right, that's him. Sun Yuqing became even happier, as if she had found a common topic, completely opening up the conversation. It's the first time in my life I've seen a guy who sends out a teaser letter before he steals something, dressed in white, coming and going in plain sight. By the way, he's also a very good magician. Speaking of this, Sun Yuqing's eyes turned as if she had thought of something and once again looked at Chen Feng. Hey boss, do you know magic? Maybe a little bit. Chen Feng gave an ambiguous answer with a light smile. That's a pity. Sun Yuqing was a bit disappointed and mumbled to herself with her hands on her cheeks. I don't know when I'll be able to see Kiddo live again, but hopefully I'll be able to see him at the Mask Festival. What's a Mask Festival? Chen Feng was a bit surprised. You don't know about the Mask Festival? To the side, Rosie looked even more surprised, but immediately figured it out. Boss, you're not from around here, are you? Chen Feng nodded. I just came to H City some time ago, and I don't know much about some of the regional festivals over here. Rosie smiled with an expression of that's right, and opened her mouth to explain. The Mask Festival is a festival unique to our city of H. It's like the Kite Festival in a city in S province. The time is on the last Sunday of August, that is, 5 days later. On that day everyone will go out with their masks, and there will be a mask party. By the way, at the party the H City Museum will also bring out the alabaster mask that is the treasure of the museum for all to admire. This is it. With that, Luo she took her cell phone out and handed it to Chen Feng. On the screen was a beautiful jade mask, all cream-colored and beautifully crafted, and at the bottom of this picture there was a poll. Chen Feng scanned it in passing, but the content couldn't help but make him lose his smile. It turned out that the content of the poll turned out to be whether Chen Feng would make a move against the white jade mask. The number of people who chose will was more than 13W, far more than the 2W who chose won't. Stay until the 2 leave. Chen Feng also resumed his seat at the front desk, his fingers tapping rapidly on the laptop keyboard, searching for things about the white jade mask and the H City Mask Festival. The value of the searched alabaster mask also surprised him greatly, valued at 186 million renminbi, not in any way lower than the Heart of the Ocean necklace. Closing the computer, the corner of Chen Feng's mouth curled into a smile. His mind already made up its mind. An alabaster mask? Maybe it'll be another good show. The next day, downtown, Drunkard's Square. This is a large plaza built under the auspices of City Hall H. It was named Drunken Heart Plaza because of the cobblestone pattern in the center that resembles a wine pot. At this time, in the center of the square, a middle-aged man wearing a helmet and dressed as a manager was personally directing the work at the scene under the scorching sun. Hey, who's that one? Why are the 2 lanterns so far apart? You want to split up? Get closer. And the one in the audience over there. Didn't I tell you? There's going to be a program here. So don't you think you're in the way by placing the chairs so close together? And the archway there. Ding 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 ding. Just as the manager was getting busy, a ringing phone cut him off. The middle-aged manager frowned and took out his cell phone with an annoyed look on his face, as if he wanted to see which one of them had no eyes to call when he was so busy. But when he saw the name of the caller, he immediately changed his face again. Hello? Curator Zhang. Ha? Yes, it's me, Xiao Zhao. Don't worry, our side must focus on defense work. Won't let anyone have a chance to exploit the loopholes. That white jade mask? I'll pick it up later, right? Good, then I'll go over now. When the phone hung up, Manager Zhao picked 2 people at random and drove off in the direction of the museum. Arriving at the destination and stopping the car, Manager Zhao lightly walked towards the inside of the museum. When he came to the glass cabinet where the alabaster mask was stored, Curator Zhang was already there waiting for him. Curator Zhang, I've kept you waiting. Manager Zhao walked up with a smile on his face and shook hands with Curator Zhang. Looking at the white jade mask in the glass cabinet, Curator Zhang opened his mouth with a serious face. Xiao Zhao, this mask is the treasure of our city museum. You have to keep it well. Definitely. Manager Zhao was full of promises. Well then, open it. With an order from Curator Zhang, a person immediately took out the key and squatted down to prepare to open the glass cover. Before he could do so, though, a square card hidden next to the base of the glass cover came into view. The great festival arrives, and with the wave of Kurono's scepter, the darkness from the abyss encroaching, I will appear with the alabaster mask. To Kiddo the Bandit. Chapter 22, The New Pursuit Team. As with the previous 2 times, Chen Feng released the teaser letter offline at the same time, but also through hacking technology once again tuned the screen of his own live room to the screen of the teaser letter. An alabaster mask? The Maple God really specializes in stealing the expensive ones. He just returned the Heart of the Ocean and turned his head to stare at the white jade mask. Ha ha, this is the town treasure of the H City Museum. I guess the museum curator's hair is scratching bald now, right? Forget about the museum director. I'm more curious now about how the program's director Wu reacted. What else could be the reaction? You'd have to be green in the face. You just wanted to put on a simple program, but you didn't expect a real thief. And he only stole the expensive ones. Inside the Pursuit Bureau, conference room, Sun Luo stood in front of the big screen, and what was placed on the screen was the content of Chen Feng's reservation letter. Everyone, this is the content of that new teaser letter released by Chen Feng. All talk about your own opinions. As soon as the words fell, a member of the pursuit team seated below spoke up. In my opinion, it's still the old way. Temporarily transfer the white jade mask to a safe place and dispatch someone to watch over it, and then place multiple alarm devices just in case. This statement immediately ushered in a rebuttal. There are still a few days to go before the mask gala. Is it because of a teaser letter from Chen Feng that he was scared to hide the iconic white jade mask? This would be too unpleasant to hear if it were to spread out. That's better than having it stolen, right? Is face important or is the inside important? Chen Feng is not a real thief after all. If you do this, I'm afraid you won't be able to save either your face or your reputation. You fart. You're the one who farted. Listening to the noise in the conference room, Sun Luo couldn't help but have a bit of a headache as well. Now that Li Qingyan resigned and left, and Lin Chuanxiong took a leave of absence, the three captains were left with just him. With the work of three people weighing on him alone, he was exhausted, even if he was as capable as he was. All right, stop it all. Sun Luo's voice came, which caused the originally noisy conference room to quiet down slightly. I'm asking you to voice your opinions, not for you guys to cuss. You guys, knock, knock. Before Sun Luo could finish his words, he was interrupted by a knock on the door. Immediately after that, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and 3 men and 1 woman, a total of 4 people, walked in. Hello everyone, I wonder which one of you is Captain Sun. I am. Sun Luo stood up and looked at the few people. What do the few of you want to see me about? Seeing Sun Luo, the only female among the 4 walked forward. Hello Captain Sun, we are sent from the general team's side to support you. My name is Su Luoxue, a criminal investigation expert. The few remaining people introduced themselves as well. Zheng Chang, champion of sparring. Lu Wing, the hacker. Huang Fujin, counter-surveillance expert. Hearing a few people talk about the general team, Sun Luo also remembered that there seemed to be such a thing, but he remembered that he had sent 5 people? Why are there only 4? As if they could see the doubt in Sun Luo's eyes, the faces of the 4 people present also inexplicably became a little embarrassed. Just then, an arrogant voice came from not far away. So this is the Hunt Bureau of Wasia 3, ha? It looks so humble. It's no wonder that it lets a thief fool around. The visitor did not deliberately lower his voice, and everyone present heard it clearly. All the people in the conference room, who were originally quite calm in the pursuit team, stood up at the words and looked toward the outside with angry faces. Even the always good-tempered Sun Luo frowned in a rare moment. However, considering that the other party was someone sent from the general team's side, Sun Luo still suppressed his anger for the time being and waved his hand towards the people in the conference room. All sit down. Upon hearing this, the crowd then resumed their seats with a look of indignation, but the anger on their faces did not fade away in the slightest because of this. As the footsteps got closer and closer, the last person quickly came into view. The visitor was a young man wearing sunglasses, dressed in a designer suit, and wearing a watch on his wrist that looked like it cost a lot. Walking into the conference room, the youth first surveyed the crowd of the pursuit team from side to side, then nonchalantly walked over to the main seat at the end of the long table. Hello guys, let me introduce myself. My name is Wei Jingyang. I'm the chief captain of the Area 3 pursuit team appointed by the general team. From now on, I'll be your superior. Please take care of me. He said, please take care of me, but on the surface, he did not show the slightest bit of politeness, and still had the same high and mighty look, which caused many people to blankly stare at him for a while. What's the big deal? What did the general headquarters side think? Sending such a person to be our captain, or chief captain? Not much of an official, not much of a racket. Wei Jingyang? Why is this name a bit familiar? Hey, isn't the son of the boss of Mountain River Group also called Wei What Yang? I think it's called Wei Jingyang, right? He's the rich kid? Listening to the murmurs below, the smile at the corner of Wei Jingyang's mouth grew even more, and without hiding it, he spoke directly. I hear we still have people here who know me. Yes, my father is the chairman of the Mountain River Group, Wei Shanhe, and I'm his only son, Wei Jingyang. Once these words came out, the original chattering and talking suddenly quieted down quite a bit. Wei Jingyang nodded in satisfaction. I came for one purpose, to catch that thief named Chen Feng and to end this farce. As soon as the words fell, someone below immediately whispered, nice bullskin, just don't know how much ability. Regarding how the people below were talking, Wei Jingyang did not care and directly announced, this mask party event will be held as normal. The white jade mask will also appear in the party as normal, and I will completely solve this trouble when Chen Feng acts this time. Dismissed. Nightfall quickly descended, and due to Chen Feng's teaser letter, there were an extraordinarily large number of people who came to Drunken Heart Square that night. On the bench, Chen Feng, who was quietly feeding the pigeons, seemed out of place. Hey, boss? A voice came from the side, and then 2 silhouettes appeared in front of Chen Feng's eyes. It was none other than the duo of Sun Yuqing and Luo Shi who had appeared in the store earlier. It's really you, isn't it? What? You're also interested in Kiddo's operation this time? Sun Yuqing spoke with an enthusiastic face. It seems that whenever the topic related to Kiddo comes up, she has endless things to say. Chen Feng stroked the white pigeon's feathers with one hand and said, it's just that the store is closed, so I was bored and came over to take a look. That's right. Sun Yuqing nodded, and immediately afterward, Her attention was drawn back to the white pigeon standing on Chen Feng's leg. You raised this? Ha! So cute. With that said, Sun Yuqing wanted to reach out and touch the white pigeon's little head, but it was easily dodged by the white pigeon, who then arrogantly raised her head and moved towards Chen Feng's clothes. Chen Feng smiled. It's called Xiao Bai. It's a bit scared of life. Don't mind it. As if to echo Chen Feng's words, Little White also followed with a goo. Chapter 23. Amelia is here? Alright. Sun Yuqing beamed and reluctantly agreed. Then her eyes turned and she seemed to have thought of something. Hey boss, you're from out of town, right? Aha. Chen Feng nodded. So we two locals take you to be your guides for once, show you around here, and the next time we go to your store, can you buy us coffee? Sun Yuqing looked at Chen Feng with anticipation. Luo Shi, who was on the side, hurriedly reached out and touched Sun Yuqing. Yuqing, we still have classes tonight. Sun Yuqing pulled Luo Shi's hand, full of helplessness. Not big sister. A teacher who hasn't created a business to give you an entrepreneurship class. Do you really intend to go and listen to it? Just let Xiao Shui and the girls answer to both of us. But, don't be a pain in the ass. Are you still a good sister? Besides, with a handsome guy and free coffee, what's there to be hesitant about? After hearing Sun Yuqing say this, Luo Shi also closed her mouth and stopped talking. Sun Yuqing then turned her gaze to Chen Feng. How about it, boss? 2 cups of coffee for 2 of our big beauties as guides. Want to think about it? I am not honored. Chen Feng smiled and nodded, taking his hand from Little White's body and gently patting it. Little White immediately understood and gave a somewhat unhappy coo, then spread his wings and flew in the direction of the cafe. What an obedient pigeon. Looking at Little White's obedient and distant figure, Sun Yuqing was a little envious. Thinking about the orange cat that you have in your dormitory that looks like your second oldest, you can't help but sigh. How can there be such a big gap between pets and pets? Let's go. I'll take you to the center of the square there first. Sun Yuqing stood up and waved at Chen Feng with a smile. Chen Feng then followed. The evening breeze is brisk. Instead of being cold, there was a hint of warmth. Although it was not yet the day of the festival, the center of the square was already decorated, with 2 rows of lanterns connecting a corridor, and the stone lions in the 4 directions were draped in colored lights. The centerpiece, in front of the tall bell tower, Zhang, the director of the H-City Museum, was anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the clock tower, and every now and then he also looked toward the surrounding area, as if he was waiting for someone. Squeak! An Audi S6 was parked straight next to the square, followed by 2 Volkswagens. Click! The car door was opened, and Wei Jingyan walked down with Sun Luo, Su Lixue, and 7 or 8 other members of the pursuit team, through the crowd in the direction of the clock tower. Seeing the visitor, Curator Zhang rushed to welcome him. Captain Wei, you've finally come. Curator Zhang walked up and looked at Wei Jingyang anxiously. What now? In a few days it will be the mask festival, and we still don't know if we should put out the white jade masks or not. Wei Jingyang glanced at him and spoke faintly. Director Zhang can rest assured that all types of programs for the festival will proceed normally, and the safety of the white jade mask will be guaranteed by us. But, Curator Zhang wanted to say something else, but was directly interrupted by Wei Jingyang. Curator Zhang, regarding this operation of Chen Feng's, we have made sufficient preparations. It is absolutely possible to capture him in one fell swoop this time, so please don't worry too much. Wei Jingyang's voice was not low, and the surrounding crowd heard it clearly. Many people began to talk. Who's this guy? What a big mouth. You didn't see the list of personnel adjustments sent out yesterday from the pursuit team's side. Ah, his name is Wei Jingyang. He's the new manhunt chief of Area 3, and I heard that he's also a rich second generation. Oh, rich second generation. Ah, I said how so big mouth it. Before the pursuit group those people also said that they want to catch the maple god, and now it is not even hair did not catch. I've just taken a video and posted it on a certain voice, so sit back and wait for it to hit me in the face. What's your certain tone number, brother? I'll take the couch. Good point. What a braggart. Still trying to catch kiddo. Dreaming? Not far away, Sun Yuqing muttered. Luo Shi looked at Sun Yuqing, who was full of indignation, and spoke. After all, they are the people sent by the general team side. It's normal to have this confidence, right? And how do you know that they will definitely fail? It's simple, because his opponent is Kiddo-sama, and that's enough. Don't you think so, boss? Sun Yuqing raised her head, proud as a swan, and touched Chen Feng, who was on the side, with her arm as she spoke. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Perhaps. Rosie couldn't help but secretly shake her head at the sight. Your own best friend, ah, really hopeless. Seemingly hearing the surrounding chatter, Wei Jingyang revealed a one-point disdainful smile, took 3 or 2 steps across to the top of the platform in front of the bell tower, and said in a loud voice, Everyone, I, Wei Jingyang, am here to make a promise to you on behalf of the Area 3 pursuit team that everything will continue as usual for this mask festival. and the white jade masks will still be hung at the top of the bell tower for all to see. In addition, I myself will personally be there. If Chen Feng really dares to come, I will personally arrest him to end this farce. An impassioned speech drew frequent frowns from the few people who came with him. Sun Luo, as a detective, he really didn't like the boss who kept a high profile at all times, but he couldn't say anything about it. Who made him a big official? Is that so? Captain Wei is very confident. Don't miss when the time comes and let others look at the joke instead. A cool voice came from behind the crowd. The crowd turned back to look, and Wei Jingyang was even frowning, wanting to see who was so bold as to openly call his bluff. Amia? What's she doing here? In the crowd, Chen Feng could not help but stare. If he remembered correctly, Amia didn't seem to have any dealings with the H-City Museum side, did she? Looking at the white dress, full of arrogance, and beautifully like an earthly fairy, Amia brought people over, and all of them were attracted by their gazes. Princess Amia? She wants to come to the mask festival too? Dude, are you stupid? People are mostly here for the kiddo teaser letter thing. The princess and the geek. I can kowtow to this CP for a year. As she spoke, Amia had arrived in front of the clock tower. The crowd consciously made a path for her wherever she passed. What? Am I not welcome? Amia speaks Chinese very well, and because of this, she communicates in Chinese in almost any activity she participates in China. Why yes, of course we are honored to have Miss Amia here. Just wondering if there is anything we can do to help you? Seeing that it was Amia, Wei Jingyang immediately changed into a smile. Walking up to Amia, he extended his hand towards Amia's left hand, as if he wanted to do a Western kissing hand salute like Kiddo in the live broadcast, but it was easily dodged by Amia with a spin. Captain Wei is polite. I just heard about the news of the festival over here and wanted to come over to have a look. And by the way, to meet the new target that was targeted by that thief. What's it like? I don't know if it's convenient. Chapter 24, The Unsolvable Advance Letter. Although Wei Jingyang, whose kissing hand salute was rejected, looked a little embarrassed, he quickly adjusted. Of course it's convenient. As it happens, we had decided to hang the mask on top of the clock tower tonight, and since Miss Amia wants to see it, it doesn't matter if it's a little early. Hearing this, Curator Zhang froze. When did they decide to put the mask up tonight? And even if they do hang, it's still their museum's business, right? What does it have to do with them? Thinking of this, Curator Zhang couldn't help but furrow his brows, but on second thought he gave up the idea of stopping it, not to mention the risk of offending both Princess Amelia and Wei Jingyang, the son of the chairman of the Shanha group, by going forward now. Now Wei Jingyang intervened to make a decision for himself, then even if the back of the white jade mask really out of the problem, that is also is Wei Jingyang responsible for, not to be held accountable for their own head. Thinking of this, Curator Zhang silently withdrew his outstretched foot back again. On the rare occasion that one is willing to take the fall for himself, what reason does he have to refuse? With Wei Jingyang's order, the white jade mask that was originally placed inside the escort vehicle and guarded by a dozen or so people in turn was taken out. The body is milky white. The workmanship is exquisite as if it is made of nature. The size is only a little bigger than a palm, but it is better than exquisite. It is said that gold has blemishes and white jade has flaws. However, the only bit of color on this mask was the scarlet accent between the eyebrows, as if it had been added on purpose, adding a bit more color. Seemingly remembering that there was a museum curator beside him, Wei Jingyang opened his mouth and asked, I'll have someone put the mask up now. Curator Zhang won't mind, will he? Curator Zhang glanced at Wei Jingyang. Although he was not interested in this rich kid with flamboyant behavior, he did not show it and remained very polite on the surface. The United Government stipulates that the Pursuit Bureau has the highest law enforcement authority when facing selected fugitives from each district, and since this place has been taken over by Captain Wei, I won't bother you much, so I'll take my leave. After saying that, Curator Zhang didn't linger any longer and smiled as he greeted Amia before leaving the scene with his people. Wei Jingyang didn't care about this. He didn't even give it a second glance. He just directed the crowd to place the white jade mask on top of the bell tower by himself. The top of the bell tower has a special base for the alabaster masks, which can be stuck into it and put on a glass cover, so that it can be admired from all over the central square. Wei Jingyang spoke again. How about it, Ms. Amia? This is our H-City's town treasure. Amia nodded. It still looks very aesthetically pleasing. I just don't know how the security is going to be, so don't let some thief get their hands on it then. As she said that, a smile curled up at the corner of Amia's mouth, adding a touch of charm to her already delicate features. When it comes to security, Wei Jingyang is more confident. He's cocky, no doubt, but not stupid, and he wouldn't be this confident in choosing to let the show go on with all the processes as usual without complete security. That's too much for Ms. Amia. Not only did I add a state-of-the-art alarm system to the glass enclosure where the alabaster masks are placed this time, but I also brought 4 helicopters from the general headquarters. Saying that, Wei Jingyang sent out a signal through the walkie-talkie. In the next second, whistling sounds came from all 4 directions at the same time, followed by 4 helicopters sprayed with the word, pursuit, rising into the air. There was a lot of chatter in the crowd. Good lord, this is the first time I've seen an airplane used to catch a thief. If this fails again, will we have to change the missiles? Not this is too shameless. This chase group equipment a little excessive, right? Agreed. Where does it play out like that? Isn't this bullying honest people? The voices in the crowd didn't affect Wei Jingyang, who was still gushing out introductions. Each helicopter is equipped with capture nets that can be fired from a distance. If Chen Feng doesn't dare to come, it's just a matter of time. If he really dares to come, I'll make him stay for good. Amia also didn't expect that Chen Feng, who had only acted twice, could attract such attention from the general pursuit team, even sending in a helicopter. However, she only froze for a second, and then immediately adjusted, her vermilion lips lightly opening. It's good that Captain Wei is confident, but it's best to be more careful. After all, that thief is particularly good at disguises in addition to his magic tricks. I can't tell. He's watching us from the field right now. With that said, Amia's red lips curled up and she scanned the crowd with interest. If he didn't have absolute confidence in his disguise technique, Chen Feng might have simply left the moment Amia arrived. The result was just as Chen Feng expected. Amia, who looked around, did not find anything, and just said a few more words before leaving the scene with her assistant. Mere horsefly goods. Looking at Amia's back as she left, Sun Yuqing gritted her teeth and cursed. Did she offend you? Chen Feng asked with some curiosity. Sun Yuqing's eyes were still glued to Amia's back. Her voice was a bit angry and like she was jealous. She offended every girl in our kitty fan club. Look at her. What's she doing here? Still not trying to seduce Kiddo-sama? Chen Feng was dumbfounded and did not know what to say for a moment. He also didn't expect that those brain-see incidents of fans attacking the ambiguous objects of celebrities would happen to him. Although he doesn't care about that. Time went by, and several days passed. The internet is also up in arms over the teaser letter. The main argument, of course, is over the content of the advance notice letter. The first 2 sentences of the teaser letter, "The Grand Festival arrives, with the wave of Kurono's scepter," are kind of understandable. There are also a number of detectives or webmasters on the internet who have given the standard explanation. The Grand Festival is undoubtedly the upcoming festival of the masks, and Kurono's, in the second sentence, is the legendary god of time. Every time his scepter converged, it represented the change of date and the time of Chen Feng's action, which was 12 o'clock midnight. The interpretation of these 2 sentences has basically been finalized, and the most controversial one is the third sentence, "Dark erosion from the abyss." Some people said meaning this was Chen Feng's intention to appear from the shadows when he acted, while others said this was Chen Feng's intended escape maneuver, i.e., to vanish into the darkness with the white jade mask along with him. Various kinds of arguments came and went, and no one could convince anyone. So naturally, it escalated from an argument to a quarrel, and in the end, it was simply assigned to curse. There have also been a number of online calls for the hunt to release the answers, though no response has been received from the hunt. The reason was also very simple. That is, they also didn't know what the third sentence in Chen Feng's teaser letter meant. Chapter 25, Time for Magic. Another night. As the sun sets and the sky darkens, the downtown area, which should be all but silent, is surprisingly lively. Drunkenness Plaza Center. Crowds gathered, and dozens of police officers and members of the pursuit team pulled up a cordon to maintain order at the scene, as well as blocking some people with the intention of approaching the clock tower. And at the top of the clock tower, beautiful alabaster masks were planted in glass enclosures, surrounded by 4 helicopters whose propellers kept making wind-breaking sounds as they cruised back and forth. In the crowd, Sun Yuqing, who was holding the Kiddos Fan Support Association sign, shook off her somewhat sore wrist, and looked around again, and didn't find the white figure, so she couldn't help but feel a bit lost. "Sissy, why isn't Kiddo coming? I'm getting sleepy." Luo Shi, who was forced to come, gave her a blank look. If it wasn't because she, her best friend, had to come to the scene to see Chen Feng's figure, she wouldn't have to be here in the middle of the night to accompany her to blow a cool breeze. Immediately, he spoke without any good humor. "You've asked this sentence a dozen times. How would I know? And it's just 11:30 now. It's not even time yet." "All right," Sun Yuqing responded breathlessly, but her eyes were still looking around. At the same time, Chen Feng's live broadcast room, the popularity is also straight up, very easily broke through the 300W mark, straight to 400W. Finally, it's almost time. Suffocate me. No, there's really a helicopter on the chase team side? I thought that was a rumor. This is too shameless? Where's the promised fairness? Isn't this pure and simple shady? Front of the bell tower. Looking at the alabaster mask that was hung at the very top of the bell tower, as well as the 4 helicopters that were patrolling back and forth around him, Wei Jingyang crossed his arms and revealed a confident smile. What kind of bull ***** weirdo thief? I'll step on him today and become famous in one battle. Seemingly hearing Wei Jingyang's words, Sun Luo, who was still watching the surveillance, frowned slightly and raised his head to look at him, but didn't say anything. Meanwhile, inside a hotel room located not far from the Drunken Heart Plaza, Chen Feng was observing the place with binoculars in hand. Well prepared, guys, but good. It makes for a better show, don't you think? White, Chen Feng smiled and asked to little White on his shoulder. White raised his head and made a cooperative cooing sound, as if in agreement. Glancing down at his watch, he then looked up and muttered to himself, it's almost time to move. The minutes ticked by. When there were still 15 minutes before the time of Chen Feng's teaser letter, Amia also arrived by car. Unlike the others, however, as a foreigner she wasn't wearing a mask. In other words, her purpose for being here wasn't to attend the mask party either, but simply to see Kiddo. Of course, even so, Wei Jingyang and the others didn't dare to neglect this highly influential princess. After seating her, this was resumed. Another 5 minutes had passed in the blink of an eye, and at this point, there were only 10 minutes left before Chen Feng's teaser letter. Both on the floor and in the broadcast room, talk has become scarce. Most people watched their surroundings with bated breath, as if trying to find the white figure ahead of time. And naturally, the people in the pursuit group were even more serious. Not only were there dozens of people in charge of guarding the surrounding area, but also 6 people were specially arranged to look at the surveillance. Right at this moment when everyone was tense to the extreme, a white shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, instantly attracting everyone's attention. What's that thing in the sky over there? It's pigeons, right? It's not going to be another one of Chen Feng's tricks, is it? I'd say 8 or 9. Just as everyone was talking, a large flock of white pigeons arrived over the bell tower, and their destination was obvious, the alabaster mask hanging on the bell tower. Wei Jingyang on the ground frowned when he saw this, took 2 steps forward and grabbed the walkie-talkie in the hands of Louis on the side, and directly ordered the helicopters in the air. No. 1 and no. 2 go to drive away the birds right away, and no. 3 and no. 4 continue to patrol. As Wei Jingyang's words fell, the 2 helicopters that had gotten the order whistled and drove towards the flock of birds. The huge airflow circled by the helicopter's propellers caused the birds to be in a mess, and in no time at all, they scattered. None of them could really get close to the white jade mask in the slightest. The sky was once again calm. After dealing with the trouble, Wei Jingyang's brows suddenly stretched, and a confident smile crept back into the corners of his mouth. I thought that Chen Feng was so powerful. After all this mess, this is it? A house trick. Surprisingly, there are still people who would let him run away 3 times. Wei Jingyang did not lower his voice, and his arrogant words fell into almost everyone's ears. This not only drew a slight frown from Amia's willow brows, but even the people from the original pursuit team frowned, glaring angrily at Wei Jingyang. Curses even rang out from the surrounding crowd. What's so arrogant about it? Driving away a bunch of birds gives him a sense of complacency. Catch Chen Feng if you can. That's just it. People with no skills will just fight the birds. My Chen Feng's husband hasn't shown up yet. What are you blindly screaming for? You're not afraid of the wind flashing your tongue. I don't see the ability. I smell the breath. The surrounding curses fell into Wei Jingyang's ears, immediately causing him to darken his face. But before he could organize his words to hit back at the crowd, he heard a click. The lights of the entire square went out, followed by a voice coming from all directions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming to see my magic show. I declare the magic show officially begins. Although Chen Feng's figure was not seen, the familiar voice still excited the crowd at the scene. Kiddo, kiddo, kiddo. A wave of cheers went up, even to the point where it had completely drowned out the sound of the music playing in the plaza. What's going on? Where is he? Find him for me, and activate the backup power supply right now and get me the power back on. Wei Jingyang's roar seemed so tiny when it met the cheers of the crowd. Although unwilling to follow orders, but in the way of Wei Jingyang's identity as the top boss, the crowd of the pursuit team had to hasten to activate emergency measures. Knock, knock. 12 o'clock was struck at this time and power was restored. As the light reappeared on Earth, the white figure in midair came into view. It was still the familiar white suit, the iconic high-top bowler hat. At this moment, Chen Feng's hands were open, and under the illumination of the moonlight and lights, he seemed like a white god embracing the world. The corner of his mouth slowly hooked up as a voice spat out from Chen Feng's mouth. Everyone, the time to witness the miracle is here. Chapter 26, Magic and Magic. Ah, Kiddo-sama, I want to give you a monkey. He's my husband. You're the, you go you all, don't argue, all of you. He's still kneeling on a durian skin next to his bed just because of your words. Didn't wake up and went on sleeping. It's not good to wake up from a dream. And Amia stood up from her chair, looking at the figure in the sky with interest. he was still so fantastical. So fantastical that people were actually used to him standing in midair. The voices from below did not seem to have the slightest effect on Chen Feng as he continued to finish his performance on his own. In midair, Chen Feng slowly stepped towards the direction of the bell tower. Each step was like stepping in midair, yet like stepping on top of the ground. And with every step Chen Feng took, the white jade masks tens of meters away from him began to disappear as if they were cursed by the abyss. Right, that's right, just disappear. A touch of black emerged from the top of the alabaster mask, and then spread all the way down, as if there was really an abyss releasing darkness, little by little swallowing the alabaster mask until it disappeared completely. Boom! This miraculous scene seemed like a thunderbolt exploding in everyone's heart. The heat in the live broadcast room was even higher than ever, and it had already reached a high of 500 W. This is what the third sentence in the teaser letter, darkness erosion from the abyss, means? How did Chen Feng do that? Fengshen can't really know magic. Can he? Summoning abyssal monsters to devour the white jade mask? Nima, this is too ridiculous. It's really blending the mask into the darkness a little bit. This is incredible. Maple God YYDS, husband, Wei Jingyang below was also dumbfounded. He had thought that Chen Feng would blend in among them to lay his hands on the white jade mask. He had also thought that Chen Feng would suddenly appear in a certain blind area of his vision, but he had only failed to anticipate this current scene. What's going on here? Chen Feng was still dozens of meters away from the white jade mask. Can it be that he really knows magic? With a snap of his fingers, he could summon darkness to steal something dozens of meters away? Seeing Wei Jingyang still in a daze, Sun Luo on the side decisively picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered, "Attention all airplanes, immediately surround Chen Feng and make sure not to let him escape. In addition, all ground teams pay attention to Chen Feng's movements at all times, and report immediately if there's any movement." As Sun Luo's voice came, Wei Jingyang also reacted. Right, as long as one captured Chen Feng, that white jade mask could still be brought back with honor, then he hasn't lost yet. Thinking of this, Wei Jingyang's eyes once again revealed a light and almost hissed in order. Quick, get him for me. The 4 helicopters that had gotten the order quickly flew towards Chen Feng's direction, sandwiching him in the center from the front, back, left, and right directions. It's like a wolf pack out en masse, just waiting for the Wolf King to give the order to pounce and surround the prey. At this moment, it was as if Chen Feng was the one being hunted. However, Chen Feng, who was in the encirclement, did not seem to be the least bit afraid, and still had that charming yet irritating smile on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to meet you here, and next, enjoy the final magic trick of the evening. After saying that, Chen Feng flipped his hand, and a deck of playing cards instantly appeared in his just empty hand. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Feng slightly bent the playing card upwards to spread it out. Whoa! Poker saw only the subtle sound of a collision. The original deck of only 54 playing cards increased rapidly in the air as if it was infinitely split, instantly covering Chen Feng's entire person as it fell. By the time the poker landed on the ground, Chen Feng's figure had already disappeared without a trace. The pop-ups in the live room had long since gone crazy. No, it's really magic, isn't it? Can someone explain to me how the alabaster mask disappeared? There's no need to explain. It's all over with the Fengshen bullpen. Husband, Ems, I really want to go and learn magic from Fengshen when I have the chance. It's all good for flirting with girls in the future. This can be had. Should I not say that the Maple God is really handsome? Can't you see that the princess of the Lorching Kingdom is mesmerized by the Maple God? Slap. There was a thunderous round of applause. These applause snapped as if they were hitting Wei Jingyang's face. Find me. Find him. Wei Jingyang hissed in a disoriented manner. There it is. Someone shouted out, only to see that not far from the top of the bell tower, Chen Feng was standing there with a light smile on his face, still holding an object in his left hand, which was the white jade mask that had just disappeared. Guys, the show is over and it's time for me to leave. With a smile on his lips, Chen Feng put away the white jade mask and leaned his entire body forward as the gliding wings on his back unfolded, carrying him off into the distance. Seeing Chen Feng leaving, Sun Luo decisively took over the intercom and ordered, "Attention all helicopters, go after Chen Feng immediately. Once the target is in range, there is no need to ask for instructions. Launch the capture net immediately." As Sun Luo's voice fell, the 4 helicopters quickly adjusted their direction and chased after Chen Feng in the direction he had left. Ah, sissy, did you see that? Kiddo-sama is so handsome. In the crowd, Sun Yuching excitedly patted Rosie's arm beside her. Rosie pressed her hand down with a face full of pain. Come on, you're really my own sister. My arm is about to break from you slapping it. Hearing Roxy's words, Sun Yuching stopped her hand movements, a slight smile of embarrassment on her face. It's rare to see Kiddo-sama so close. It's not too exciting. Rosie gave her a blank look and didn't say anything else. In front of the clock tower, A group of members of the pursuit team were all out under Wei Jingyang's orders, chasing after Chen Feng in the direction he had left. Let's go too. With Chen Feng's departure, Amia had no interest in continuing here. After explaining to his assistant Mir, he boarded the car escorted by 4 Lorching Nation bodyguards and headed in the direction he came from. No one noticed. At that moment, at the top of the clock tower, a white-gloved hand crept up to where the alabaster mask was originally stored and removed something. Ha, now that was a good show, wasn't it white? Inside the bell tower, Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction, still holding a dark object in his hand. If someone from the museum was here, they might have realized that the black mask looked exactly like the alabaster mask. Goo goo. A white pigeon had burrowed out of Chen Feng's arms and raised its head in response to Chen Feng's words. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth gently hooked up, and after leaving the card representing the curtain call in place, he left the square disguised as a passerby. As a certain gentleman from a parallel world once said, unlike magic, magic has tricks and props. Chapter 27. I'm just a magician tired of flying. At midnight, above a certain avenue within H City, a fiery red BMW sped down the road. There were only 2 people in the car, Mir in the driver's seat, and Amia sitting in the back. The car was surprisingly quiet. Amia sat expressionless on top of the back seat, a pair of straight legs crossed, not saying a word, not looking in a very good mood. Through the car's rearview mirror, Mir also noticed Amia's appearance, couldn't help but sigh softly inwardly. Although Amia didn't say it explicitly, anyone who wasn't a cutie could all see why Amia was there at the scene. However, it didn't seem to be getting the results she wanted right now, and didn't even say a word to Chen Feng, which didn't make this time not so wonderful for Amia. Hey, Mir sighed in her mind. She didn't know what to say. I only hope that Her Highness can figure out sooner rather than later that she and that Mr. Geek are definitely not a good match. The Princess and the Thief is just a fairy tale for children. Knock knock. A dull sound came from the roof of the car, as if something had landed on it. The strange sound also instantly alerted the Amia duo. Mill decisively pulled out the pocket pistol he had hidden in his sleeve, threw the window open and looked out with a guarded look. Please don't worry, 2 beautiful ladies. I'm just a magician who got tired of flying and stopped to take a short break. A familiar voice came through the car window into the pair's ears. It made the originally still expressionless Amia freeze at first, and a smile crept up on her face when she reacted. Ignoring Mir in the front row, his face could not hide his excitement as he opened the door and stepped out of the fiery red BMW. But to Amia's dismay, even as she looked around the car, she still hadn't spotted the white figure. Just as Amia was lost in thought that Chen Feng had left again, a warm breath blew onto her neck from behind. A gentle voice came from behind him immediately afterward. Ma'am, are you looking for me? Hearing this familiar voice, Amia put a smile back on her face and turned her head to look, and saw that Chen Feng, dressed in white, was standing upright in front of her. It's an honor to meet you at the show, Miss Amia. Chen Feng lifted Amia's hand and gently kissed it. This time, Amia didn't choose to reject like she did before with Wei Jingyang, but instead covered her mouth with one hand and looked at him with a face full of surprise. This powerful woman, who was regarded as one of the top 10 outstanding unmarried women in the 1950s of the 21st century, was at this moment behaving like an ordinary girl who had met her lover. Your Highness, Mir got out of the car just in time to see the scene in front of him. Just when he wanted to open his mouth to say something, he was stopped by a look from Amia, and had no choice but to swallow the rest of his words back down. Mir, why don't you call a cab and go back first? I want to hang out alone. Amia's cool voice came. Are you shopping alone, my princess? Mir shouted furiously inwardly, but on the surface he could only honestly agree. Yes, Your Highness. You, don't wander too late. Aha, Amia answered casually, but by the look on her face, Mir could tell she wasn't even paying attention. Hey, after a mental sigh, Mir turned and left the scene. Midnight road vehicles are very sparse, the only lively area, but also in a few kilometers away from this side of the drunkenness of the square, so Amia wasn't the least bit worried about being seen. Only when Mir's figure disappeared from the roadside did Amia turn her head back to look at Chen Feng beside her. Amia, there's no need to treat me like this, right? It's not like I'm a bad person. Chen Feng pointed to the corner of his coat that was held in Amia's death grip. It turned out that in order to prevent Chen Feng from disappearing when she turned around, Amia simply pulled Chen Feng's clothes to death, which also made the originally neat white suit look slightly wrinkled. Oof, Amia grunted softly. If you're not considered a bad guy then the whole world is a good guy. Even now the Pursuit Bureau side is still offering a reward of 10 WRMB for your clues. Perhaps even Amia herself hadn't noticed that the tone of her voice at this point in her speech was surprisingly similar to those girls who pampered their boyfriends. Oh, Chen Feng sniffed and took a slight half step forward, shortening the distance between him and Amia by a few more points. Then the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile as he opened his mouth in mock skepticism. Could it be that your highness is planning to have me arrested? A hot and humid breath hit Amia's face, causing the strong woman to turn red in an instant and hurriedly sidestep her face to avoid meeting Chen Feng's eyes. Seemingly feeling that it was almost time, Chen Feng took half a step back and redistanced himself from Amia again. Uninvited. It's to ask Amia for a favor. Help? Amia looked up quizzically. It was the first time she had ever heard the word help from the arrogant and charismatic thief in front of her. Yes, I'd like you to deliver one thing to a place in the west side after dawn. If it's inconvenient, of course. Good, I promise. Before Chen Feng could finish his words, he received a response from Amia. Chen Feng smiled as he placed his right hand at the location of his heart and bowed slightly. Thank you a million times over. Beautiful lady, the items and address have been placed in your car. May I see you again next time in the silver moonlight? After saying these words, under Amia's gaze, Chen Feng's figure gradually transformed into a white dove and disappeared into the pavement from top to bottom. Amelia did not stop it. Perhaps she also knew that she could not stop it. She just turned around and returned to the car after completely losing Chen Feng's figure. After a little searching, I found the box with the big head portrait of Kiddo on the passenger seat. The contents were simple. Just an alabaster mask that had been cleaned up and finished and a card. Amia picked the card up, only to see an address clearly written on it. Sunshine Orphanage in the west of the city. The next day, following, shock, Chen Feng successfully stole the white jade mask, devoured by the darkness of the abyss. The magical and charismatic Kiddo. Magic or spells? That's what the third sentence of the preview letter meant. After a slew of other news, there was another story that made its way into the public eye. The whereabouts of the stolen white jade mask reappeared. Chen Feng actually returned it to a dilapidated orphanage in the west of the city. The news was accompanied by several photos. Leaky windows, broken tables and chairs, long darkened walls, and a dozen orphans in patched clothes. Every photo has dilapidation and desolation written all over it. Chapter 28, Another Fugitive. As this story came out of nowhere, the West Side, an orphanage forgotten by the bustling world, was remembered anew, especially after realizing that the orphanage was still being supported by a retired old couple on their meager pensions. It aroused the sympathy of the crowd. Amia took the lead in announcing a donation of 100 WRMB, while the program team of Game of Thieves and the H-City Museum also announced donations, and together with the fundraising of other members of the community, the total amount once exceeded 500 W. The orphanage has attracted a lot of attention along with a lot of journalists, faced with the darkness of a microphone and camera. As the dean of the old couple was at first at a loss for words, but after adapting to the situation, they also expressed their gratitude to the caring people from all walks of life, especially the child named Kiddo the Bandit. Along with the competing reports from various platforms, coupled with Chen Feng's own self-imposed heat, it also allowed countless netizens to see this scene. Hey, people just can't be soft-hearted. Obviously they are living in a mess, but also like to care about the world's suffering. Just donated their meal money for the past 2 days, so they have to eat instant noodles, a corner forgotten by prosperity. This didn't realize that it's 20-50 years old and there's still such a difficult orphanage. Thank Chen Feng for that, otherwise no one would have noticed it there. Yeah, thank Chen Feng for that. For the sake of the kids, I'm going to donate some. There were those who supported and those who opposed, but of course, most of this opposition was directed at Chen Feng himself. No, isn't Chen Feng dumping the responsibility on society? If he wants to help, he can just donate money himself. Agreed. It feels like a bit of a moral abduction. Not upstairs. What kind of brains are you all in? If Chen Feng keeps the white jade mask and doesn't return it, as long as he passes the period of pursuit, he'll get more money than this? And moral kidnapping. Funny. There were many different opinions on the internet, but this did not have the slightest effect on Chen Feng. According to his character, even if he saw those bad comments, at most he would just laugh it off. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having more than 500 W viewers in the live broadcast room. Rewarded with skill enhancement card *2. System points plus 1000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing the alabaster mask. Rewarding Monster Kid card fusion plus 5%. Current fusion 55%. System points plus 500. As the 2 system beeps sounded, Chen Feng, who was sitting at the front desk quietly reading a book, raised his eyebrows. After a moment's thought, he added all 2 skill enhancement cards to Imperial Beast Art. Chen Feng's mind moved, and the 2 skill enhancement cards immediately disappeared, replaced by a system beep. Ding! Skill enhancement card used successfully. The level of the Imperial Beast technique has been increased. Current level, advanced. Bang! The door to the cafe store was pushed open. Accompanied by the sound of welcome from the mechanical fortune cat at the door, Chen Feng also raised his head. Only in the position of the doorway, a woman with a delicate figure walked in from outside. Welcome, can I help you? The The woman glanced at Chen Feng and removed the hat and mask she was wearing, revealing an exquisite face. Although it was not obvious, in the eyes of Chen Feng, a master of disguise, it was still easy to see that the woman had traces of disguise. It is very likely that the same as Chen Feng is a fugitive selected by the program, but what did that have to do with Chen Feng? As he himself said, he was a spontaneous person who also hated trouble, so naturally, he would not do such a thankless thing that might even bring trouble to himself. Get me a latte, sugar-free. Without much ado, slapping $100 bill on top of the front desk, not even asking for change, he turned his head toward his seat. Hey miss. Chen Feng opened his mouth and shouted. The woman waved her hand and didn't even look back. Keep the change, the extra counts as a tip for you. Miss, you've got it wrong. I mean, there's not enough money. For the sake of his own purity, and also confident enough in his own craftsmanship, so Chen Feng's store's coffee was marked up very high. After returning to the front desk and seeing the menu with the price tag of 188 for a regular latte, Lin Qingyao couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. She doesn't know what kind of luck she's been having lately. It's like she's been drinking water. When I think back to half a month ago, when I first joined this program, I was still confident and had planned to make a big splash. After very easily shaking off the pursuing group, Lin Qingyao aimed for the noble scepter, one of the exhibits of the Lorching Kingdom. As a result, I don't know where to find a guy who calls himself Monster Kiddo, and twice before and after he made a mess of the exhibition venue, which directly led to the strengthening of the security of the exhibition. Forced to do so, Lin Qingyao had no choice but to cancel the plan. Then later, as H City's Mask Festival approached, she naturally shifted her new target to the festival's most iconic item, the alabaster mask. What happened afterward was clear to everyone. With a teaser letter from Chen Feng, the entire venue was under full martial law, so naturally Lin Qingyao had no chance. Until now, she even drink a cup of coffee can touch the high price of coffee. This kind of thing. Is this the legendary drink cold water or stuffed teeth? At the front desk position, Lin Qingyao clenched her silver teeth, her pride in front of her body going up and down in anger. You can't get angry. You can't get angry. You can't reveal your identity, or you'll be in trouble again. After consoling herself for a while, only then did Lin Qingyao press down her gradually igniting anger. After flinging out another $100 bill, this time with a look of indignation, he found a seat and sat down. Chen Feng did not care about this, and after putting away the money on the table, he made his own coffee. At that moment, the door to the store was pushed open again. Boss, we're here for the free coffee. Sun Yuqing's voice came to the store before she arrived. After seeing that there was already a customer in Chen Feng's store, he was obviously stunned, and after reacting, he came to Chen Feng with a big grin. Rarely, boss, are you open today? It's not that I'm talking about you. That pricing in your store is just banditry. If it weren't for my lady's money, I wouldn't even dare to come to your place. You might as well pick the price a little lower, and with your craftsmanship, you'll definitely sell out by then. Don't you think so, sissy? Behind her, Rosie nodded cooperatively in agreement. Chen Feng smiled and spoke. It's not like I'm short of money. Opening a coffee shop is purely to kill time from boredom. As he spoke, Chen Feng had already finished the latte that Lin Qingyao had ordered, and placed it on the tray and served it in front of Lin Qingyao. Enjoy. The two of them, Sun Yuqing, also came and sat down at the table next to Lin Qingyao. Boss, we'll both still have the half-sweet mocha. Alright, wait a moment. Chen Feng agreed with a smile. Just then the communal TV in the cafe came on, inserting a piece of news here. The white jade mask that was stolen by Chen Feng, a contestant from Area 3 of China, on the day of the Mask Festival has been found at the Sunshine Orphanage in the west of the city. This impoverished orphanage has also received social attention, receiving over 500 donations in a short period of time, and the orphanage has also expressed its gratitude to Chen Feng. In addition, just yesterday, with the help of enthusiastic citizens, the 8th fugitive from Huaxia 3 was arrested, so there are only 2 participants left in Huaxia 3. Chapter 29, A Challenge to Chen Feng. Ah, 2 of the 10 contestants from District 3 are left? So fast, Rosie said with her hand on her cheek in some surprise. Sun Yuqing waved her hand with disinterest. How normal. Now there are surveillance everywhere. Can't even hide if you want to. Do you think everyone has the level of Kiddo? You think everyone is at Kiddo's level? It seems to me that the other contestant is about the same. Probably looking for a meal next to some trash can right now. Bam! The crisp sound of the coffee cup slamming on the tabletop instantly drew the eyes of the two of them. Sun Yuqing. Sorry, hands slipped. Lin Qingyao forced a smile. Inside, he was already cursing. What did he mean by the other contestant is about the same? Or maybe he's looking for a meal next to a garbage can. The old lady is sitting right here in her good graces. Lin Qingyao roared furiously inwardly, but on the surface, she could only act very calmly, and could only use sips of coffee to suppress her inner rage. It's all because of that what's-his-name kiddo. Sooner or later I'll defeat him myself. Lin Xingyao thought darkly in her mind. He then drank the coffee in his hand in 3 or 2 gulps, grabbed the bag next to him and left the store. In the meantime, there was dead silence in the conference room of the Pursuit Bureau. Wei Jingyang sat in the main seat of the conference room with a dark face. Sun Luo, the old captain, Su Lixue, Zheng Chang, the 2 new captains, as well as Huang Fuzhun, Lu Yi, and the other 10 or so members of the team sat on the end of their seats, listening to what was being broadcast on the news. A group of old Pursuit team members had their eyes on Wei Jingyang in the main seat. The teasing in his eyes spoke for itself. Aren't you confident? Aren't you good? Didn't you mock us for not being able to catch anyone? Now what? Why don't you say anything? Although once again the things were stolen from under Chen Feng's nose, the crowd had never been so comfortable. Well, speaking of which, I'm really a bit thankful to Chen Feng. A group of old Chase team members were secretly thinking in their minds, seemingly unable to stand this atmosphere anymore. Wei Jingyang stood up with a slap on the table. Gentlemen, summarize the failure of this operation. As soon as these words came out, someone below immediately muttered, do you still need to summarize? From the action to the layout were all formulated by you alone. Now you want to find us to take the blame. What did you do earlier? The muttering was not loud, but it was extraordinarily clear in this already small conference room. Who's talking nonsense? Don't you know what it means to respect your boss? Wei Jingyang was furious, and in the way of his superior's identity, the people who originally wanted to make a few jokes also shut their mouths. Just after the conference room was quiet again, a bell rang. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The annoying ringing also caused the already angry chief captain to lash out again. Whose phone is ringing? Don't you know you have to mute your cell phone during meetings? Ding 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 ding. Even if it was accompanied by Wei Jingyang's voice filled with anger, there was still no one to turn the bell off. Wei Jingyang was just about to open his mouth again when someone spoke up and reminded him, Captain, it seems to be your cell phone. Wei Jingyang froze, looked down and turned his cell phone over, and sure enough, someone was calling him. He coughed awkwardly and said, wait a moment, and then turned around and left the conference room. Coming between the buildings, Wei Jingyang picked up the phone. Hey, Dad, what's up? As soon as the words left his mouth, a growl was heard on the other side of the phone. And what else? You have the nerve to ask. What's with all the news all over the place now? I gave you 4 helicopters to look at and couldn't get a mask. Are you a pig? Before I repeatedly explained to you, let you lay low a little low profile. As long as mixed through this period of time, I will be able to help you smooth promotion. You have to flaunt. Now okay. Wei Jingyang's face was suffocatingly red, and the fingertips holding the cell phone had even turned white because they were too hard. The person on the other end of the line seemed to be tired, and there was a pause and a gurgle, as if he was drinking water. A long time. The other side only to speak again. You recently work first put it. I will as soon as possible to entrust someone to transfer you away from there. You just give me peacefully mix through this period of time on the line. By the way, I've already set you straight about that little girl recording you last week, and you'll get your stuff back in no time. So don't give me any more trouble. I know, Dad. Wei Jingyang lowered his head and clenched his right hand into a fist in death. Okay, that's fine. Hang up. Wait. Wei Jingyang raised his head violently and interrupted Wei Shanha, who was about to hang up the phone with a voice. His eyes also flashed a flash of sternness at that moment. Dad, I've never lost to anyone since I was a kid. I'm begging you. I want to try again. Please help me. Inside the chairman's office of Mountain River Group, a middle-aged man was sitting on the boss chair, receiving the services of a beautiful secretary kneeling in front of him. Hearing the words on the phone, Wei Shanha's brows tightly furrowed. As Wei Jingyang's father, Wei Shanha certainly knew what his son meant. His excellence and ruthlessness were almost identical to his own, and this was evident when he was a child. For example, when he was in elementary school, just because a kid passed him in the sports meet and took away the first place, Wei Jingyang, who was only 11 years old at that time, got someone to break that kid's legs. That thing was still set up by his own hand. After contemplating for a while, Wei Shanha then spoke leisurely. What do you need? I want our group's collection. The gem that caused an instant sensation. The Moonlight Pupil. Moonlight Pupils? Wei Shanha stood up violently, causing the secretary in front of him to preen. But at this moment, Wei Shanha didn't have the work to take care of her, putting his pants back on and opening his mouth with a serious face. Are you sure? Yes, Wei Jingyang replied decisively. There was another silence. Just as Wei Jingyang wanted to open his mouth again, Wei Shanha's voice then finally came from the phone again. Well, I'll have the stuff ready for you, so come pick it up tomorrow. Thanks, Dad. The phone was hung up. Wei Jingyang slowly straightened up. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the viciousness in them grew stronger. Chun Feng. The following day, an article came out of nowhere and topped the charts at number 1 with absolute fervor. Surprise! Wei Jingyang, the chief captain of Pursuit Zone 3, used the Moonlight Pupil as a wager, and issued a letter of war to Chen Feng, only asking if Chen Feng dares to take it. The report also included a photo of Wei Jingyang holding a gemstone. The stone is creamy white with a splash of purple in the center, and the openwork purple and gold chassis holds the stone up, making it look like it's worth its weight in gold. This powerful news also immediately triggered the whole network. No, there really are such rash seeds in this world. The Maple God should be thankful if he doesn't go looking for them, and they even dare to take the initiative to come looking for the Maple God. Moonlight Pupil? What a familiar name. Hey, isn't that the gem that was auctioned for $239 million earlier? Hey, it seems like that's the one. A gemstone of this price is taken out? This is blood money. Definitely have to pay blood money. If the price is low, Fengshen probably won't be able to look at it. Looking forward to Fengshen answering the battle. +1. Looking forward to Maple God answering the battle. I look forward to Fengshen answering the battle. Chapter 30, Moonlight Pupil. As the heat of Wei Jingyang's challenge grew, Chen Feng was quick to notice this matter as well. Chen Feng at the beginning didn't care much about this matter, but the news reported it over and over again, plus the people around him talked about it. It also made Chen Feng have a slight interest in it. After a little bit of checking, it was easy to get the price of this gemstone, 239 million renminbi, which was worth letting yourself out. Cafe front desk. Chen Feng slowly closed the laptop, revealing a meaningful smile. Moonlight pupils certainly need to be in the moonlight to blossom with charm. Another day passed at a leisurely pace. The heat of the challenge has been high. Perhaps it was to provoke. Perhaps it was to force Chen Feng to agree. Wei Jingyang even directly placed the exhibition of Moonlight Pupil in the lobby of his company for all to see. At this time, the monitoring room of the Mountain River Group, the 10 or so members of the pursuit team were staring at the surveillance with their eyes, as if they were trying to find Chen Feng's figure. But Chen Feng did not find. But the thief was caught a few, and even caught 2 other district fugitives. Looking at the surveillance images of people coming and going, even if the people in the pursuit team had excellent patience, they couldn't help but feel a few points of annoyance. At this time, inside the lobby, a lady's small suit, showing the goddess model of Zhou Wanning also came here, and in her hands, she was still holding a cell phone for live broadcasting. It was coincidental to say that ever since she parted ways with Chen Feng, she wasn't in much of a mood to work for several days in the back. The boss looked for her to talk several times, but there was no effect, and there was no choice but to give her a vacation first to let her rest and relax. By chance, Zhou Wanning came into contact with live broadcasting at her cousin's place. Perhaps because her own appearance and temperament is very outstanding. Perhaps because she twice showed up in Chen Feng's live broadcasting room. Zhou Wanning just opened the live broadcast has not low heat. The live room gifts flying, but also let her earn a considerable amount of income. Hello everyone, I'm in the lobby of the Mountain River Group. The owner here is the father of that Captain Wei Jingyang who issued the challenge to Kiddo, and not far away, placed in a glass enclosure, is the famous Moonlight Pupil Jewel, Zhou Wanning introduced with a smile. The live stream was filled with pop-ups. It's already been a day, and there's still no movement on Chen Feng's side. He's not afraid, is he? What the hell are you talking about? Who says that if one side gives a letter of war, the other side has to accept it? Otherwise, if all the cats and dogs come to give a letter of war, then I, the Maple God, wouldn't be busy to death? Scared is scared. What's with all the excuses? Upstairs is really sick in the head. Agreed. +1. For the many pop-ups in the live broadcast room, Zhou Wanning always maintained a smile in response. But after the smile, she cleanly kicked out those who spoke ill of Chen Feng. From the level of proficiency, it was clear that this was not the first time this had been done. Okay everyone, I'm going to show you over to the booth. Just then, a commotion came from a short distance away, followed by the sound of questions from a group of journalists who had already been waiting here. Captain Wei, may I ask if your war cry against Chen Feng this time is of your own volition, or if you are challenging Chen Feng on behalf of the entire Mountain River Group? Mr. Wei, may I ask if your challenge to Chen Feng this time is a counterattack to your last defeat, or resentment? Mr. Wei. Wei Jingyang didn't answer any of the questions from the crowd of reporters and just walked forward on his own until one of the reporters' questions came in. Mr. Wei, may I ask your company previously jumped off the building of the female intern? Some people said they had witnessed as someone said she pushed down, but the investigation results are girls for suicide. May I ask you have anything to say about this matter? Hear that. Wei Jingyang's footsteps came to a halt and he slowly turned his head to look at the reporter. Which reporter are you? I'm from a certain Fox. The reporter looked at Wei Jingyang with an expectant face, seemingly waiting for his answer. Wei Jingyang glanced at him and directly ordered, "Security guards, kick this person out. Also, if anyone else attacks the reputation of myself and the Mountain River Group on trumped-up charges, I don't mind serving him with a court summons. In addition, this challenge to Chen Feng only represents my personal will. It has nothing to do with the Mountain River group, and my purpose is also very simple, which is to capture Chen Feng in one fell swoop during this operation. After saying this, Wei Jingyang also stopped answering any more questions and directly turned around to leave. Only a group of reporters remained in place, not far from the crowd. A sunglasses youth witnessed the entire scene, the corner of his mouth gently hooked up, very confident. Captain Wei, ouch! Beside him, a cry of alarm came. In Chen Feng's astonished eyes, a beautiful shadow quickly fell towards him. Chen Feng quickly reached out to hold her up. Is everything okay, miss? Feeling the warm embrace, Zhou Wanning hurriedly got up and stood up again, revealing an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I didn't stand still. Never mind. Although he was slightly surprised to meet a familiar face here, Chen Feng did not forget the most basic poker face as a monster thief. Smiling back, he turned and left the scene. Looking at Chen Feng's back, Zhou Wanning frowned slightly. Looking at this person's back, seems to have a familiar feeling, but can't say. Just as Zhou Wanning was contemplating, the pop-ups within the cell phone live broadcast once again rolled. Is Ning okay? Is she sick? I regret that I didn't go to the scene today, or else the person helping Ning would have been me. Expression, crying, swipe a lollipop for Ning for comfort. Looking at the pop-ups that kept brushing across the screen, Zhou Wanning politely thanked them. Thank you all for your concern. I wasn't paying attention to my feet and tripped over myself just a bit. Well, let's move on to that gemstone. A gemstone that's worth over $1 billion. Hey, I've never seen it this close before. Chen Feng on the other side had also arrived at the door. Looking at the lively scene inside, Chen Feng put his hand into his pocket and quietly pressed a button before quickly leaving the scene. Next, dozens of balloons then floated in from all sides of the venue. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, it quickly floated along the ceiling and over the moonlight pupil glass display case. Bang! 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 As a crisp balloon explosion sounded, the teaser letter that had lost the balloon's pull fell out of the air, landing right on top of the moonlight pupil glass display case. Challenger Mr. Wei Jingyang. When the first sunrise of the day after tomorrow arrives, I will peek out of the mist and take the pupil of the moon. Kiddo. Chapter 31. 2 teaser letters. Chen Feng accepts the challenge. Chen Feng sends out another teaser letter, aiming straight at moonlight pupil. The manhunt and the thief face off again. Who will win and who will lose? Countless high-heat news rushed onto the hot search, mobilizing the enthusiasm of countless netizens at once. But before they could launch into a lively discussion, another big announcement came out of the blue. Another fugitive from China 3, the niece of the King of Thieves, Lin Qingyao, shook her hand after a long period of silence, also in the form of a preview letter, pointing the target at the pupil of the moonlight. Boom! It was as if a bolt of thunder had exploded across the internet, knocking everyone off their feet. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I Lulu a shocking big ah. This is more than on? Although I like Yao Yao a lot, but this vision of hers to pick opponents is a little too bad, right? It's not good to compare with anyone but the Maple God. It cannot be said so, no matter how to say that Yao Yao is also the niece of the King of Thieves. Should not lose too ugly, right? I beg God Phone to be merciful and give Yao Yao some face. I beg the Maple God for mercy. I beg the Maple God for mercy. I don't know who was the first one to post this sentence, and the following comments were all clear. Please have mercy on God Phone. The neat scene made Lin Qingyao, who was still quietly sipping her coffee and looking at her cell phone, so angry that she almost didn't throw her phone. Deception. Lin Qingyao clenched her silver teeth and slapped the table. It drew the attention of several tables around the room. Even Chen Feng, who was sitting at the front desk, looked over. Mentally, he shook his head gently. Poker face, ma'am, you'll get into trouble for being so impetuous, Chen Feng said silently in his mind, then continued to look down at his book. Night slowly descended, and as the last customer in the store left, Chen Feng walked out the door. The sign outside the store was changed from in business to in resting. Woof, woof. A sudden barking sound attracted Chen Feng's attention. Looking around, he saw a short-legged corgi pouting and ferociously baring its teeth at him, threatening to come up and give him a bite. Chen Feng raised his head and cruised around the area and did not find the figure of the dog owner. Unable to help but rise a hint of playfulness, he lowered his head to look into Corgi's small eyes, and then a voice came out of Chen Feng's mouth. Woof. With the added power of the advanced Sentinel Arts ability, it was as if Corgi had seen something terrifying. The ferocious face that had just disappeared, and in its place was a face full of fear, and even the dog's legs trembled slightly. Lucky, come back Lucky. Just as a voice rang out at this time, Chen Feng looked up and saw that a woman holding a broken traction rope not far away was chasing after him in a windy manner. The hair in the front was stuck to her forehead because it was covered in sweat, and her clothes looked a little messy because of the chase, and because of that it also showed off the woman's proud figure to the fullest. Chen Feng could not help but be stunned when he saw the visitor. Not that the woman was how attractive to him, but the visitor he actually recognized. Although he had only seen one side, Chen Feng still remembered this flower of the police force after Li Qingyan, the new Group 3 leader of the Area 3 Pursuit Bureau, Su Li Xue. Hearing his master's voice, the corgi that was still shivering seemed to have found a savior, and opened his two pairs of short legs and quickly ran towards Su Li Xue. Su Li Xue briefly straightened her clothes and refastened the traction rope before she looked at Chen Feng with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't keep an eye on it for a moment." "It didn't hurt you, did it?" "No, he's well behaved." Chen Feng smiled and reached out to touch Corgi's head. "Hey, don't!" Su Li Xue hurriedly tried to stop it, but what happened next made her freeze right on the spot, only to see that Corgi, who usually either demolishes or makes a mess at home, and likes to go around baring his teeth at people, is now behaving like an elementary school student who has met his class teacher, allowing Chen Feng to casually touch them. There wasn't even a hint of resistance. "Is this the dog you have, Officer Su?" "Yes." Before the words were finished, Su Li Xue was stunned. "You know me?" "Of course, the new head of Team 3 of the Pursuit Bureau. There are a lot of people on the internet who rate you as the flower of the police force after Officer Li." Chen Feng replied with a light smile. Su Li Xue was a little embarrassed by the compliment and hurriedly changed the topic. "You own this coffee shop?" "Yeah, I'd welcome Officer Su as a guest sometime." Chen Feng replied very dryly. "Definitely, when you get a chance." The two of them then chatted a few more times before Su Li Xue was ready to leave. After all, she was just taking a break from her busy schedule this time, taking advantage of the mealtime to come out and touch some fish, and she still had to go back to work over at Mountain River Group at night. Speaking of work, as a part of the workers, Su Li Xue is also full of helplessness. Would have been annoying enough to go to work, not to mention that there is a boss who does not allow people to worry. "I'm tired, Ms. Su." Su Li Xue, who had just taken a few steps, was once again called by Chen Feng, and then in Su Li Xue's puzzled gaze, Chen Feng took out a pink Hello Kitty wallet. "You dropped your wallet." Su Li Xue froze, reached out in her pocket, and the wallet that was originally placed in her pocket for good reason was indeed lost. "Thanks." Su Li Xue smiled and thanked him, took the wallet and then turned to leave. What she didn't notice was that there seemed to be something a little more different above the Hello Kitty patterned black eyes. "It's getting dark." Inside the bedroom, Chen Feng had already hacked into Mountain River Group's monitoring system. The screen shows that the area around the glass case of the Moonlight Pupil, which was still very empty during the day, has now been set up with a blocking rope. A dozen workers were working overtime to put the last of the huge pieces of tempered glass on top. Inside the lobby, looking at the display case that was completely covered by 5 giant tempered glass, Wei Jingyang nodded in satisfaction. As the last piece of tempered glass fell, a worker with a helmet on his head gasped and ran over. "Who? Mr. Wei, this thing is all set up. Just missing the final reinforcement can be fully completed. You see this account. The bill is good. I'll have someone credit your card in a moment, but this is quality." Wei Jingyang scrutinized the foreman in front of him. The foreman immediately understood and patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, Mr. Wei, with the quality of our glass, I can't guarantee whether it can protect against cannonballs or not, but hammers, machetes and even pistol bullets are absolutely impenetrable. And what if it's used to protect against thieves? Defense against." "Ha!" The foreman couldn't help but stare back at the giant tempered glass cover that was 6 meters in length and width, and for a moment he didn't even react. Thief prevention? What's the need to make such a fuss? For those who don't know, it's terrorism prevention. Asked you, can you prevent thieves? Seeing the foreman freeze, Wei Jingyan once again opened his mouth to question. "When? Of course." The foreman responded with a confident face. "We have internationally certified tempered glass here, so the thief won't be able to carry a large cutting machine to steal, right?" "That's good." Wei Jingyang, who received a satisfactory answer, revealed a smile that quickly changed into a sneer. Chen Feng, Chapter 32 Under Thieves, Tempered Glass Cover? Very interesting. Chen Feng took the headphones off. After adjusting the surveillance screen to other places and familiarizing himself with the terrain, a plan was also gradually taking shape in Chen Feng's mind. The next day, noon, the first floor lobby of the Mountain River Group remains open to the public for all to visit. Just compared to yesterday, today's showcase perimeter, more a length, width and height of 6 meters of giant tempered glass cover. The Moonlight Pupil showcase dead cover inside. The people present were confused when they saw it. "Holy, what is this? Wasn't this not there yesterday? Where did you get a glass cover? Installed it overnight." "Ha, not so careful, are you? Didn't you say you were going to challenge Kiddo? That's how you challenged him? Isn't this a shrinking violet?" Facing the murmurs of the people around him, Wei Jingyang didn't care at all. As far as he was concerned, it was okay to use any means as long as he could win. The means didn't matter. All he wanted was results. Just then, a young man wearing Mountain River Group's overalls walked up. "Mr. Wei, There are quite a few reporters waiting for you outside. The chairman hopes you can go over and say a few words. Okay, I know. I'll be there now, Wei Jingyang casually replied with a sentence. After scanning around the area again to make sure he had no holes in this device, he turned away from the scene with a sense of relief. He didn't notice, though, the moment he turned away, the youth, who had just been very respectful, made a quick move and took his cell phone from his pocket, and at the same time put back a model that had the same appearance as his cell phone. It all happened so fast, and it didn't attract anyone's attention. Looking at the cell phone in his hand, the youth revealed a mysterious smile. That's pretty careless, Captain Wei. The youth was naturally Chen Feng in disguise, and after getting what he wanted, Chen Feng directly turned around and left, heading towards the bathroom. By the time he came out of the bathroom again, he had changed his outfit. A black formal suit with a walkie-talkie pinned in front of him and a black leather ID in his hand with 3 words clearly written on it, Pursuit Bureau. The game is officially on. Looking at himself in the mirror, Chen Feng softly opened his mouth, but spitting out was indeed another middle-aged man's voice. Not much longer. Chen Feng, who was dressed as a member of the pursuit team, then appeared in front of the elevator. Sorry, entry is not allowed here. The 2 burly men reached out to stop Chen Feng. Chen Feng then pulled out his long-prepared credentials. I'm a member of the Pursuit Bureau, and I'm going to the negative floor to pick up something according to the orders of Captain Wei. That is, your General Manager Wei. Mr. Wei's orders? The 2 burly men looked at Chen Feng suspiciously. If you don't believe me, you guys can give him a call to make sure. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the 2 men looked at each other before one of them nodded and left. Okay, just a moment, please. Aha. Chen Feng nodded and did not look the slightest bit anxious, which also reassured the burly man who stayed in place. The other person's call was quickly finished, and although he was a little puzzled as to what his own Mr. Wei had that he needed to go to the negative floor to pick up, he didn't dare to ask more. After getting an accurate reply from Wei Jingyang on the phone, he hurriedly walked back. Of course, he didn't realize that the Wei Jingyang who had conversed with him on the phone was nothing more than a recording of Chen Feng's phone call in disguise. Ding! As the crisp sound of the elevator rang out, Chen Feng smoothly arrived at the negative floor. After using the same method to drive out all the people on the negative floor, Chen Feng also began his work. Following the simple floor plan drawn before he came, Chen Feng very easily found the moonlight pupil right below it. System: redeem 4 tubes of miniature horizontal explosives. Ding! Miniature horizontal explosives * for successfully exchanged, consuming 100 system points. As the system's voice fell, 4 more long items were added to Chen Feng's system space. This kind of explosive is an item that has been upgraded by the system. Not only is the fixed point ability strong, the noise is also small, and more importantly, the small size is powerful. Obviously, Chen Feng did not intend to be as civilized as before this time. Since it was a challenge, it was naturally reasonable for one to use whatever means, wasn't it? Following the peripheral outline of the glass display case, the thing was glued in place on the ceiling, and another layer of stickers with the same pattern as the ceiling was glued on top as camouflage. Looking at the camouflage that was generally the same as the original ceiling, Chen Feng then nodded in satisfaction. Ready. In the meantime, the crowd in the surveillance room also noticed the anomaly in the negative floor surveillance. The security footage hadn't seemed to change since a man had entered the negative floor half an hour ago. It's been one person cleaning on the negative floor. After discovering the anomaly, the people of the pursuit team hurriedly called Wei Jingyang, but the reply received was some unmatched answers. Something like, yeah, I told him to go to the negative floor, or y'all get out of here. This isn't a discussion, or something like that. Wei Jingyang's phone was stolen. Sun Luo quickly reacted. Then on the one hand, he arranged for someone to guard the elevator entrance, while on the other hand, he personally went to retrieve Wei Jingyang, who was still answering reporters' questions. Ding! The crisp sound of the elevator rang out. Wei Jingyang looked at the closed elevator door with a dark face. He also didn't expect that even though he was so careful, he was still mixed in, not even knowing that his cell phone had been stolen. The rest of the people in the pursuit team were also staring at the elevator door with serious faces, only waiting for the elevator door to open. They were ready to directly rush in and arrest Chen Feng, who had blended in. The elevator doors slowly opened under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The eyes of the crowd also gradually stared up. Everyone held their breath, and the scene was so quiet that even a falling pin could be heard. Click! The elevator door opened completely. Before Wei Jingyang could give his order, countless white pigeons then flapped their wings and flew towards the outside. Countless pigeon wings hit one's face, and there was nothing to see before one's eyes but a blanket of snow. Wei Jingyang, full of indignation, ruffled the pigeons in front of him and yelled at the crowd, "Quickly, turn these damn pigeons!" Before the words were out of his mouth, he felt a touch of wet heat land at the corner of his mouth. Wei Jingyang subconsciously licked. The next second his face changed. Pigeon sure. Vomit. 10 seconds later, the white pigeons all flew out, and by the time the crowd looked at the elevator again, it was empty. Only a card with a drawing of Kido's head remains in place. Moonlight. Looking at the lobby that was suddenly under martial law, Lin Qingyao, who was disguised as a cleaner, couldn't help but frown, and in order to prevent herself from being exposed, she had no choice but to retreat for the time being. In an alleyway, Lin Qingyao, who had removed her disguise, exhaled heavily, with a few moments of unfading light anger on her face, and her silver teeth clenched. It's this darn Kido again. The lady seems to have a lot of resentment towards me. A voice sounded abruptly from behind. Lin Qingyao's heart instantly rang with alarm bells, and she hurriedly turned her head to look. Who? Only a white figure was standing behind her. With his right hand in front of him, he bowed slightly, followed by a gentle voice spitting out of his mouth. Under. Thief. Chapter 33, Teasing. Monster. Kido. Lin Qingyao looked at Chen Feng with a grave expression. As a thief, the most important skill was the ability to perceive, whether it was vision, hearing, smell, etc., which was also the basic standard for judging the level of a thief. Chen Feng, on the other hand, was able to silently come behind himself without him realizing it. Unceremoniously, if Chen Feng had tried to make a move just now, he would have been on the ground by now. Seeing Lin Qingyao's face full of gravity, Chen Feng, however, only laughed lightly and opened his mouth. Miss Lin doesn't have to be so nervous. As a gentleman, I won't be rude to a lady. Although she heard Chen Feng say this, Lin Qingyao still didn't drop her guard. What are you doing here looking for me? I just met by chance and came over to say hello. If there's a chance I'd still love to become friends with Miss Lin. Chen Feng still had the gentle smile that made it impossible to tell if he was happy or sad. Yeah, I'd love to be friends with you too. Seemingly dropping her defenses, Lin Qingyao lowered her clenched fists and walked towards Chen Feng, and he slowly extended his right hand towards Chen Feng, as if he wanted to shake Chen Feng's hand in a friendly manner. However, just as the two of them had just clasped their hands together, Lin Qingyao suddenly snapped. His right hand grabbed Chen Feng's hand, and his entire body quickly leaned in front of Chen Feng, crossing shoulders, bowing, a set of movements in a flowing stream, and in the blink of an eye, he was yanking Chen Feng's arm in preparation for an over-the-shoulder fall. Thumbs up. With Lin Qingyao's force, only a crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard, followed by a sudden loss of traction on Chen Feng's arm. Surprisingly, the whole thing was yanked off her. Lin Qingyao was confused. Looking at the broken arm in his hand for a moment, he froze in place. What did she do? She yanked someone's arm off? What now? Is she going to raise Chen Feng for the rest of her life? But Chen Feng is still so young. Is he going to jail? For a moment, countless questions emerged from Lin Qingyao's mind, smashing this woman who had little experience but was still quite capable to the point of dizziness. It wasn't until a white dove flew up to her with a blue rose in its mouth that it brought her thoughts back. Pigeons? Lin Qingyao froze. Almost everyone knows that pigeons are Chen Feng's most commonly used animal companion, but he is now. Lin Qingyao seemed to understand something and raised her head to look around for Chen Feng's figure, and sure enough, she saw him standing on the roof of the second floor with a light smile on his face. At this moment, Chen Feng, not to mention the broken arm, even his clothes were very neat, both arms were intact, which had a trace of injury. Chen Feng. Lin Qingyao, who saw this scene, understood that she had been tricked even if she was stupid. The silver teeth clenched as if they wanted to bite Chen Feng alive. Ms. Lin, I'm glad to meet you here, and may you and I meet again under the silver moonlight, but don't be so rude the next time we meet. After saying that, Chen Feng leapt forward and jumped off the roof of the building, and the glider wings behind him instantly opened up, carrying him off into the distance. Looking at Chen Feng's distant figure, Lin Qingyao was so angry that her teeth were about to be clenched, but there was nothing she could do about it. All that could be done afterward was to stomp out of the scene. It was better to find a way to steal the moonlight pupil now. Time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was already 4:30 in the morning. At this point, there was only half an hour until the time of Chen Feng's teaser letter. Perhaps for security reasons, or perhaps for some other purpose, Wei Jingyang announced that he had blocked off the lobby after midnight, and no one was allowed to enter except for the people of the pursuit team who were originally inside. However, even so, there were still quite a number of Chen Feng's fans gathered outside the Mountain River Group's building, holding up Kido signs in their hands, waiting for the white figure to descend. And with that, Chen Feng and Lin Qingyao's live broadcast screen came inside the lobby. Ooh, miss my family Yao Yao. I hope I won't be bullied too hard by Chen Feng. Don't think about it, it's already taken the shape of a maple god. Can you two just off? Do you have to make me laugh in such a tense atmosphere? Who? A night without sleep, finally almost to the dawn. Can anyone notify my husband? Do not hole so early. Who can understand me? A beautiful girl both want to appreciate the handsome figure of the husband and want to sleep. Beauty sleep trouble. Sleeping counts for nothing. I'm going to go to Yangqing tomorrow to give a piano exam. I'm not panicking. What are you panicking about? Goat City? Piano exam? Didn't you take it yesterday? Yesterday? What are you driving at? It really was yesterday. The pop-ups were rolling in the live room, even at 4:30 a.m. A time when dogs couldn't even stay up and chickens couldn't even get up. There were still more than 1 million people waiting in Chen Feng's live broadcast room. The number of people in Lin Qingyao's live broadcast room was slightly less, but there were still 30,000 to 400,000 people. In the meantime, a pretty figure in a black leotard was moving her body through the ventilation ducts at the top of the lobby. The narrow ventilation ducts didn't seem to pose much of an obstacle to Lin Qingyao, as she nimbly kept changing her position in the ventilation ducts, slowly moving forward without making any noise. In her hand was also a cutter her uncle had given her, specifically for cutting glass, and no doubt she intended to cut a gaping hole in the tempered glass from above and remove the moonlight pupil. Time passes by. Another 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the lobby, the crowd of the pursuit team had stopped all conversations, and Wei Jingyang, Su Lixue, Sun Luo, and Zhang Chang, the captains of the team, were guarding each of the 4 directions of the giant glass enclosure. Dozens of members of the pursuit team went about their duties, and for a while, the lobby was frighteningly quiet. Only the occasional cries from Chen Feng's fans outside the building were clearly audible. In order to be able to snow the previous shame, Wei Jingyang this time but the blood money, not only took out more than $100 million worth of gemstone moonlight pupil, even his own family company's building are used to do the venue, so this time there must be no failure, even if some abnormal means are used. Thinking like this, Wei Jingyang's eyes couldn't help but glance through the window to a certain place in the building next door, and then quickly retracted his gaze, pretending that everything was normal. The clock of time still ticks. The current dawn time was around 5 o'clock, and the time in the preview letter between Chen Feng and Lin Qingyao's duo was naturally the same. The tense atmosphere in the lobby also seemed to affect the live broadcast. Even the pop-ups were not as frequent as before. I don't know why. Obviously I wasn't there, but I was just so nervous. Who isn't? Nervously my hands are shaking from typing. Watching a live stream is more exciting than watching some Hollywood blockbuster. My palms are giving me dry sweat. +1. And my palms are sweaty. Chapter 34. As another 8 minutes passed, there were only the last 2 minutes left on the teaser letter at this point. The tense atmosphere of the scene reached the extreme. Everyone even breathed carefully. The atmosphere did not even bother to take a breath. It's now. Lin Qingyao's willow eyebrows raised, and she immediately intended to strike 2 minutes early. The reason why he had chosen the same time as Chen Feng at that time was because he was confident enough in his own abilities. However, ever since last night's incident, Lin Qingyao clearly recognized the gap between herself and Chen Feng. Then instead of following the teaser letter exactly and then getting beaten in the match, you might have a few chances of winning if you do it yourself a few minutes early. Thinking of this, Lin Qingyao no longer hesitated and immediately took out a button and quickly pressed it. Click! The lights in the room went out in a flash. Taking advantage of the few seconds of clutter at the scene when the lights went out as cover, he quickly snapped a long-prepared rope to the iron bar above the ventilation duct. Then he decisively removed the mesh opening of the ventilation duct, and with a twist of his body, he burrowed through it and landed at the very top of the glass enclosure. The cutting knife in her hand quickly cut a circular opening in the top of the glass cover that was large enough for her to pass through, and then drew a 10 on the circle she had drawn, and slammed it with all her might. Pop! The originally intact glass was instantly broken open with a gash, and the crisp voice instantly caught the attention of everyone in the room. Up there! Su Lixue instantly reacted, but it was already too late. Lin Qingyao had already passed through the opening and entered the interior of the glass cover. The giant glass cover that was used to protect the moonlight pupil, however, had now turned into a barrier that prevented the crowd from entering. Click! The lights were suddenly restored, and the sudden brightness couldn't help but make the crowd's eyes a little open. Bang! A dull sound rang out, followed by the rumbling sound of something heavy hitting the ground. It was only then that the crowd at the scene got a good look at the scene inside the glass enclosure, only to see that Lin Qingyao, who was covered tightly in a black leotard, was standing upright inside the glass enclosure, her right hand reaching forward, seemingly to pick up something, and the moonlight pupil display case in the center position of the glass cover, at this time even, disappeared. As if disappearing out of thin air, the 1-meter-high display case disappeared into the glass enclosure, leaving only a roughly 1-meter-wide hole that was billowing dust and smoke outward. Everyone was confused. Where's the exhibit? Display case? Didn't we agree to steal the moonlight pupil? Why did you steal it along with the display case? Why is Yo-Yo in the glass cover? Could she have taken the display case? Lin Qingyao got it? Why do I look like she's a bit unresponsive too? Quite a few people on the air raised questions. The crowd at the scene also reacted. Zheng Chang quickly took out the handcuffs from his waist and pointed at Lin Qingyao inside the glass enclosure and spoke. Lin Qingyao, don't struggle, put down the moonlight pupil and bind your hands. Wei Jingyang, who was the chief captain, even took advantage of the strength of the two team members on the ground and stepped on their hands, then struggled to throw himself upwards and landed steadily on top of the glass cover, deadly staring in Lin Qingyao's direction. Fire was coming out of his eyes. Lin Qingyao, hand over the moonlight pupil first. Stop trying to resist. How could he not have thought that his light attention to preventing Chen Feng had allowed this Lin Qingyao to take advantage of the situation? At this moment Lin Qingyao, who was located inside the glass cover, had her teeth clenched. She'd like to say it's none of her business, and she's in a daze herself, having just come down before she could do anything about it. The display case disappeared into thin air, but looking at the current situation, it's useless to say anything. Lin Qingyao greeted Chen Feng 108,000 times in her heart. However, the movement of the hand was not slow, and quickly tightened the rope to withdraw towards the original path. Wei Jingyang, who had already come to the glass cover, then quickly ran towards the hole that had been broken open. When Lin Qingyao had just come out of the glass cover, a fierce punch was swung out towards Lin Qingyao's abdomen. Wei Jingyang, who was already on fire, didn't have the slightest intention to keep his hands off, and if this punch was solid, Lin Qingyao was afraid that she would have to get down on the spot. However, Lin Qingyao wasn't stupid. Seeing Wei Jingyang coming on strong, she didn't fight him hard, but instead grabbed the rope with one hand and twisted her body, narrowly dodging the punch. He then quickly threw out his leg and stomped on Wei Jingyang's abdomen. But that wasn't the end of it. Two more members of the pursuit team had already climbed up from the back while the two were exchanging blows. Lin Qingyao was sandwiched in the middle of the line. Looking at the two people who were getting closer and closer, Lin Qingyao's heart was burning with anxiety, but she couldn't get rid of Wei Jingyang's entanglement. Just then, that gentle yet infuriating voice sounded again. No way guys, that's a bit unseemly to treat a beautiful lady like that, isn't it? The crowd looked in search of the sound, only to see Chen Feng, dressed in white, sitting on the bulge at the upper end of the pillar in the lobby, looking at the crowd with a smirk. In his hand, he was also holding a white jade gemstone the size of a baby's fist. Moonlight pupil. The crowd was alarmed, and Lin Qingyao also took advantage of the crowd's slight daze to quickly climb down the rope to the top, only a meter away from Chen Feng. Boss, do it? Listening to the voice coming from his headset, Wei Jingyang did not reply. Just a pair of eyes stared at Chen Feng with an indescribable viciousness in his eyes. Looks like I won this matchup then, guys. Chen Feng had a confident smile on his face. Wei Jingyang's face was grim as he slowly spoke. Chen Feng, I advise you to put your things down. Otherwise I don't guarantee that something extreme will happen. Wei Jingyang's voice was not low, and everyone present heard it clearly. The words that clearly tasted like a threat also infuriated the crowd in the live broadcast room. Not this guy, what do you mean? If you can't play, you threaten me physically. Do you want some face? Ems, he sent the challenge himself. He's playing this when he sees that he's going to lose. There are more than 100 people in the live broadcast room. I don't believe that he dares to do anything. I'm on morning 8. How can this kind of person be a captain? Threatening the maple god when he can't fight him head on. Yuck! Not to mention the crowd in the live broadcast room. Even Su Li Xue, the personnel of the pursuit team, froze. They also didn't expect Wei Jingyang to do something so classless, or in front of so many people. The two members of the pursuit team who were closer to Wei Jingyang hurriedly went forward to try to stop Wei Jingyang, but they were thrown away by him. Chen Feng did not seem to be affected by Wei Jingyang's words in the slightest. Still sitting calmly on top of the pillar, the milky white moonlight pupil jewel flew up and down between his fingers like a famous painting. Even? Is that so? Is the extreme incident Captain Wei is referring to the gentleman in the east side building who pointed a gun at me? Chapter 35 Epileptic Wei Jingyang. Guns? This Wei Jingyang even arranged for a gunman? I see. I can't stand it anymore. This can no longer be described with a simple shameless sentence. He's a grandma's leg. This is still the captain of the pursuit team. Don't you want to lose your face? At this time, in the east city of H City, inside Amia's office on the top floor of the Lorching Country exhibition building, Amia looked at the live feed on her cell phone screen with a stony face. The emotions on her face rapidly changing from stony to worried followed by overflowing anger. Snap! Amia slapped the top of the table with a jarring sound. This one voice could startle Mir, the assistant who was helping Amia comb through her papers next to her. Gong! Your Highness, is something wrong? Amia suppressed her color of anger and looked at the image on the live screen of her cell phone, biting her silver teeth as she spoke word by word. Mir, go and check out this Wei Jingyang and this Mountain River group behind him for me. I want all their information. Wei Jingyang? Mountain River group? 2 question marks popped up in Mir's mind, not really understanding why her own princess was suddenly so angry with this Wei Jingyang. However, looking at Amia's face with anger written all over it, she didn't dare to ask more, and could only temporarily put down the work in hand and hurry to investigate. Ka! With Mir's departure from the office, Amia was once again left alone in the large office. Amia redirected her gaze to the white figure in the screen, the worry in her eyes lingering for a long time, but eventually it could only be reduced to a sentence to herself. Don't be a hero, kiddo. In response to Chen Feng's words, Wei Jingyang did not refute them, but only looked at Chen Feng coldly. As long as the gun didn't go off, then he could deny whatever Chen Feng said, and with his family's power, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest, and what Chen Feng said about this matter was true. But, if Chen Feng really didn't know how to behave, he wouldn't mind having someone send him a bullet. Thinking of this, a flash of sternness flashed in Wei Jingyang's eyes, although it was quickly covered up again, but it was still keenly captured by Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng did not seem to be the slightest bit flustered. The corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile as he slowly spoke. It seems that Captain Wei is very confident in his arrangement. Wei Jingyang remained silent. Only the smile on his face had already fully expressed his inner thoughts. At this moment, Lin Qingyao, who was located beside Chen Feng, had been completely confused, half shocked and half scared. Anymore, she was just a girl in her 20s. How could she not expect to meet a time when she was threatened by a real gun in a program like this that had the backing of the United World Government? Isn't Captain Wei curious as to why that Mr. Sniper you arranged for hasn't been briefing you on the situation? Chen Feng stood up from his high place, and underneath his monocle was subdued and teasing. What do you mean? Wei Jingyang's brows instantly furrowed as his eyes looked at Chen Feng with death. This sentence was equivalent to directly recognizing Chen Feng's words about him arranging snipers. This also made the live broadcast room once again crowded. Some grumpy big brother has already greeted from Wei Jingyang himself to his family's 18 generations. Nothing else, just wanted to let Captain Wei know that the gentleman, at this time, is roaming in the dream world. Looking at Chen Feng's confident face, Wei Jingyang was first startled. Then immediately afterward, he reacted and reappeared with a confident smile. Bluff me? He was just telling me. The words were not yet spoken, only to see a small white remote control suddenly appear in Chen Feng's hand. In the crowd's puzzled gazes, Chen Feng directly pressed the button down. Next, the whole room instantly resounded with one voice from all directions. Boss, do it, boss, do it, boss. The sound was long-lasting and looped a dozen times before it ended. Wei Jingyang's face at this time is completely black. He thought that the double insurance is foolproof. The whole situation will be in his control. But I didn't realize that I had been tricked by others without realizing it. How could the always proud Wei Jingyang accept this? It's just a little tactic. Please forgive me. Chen Feng placed his hand in front of his body and bowed slightly towards the crowd, as if he was making the final curtain call of the performance. Well folks, the show is over and I look forward to seeing you all again. Seeing Chen Feng about to leave, Wei Jingyang completely exploded this time. In a situation that no one expected, Wei Jingyang quickly pulled out the two pistols that had long been prepared from behind him. The black holes of the guns pointed directly at both Chen Feng and Lin Qingyao. Under Wei Jingyang's almost maniacal expression, no one would doubt whether he would actually shoot. The crowd in the live broadcast room was also shocked, even more so than a moment ago. After all, just now, he had only heard Chen Feng himself say it, and had not witnessed that sniper with his own eyes, but now he was seeing it with his own eyes. And the one holding the gun was Wei Jingyang himself as the chief captain. What's this guy's number? I want to complain about him. Take me one. Draw a gun with the intent to injure. Is this the demeanor of a chase team leader? What an eye-opener. Honey, be careful. Don't hurt my husband's handsome face. Chen Feng's brows immediately furrowed as he looked towards Lin Qingyao, who was still dazed, and quickly reached out to pull her over. Then with a flip of his hands, a stack of poker cards suddenly appeared in his originally empty hands. Chen Feng reached out and scattered the poker toward the sky, and the poker cards, which were originally only 54 in number, rapidly became more numerous. As if it were endless, it spread out in the air and quickly fell towards the bottom. Bang, bang. Just then, the gun went off. Wei Jingyang got rid of the members of the pursuit team who tried to come up to block him, and with two pistols in his hands, he was frantically shooting in Chen Feng's direction. Countless playing cards were pierced by the bullets in mid-air, leaving a small hole of light transmission. The bullets of the pistol were quickly shot out, and the playing cards also completely fell to the ground at that moment, while the two Chen Fengs who were covered by the cards had also disappeared. Really shoot me? This guy's crazy, right? Where's the maple god? And my family's Yao Yao? How are they doing? I can't even stand to watch as a traitor. Is there anyone to team up? I'm going to go over to the program's side to complain about this guys. Count me in. I'm coming. And me. The crowd of members of the pursuit team were also shocked, looking at Wei Jingyang with unbelievable faces. What kind of challenge is this that Wei Jingyang has initiated? This is clearly running to take a life if he can't win. Su Luoxua reacted faster. 3 or 2 quickly climbed to the top of the glass cover, took out the handcuffs pinned to his waist and walked towards Wei Jingyang. Mr. Wei Jingyang, I am now informing you as a police officer of H City that you are under arrest. Chapter 36 Revenge from Chen Feng. Facing the Su Lixue who came face to face, Wei Jingyang did not have the slightest intention to resist. The maniacal smile on his face has not yet faded. This time, after all, I still win. The words were not yet spoken. Only the familiar voice was heard from outside the building. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to meet you live at your magic show. Chen Feng stood at the top of the building dressed in white. The wind blew through the night, lifting the cloak behind him. The countless fans outside the building were originally worried about whether Chen Feng was alright or not. But now that they saw Chen Feng appearing here unharmed, they were again pleasantly surprised. Kiddo, kiddo, kiddo. The scene was filled with waves of chants. It also caused Wei Jingyang's smile in the room to freeze on his face. No way. Wei Jingyang's eyes were red and his face was unbelievable. Of course, at this moment, Chen Feng obviously had no time to solve his doubts. Above the building, Chen Feng slowly raised his right hand upwards. At once, the fan base that was still boiling instantly quieted down. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth hooked into a smile as he slowly spoke. The performance was successfully completed, but at the end, I would like to give a small gift to this insolent Captain Wei. As soon as the words fell, Chen Feng took a step out of the building, and the glider wings behind him opened up as he flew towards the sky above the crowd. As the crowd watched, Chen Feng's mid-air figure quickly dissipated, turning into countless balloons that leisurely fell in mid-air. The scene boiled over again. Oh, hubby is so handsome. I want that balloon. That's what my husband gave me. I want it. Don't take it from me. Get out of here. Hey not. Are those balloons with something tied underneath them? What's that? I don't know who asked on the scene, and then everyone looked up in unison. Dozens of balloons all with cylindrical things tied to them? What's that? I don't know. Didn't the maple god just say something about giving a small gift to that Wei surnamed? It can't be this, right? It's possible. Let me check it out. Dozens of balloons with things tied to them slowly fell into the crowd. It was only then that the crowd saw what it was. Some experienced people recognized it immediately when they first got it in their hands. This is the recorder, right? As soon as the words fell, someone directly pressed the play button, and the voices of two people, a man and a woman, immediately came out from it. What did you just see on the rooftop? Woman, Wei. Mr. Wei, I didn't see anything. Honestly. Woman, I just saw you push Sister Xiaoli off the rooftop. Shut up. I suggest you'd better be smart enough to know what to say and what not to say, right? Woman, no. Delete the photos from your phone. Now. Woman, I'm deleting it right now. I'm deleting it right now. I'm really not going to say anything. Woo woo woo. The voices within the recording were very clear, especially Wei Jingyang's voice, which was extremely recognizable, making it instantly recognizable. Holy, I remembered. Half a month ago just on the rooftop of the Mountain River Group building, a girl intern fell down and died. Her age was just in her early 20s, and I felt quite sorry for her at the time. Oh, I also remembered. That girl seems to be called Chen Xiaoli, right? But I remember the investigation results at that time said it was a suicide. Suicide my ass. I was one of the interns in that batch when two girls in our batch had accidents almost back to back. One was this Chen Xiaoli and the other was the girl in the recording. There's such a thing? The crowd at the scene was outraged. This, coupled with the fact that a number of people who knew the girl in question have also spoken out, has deepened the veracity of the story. This recording was found in Wei Jingyang's cell phone after Chen Feng had swapped it away earlier. Although Chen Feng had an easygoing personality, he was definitely not someone who would not fight back after being beaten. Since Wei Jingyang dared to use his gun on him, it was only natural that he would have to accept retaliation from him as well. At this moment, not far away in a corner where no one was looking, Lin Xingyao stood still looking at the direction Chen Feng disappeared in, her gaze complex, not knowing what she was thinking. It wasn't until the crowd at the scene began to riot that she sighed softly and turned to leave. Only at some point she had a blue rose in full bloom in her hand. The next day, after a night of fermentation, coupled with the fact that Chen Feng had once again hacked into the live broadcast system and changed the content of his live broadcast to recorded content. Make that in just one night. Terms such as Wei Jingyang, Shanha Group, jumping intern, recording, and unauthorized shooting by pursuit team leader have risen to the top of the hot search. The heat is high. Inside the chairman's office on the top floor of the Mountain River Group, Wei Shanha, who was the chairman of the board, had a haggard look on his face. Maybe he didn't think that this son of his would actually shoot with intent to kill in front of all those people. But no matter what, Wei Jingyang's behavior is an established fact, coupled with the overwhelming tape recorder incident. Let the Mountain River Group's share price are affected by a small impact. Today's stock market just opened. All the way down, less than 3 hours time, came to the edge of the drop. A series of blows, but also let Wei Shanha, this white-handed business tycoon, In just one night Whitehead. Knock, knock. There was a sharp knock on the door. Come in. Wei Shanha rubbed his swollen temples and spoke. Ka. The door was pushed open and the beautiful secretary ran in a panic. It's not good, Mr. Wei. The police department is here, and they've brought an arrest warrant. Before the words could fall, the door to the room was violently pushed open. The leader of the group came to Wei Shanha in stride, still holding his papers and arrest warrant in his hand. H City Police Interpol Chief Deng Xiaolin. Mr. Wei Shanha. Received a report that you're suspected of money laundering, murder, kidnapping and other crimes. Please come with us. Wei Shanha was a bit surprised. He had thought that this time the police department was here for his son Wei Jingyang's matter. Now it seems that I am afraid that more than awe. Wei Shanha half squinted his eyes and sighed lightly, a touch of fatigue appearing on his slightly aged face. Officer, can I know who reported this? Sorry, that's out of order. The chief of the criminal police refused outright. Just as his words fell, a cool voice came from the doorway. I reported it. The people present looked toward the doorway in unison, only to see Amia slowly walk in, accompanied by the H City police chief. However, Amia's appearance was not what surprised Wei Shanha the most. What surprised him the most was the man located diagonally behind Amia. Big brother? Wei Shanha opened his mouth with a puzzled face. The visitor was actually his sworn brother, Lu Qiaoyuan, who had fought his way over and created this $10 billion group together. Lu Qiaoyuan stepped forward and looked at Wei Shanha with a guilty face. Brother, I gave them the evidence. Lu Qiaoyuan glanced at Amia behind him with a face full of scorn, and ultimately didn't continue. But the implications are self-evident. Chapter 37, Attending a Dinner Party? Moonlight Pupil Duel. Chen Feng wins. Wei and his son were arrested and the evidence of the crime was overwhelming. Murder, bribery, tax evasion. Wei's father and son have committed so many crimes. Wei Jingyang's madness, shooting in public. Chen Feng wins big. With the arrest of Wei Jingyang's father and son, a flood of public opinion flew across the internet. Originally, the heat of Wei Jingyang's challenge to Chen Feng was not low, and now with the addition of this matter, it directly caused Chen Feng's name to bag the top 3 hot searches. I knew the Maple God would never lose. God Feng is mighty. I watched the 5 o'clock live broadcast. I was so angry that I was trembling all over. Can't play with others to shoot. Fortunately, Fengshen was prepared. Wei Jingyang, this guy belongs to the pit. Sent his own dad in. I seem to have heard that it was originally just Wei Jingyang who went in alone, but it was Amia who stepped in, got evidence of Wei Shanha's crimes, and directly sent him in as well. The princess and the geek. I'm getting high on this CP. The internet is buzzing with chatter. Even Chen Feng couldn't help but be stunned when he received this news. He was still thinking about whether or not to make another move to deal with Wei Shanha. After all, his son had done so many things, it was absolutely impossible for him, as a father, to say that he didn't know anything. What he didn't expect, though, was that before he could make a move, Amia had already taken care of things. Shouldn't one find an opportunity to thank them then? Chen Feng thought secretly. Just then, the system's voice sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing the Moonlight Pupil, rewarding Monster Kid with a card fusion of plus 5%, and obtaining the skill, Super Fighting Technique, Elementary. System points plus 500. Current card fusion level 60%. As the system's voice fell, Chen Feng's mind suddenly conjured up countless fighting-specific movements. Offense, defense, maneuvers, takedowns, and so on. Countless movements seemed to flash through Chen Feng's mind like a movie, and then quickly melted together. Phew! After a long time, Chen Feng exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath and slowly opened his eyes. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Fighting arts. Feels pretty good. Welcome. The voice of the mechanical cat at the doorway sounded at that moment. Immediately after that, a silhouette darted from the doorway to the front desk. Boss. Chen Feng looked up and realized that it was his old patron, Sun Yuqing, who came to patronize his store almost every day. What's wrong, MS? Sun Yuqing? Would you like a cup of coffee? In Chen Feng's unexpected gaze, Sun Yuqing stepped over the front desk, raised her long legs in hollowed-out boots high, and pressed Chen Feng against the wall with her legs in a wall-thud manner. Am I pretty today? Sun Yuqing lifted her long hair with an aura like an orchid. Although Chen Feng was a bit surprised, he still reacted quickly. Feeling that Sun Yuqing didn't have any hostile intent, she didn't put up any resistance. Of course, ma'am, you look beautiful every day. Chen Feng smiled and spoke. This is not a lie. Sun Yuqing itself looks excellent. Belongs to the type of long-legged beauty. Today is wearing a high-waisted hip skirt, but also will be the advantages of long legs embodied to the fullest. The earrings and necklace, which looked very expensive, added to her charm. Seemingly satisfied with Chen Feng's answer, Sun Yuqing reached out and cupped Chen Feng's chin. So do you want me to give you a chance? Chen Feng was somewhat baffled by her sudden behavior. but his expression did not change much. It just looked Sun Yuching up and down with that cynical gaze. "Ma'am, I must admit that you are extraordinarily attractive today, but I still prefer a more mature woman. Where am I immature?" Sun Yuching was just about to retort when she noticed Chen Feng's gaze. "Look down the line. Saw my toes and had pink nail polish on them. You rascal." Reacting to the meaning of Chen Feng's words, Sun Yuching immediately reddened her face. She just didn't know whether she was angry or ashamed. Chen Feng took advantage of this time to break free from the side and spoke with a speechless face. "Ms. Sun Yuching, please look at the current form clearly. Will you? You're the one who suddenly barged into my store, also getting inside the front desk without my permission and then finally walloping me with my legs. Please tell me, which one of us is the hooligan?" Sun Yuching did not know how to retort for a moment, and finally simply sat her butt on the chair belonging to Chen Feng. "I'll be honest, I'm here to ask you for a favor." "A favor? What favor?" "Be my boyfriend." As soon as Sun Yuching's words fell, she felt that it was inappropriate and hastily added, "Don't get me wrong, I'm asking you to pretend to be my boyfriend for a dinner party. I don't need you to do anything, just help me fool my parents. Of course, for the damage caused by delaying your business, I'm willing to pay the price, plus the appearance fee. How about giving you 5,000 renminbi?" Sun Yuching stretched out 5 fingers with a confident face. Chen Feng had actually seen that Sun Yuching's family was well off. Other than that, just the pair of earrings she was wearing alone would require a 6-figure price tag to buy. Chen Feng pondered a little. "Why don't you go to your classmates inside the university?" Sun Yuching helplessly opened her mouth. "I'm not too familiar with any of them, and my parents aren't stupid. Their eyes are very poisonous. People with average temperament go over there. I guess they don't even need to open their mouths. They'll wear out." Chen Feng smiled. "Is this considered a compliment in disguise?" "You say it is." Sun Yuching slumped on the front desk and spoke in a feeble defense. Then he quickly got up again, dragging his chair closer to Chen Feng with anticipation written in his eyes. "How about it, boss? Consider it, with a great beauty like me as a companion and money to be made. This kind of deal is a sure thing any way you look at it. There won't be any of those brainless villains coming to pick a fight because of you at that time, right?" Chen Feng joked with a light smile. Sun Yuching gave him a blank look. "Are you writing a novel, big brother? It's just a simple attendance at a dinner party. There won't be that much trouble. How about it? Want to say yes?" Chen Feng rested his hand on his chin with a thoughtful look. "Well, I can't seem to find a reason to refuse." "Then you're saying yes?" Sun Yuching stood up excitedly, as if he was afraid that Chen Feng would back out. He left a sentence that said, "Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, Royal Garden Villa. I'll pick you up then." Then he left in a hurry. Looking at Sun Yuching's back as she left, Chen Feng smiled and shook his head. Not that he wanted to go to any dinner parties so much, but it was just a way to relax in his spare time. After all, he can't always be in the middle of work, right? He had to give himself a vacation once in a while. Chapter 38 Gemstone, Tears of the Goddess. The following night, around 7:30, Chen Feng had just flipped the sign in front of the store from open to resting when he heard a sound coming from the door. Squeak! The car's tires rubbed against the ground with a near-splitting sound as a stretch Lincoln came to a steady stop not far away. The car door opened slowly. A pair of straight jade legs took the lead to step down, followed by a silver-white gown, painted with light makeup. The gorgeous Sun Yuching slowly stepped down from the car and came in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng raised his hand and gently snapped his fingers, and a dark red rosebud appeared in his hand. "You're extraordinarily beautiful today, Ms. Sun Yuching." Sun Yuching froze, reached out to take it, and whispered, "Thank you. You can still do magic tricks?" Sun Yuching looked at Chen Feng with some curiosity. "Just a little trick." Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. "Missy, it's getting late. Let's hurry up and get going. We'll be late if we're late." The driver standing next to the car spoke up and warned. "All right." Sun Yuching stepped forward and naturally took Chen Feng's arm. "I'll trouble you to take care of me tonight." "Of course, it's my honor," Chen Feng politely replied back. The two men boarded the car. The vehicle then started slowly, and Chen Feng and Sun Yuching both sat opposite each other. Sun Yuching took out the clothes she had already prepared from the small cabinet beside her. "This is the dress for you. I've been picking it out for a long time. The one that matches my dress the best, but since I didn't know how big you'd wear, I had 3 made, and this is a medium, so try it on first." Chen Feng reached out and took it. Although Sun Yuching did not say the price, but Chen Feng felt the uncomplicated fabric and exquisite workmanship as soon as he put his hands on it. Coupled with the fact that it was a custom-made dress, the price was naturally not low. "Is this considered a couple's costume, ma'am?" Chen Feng spoke with a light smile. Sun Yuching blushed slightly and reached out to push Chen Feng's arm. "I'm your boss today. This is a work outfit for you. Cut the crap. You hurry up and go change." Chen Feng didn't resist, and with the clothes in hand, he got up and went to the last row of seats, pulling the curtain closed and changing his clothes. the vehicle sped through the streets of H City. 20 minutes later, the vehicle drove into the Imperial Garden Villa area and stopped in front of Villa number 7. The two men in the car got out. Sun Yuqing very naturally took Chen Feng's arm. Looking at Chen Feng, who had changed his clothes and had a slender physique, Sun Yuqing couldn't help but be a little stunned. Also, pretty cool. Rainy, a voice interrupted Sun Yuqing's thoughts, only to see an innocent-looking young girl not far away waving excitedly at the duo. Yuharu, it's been a long time. It's been a long time. Sissy, did you just come back from abroad this time? Suzy nodded, full of excitement. Yeah, well, my parents dragged me over here just after I got off the plane, and I didn't expect to meet you before I even walked in the door. Su Cece looked to the side, and only then did she notice Chen Feng standing beside her. And this is? For your information, this is my boyfriend. Saying this, Sun Yuqing suddenly stopped, all the way to the door. She unexpectedly still did not know the name of this boyfriend of hers. However, it was fortunate that Chen Feng opened his mouth and took over the conversation, which saved her from embarrassment. Hello MS. Sissy, nice to meet you. My name is Arson. Chen Feng didn't know where to change another flower from, bowed slightly and sent it to Su Cece's hand, adding another sentence. It's a magician. Suzy smiled and took the flowers. It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Arsen. Then he quietly came to Sun Yuqing's ear and spoke. Yuqing, your boyfriend is very handsome, and he looks super similar to Kiddo. Ah, aren't you in Europe? How do you know about Kiddo too? Sun Yuqing was a bit puzzled. Su Cece blankly glanced at her. Big sister, I only studied abroad. It's not like I went into the mountains to become a nun. Kiddo is so hot. Of course I know about it. And you can't even imagine how hot Kiddo is in Europe. Trust me, the craziness of Kiddo's fans over there is absolutely beyond your expectations. Saying that, Su Cece clasped her hands in front of her body, revealing a touch of longing. If only Lord Kiddo could come to my house and steal something. My house has a lot of good things too. What with the red coral tree, the alabaster necklace, and my family heirloom, the goddess tear, Su Cece said in a glowing manner. But the two people standing in front of Chen Feng and Sun Yuqing were not light. Still up for being stolen these days? Sun Yuqing, her face full of black lines, interrupted Su Cece, who was about to continue. Cece, if you let Uncle Su hear this, you'll be furious. Well, enough about that, and the dinner is about to start. Let's go in first. Suzy warmly greeted the two men as they headed inside. Come inside the house quickly. Inside, however, the scene caused a few people to freeze slightly. Originally, Sun Yuqing just thought that it was a simple dinner party, but now that she looked at it, it didn't seem that simple. There were a dozen tables with all kinds of desserts with fruits and drinks. Dozens of people were inside talking and laughing. Of course, there was nothing strange about it, but what made Sun Yuqing feel strange was, the tables were not the usual kind of tables, but rather a single glass display case, and inside the glass display cases, a wide array of treasures are displayed. A red coral tree, a necklace of alabaster, 18 large purple pearls braided into a bracelet, and a necklace of tear-shaped gemstones located right in the center, the tears of the goddess. Sun Yuqing returned to her senses slightly and looked at Su Cece on the side in confusion. Sissy, what's going on? I don't know. Suzy was also confused. Just then, a voice came from the side. In a couple of days, it's the 30th anniversary of our group's founding, so we're going to have a jewelry exhibition party here then. My silly daughter. The crowd looked for the sound, only to see a straightened middle-aged man slowly walking towards this side. Dad. Hello Uncle Su. Su Cece and Sun Yuqing hurriedly greeted each other. Well, I haven't seen you in 2 years, and Rainy is getting prettier and prettier. Uncle Su is flattered. Sun Yuqing politely replied back. Su Zhongtian nodded his head and looked at his own daughter again as if he disliked her. I don't want to sissy the kid, she's getting more and more out of shape. Dad. Suzy stomped her foot full of displeasure. What? I'm not right, am I? Su Zhongtian nonchalantly glared at Su Cece. He then turned his gaze to Chen Feng, who was standing with Sun Yuqing. This is Yuqing's boyfriend, right, Uncle Su? Chen Feng smiled and nodded his head in greeting. Well, and Yuqing is also a talented man and woman. Saying this, Su Zhongtian paused. His eyes turned as if he had thought of something and opened his mouth. How about a look at the things here? Young man, if there's one you like, Uncle will give you one. Dad? Suzy looked surprised. She hadn't been home for 2 years, but she still knew what was going on at home. Which of the items on the scene is not a valuable item? Why would you give it away? Sun Yuqing was also filled with surprise and hurriedly turned her head in Chen Feng's direction, wanting to see what his reaction was. Only Chen Feng smiled faintly and spoke slowly. Thank you Uncle Su, but forget it, I still prefer the real thing a bit more. Chapter 39, Issuance of an Advance Notice. Prefer the real thing? What about these? Are they all fakes? The two of them, Su Cece and Sun Yuqing, Both turned their gazes towards Su Zhongtian in unison. Ha 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 ha, yes, yes, very good. Su Zhongtian laughed heartily and said 3 good in a row, with undisguised appreciation in his eyes. You Haru. Ha, Uncle Su. Sun Yuqing immediately replied. Su Zhongtian said, you've picked a good son-in-law for your old Sun family. Ah. After saying that, Su Zhongtian patted Chen Feng's shoulder and turned to leave. Sun Yuqing blushed slightly and didn't say anything. Hey, Su Sisi touched Chen Feng with her elbow, her face full of curiosity. How do you know these are fake? I don't even see it. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously, looked down at Su Sisi's curious baby-like expression, and slowly opened his mouth. Secret. You. Su Sisi reached out and pointed at Chen Feng, but Chen Feng didn't care at all, which also gave her the feeling that she had punched her fist on cotton. In the end, she could only dive headfirst into Sun Yuqing's arms. Sister Yuqing, I've always treated you as my own sister. I didn't expect that my own brother-in-law would bully me. Su Sisi's sentence brother-in-law made Sun Yuqing confused, and she opened her hands, not knowing whether to put or push. She's your own sister, so who am I? A voice came from the doorway behind him. Then a figure dressed in a gown walked into the sight of several people. Sister Falling Snow. Sun Yuqing opened her mouth to greet her, turning his head to look at Chen Feng again. Let me introduce you. This is Officer Su. Hello again. What a coincidence. Meeting again. Chen Feng and Su Lixue both greeted each other. Su Lixue had also come to Chen Feng's store a few times for coffee since she had met outside the store earlier. After a while, the two were sort of acquainted. In fact, you don't have to wonder why everything here is a fake. This is a normal operation and has been done in previous years. The ones on display before the official Memorial Day party are fakes, and only on the day of the party will the authentic ones be brought out. Su Lixue opened her mouth to explain to the crowd. That's right. Sun Yuqing nodded. Although it's a fake, it's definitely a one-to-one replica of the original, and there's a photo of the original next to the exhibit, so you guys can take a look at it if you're interested as well. Let's go then. I'll show you both around and grab a bite to eat as well. I'm starving after a long day of flying. Su Sisi walked up and pulled the sleeves of both Sun Yuqing and Chen Feng, and then walked towards the front. Although Su Sisi was the second niece of the Su family, but due to staying abroad for a long period of time, not many people knew her, and naturally, not many came to greet her. It was a good way to get a few people to fall in line. You didn't see it. This is the display case for the Tears of the Goddess. It's a family heirloom. I heard that my great-grandfather bought it from an auction more than 50 years ago, and it's been passed down for 3 generations now. Susie introduced the two of them with an excited look on her face. The pale red stone has no hint of variegated color and is rounded and smooth at the bottom, thick and thin. A perfect teardrop shape. Although what a few people had seen was just a fake, it was still a very good seller. Chen Feng turned his gaze to the side. On the right side of the exhibit were a few lines written. An introduction to the origin of the Tears of the Goddess, purchased at the Empire State Auction House, Me, in 1992 for 240 WM.G, and collected to this day. It fetched a high price of 240 W meters of gold more than 50 years ago, and I'm afraid that the value has more than doubled tenfold when put into today's world after 50 years. Chen Feng secretly pondered. What are you thinking about? Sun Yuqing touched Chen Feng. It's nothing, I went to use the restroom. Chen Feng spoke to the two of them, Sun Yuqing, and walked in the direction of the restroom under Su Sisi's directions. After coming into the bathroom, closing the door, and after checking to make sure there was no surveillance equipment, Chen Feng then took out a pen and paper from the system space and started writing. Within a short time, a brand new teaser letter was written, and in the end, Chen Feng hadn't forgotten to draw Kiddo's cartoon avatar on it. Well, perfect. Looking at the teaser letter in his hand, Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. Pushing the bathroom window open, Chen Feng put his finger in front of his mouth and whistled. Within a short time, a pigeon that had been summoned flew to Chen Feng. I'm counting on you then, little one. Chen Feng stroked the pigeon's rounded little head, seemingly sensing Chen Feng's kindness. The pigeon obediently rubbed back and forth in Chen Feng's hand. Go on. Chen Feng put the teaser letter to the pigeon's mouth. The pigeons that received the instruction immediately understood, opened their mouths to dangle the teaser letter and flew towards the outside, disappearing from view in a short time. Seeing this, Chen Feng's mouth also revealed a smile. Gems and monsters. I like this pairing. By the time Chen Feng returned, the dinner has officially begun. Waiters dressed in white carried trays with drinks through the crowd, while partygoers gathered in 2s and 3s to chat. Chen Feng casually took a glass of red wine from a waiter's dinner plate and slowly came to where Sun Yuqing several people were. Chatting about what? A few ladies. Seeing Chen Feng coming over, Sun Yuqing consciously gave Chen Feng a seat and sat side by side with him. Susie opened her mouth with an excited expression. We're talking about that monster thief kiddo that's been so hot lately, and whispering to you. My big sister is about to become the new Chasing Wahoo 3 Chase Chief Captain O. when the time comes, she and Kiddo will be the rightful rivals. Think about it, all exciting. Oh, Chen Feng turned his gaze in Su Lishue's direction. Then congratulations on Captain Su's high promotion. Thanks. Su Lishue smiled as she raised her wineglass and gently clinked it with Chen Feng. Uncle and auntie haven't come yet? Chen Feng asked as he leaned into Sun Yuqing's ear. Sun Yuqing shook her head. They've got a temporary thing going on and they're not coming today. So, Chen Feng nodded. Just then, there was a sudden commotion at the entrance of the villa. What's going on? How did this pigeon get in here? Where's that wild pigeon from? Hurry up and blast it out. Where's security? Security! What are you waiting for? Do it now! The pigeons flew towards the inside with the shouts of the crowd, as if it had its own goal. This pigeon went straight to the glass case of the Tears of the Goddess, in front of everyone's unexpected gazes, and fall slowly on it. It was only then that the crowd could see that there was a small white card in the pigeon's beak. Monster Kid teaser letter. That was everyone's first reaction. Su Zhongtian, who was still chatting with the others, also noticed the movement over here. After seeing the pigeon that landed on the glass cabinet, especially after seeing that the pigeon was still holding a card on its beak, he instantly changed his face slightly and his eyebrows unconsciously tightened. Chapter 40 A way to deal with Chen Feng? Reacting to this, Su Zhongtian quickly stepped in front of the Goddess Tears display case. The card was taken from the beak of the pigeon and the writing on it was clearly visible. Welcoming your company's pomp and circumstance. At the moment the clock strikes midnight, I will step into the air and take the tears of the goddess. Kiddo, Kaitu Kiddo. Su Zhongtian squinted his eyes, his expression looking a bit grave. Su Lishue and Su Sisi, several people came over here. Su Sisi grabbed the piece of paper from her old man's hands with an excited face, quickly scanned it twice, and after determining that it was really Chen Feng's teaser letter, she immediately exclaimed in shock. It's a teaser letter from Kiddo. Awesome. As soon as the words left her mouth, Susie noticed two death stares from her old man and sister. Coughing softly, he hurriedly changed his tone. Ahem. This is abominable. Well, it is. There was a lot of commotion over here, and almost everyone at the scene heard it clearly. Kiddo the thief? Isn't that the thief who's been on the hot seat lately? Is he staring at the heirloom of the Su family? Seems like it. Can't you see that, mister? Su's daughter is still holding the teaser letter in her hand? Listening to the crowd's murmurs, Su Zhongtian spoke with a dark face. Yuki, Dad. Su Lishue agreed. I'll leave this side to you. You make the arrangements. And also, you can transfer everyone in our company. I'll leave first. After saying that, Su Zhongtian didn't stay any longer and left the scene with a black face. With Su Zhongtian's departure, plus the matter of the teaser letter, the crowd also had no more thoughts of continuing to stay here and dispersed. The two of them, Chen Feng and Sun Yuqing, also took a car and left after greeting Su Lishue. As before, Chen Feng similarly placed the contents of this teaser letter into his exclusive live broadcasting room. The live room, which had just been silent for 2 days, was once again ignited. I'm all numb. Just want to say one thing. What my maple god sees, sooner or later, it has to be maple gods. Su family's heirloom. Su family. Ah, I remember coming. Isn't this the new chief pursuit captain Su Lishue's family? Chen Feng is taking on the pursuit team. I have a feeling that they couldn't fight the maple god those previous times, and this time will more than likely be no exception. Agreed. Almost all of the topics on the internet were about Chen Feng. Instead, the video at the top of a certain Sounds Hot search list turned into a poll on whether Chen Feng would be successful in this operation. Unsurprisingly, millions of people voted for the will succeed option in just half a day. Only a few tens of thousands of people voted for the will fail option. The overwhelming public opinion on the internet has also invariably put a lot of pressure on Su Lishue. Night. Inside the office of the chief of the pursuit bureau, Su Lishue rubbed her somewhat sore eyes and slowly closed the computer. Although she hated to admit it, she was indeed unsure that she could deal with Chen Feng. This person's technique was so bizarre that it could even be described with the phrase ghostly. Recently, there was also a world-renowned magic association that said that if Chen Feng was willing to come and serve in their association after the program, they would be willing to give him the position of vice president. It was evident that Chen Feng's magic techniques were superior. Knock knock. There was a knock on the office room door. Su Lishue resumed her seat and spoke to the door. Please come in. The door was pushed open and a member of the pursuit team pushed his way in. Captain, there's someone outside looking for you, and she says it's your sister. My sister? Su Lishue was a bit surprised, and after asking 2 more brief questions to make sure it was Su Sisi, she had someone bring her in. Sis, as the familiar voice came from outside, immediately afterward a silhouette swooped in and zipped straight into Su Lishue's arms. Well, how old are you? Still acting like a little kid. Su Lishue dotingly touched Su Sisi's head. The two sisters had grown up together and had a very good relationship, and although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, they weren't rusty. What did you come to see me for? Sister, can't I come to you if I have nothing to do? Su Cici's voice was sweetly cloying, causing Su Luoxue to get goosebumps and hurriedly cut her off. You cut it out. Don't I know you? Hurry up and tell me what's up. I still have to work. He. It's still my sister who understands me. Su Cici, who was poked through her small mind, did not have a trace of embarrassment. Instead, she hugged Su Lishue's arm in a pleasing manner. Sister, I just want to let me also participate in the time when your pursuit group is defending against Kiddo's action. Don't worry, I'll just take a look. Absolutely won't make trouble. I send for. Saying that, Suzy even exaggeratedly held up 4 cell phone heads. No way, don't you think about it. Su Lishue directly and categorically refused. She knew this sister of hers all too well, forgetting what she said one minute and forgetting the next, more unreliable than an insurance company. Sis, Su Cici was pouting again. It's not easy for me to come back once. I just want to see Lord Kiddo up close and personal. Could it be that as someone's older sister, you can't even satisfy this request? Su Lishue remained unresponsive. Seeing Su Lishue's unfazed appearance, Su Cici realistically flung away Su Lishue's arm and gagged her small mouth with an unhappy face. You can't catch Kiddo with or without me anyway, and that's all that's stopping me from going. You. Su Lishue choked on these words, wanting to retort but unable to find the words to do so. Hey, sister. Su Cici's eyes rolled as if she had thought of something and continued to speak. Why don't you run with the tears of the goddess? As long as you keep running around non-stop, you might still be able to stop Kiddo-sama. Suzy. Su Lishue stood up with an angry slap on the table. He just wanted to move his hand to teach Su Cici what it means to be an elder sister like a mother, but his arm just lifted up, and before he could drop it, he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes snapped open. It's been non-stop. It's been non-stop. It's been non-stop. Su Lishue snapped her head up, a smile reappearing on her face, and grabbed Su Cici's arm. Sissy, you're a genius. Suzy blinked her big Kaziran eyes as if she still didn't know what was happening. It was just that at this time, Su Lishue already had no time to pay attention to her. Lowering her head and turning the computer back on, her slender fingers tapped rapidly on the computer keyboard, and within a short time, a simple program was made by her. Also that very day, Su Zhongtian and Su Lishue jointly held a press conference to announce the change of venue for the artifact exhibition gathering, and the site of the new location is on top of a cruise ship in the deep sea. Chapter 41, Finalization of the Plan. Deep Sea Cruises. What a great idea. Cafe front desk. Chen Feng looked at Su Lishue's figure in the video at the press conference with a light smile on his face. The door was pushed open, and the sound of a mechanical cat's welcome sounded at the door. Chen Feng turned his head to look, only to see Su Lishue, whom he had just met yesterday, walking from the doorway. It's really about speaking of the devil. Chen Feng secretly sighed. Why is Officer Su, a busy man, free to come to my place today? Chen Feng smiled and spoke. Even if you're busy, you have to live. Su Lishue rubbed her sore neck, her face slightly tired. What are you looking at? Watch a beautiful lady make a wonderful statement. Su Lishue came forward with a curious face and looked at the screen, only to find that it was a video of herself at the press conference. Couldn't help but blush slightly and scolded with a smile. Oily mouth. Chen Feng didn't care about this. Something to drink? Mocha, I think. It's going to be half sugar. I still like the taste of your coffee here. Do you have some secret recipe? Can you tell me? Su Lishue was full of curiosity as she came forward. She was genuinely curious about how Chen Feng made this coffee. Slightly bitter but not too mellow. The aroma of milk and coffee beans complemented each other to the lips. Shoo! Chen Feng placed his finger in front of Su Lishue's lips. Ma'am, this is a business secret. Su Lishue was amused by Chen Feng's secretive demeanor and let out a giggle. Well, I won't ask then. Better hurry up and make me coffee. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Just then, a noisy phone rang, cutting her off. Su Lishue picked up her cell phone and answered the call after glancing at the notes. Hello, Dad. What's wrong? Okay, I'll be right back. Hanging up the phone, Su Lishue looked at Chen Feng again and spoke with slight regret. Looks like I don't have a mouthful today. I've got some business to attend to on my end. After saying that, he nodded his head at Chen Feng and was ready to turn around and leave. However, she had just taken 2 steps when she was called back by Chen Feng behind her. Hey, wait. Su Lishue stopped her steps and turned her head to look at Chen Feng with a puzzled expression, only to see Chen Feng walk out from the front desk and slowly come to her body, reaching out to straighten her wrinkled collar for her. Clothes are a little messy. Su Lishue was slightly dazed and quickly returned to her senses. With a smile on his face, he spoke. You Ching that $5,000 was well spent. If there is a need, I will trouble you as well. At your service, ma'am. Chen Feng lifted Su Lishue's hand and gently kissed it. The two men parted ways on this. Chen Feng was once again the only one left in the cafe. The system's voice in his head rang out. Ding! Congratulations on exchanging micro camera *2, costing 100 system points *100. Hearing this voice, Chen Feng revealed a smile. Just now, while he was taking the opportunity to organize Su Luoshue's clothes, he took the opportunity to install a miniature camera on top of the button in front of the collar of Su Luoshue's work clothes, combined with the listening device previously planted on her purse. This would give him first-hand knowledge of the scene. Chen Feng glanced down at the time on his watch. It was already late. Plus, the store didn't have many customers today, so it closed early. Returning to his bedroom on the second floor, Chen Feng carefully pondered over the details of his actions before turning his gaze to Little White, who was standing on a wooden stick, snapped his fingers lightly. Hearing the commotion, Little White quickly flew towards Chen Feng and landed on Chen Feng's leg, rubbing against him affectionately. I'm going to have to trouble you again this time, White. Chen Feng tenderly stroked Little White's feathers. As if it had understood Chen Feng's words, Little White responded with a goo-goo. Chen Feng tied the other miniature camera that he had redeemed from the system to Xiaobai's body, and then walked to come to the balcony. Greeting the afterglow of the setting sun, Chen Feng released Little White into the air. Go Little White, come back and buy you crayfish to eat. Goo-goo. Little White barked excitedly, then spread his wings and flew towards the sky, disappearing from view in no time. 1 hour later, on the coast, Su Lixue went straight to her own cruise ship after getting down from the car. Coming to the interior of the cruise ship, Su Zhongtian had already been waiting here for a long time. A dozen or so neatly arranged glass cabinets were positioned on either side. Of course, these glass display cases were currently empty, and the dozen or so exhibits, including the Tears of the Goddess, were still being stored in the vault of the Su family villa. Dad! Su Lixue walked up to greet Su Zhongtian. Coming. Su Zhongtian raised his eyes slightly, a smile appearing on his face filled with majesty. What's the matter, Dad? Is there something you want to see me about in such a hurry? Su Zhongtian pointed to the seat in front of him. Sit down first. Only when Su Lixue was seated did Su Zhongtian slowly open his mouth. Snow, I want you to go back and inform your people that at 2 o'clock tomorrow morning, we'll start moving the exhibits. 2 o'clock tomorrow morning? But at the earlier launch, didn't you say it was only noon? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Zhongtian raising his hand. Security considerations, after all, the thief who targeted our family heirloom will be watching the news. Su Lixue nodded. Okay, I'll go back and inform. I'm going to trouble them again. When this matter is finished, you should treat them to a meal. You've only just taken office. Don't lose your hearts. Okay, Dad. Su Lixue nodded in agreement. And naturally, all of this was heard by Chen Feng, inside the bedroom on the second floor of the cafe. Looking at the image in the computer screen, Chen Feng smiled blandly. Very careful you two. Close the computer. Lightly picking up the yacht's floor plan that had just been drawn based on the images transmitted back from Xiaobai, he already had a plan in mind. The next day, the coast is lit up at 2 a.m. A team of more than 100 people consisting of 50 members of the pursuit team plus dozens of security guards found by the Su family was busy. One by one, large boxes that were closed very tightly were taken down from the car. After all the boxes were unloaded, a member of the pursuit team came to Su Lixue and opened his mouth. Captain, the stuff is all here. Count it. Su Lixue nodded her head and walked up to take a slight inventory, and after determining that there were no problems, she greeted the crowd and moved towards the cruise ship. No one noticed that among the group of people responsible for carrying the boxes, there was a young man who revealed a mysterious smile that passed by in an instant. A dozen boxes were carried into the lobby of the cruise ship. Although the hall room is not small, but it once came in dozens of people and a dozen big boxes, but still slightly crowded. Guys, please, just put the boxes down. And everyone who's going to get a red packet later. Su Lixue smiled and opened her mouth. The crowd in the room burst into cheers. Oh, thank you, Captain. Long live the Captain. Thank you, Missy. Facing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Su Lixue always smiled in response. Just then, a voice broke the beauty. Chen Feng has appeared. Chapter 42 Preparations for Action. Chen Feng has appeared. As this voice came out, everyone's gazes were instantly attracted and they all looked in one direction. Only a white figure stood upright in the moonlight on top of a high pole not far from the ship. The white cloak behind her moved with the wind, and the four-leaf clover pendant was constantly swaying in the wind. Hello again, gentlemen. Chen Feng still had that infuriating yet charming smile. The moment they saw Chen Feng, the crowd at the scene immediately split into two groups under the command of Su Lixue. One group was responsible for guarding the safety of the dozen or so exhibits in the hall, while the other group followed her to encircle the high pole where Chen Feng was. Arriving at the bottom of the high pole, the crowd all looked up at the white figure at the top with nervous faces. There was no way around it. This man had given them so many unexpected surprises. From the heart of the ocean at the very beginning, to the tears of the goddess this time, all the preparations seemed to be as fragile as bubbles in front of this man. Chen Feng, what do you want to do? Su Lixue had a wary look on her face. There's no need for Captain Su to be nervous. I'm just a magician who followed the wind's guidance and came to be a guest under the moonlight. There's no harm done. Chen Feng spoke with a light smile. Although they heard him say this, the crowd at the scene was obviously not convinced and still had a guarded look on their faces. Looks like you all aren't very welcoming to me. Chen Feng performed in a slightly exaggerated manner. Well then, I'll take my leave. As Chen Feng finished saying these words, his body seemed to be disintegrated as if it was being disintegrated, and it began to turn into countless particles of light from top to bottom, slowly dissipating. As with the previous theft of the heart of the ocean, this Keto was nothing more than an image made by Chen Feng using projection equipment, and Chen Feng's main body had long since blended into the exhibition hall. And while the crowd's eyes were drawn to the reflection, he quickly stepped in and installed two unassuming gadgets in the glass display case belonging to the Tears of the Goddess. On the dock, looking at the direction Chen Feng disappeared, the crowd didn't react for a moment. What's that supposed to mean? Leaving without doing anything? Is it really true, as he said himself, that he's just a guest in the moonlight? Then he's too idle to come wandering around here in the middle of the night without sleeping. Su Lixue frowned. She always felt there was that something not quite right, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. He could only lead the crowd to check the exhibits of a dozen boxes again, and only after confirming that there was no mistake. The night continued to pass slowly. Even in the eyes of the crowd, Chen Feng had already left, though Su Lixue did not take it lightly. Personally supervised the placement of a dozen exhibits into the glass enclosure. After leaving more than 20 people at the pier and the cruise ship respectively to take care of the security, he left with the others. The night sea breeze was still whistling, while those who stayed on the pier and deck were fine. The crowd inside the lobby on the second floor of the cruise ship had been sleepy for a long time. Monitor the front. The 8 members of the pursuit team who remained in the house were drifting off to sleep. Come on brothers, have a cup of coffee and get refreshed. The member of the pursuit team disguised by Chen Feng walked in with 8 cups of coffee placed on a tray and greeted the crowd. Hearing Chen Feng's voice, the leader of the group smiled and walked forward to give Chen Feng a punch. Okay, Li Ming, you're so generous today? Chen Feng disguised as Li Ming laughed. This is not stolen from Captain Sun before coming. I can't drink it alone, so it's cheaper for you guys. You boy. The leader of the group laughed and cursed. Then without ceremony, he picked up a cup of coffee on the tray and drank it, not forgetting to pass 2 cups for the others. Chen Feng, on the other hand, carried the remaining cups of coffee to the monitor. Come on, brothers, have a cup of coffee to get refreshed. The 3 people in front of the monitor were obviously sleepy as well, and after seeing the coffee delivered by Chen Feng they didn't think much about it and reached out to take the coffee from Chen Feng. Only when several people had all downed their coffee did Chen Feng reveal a satisfied smile. Within a short time, the few people who had just had coffee all passed out. Chen Feng reappeared at the Tears of the Goddess display case. The glass case that had lost the protection of the crowd was very easily opened by Chen Feng and got the Tears of the Goddess that was hidden inside. What a pretty little guy. Looking at the light red gem in his hand, Chen Feng smiled and put it away. However, since it was not the time for the preview letter, Chen Feng took out the special version of the Tears of the Goddess that had been prepared long ago in order to ensure that the perfection of the performance would not be ruined. Return to the top of the original position. Perfect. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, he didn't stay any longer and turned around to leave the place, until 2 hours after Chen Feng left. The crowd in the venue then woke up leisurely. After waking up, the crowd was initially shocked, but after realizing that the dozen or so exhibits, including the Tears of the Goddess, were all safe and sound, they were relieved. In order to avoid being scolded, the people consulted with each other and unanimously decided to keep this matter under wraps. This had unintentionally done Chen Feng a favor. Time is long. Noon. With a crowd of reporters filming, Su Zhongtian and the 2 dozen or so tourists invited, plus a crowd of bodyguards, members of the pursuit team, and attendants boarded the cruise ship and sailed towards the deep sea. Late afternoon. After 8 hours of traveling, the cruise ship finally stopped in the deep sea area. 4 helicopters were firmly planted on the large deck. This was specially transferred by Su Zhongtian from his own group in order to deal with Chen Feng, and it was equipped with a comprehensive capture system, fully capable of intercepting Chen Feng's glider in the air. At the front of the cruise ship, Su Lixue held onto the railing on the deck, feeling the surrounding sea breeze constantly blowing past her, her gaze picking into the distance from time to time. Captain Lu Yi, who was newly promoted as the leader of the 3rd team, brought over a bottle of water and handed it to Su Lixue. No need to be so nervous, right? We're in the deep sea now, and we carefully checked everyone's face and luggage before we boarded the ship this time. Chen Feng can't blend in. Su Lixue glanced at him, unscrewed the water bottle and gently took a sip, and opened her mouth. Don't be careless, tell the men to fly their helicopters every half hour to observe the perimeter and report anything immediately. Yes, Lu Wing nodded in agreement. But inside, he remained unimpressed. As he himself had said, they were now in the deep sea. Even the kind of cruise ship they were traveling on would take hours to drive here. How was Chen Feng going to come over? We can't just swim over here, can we? Thinking of this, Louis snorted and shook his head, seemingly a little unimpressed by Su Lishua's excessive nervousness. However, out of his superior's orders, he still relayed Su Lishua's words to a few helicopter pilots. Chapter 43, Fantastic Debut. Not surprisingly, several of the drivers reacted in the same way he had. The pilot of the second machine looked reluctant. Our captain is too careful, right? Isn't it just that he lost to Chen Feng twice? Why are you still paranoid? The pilot of the third machine spoke up right after him. That's right, at such a long distance from the land, how can Chen Feng come over? By relying on his broken glider? Don't dream about it. Hey, the official level is so big that it crushes people to death, and the orders from above still can't be disobeyed. The remaining two drivers also spoke up to express their displeasure. Hearing these words, Louis opened his mouth to reprimand even though he felt the same way. Don't whine, all of you. Do a good job. You just took Captain Su's red packet and you're whining. Ha, that's not very decent. Hearing Louis mention red packets, several drivers all scratched their heads in embarrassment. Although Su Lishua's newly appointed this chief captain was a bit strict, and even a bit too careful, but there were no words for what he did. Not to mention, the red packet alone has made the whole hunting team embrace her. So even if they are uncomfortable, they just whine a bit and don't say anything bad. The hand that represents time is still walking. At the request of the program team, Su Lishua agreed to share the surveillance system of her cruise ship to the live broadcast. The live broadcast screen belonging to Chen Feng also came over here immediately. I went. This time is really ruthless. The previous pursuit group again how to prepare. At least still on land. This guy are dry sea to come. As far as the eye can see, there's water everywhere. And I've heard that everyone on the cruise ship is scrutinized twice before they get on board. So there's absolutely no way anyone could get in. Ha, what about that? This is the sea. Maple God, can't swim over here, can I? Meow. Money is good. I'm afraid the Maple God is going to fall this time. Don't be so cruel to my husband. Night crept in. The sea breeze was also cold. For safety reasons, Su Lishua immediately ordered to turn on all the surrounding lighting. This, coupled with the helicopters constantly patrolling back and forth in the sky, directly ensured that those on the cruise ship could easily access the wind within a kilometer. The clock is still ticking. It had come to 11:30 in the blink of an eye. Susie held her cheeks in her hands and leaned against the railing with an expectant face, waiting for the white figure to arrive. Even the invited guests in the venue gradually reduced their conversations, looking out the window from time to time as if searching for something. Another 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Su Lishue had already returned to the monitoring room, holding the intercom in her hand and staring at the monitoring screen without looking away. For the safety of the Tears of the Goddess, she had even arranged 10 members of the pursuit team inside the venue on the second floor with the entrance position, in order to facilitate the fact that should any accident occur, the hatch could be sealed immediately, locking Chen Feng inside. Foolproof. That was the thought of almost all the members of the chase team. They racked their brains and couldn't figure out what method Chen Feng could use to steal the Tears of the Goddess, and they couldn't even think of how he could have traveled from the distant land to the distant deep sea area. Fly over? Swim? The only possibility is that he made a portal that only exists in movies. But that, of course, is impossible. Unit 3 reporting. Unit 3 reporting. Suspicious target sighted. Moving toward the cruise ship. The voice of the pilot of helicopter number 3 came through the intercom into everyone's ears. Su Lishua immediately picked up the walkie-talkie to respond. Roger. Aircraft number 3 approached the suspicious target immediately and confirmed the target's identity in the shortest possible time. Aircraft number 1 and 2 are ready to provide support. Yes. The conversation broke off, leaving only the sound of the wind breaking from the helicopter propellers in the sky. Soon, though, the silence of the intercom was renewed by the sound of voices. Reporting from the third machine, target identity confirmed. It's Chen Feng himself. The crowd in the command room was filled with surprise. Chen Feng really came? How did he do it? You have to know that this is the deep sea, where no ordinary small boat can reach. Su Lishue was also surprised, but immediately adjusted. The third plane immediately confirms. By what means did Chen Feng come here? Is it a glider? Or a ship? Report from 3, is coming in on a whale. The pilot of the third plane's voice trembled as he spoke, and he even wondered if he was seeing things. But the upright white figure standing on the back of the whale was telling him that it was all true. The crowd on the live feed was also confused. I saw what? Maple God is standing on the back of the whale? Have humans evolved to the point where they can tame whales? How come no one informed me? Ah, my husband is so handsome. Nothing is impossible when it comes to my husband. There's nothing more I want to say about Maple God Bulb. Su above the deck looked at the white figure that kept getting closer and closer, and her eyes rose to stars. At the moment, she only had Chen Feng in her eyes, and had completely thrown the matter of Chen Feng's trip being to steal from her family behind her. Kiddo-sama, I'm here. Chen Feng stood on the back of the whale, with only the cool sea breeze constantly blowing by his ears. There were a few small speedboats that wanted to come forward to catch Chen Feng, but after seeing the huge black shadow at the bottom of Chen Feng's feet, they were still sensible enough to give up the idea. An unobstructed journey to the bottom of the cruise ship. Thank you. Chen Feng lowered his body and gently patted the whale's back. As if it understood, the whale fluttered its huge tail excitedly, creating another large ripple. Chen Feng took out the poker gun from his arms and pressed the trigger against the railing on the deck. Next, with a swoosh, a rope shoots out of the muzzle of the gun and is securely fastened to the top of the railing, borrowing the tension from the rope as it contracted. Chen Feng very easily boarded the cruise ship and landed firmly on top of the deck. Aha! Kiddo-sama! As soon as she landed on the ground, a silhouette pounced towards Chen Feng and jumped straight into his arms. It's none other than Suzy Su. The live broadcast room exploded again. Who is this? Hurry up and let go of my husband. Ah, I'm going to go crazy with envy. I want to be hugged by Kiddo too. Sister, listen to your sister. You can't grasp this, man. Let your sister do it. With millions of people watching, there were still people who recognized Su Shishi's identity. This person is that second miss of the Su family, right? Hasn't she been studying abroad? How come she's back? Hey, I recognized her when you said that. That's her. I've even seen the video of her winning the Olympiad that year. Ha, second Miss Su family. But didn't the Maple God come this time to steal their family's heirloom? Why is she still so excited? Don't ask. We don't understand the brain circuits of other rich people. Chapter 44, A Shocking Space Magic Show. Chen Feng, let go of the hostage. Su Lishua quickly arrived with a dozen or so people, sealing the path in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng spread his hands out. Captain Su, I don't seem to have done anything, right? Su Lishua was immediately choked, looking at Su Sisi, who was relying on Chen Feng's arms and refusing to get up. Su Lishua's teeth were about to be clenched. Suzy, come here you. Su Lishua forced her anger to speak. She shouldn't have brought this untrustworthy sister. Now the shame is out there. Hearing her own elder sister's voice filled with anger, even though Su Sisi was unwilling, she had no choice but to slowly come out of Chen Feng's arms. A little beak of reluctance. Looking at Su Sisi's unhappy face, Chen Feng slowly reached out his hand, encircled her neck, and gently kissed Su Sisi's forehead. Thank you so much for the favor, beautiful lady. Feeling the wet heat on her forehead, Su Sisi, as if she was a little girl who had gotten an idol's signature, blushed in an instant. A pair of jade hands rubbed back and forth on the two corners of her clothes, and she lowered her head, not daring to raise her head to meet Chen Feng's eyes. Chen Feng stood above the deck, the cloak behind him whistling under the sea breeze. The corners of his mouth were still in that, if anything, a smile, and he spoke softly. Ladies and gentlemen, the magic show is about to begin. Ah, hubby is so handsome, should I say no? Looking at the Maple God like this makes a guy like me heartbroken. I can't, my husband is so handsome, I'm going to lick the screen. Countless pop-ups crossed the live stream, and above the deck, under the gaze of countless people, Chen Feng took a step forward. However, a scene that shocked everyone occurred. After Chen Feng's kick landed, it did not land on the ground. Instead, as if held by something, he stepped on a step off nothingness, immediately followed by the second step. This time, Chen Feng's other foot also left the ground, and the entire person unexpectedly took an upward step in the air under the gaze of countless people. There was a brief silence in the live room, followed by a flood of pop-ups. Is the legendary Wudong ladder cloud vertical? A Dozong powerhouse? As terrifying as this? I didn't see a single problem even when I watched the whole thing. How did Chen Feng do this? Don't kid yourself. If I can show you, would the Maple God still be called the Maple God? Suggesting that the state investigate Chen Feng severely. I now seriously suspect that he is the last immortal cultivator of Aquamarine Planet. Everything in the outside world had little effect on Chen Feng, who was still walking upwards at his own pace. Each stepped in mid-air. No, it should be said that each of his steps seemed to be stepping on top of a step that was invisible to everyone. As Chen Feng got higher and higher, Su Lishua and the others were shocked beyond words. How is this possible? Su Lishua's small mouth was slightly open with an unbelievable face. Suddenly, he recalled the contents of Chen Feng's preview letter. The sentence, I will come stepping into the air and take the tears of the goddess. She had thought it meant that Chen Feng wanted to fall from the airplane or steal the goddess tears by gliding through the wings. but now it seemed that she had completely misinterpreted it. The stepping out in the preview letter is a real stepping out in the truest sense of the word. Looking at Chen Feng, who was in mid-air, everyone was so shocked they couldn't say a word. They wanted to say it was just magic. It was fake. It was broken. But when the words came to his lips, he couldn't get a word out, because they really couldn't find even a single crack in Chen Feng. At this moment, or rather in the hearts of the crowd, Chen Feng's figure seemed to overlap with the figure of the god in the story. Chen Feng was still walking upwards, all the way to the roof above the second floor on the cruise ship. There were two dull thuds as his paws stepped on it. The time had come to 11:58 p.m. At this point, there's only 2 minutes left on the teaser letter. Chen Feng, on the other hand, did not even enter the door of the exhibition venue. This also caused everyone to be a bit puzzled, not knowing what Chen Feng was trying to do. Isn't it almost time for the teaser letter? Why hasn't Chen Feng made his move yet? This is the question on almost everyone's mind. Chen Feng, who was on the roof of the building, however, revealed a mysterious smile at this moment and slowly opened his hands to meet the silver moonlight, as if he was embracing the moon. Ladies and gentlemen, as Chen Feng spoke out again, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was quickly mobilized. For a time, another pop-up screen rolled rapidly, and the number of people in the live broadcast room also broke through to 800 people at this time. It's showtime, as Chen Feng's hand fell. The clock strikes 12 midnight at this moment. In the venue, the goddess tear, which was stored inside the glass cover, also slowly disappeared under the watchful eyes of Su Zhongtian and the others as well as the 800 viewers in the live broadcast room. Right, just disappear. In front of everyone, as if it were ice in the flames, it was rapidly melting away. This can't be right. In the meeting hall, Su Zhongtian was full of incredulity as he picked at the glass cover that housed the goddess tear. At this point the sturdy glass cover, instead, became a barrier preventing him from entering. One could only watch as the goddess tears slowly melted away and eventually disappeared completely. On the outside, on the other hand, a red gemstone slowly revealed itself into shape on Chen Feng's hand. It is the tears of the goddess. I see. And you say it's not magic? No way. I have to go and worship a master. If I can learn this from the maple god, then I'll have all my future life in order. Fengshen can't really be a magician under the banner of a magician, right? This is too weird. Fetching things through the air? I'm afraid this has already reached Dozun cultivation, right? Fellow Daoist, why are you here? The crowd at the scene was dumbfounded. It's not that they haven't thought about stopping it, but they really don't know how to stop it. Could Chen Feng really know magic? A few members of the pursuit team couldn't help but think darkly, but then quickly interrupted their thoughts with a shake of their heads. This is a society of law and order, and one is an atheist, so one cannot be superstitious or superstitious. The player kept giving himself hints in his mind, but inwardly, he still couldn't help but associate Chen Feng with magic. Chen Feng's hand held up the light red goddess tears as if he was displaying his trophies for all to see. Everyone, it seems that this time, it's still me who wins. Chen Feng spoke with a light smile, putting away the tears of the goddess and bowing slightly to the crowd. This concludes today's magic show, so I'll take my leave. With that, Chen Feng lifted his clothes and his entire body rose into the air once again. It was at this moment that the crowd could see clearly that above Chen Feng's head, a large area with hundreds or thousands of seabirds were knotted together, flying in the air, and 3 thin threads, so thin they were almost invisible, hung down from the sky, connecting him to the flock of birds. Gentlemen, I look forward to our meeting again in the silver moonlight. As the words fell, a white card fell from the air and landed precisely in front of Su Fuxue. As with the teaser letter, I have received the tears of the goddess, kiddo. At the same time a system beep sounded from Chen Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing the tears of the goddess, rewarding Monster Kiddo with a card fusion of plus 5%. System points plus 500. Current card fusion 65%. Chapter 45, Chen Feng's Million Wanted Order. Yesterday, Chen Feng, the most wanted criminal in Area 3 of China, managed to cross the ocean and steal the tears of the goddess gemstone under the watchful eyes of millions of people. This is Chen Feng's 4th strike, and again, it was a great success. According to the joint government program team's calculations, the total amount of money stolen by Chen Feng so far has reached more than 100 million rice dollars, ranking the world's thieves list. The 11th, the United Government Program has announced that it has officially issued a wanted notice for Chen Feng in the amount of 300 yuan. Inside a certain 5-star hotel room on the beach in H City, the television set hanging on the wall was playing the news. Listening to the words coming from the television, Chen Feng, who was lying on the sofa, revealed a smirk and casually turned off the television. 300 rice dollars sounds like a pretty good deal, don't you think? White, Chen Feng was wearing a robe, and the red wine within the wine glass in his hand was even more brightly colored under the illumination of the light. Last night after finishing his work, Chen Feng didn't rush back to the cafe. After all, it was rare to come out. How could it be just for work? Enjoying life is also essential. Goo! Little White barked with his head held high as a response to Chen Feng. Chen Feng's smile flourished even more as he took out the tears of the goddess he had gotten earlier and placed it under the light to slowly admire it. It's quite a pretty bauble, though, and it wasn't worth the sea air I blew all night for it. Lifting the wine glass in his hand, he gently touched it on the tears of the goddess, as if clinking glasses. Cheers! Ha ha! Knock! Knock! The door of the room was knocked at that moment. Chen Feng put the wine glass down and came to the door. Observing the outside through the cat's eye and after making sure that it was not someone from the pursuit team or the police force, he then opened the door. It was a waiter pushing a food cart. Hello, distinguished sir, here's your dinner order. Would you like us to bring it in for you? Please, just give it to me directly. Chen Feng responded politely and casually gave the waiter another tip of 100 renminbi. At the waiter's words of thanks, he was ready to close the door and enjoy his dinner, but was once again stopped by the waiter. Sir, sorry to bother you again. It's like this. Our hotel has added a new venue on the 5th floor location as a ballroom venue. If you're interested, you can take a look. With that, the waiter handed a ticket to Chen Feng's hand and pushed the food cart away. Prom. Looking at the tickets in his hand, Chen Feng made up his mind after a little thought. After returning to the room and shelling the crayfish ordered for Little White and placing it on its dinner plate, Chen Feng turned around and left the door, arriving at the location of the ball. After handing out his ticket, Chen Feng smoothly entered inside. There weren't many people inside the ball, or not many people staying at this expensive 5-star hotel. Only a few dozen or so were on the dance floor swaying to the music, while another dozen or so were sitting on top of the couches either chatting or drinking. Hello, may I sit here? A voice reached the ears of Anna, who was sitting in a chair fiddling with flowers and pens. Anna raised her head and glanced at Chen Feng, who was holding a wine glass. She did not refuse. She just nodded and lowered her head to continue fiddling with the flowers and fountain pen in her hands. Chen Feng sat down opposite Anna, and was again quickly caught by the movements in Anna's hands. Only in Anna's hands. One moment she hid the flowers in her cuffs, the next she hid the pen inside her coat. The two kept exchanging positions, and while it seemed awkward, it was obvious what she was trying to do. Is the lady trying to learn magic? Chen Feng smiled once again and spoke. Chen Feng's words instantly attracted Anna's attention. Nodding her head and opening her mouth to ask in a still fluent Chinese, would you? Chen Feng didn't reply. He just reached out and picked up the pen from Anna's hand that she had been fiddling with. Chen Feng brought the pen to Anna's face and opened his mouth. I guess you want that. With that said, Chen Feng flicked the pen in his hand, and the pen instantly disappeared into thin air, while a purple rosebud flower then took the place of the previous pen. Whoa! Anna exclaimed out in shock, then pinched and squeezed in Chen Feng's cuffs with a curious expression. The pen that had disappeared was not found. How did you do it? Where's that pen? Where did you turn it? As if Anna had turned into a curious baby, she stood up and issued a long list of questions to Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. Ma'am, perhaps it has never left you. Ha! Anna was first stunned and did not seem to understand what Chen Feng meant, but her left hand touched a hard object in her pocket at that moment. A guess sprang to Anna's mind. Taking it out, it was indeed the pen that had just disappeared. Oh, God! This is amazing! Looking at the pen in her hand, Anna covered her mouth in amazement. Can I know your name? Yazan, a passing magician. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Yazan. Anna pronounced the name silently, then nodded. Hello, my name is Anna and I'm from Russia. Arsene, since you're a magician you should know about Kido, right? Looking at Anna's expectant face, Chen Feng could not help but faintly stare. Are you so hot? Even the Russians know about it? But he quickly responded. Sure, that's a hot thief. No, Arsene. I don't really like the word thief to describe him. Anna had a serious look on her face that quickly changed to longing. He's more of an artist. A real artist. Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Was he considered to have teased a fan? It seems that his bad habit of wanting to flirt with beautiful women when he sees them needs to be changed. Right. Anna seemed to remember something and brought the pen and flowers back up and spoke with an excited look on her face. This is the same magic that Kido did. I've gotten many people to teach me, but unfortunately, I haven't learned it yet. Speaking of which, Anna blushed slightly. Just then, a middle-aged woman came over and whispered something into Anna's ear. Anna nodded and stood up from her seat to look at Chen Feng. It was nice to meet you today, but I have to go now to prepare for my concert. Chen Feng asked with some curiosity. Are you a singer? Yeah, 3 days from now, at 8 o'clock in the evening, over at the East City Grand Theater. There's my concert, so if you're interested, you're welcome to come. Anna answered with a smile. Then they followed the middle-aged woman out. Who was that man just now? The middle-aged woman opened her mouth and asked. A friend I just met. Anna smiled back. Chapter 46, Big Star's Concert. Chen Feng played at the beach for 2 days in a row and did not return inside the cafe until the evening 2 days later. Having just returned to the store, Chen Feng didn't even have time to send Xiaobai back to the second floor before the store door was roughly pushed open. Sun Yuqing burst into the store in a flurry of wind. "I'll go, boss, you finally opened the door. I thought you couldn't do it anymore and closed down. I'm borrowing your advice. It's not down for a while." Chen Feng blanked her. Sun Yuqing walked forward and touched Chen Feng's shoulder with her arm. "Don't be mad, boss, how about this? I treat you to a concert." Saying that, Sun Yuqing also shook the 2 tickets in her hand. Chen Feng looked skeptical. "Are you that kind? Hey boss, you're being a bit of a dog who doesn't know what's good for you. I kindly invited you to a concert and you still doubt my sincerity." Sun Yuqing covered her chest and exaggeratedly performed a look of sadness. Chen Feng remained unmoved, only continuing to scrutinize her. Perhaps Chen Feng's gaze was just too sharp. Sun Yuqing could no longer act, straightened up and waved her hand. "Okay, I'll admit it. It was my parents and they heard about me getting a boyfriend from Uncle Su. So they gave me these 2 tickets to go with you and a picture to give to them to prove that I wasn't lying." Sun Yuqing's face was lifeless, as if she had suffered much aggression. "Just this, huh?" Chen Feng let out a light laugh. Sun Yuqing's eyes widened in surprise. "You promised? Gotta add money." Sun Yuqing. In the end, Sun Yuqing still compromised and cursed and transferred another 5,000 renminbi to Chen Feng. "Traitor." Looking at Chen Feng's face, Sun Yuqing cursed unabashedly. Chen Feng, on the other hand, lifted his head without a care in the world and pointed to the store's price list. "Isn't this something obvious?" "Welcome," came the voice of the mechanical cat at the door. Su Lishue's figure then appeared in the store. "Looks like I've come at the right time," finally shutting the door. "Hello again, MS. Su," Chen Feng greeted with a smile. Sister Luoxue shouted Sun Yuqing in a voice so sweet that it was cloying, then came to Su Luoxue's side and hugged her arm as she glared at Chen Feng and opened her mouth. "You must be careful. This is a treacherous businessman. I've thoroughly memorized him." Su Lishue seemed to still be a bit confused, looking towards Chen Feng not knowing what had happened. Chen Feng, on the other hand, still had the same smile that could not be seen in his joy or sorrow. "It is also my honor to be remembered by the beautiful lady." "Humph," Sun Yuqing hummed arrogantly. Looking at Sun Yuqing's haughty face, Su Lishue lightly laughed and shook her head. With a glance of his eyes, he noticed the concert tickets sitting on the counter. "Anna concert? You guys are interested in this Russian star?" Su Lishue looked at the 2 Chen Fengs with slight curiosity. Hearing the word Anna again, Chen Feng could not help but stare. Anna? Wasn't that the celebrity fan he'd met 2 days ago? He'd also looked her up from the internet since he'd parted ways with his celebrity fan 2 days ago. The final one came out with a conclusion that it was just a mere star, at best a pretty face, nothing worth sending out a teaser letter of its own, and put the matter behind us. Rather, he didn't expect that the 2 concert tickets brought by Sun Yuqing today were actually for this star fan of his. It's still true. Chen Feng shook his head in his mind. Chen Feng opened his mouth and asked, "Is she famous?" However, as soon as the words came out of his mouth, Sun Yuqing and the 2 of them looked at him with a hell look. "What are you talking about, big brother? This is Anna. Ah, she you don't even know?" Chen Feng shook his head, but from the reactions of the 2, he could already draw a conclusion. Sun Yuqing was still gushing. "She's the hottest female celebrity in Russia, even in all of Asia. The princess of the snow country." "Ah, you don't even recognize her?" Chen Feng still shook his head. Again, it drew a gasp of surprise from the 2 women. After a few more words of conversation, the 2 ordered a cup of coffee each and came to sit at the table. "By the way, Falling Snow sister, your family's heirloom, the tear of the goddess, that was stolen by Kiddo 2 days ago. Did he return it to your family?" Sun Yuqing looked at Su Lishue with a curious expression as she opened her mouth to inquire. Hearing these words, a trace of loss flashed in Su Lishue's eyes, but she still smiled and shook her head. Maybe he wanted to wait until after the chase to pay it back. After all, it was a rule that was agreed upon from the beginning, and people have that power. "Oh, okay." Sun Yuqing nodded and didn't say anything more. As Su Lishue had said, this was a rule set by the show's organizers from the beginning, and each contestant had the option of taking the stolen items and hiding them, waiting for the pursuit period to pass and receiving equal compensation. It's just that person is Kiddo. The Kiddo whose decisions are always unexpected by everyone. Sun Yuqing pondered for some time without result, and finally simply turned her gaze to Chen Feng, who was sitting at the front desk quietly reading a book. "Hey boss, what do you think about the fact that Kiddo hasn't returned the tears of the goddess so far?" Hearing Sun Yuqing's words, Chen Feng closed the book in his hand, stood up from the front stage, walked to Sun Yuqing and sat down opposite the 2 of them, pretended to be deep in thought for a while, and only then leisurely opened his mouth. "I don't know what that Mr. Kiddo was thinking, but if it were me, I wouldn't have allowed to worry such a beautiful lady as Miss Su." With that, Chen Feng flipped his hand and conjured a purple rose out of thin air, handing it to Su Lixue. Su Lixue took the flowers, the smile at the corner of her mouth unabated. You're not afraid of Yuqing being jealous when you talk like this? Sun Yuqing was shamed by this sentence and hastily raised her hand to feign anger and hit Su Lixue. Sister Falling Snow, you're laughing at me again. Okay, I'm not going to say anything, okay? Su Lixue smiled and opened her mouth, but the flirtation in her gaze still caused Sun Yuqing to blush for a long time, unable to dissipate. Time passes at a leisurely pace. In a flash it was the next night. In front of the East Side Theater, Chen Feng and Sun Yuqing both managed to enter the theater's interior after checking their tickets. That's a lot of people. Looking at the entire concert site filled with people, Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. That's if the tickets aren't cheap, and I'm afraid the crowd would have doubled again if they were at a free venue. Of course, this is Anna, who is called the Princess of the Snow Country. It's also the first concert after coming to China, so of course there are many people. Sun Yuqing, who was on the side, opened her mouth to respond. As soon as the words left his mouth, the scene suddenly boiled over. Next, the center of the stage cracked open, and Anna, who was dressed in a long black dress and looked like a black swan, slowly rose from the center of the stage. Chapter 47, Magic Shows and Performance Accidents. Anna, I love you, like a mouse loves rice. Your Highness, Princess of the Snow Kingdom, look at me, I'm here. The fans at the scene burst into a frenzy, not in the least inferior to those fans of his own that Chen Feng had encountered at the show. The only difference was probably that most of Chen Feng's fans were female, while Anna's fans were mostly male. Chen Feng didn't doubt for a second that if it wasn't for the row of security guards stopping them between the audience stage and the stage, there would definitely be a large group of crazed fans flocking to the top of the stage. Good evening, everyone. Anna smiled and greeted the crowd on stage. Again, it caused the fans on stage to erupt. Guys, Anna once again spoke through the microphone, her voice spreading throughout the venue and gradually quieting the originally noisy scene. I want to announce something. I found my idol, and that's the reason why I'm putting the first stop of my world tour in H City, China. When these words came out, there was another murmur from the crowd. The star you follow has an idol? Who is it? Which star? You put your first stop in H City for that idol? Could that person be from China? The crowd of fans at the scene were talking about it, and Anna on the stage spoke with a smile once again. I won't tell you who he is, but before the concert begins, I'd like to perform a magic trick as my gift to him, and to you. Magic? Anna does magic? Sun Yuqing made a surprised sound. She had been following Anna for quite some time and had never heard of Anna doing any magic. Chen Feng, who was on the side, raised his eyebrows when he heard this, but did not say anything. Now, I would like to ask one of the audience members on the spot to be my magic partner. I wonder if anyone would like to come. Me, Anna, I do. Pick me. Wife, pick me. I'll do as I'm told and promise to cooperate. Pick me, goddess. The fans were instantly ignited. Anna always smiled without saying a word, just reached out and kept running her fingers between the crowd on stage. Wherever her finger pointed, a colored spotlight from above shone on that spot. Just ask this gentleman to come and help me out. As Anna's finger stopped somewhere in the crowd, the spotlight was positioned to illuminate that person. People around us also cast envious glances at the chosen lucky son. I'm going, boss. You've been chosen. Hey, boss. On the side, Sun Yuqing was full of excitement as she tugged at Chen Feng's clothes, as if it was not Chen Feng who was chosen but her. Amidst the countless jealous gazes around him, Chen Feng slowly stood up and walked towards the stage. Hello again, MS. Anna. Chen Feng smiled and greeted Anna. Anna responded with the same smile. I didn't think you'd actually come. Although he couldn't hear what Chen Feng and Anna were saying, seeing the way the two were talking, the stage was also suddenly abuzz with chatter. Why does it look like this person knows Anna? He's not a trustee, is he? Are you stupid, buddy? If it's ATO, they must be pretending not to know each other. It might just be a coincidence. I think so, but this person looks a little bit like the Maple God. All catching up with Zhang Biscuit Luan and Jay Luan. It's true when you say it like that. When I look at it in a trance, I thought the Maple God had come to see the concert. Regardless of the murmurs from the stage, Anna greeted a man from backstage and carried a box the size of a meter wide. Anna walked forward and opened the box in front of Chen Feng. There was very little inside. Only 2 magic hats were placed in it. Now, I would like to ask the gentleman to remove the contents of the box. After saying that, Anna turned her gaze towards Chen Feng and made a please gesture. Chen Feng walked forward and reached out to take the 2 magic hats out of the box according to Anna's words. As soon as he entered his hand, Chen Feng was keenly aware that the weight was off, but he did not voice it out. Instead, he playfully turned his gaze to Anna on the side, just in time to meet Anna's eyes. Only Anna inclined her head and blinked her left eye at Chen Feng at an angle unseen by the audience. the significance of which was self-evident. Chen Feng laughed and did not utter a word to reveal it. Everyone watch, there's nothing in the hat. Oh you. Anna's sweet voice carried across the room through the microphone. Picking up the magician's hat in Chen Feng's hand, he showed the inside of the hat to everyone present to watch. After walking around the edge of the stage, Anna replaced her hat back into Chen Feng's hands. Gentlemen, it's time to witness a miracle. The words fell. Anna was seen placing her hands on top of her hat. It was not long before a sudden rustling was heard in the two hats. Next, swish, several white doves emerged from the hat out of thin air, whirring their wings and flying out of the hat. It swept over the heads of the crowd on stage and flew outward. Pop, pop, snap. There was a fierce round of applause. Again, goddess, do it again. That's so cool, wife. It's time for us to go home. Your Highness, Princess of the Land of Snow, I love you. Anna always smiled in the face of the intensity on stage. Since everyone wants to see it again, I'll do it again. And this time, I'm going to conjure up 1,000,000 flowers from this empty box, Anna announced toward the stage. There was another cheer. Then I'll trouble you to carry the boxes over with me. Anna looked at Chen Feng and spoke. My pleasure. Chen Feng politely replied back. In the thousands of jealousy-filled gazes from the stage, Chen Feng and Anna came to the left and right sides of the large box, and together they reached out to lift the box. However, as soon as he got his hands on it, Chen Feng realized that something was wrong. The weight is not right. Unlike the overweight of the magic hat, this case is a little too light. According to Anna's performance 2 days ago, she was completely at the level of a magic novice, and the only way to pull off a good magic trick was through a lot of prop preparation. And the Anna just now said that she wanted to conjure up 1,000,000 flowers, so naturally the easiest way was to use compartments. Hide the flowers in the compartments, and just turn on the mechanism through the remote control during the magic trick. But it's obvious how there could be tons of props hidden under such a light weight. Then there's only one explanation. The case is in the wrong hands. Think about it. Chen Feng looked up at Anna in front of him. Apparently, at this point, Anna had noticed this as well. The little face suddenly became pale, the shell teeth biting the lips tightly, and even the breathing was shortened by a few points. Performance accident. It's a show-stopping accident, no doubt about it. It's still such a special and important time to be opening the first show of a world tour. If exploited by someone with an agenda, it's going to affect her stardom in a bad way. Chapter 48 Salvation from Chen Feng. Anna stood still, her face white. Even though she had reached her current accomplishments at a young age, she couldn't help but be distracted by the current situation. Couldn't even be bothered to think of a response. The delayed Anna also caught the attention of the audience on stage. What's going on? Why isn't Goddess Anna moving? She's not preparing some big move, is she? I don't think so. It can't be an accident, can it? Hey, I told you, a good singer, sing on the line. Still have to learn others to do magic. Now okay? Still too young. It's obvious that simply singing a few songs could have ended it perfectly, and now they're getting into accidents instead. There was no shortage of chatter from the stage, and it fell on Anna's ears as well. This added a few more moments of panic to her already somewhat overwhelmed state. But with the concert director urging her over and over again in her headset, Anna could only slowly reach out toward the box. Breathing remains rapid. Just when Anna had completely given up and was ready to accept this performance mishap, a hand suddenly reached out and took Anna's jade hand in its grasp. Mind if I accompany you to open this Pandora's box? Chen Feng was so close to the ground Anna that the heat wave spat out could even directly hit Anna's face. However, at this time, Anna did not have the leisure to care about these things anymore, and after glancing at Chen Feng, she only nodded her head without any other response. Things were already like this. Anna did not think that the unprepared Chen Feng could help her, but having someone who was willing to accompany her could more or less give her a trace of security that did not exist. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes on the stage, both of their hands touched the edge of the box at the same time. You seem nervous, Ms. Anna. Anna swallowed heavily and looked at Chen Feng, who was close to her, and did not deny it. Trust me, don't be nervous, just close your eyes and wait for the miracle to happen, okay? Chen Feng's voice seemed to have magical powers, causing Anna to uncontrollably choose to believe it. Perhaps she was too nervous and wanted to escape, or perhaps it was Chen Feng's confident look that convinced her. Anna took a deep breath and forcefully stabilized her mind, then slowly closed her eyes according to Chen Feng's words. Come on ma'am, let's open this mysterious magic box together. Chen Feng's voice rang in Anna's ears. As the two of them exerted force together, the box that had already been covered was once again opened. One moment, as if 1,000,000 flowers were blooming, countless flowers erupted from within the box. Purple roses, pink peonies, white lilies, brown begonias, and the most prominent red roses. Countless flowers kept pouring out as if they were endless. There were even more petals in the sky, along with the flowers gushing into the sky and slowly falling down from the air. It's like a garden on earth. Pop, pop, snap. The stage once again erupted in fierce applause. This time the applause and cheers were even louder and crazier than the previous two. One time, there were shouts and gasps, and the questioning voices as well as the said shouts just now, at some unknown moment, disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Seemingly sensing the change in her surroundings, Anna on the stage slowly opened her eyes and was again instantly attracted by the beautiful scene in front of her. Anna covered her mouth, too shocked to speak. Did you get the case right? The idea floated through Anna's mind for a second before being rejected outright. That leaves only one explanation. Anna turned her head to look at Chen Feng beside her, only to see that Chen Feng still had the same calm expression. Only after she cast her gaze over, she put her finger in front of her lips and made a silence gesture. Thank you, Anna whispered to Chen Feng. Chen Feng revealed a smile and placed his right hand in front of his body, and after slightly saluting in the sea of flowers, he turned around and left. However, since the concert hadn't ended yet, Anna couldn't go and catch up with Chen Feng, and could only stand on the stage and watch him return to the sea of people once again. The concert continues. After the accident earlier, Anna became more careful, which made all the performances of the later programs go very smoothly. The concert, which lasted more than 2 hours, ended without incident, except for a handful of rabid fans who flocked to the front and were stopped by security. The rest of the crowd watching the concert left through the gates. Let's go too. Chen Feng spoke to Sun Yuqing. Wait. Sun Yuqing pulled Chen Feng with one hand, while the other took out her cell phone from her pocket and turned on the selfie function. Then he got up and took Chen Feng's arm and pressed the photo button. Ka! With a crisp sound, the photo was successfully taken. Looking at the results in her hands, Sun Yuqing nodded in satisfaction. Just as he wanted to take Chen Feng away, he realized that Chen Feng was staring with a frown in the direction of the already empty stage. What are you still looking at? They're gone. And besides, they're an international superstar. How could they possibly look at you just because they interacted with you once? Sun Yuqing spoke while fiddling with the photo in her hand. Chen Feng didn't reply back, only still frowning as he looked ahead. I don't know if it was a hallucination or not, but the sharp 5 senses of him had just heard a dull explosion in that direction of the stage. That sound was similar to the sound of the miniature directional bomb that he used when he stole the moonlight pupil before. What are you thinking? It's all broken up. Let's go. The unknown Sun Yuqing pulled Chen Feng's arm and pulled Chen Feng outward. Chen Feng didn't resist, but only shook his head to interrupt his thoughts. Maybe he really did mishear himself, or maybe it was just someone's lighter that accidentally blew up. Putting his doubts down, Chen Feng let Sun Yuqing drag him along with the crowd as he left the Grand Theater. The following day, at noon, Chen Feng was still sitting at the front desk position playing with his cell phone as usual. It was only an unintentional swipe at a news item that instantly caught his attention. Shocked, Anna, a beautiful star from Russia, strangely disappeared after a concert. When the police investigated the scene, they found traces of explosives. Countless netizens commented at the bottom of this newsletter. How could my goddess go missing? Obviously I saw her at the concert yesterday. Aha! My goddess I hope it's just a false alarm. Don't let the bad guys get you. My god, there are even traces of blasting at the scene. My wife won't have any accidents, right? Shut the up upstairs. P.S. Bookworms, this topic is a real brain teaser. I've lost a ton of hair. I'm begging for a little gift as a consolation. Of course it's okay if you don't send it, just don't yell at me. The humble author, Little Hui Hui, kneels in gratitude. Chapter 49, Kidnapping? Anna's missing? Looking at the information on the news, Chen Feng's brows gradually furrowed. The mind also couldn't help but recall the subtle dull explosion of yesterday. I'm afraid, is that time? Chen Feng pondered for a while and walked out the door to flip the sign from in business to in resting. Locking the store door again, he left the cafe. At this time, in a certain abandoned factory on the outskirts of the western city of H City, 24 police cars were parked on the road next to the abandoned factory, and nearly 100 police officers in police uniforms were heavily armed. The gun is on safety and loaded. The abandoned factory in front of us was surrounded. Squeak! Several brakes sounded in a row. 5 more police cars arrived. The doors of the 5 vehicles were pushed open as soon as the vehicles came to a stop. H City Police Chief Roya and Su Lishue and the rest of the pursuit team stepped out of the car. Originally, as an expatriate to the program's pursuit bureau, Su Lishue and the others were not required to participate in police force missions. But this time, the situation is so urgent that it is impossible to transfer so many people at once, coupled with the fact that most of the people in the pursuit team were sent by the police force. It was also after discussing with the side of the program that Su Lishue and the others were urgently drawn over to help. Only this time it's no longer the show's outlaws that are being dealt with, but outlaws equipped with real bullets. As soon as they arrived at the scene, the people in police uniforms and bulletproof vests took their positions according to the orders they had already received. Su Lishue, on the other hand, accompanied Director Roa to the command post that was temporarily set up by a bulletproof car. What's the situation now? As soon as he entered the command vehicle, Roha opened his mouth to inquire with a heavy face. Even he didn't expect these outlaws to be so arrogant. Not to mention the fact that the kidnapping was carried out in the downtown area with the highest flow of people. Hot weapons were arrogantly used without any fear of attracting the attention of the police force. Even after the operation was discovered and 6 people were killed by the police force in pursuit, the remaining 3 people still hid in this abandoned factory with hostages and continued to resist. The captain in charge of command at the scene immediately saluted and reported when he saw the chief himself. At present, the remaining 3 bandits have been surrounded by us, but this place has a strange number of trails and the road conditions are very complicated. Plus they have hostages in their hands, so we don't dare to act easily. Roa nodded and pressed on. Did they make an offer? Not yet. Our personnel are continuing to deal with the other side, but there has been no response yet. No conditions? Roa's frown deepened. Veteran criminals who have been fighting outlaws for years know that, but anyone who is willing to make an offer, that means there is still something to talk about, and things are more manageable. And the kind that doesn't open the conditions or even talk back is the most dangerous molecule. Roa frowned tightly, pondering his response without a word. In the meantime, the interior of an abandoned factory. Anna, who had her hands and feet bound and gagged, was curled up in a corner, and her delicate appearance and makeup could hardly hide her fear at this moment. His body couldn't help but shiver, and his pale blue eyes were filled with panic. And not far from her, a middle-aged and 2 youths, a total of 3 bandits were talking. What should we do? Now that the outside is surrounded by Chinese police, what should we do? The one who opened the mouth was one of the youths, with short blonde hair and standard Western-looking features. Earlier I warned you and Paul to try not to shoot. Did you listen? Now you know you're in a hurry? Another middle-aged man with a Western face spoke up. His eyes were annoyed at the 2 men's earlier behavior. The young man called Paul didn't seem to care. What could John and I do without shooting? With all the security around this, could we have snatched her so smoothly without shooting? That's right, John. If they were all as timid as you, we'd still be outside the theater in the cool air. John chimed in and spoke. Meh, that's better than getting killed. John unceremoniously opened his mouth to dislike. This statement was made. Several people in the room were silent. Grumpy Paul even came to Anna with a gun in his hand and a quick, menacing look on his face. It's all because of this stinking. Otherwise we wouldn't have lost so many brothers. Looking at the blackened muzzle of the gun in front of her, Anna was also terrified. Even as an international superstar, she still couldn't contain her fear at such a life-threatening moment. The pretty face was white with fear, and the whole thing trembled slightly, the fear of death. But it was good to see that both John and John were still conscious. Seeing Paul in this posture that might shoot at any time was also startled, and hurriedly walked up to him left and right to pull him back. Man, if you kill her now, we're totally screwed. Those Chinese out there will come in and send us to God. Paul, are you crazy? This is the person the boss wants. Don't drag us down if you don't want to live yourself. Hearing the word boss, Paul, who was still on the verge of rage, unconsciously revealed a touch of fear in the bottom of his eyes. The anger in his heart seemed to have been instantly doused by a pot of cold water, and the whole person calmed down quite a bit. Just then, the sound of shouting from the police force came from outside the abandoned factory. While giving a few people hope for escape, they also temporarily dropped their watch over Anna and returned to the table not far away, ready to negotiate with the police outside to go. Anna heaved a sigh of relief when the 3 left from her presence. This feeling of coming back from the dead wasn't pleasant, and if her mouth hadn't been gagged, she would have wanted to take a couple of ragged breaths to ease her mind. It was also just as Anna seemed to lose all her strength and collapsed to the floor. A white figure located at the ceiling of the factory 6 or 7 meters above the ground caught her attention at once. Blue eyes widened instantly, and his heart beat much faster than it had a moment ago. That's Kiddo. Chen Feng, who was hiding in the ceiling, lowered his head and exchanged a glance with Anna, put out his hand in front of his lips, and made a silence gesture. Anna immediately understood, and forced down the excitement in her heart, putting on the same look as earlier, so as not to be noticed by the 3 outlaws next to her. At the same time, looking at Chen Feng at the top, a guess quietly took shape in Anna's mind. Not far away, the 3 outlaws were still negotiating with the police outside. Also received an update on the terms from the police outside. The police were willing to clear the intersection and let them leave, but needed to release the hostages first before doing so. The 3 weren't stupid and knew that Anna was now the only card they could play to stay alive. If they send Anna, the best they can do is get shot up in a hornet's nest on the way out. Even if they were lucky, fluke after fluke, and escaped the hunt, or even managed to escape back overseas, their boss over there would make their lives worse than death for failing in their mission. Chapter 50, Chen Feng strikes. Paul, get back to them and tell them they don't have the capital to negotiate with me. Immediately we need a fully fueled vehicle, enough food and water for 3 people for 2 days, and the release of the road from here to the border, or we will kill this woman immediately. John had undisguised murderous intent in his eyes. In this critical situation, Paul was sensible enough not to gamble with John, and after immediately nodding his head in agreement, he touched the windowsill and shouted to the outside. And that's when it happened. John suddenly felt as if something had fallen on his head. Puzzled, John felt toward the top of his head, and sure enough, he felt something flat and soft, and when he brought it to his eyes, John froze instantly. Petals? Looking at the petals in his hand from nowhere, John made a surprised sound. However, the extremely vigilant man still reacted immediately, and immediately suppressed the doubts in his heart, raising his gun with a wary face to look in the direction of the ceiling. Phew! Phew! 2 wind-breaking sounds came. Immediately afterward 2 playing cards instantly struck John's gun-toting hand, and blood instantly trickled down from John's wrist. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who? The intense pain caused the pistol in John's hand to fall to the ground, and caused him to instantly rage. The other 2 who heard the commotion were also startled and quickly looked toward John. Just then, too, a voice came from the location of the factory ceiling. Kidnapping is really the most common tactic of second-rate criminals. Chen Fang's voice instantly attracted the trio. The 3 of them quickly raised their heads to look, only to see a white figure standing upright on top of the beams above the factory. There was also a rope in his hand, and the other end of the rope was tied above a huge pocket that hung down from the top. When did the people come in? All 3 of them were shocked. However, Chen Feng was obviously not going to answer their questions, and only looked at the few people below and slowly spoke. Everyone. Chen Feng revealed a mysterious smile. Surprise! Chen Feng directly pulled the rope in his hand, and the pocket that lost its rope binding was instantly opened. In the next second, petals sprang out of the pockets as if they were scattered by the heavenly maidens, falling all over the sky. Of course, it was obvious that this aesthetically pleasing scene would not attract the attention of the 3 outlaws. The moment he saw Chen Feng, John hurriedly lowered his head and picked up the dropped gun, and the other 2 quickly took out their pistols from their waists. The petals floated down, quickly blocking the vision of a few people, but not the killing intent of a few people. Bang! 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 The 3 guns fired almost simultaneously towards the place where Chen Feng had previously stood, and countless flower petals were shot through and smashed by the bullets before they could fall. Anna looked at this scene in horror, wanting to yell and tell Chen Feng to be careful, but because her mouth was blocked, she could only make a whimpering sound. A few seconds later, the 3 men stopped shooting one after another, and the petals in the sky fell completely at that moment. Vision was restored once again. Just to the trio's surprise, the direction in which they had fired was empty at this point, not to mention the absence of bodies that had been knocked down or even killed by bullets. Where did the man go? Alarm bells went off in the 3 men's minds. Quickly leaning back to back, they looked around with alert faces. Looks like a few of you are pretty rude. Chen Feng's voice came from all directions, making it impossible to distinguish the exact location for a while. Since a few of you have already taken a curtain call, let me put the final curtain on this show. By pulling the final curtain, as soon as the words fell, the lights in the entire factory went out instantly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. John, the oldest of the 3, cursed. He had remembered who this man was. A few days ago in every continent including Europe or very hot thief game China 3 area the magician thief, Chen Feng. Mr. Chen Feng. Mr. Chen Feng. We don't have a beef. John shouted around in his not-so-skilled Chinese, but alas, there was no response, so he could only continue to look around with a wary eye and keep shouting. Mr. Chen, if willing to leave here, we will be grateful. Phew, it was as if a white shadow passed before John's eyes. John, who had just begged and shouted for peace, immediately threw his earlier words to the back of his mind when he noticed the white shadow, and with a hideous smile on his face, he frantically declared bullets in that direction. Bang, bang, bang. The pistol's firelight stood out in the dark interior of the factory. The sound of gunfire echoed with the sound of shell casings hitting the ground. Under John's frantic shooting, the white figure seemed to be struck and stopped moving at a distance of roughly 10 meters from John. Seeing this, the smile on John's face became even more wanton, but still did not let his guard down. After changing the magazine, holding up the pistol full of vigilance towards the white figure not far away. 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. As he got closer, John also finally got a good look at the face of the white figure that had been shot and fell to the ground. Paul? How? John's eyes immediately widened as he looked at Paul, who had been beaten into a hornet's nest by himself. One had obviously just leaned in with Paul. Nope. If Paul had been killed by himself, who was that man just now? John, hurry up. Before the words were out of his mouth, the lights in the factory were restored. The white figure with charisma written all over it had taken the place of Paul, and at his feet lay a figure. Who else could it be if not John? Looking at Chen Feng's smirking expression in front of him, it would be a lie for John to say that he wasn't afraid. How could he not have expected that Chen Feng's maneuver could be so fast and clever that he could even make himself kill his own teammate with his own hands without even realizing it? That means, as if, the devil from hell. Fear to fear, John's hand movements were not slow. The moment he saw Chen Feng appear, the gun in his hand that had just changed its magazine was once again raised. Click! A clear voice rang out. The pistol didn't shoot as expected. John froze completely in place. Chen Feng, who was not far away, slowly stretched out his hand at this time, and a dozen yellow bullets fell from his hand. A little trickery, if you'll pardon me. Chen Feng smiled and bowed in acknowledgement, as if it was a curtain call after a performance. Just then, a fierce footstep sounded. Su Lixue, who was in a police uniform and holding a rifle, rushed in with her men. Nobody move. Drop your weapons and surrender. Just after she finished speaking, Su Lixue noticed Chen Feng not far away, and her face couldn't help but show a touch of surprise. Chen Feng, why are you here? Ms. Su, meeting again. Your beauty remains the same. Chen Feng made a gentlemanly salute towards Su Lixue. P.S. The treasures who like this book don't forget to add the fan group O. Chapter 51, Smart Anna. Looking at John, who had fallen to the ground unconscious beside Chen Feng, he also looked at John, who had already been pinned to the ground by the two officers, as well as the body of Paul, who had already been beaten into a hornet's nest. Su Lixue's face changed from surprise to astonishment, and then quickly transformed into seriousness. Chen Feng, what on earth have you done? In the face of Su Lixue's serious face and pressing step by step with her gun, Chen Feng did not seem to have much tension. The same inscrutable smile remained on his face. Just as Su Lixue approached, he held up his hands and slowly backed away. No need to be like this, Officer Su. No matter how you say it, we are also old acquaintances. Su Lixue remained serious. Chen Feng, I now suspect that you are related to a kidnapping case. Please assist in the investigation. Wait, a voice came from the side. Anna, who had just been unbound from the ropes, disregarded the obstruction of the police officers beside her and quickly stepped in front of Chen Feng, blocking the path of Su Lixue's advance. Officer Su, I can prove that Mr. Chen had nothing to do with this kidnapping and that he saved me. This statement was made. The people present were all surprised for a while, although Chen Feng had brought them quite a few surprises already, but that after all, there were still the rules of the program that bound them. But this time was different. This time, they were facing 3 vicious bandits, and they even had hot weapons in their hands. 3 against 1, and they were massacred by Chen Feng? Some people wanted to open their mouths and say that it was impossible, but when they thought of Chen Feng's divine maneuver, they swallowed back the words that came to their mouths. Looking at Anna who stood in front of him, Chen Feng could not help but be a little surprised. Is he being protected? Chen Feng let out a light laugh, and although he didn't need it, he didn't say anything more. After explaining the ins and outs of the matter, Anna slowly turned her head, and there were still a few points in her eyes that were hard to hide the color of worry. That kiddo. You aren't hurt, are you? Anna didn't call Chen Feng by his real name. Perhaps she felt that Chen Feng's name when he acted was more suitable for him. Of course, Chen Feng didn't care about this. He just lifted up her left hand and placed a gentle kiss on it. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'm immortal. In the face of Chen Feng's actions, Anna did not have the slightest intention of resisting, but only looked at him quietly. After a long time, Anna then spoke softly. Thank you, kiddo. Chen Feng smiled faintly and did not reply. He just made a gentlemanly salute before preparing to leave. However, before Chen Feng could move his feet, in the eyes of everyone's surprise, Anna suddenly took a step forward, stood on her tiptoes and printed her red lips on Chen Feng's mouth, and immediately separated again. Thank you, Arsene. Anna pressed herself against Chen Feng's ear and spoke softly in a voice that could only be heard by the two of them. Chen Feng unexpectedly glanced at the star from Russia in front of him and did not say anything more, just took out a deck of cards and threw them into midair. The cards became more numerous in the air and slowly fell, and Chen Feng's figure was gradually covered. When the cards completely fell to the ground, Chen Feng's figure had completely disappeared. All that was left was a video camera, a small black box labeled with Kiddo's card, and in Anna's hand, at some point, an extra blue rose. Chen Feng was a spontaneous person and a person who hated trouble, so in order to avoid trouble, he had prepared his camera equipment to record the whole thing long before he struck, so as not to follow it up and get myself in unnecessary trouble again because of it. Su Lixue walked up and picked up the black box, and the text of the card affixed to the box was clearly visible. I have finished viewing the tears of the goddess and now return it as is. Kiddo. Su Lixue reached out and opened the box, and as expected, a red teardrop-shaped gemstone was lying quietly in it. On the way back, inside the police car, Anna was still playing with the blue rose in her hand, and the smile on her face never faded. Arsene, monster kiddo. Anna muttered a sentence to herself in a voice that could only be heard by herself. followed by a sudden fling of the flowers in her hand. Next, a rose gold fountain pen takes the place of the flower from earlier. Having done so, Anna's smile flourished at that moment. Heroic rescue. Anna, the international superstar known as the Princess of the Snowy Kingdom, is kidnapped, and at the moment of crisis, Chen Feng successfully saves the day with a white coat. Bandit? Chivalrous? Hero? Which word is more suitable for kiddo? Saved Anna from the tiger's clutches by taking her 1-on-3. Heroes descend from the sky. Even the bandit doesn't just steal. He's just as good at catching criminals. In just half a day, under Anna's push and pull, the incident of Chen Feng saving the beauty instantly exploded all over the internet in a short period of time. The police also released the camera images left behind by Chen Feng shortly afterward, pushing this heat even higher. Wow! My husband is as handsome as ever. A hero to the rescue. My Highness Princess of the Snow Kingdom can't fall as well, can she? The brother of the pack has taken the shape of a maple god. No! Why am I not the one who saved my goddess? I declare, from now on kiddo is my only husband. Get lost, that's my husband. The online heat is so high that it has directly bagged most of the top 10 hot searches. Of course, this did not affect Chen Feng much. Right now he's living a leisurely life of sleeping, feeding white, watching the store, plus hanging out every now and then. Even if I occasionally see news about myself online, I just laugh it off and ignore it. That's all. A little over a month has passed in a leisurely manner. The Moonlight Pupil, that was previously stolen from Wei Jingyang's side had also long since passed its pursuit period. However, because of a series of reasons such as the owner being captured and not being able to find Chen Feng, the matter of discounting the gemstones was temporarily put on hold. The heat about Chen Feng on the internet also gradually dropped with the passage of time. Despite this, there are still hundreds of thousands of die-hard fans who enter Chen Feng's live broadcast from time to time every day to observe the situation and wait for Chen Feng's next shot. Another evening, after sending off the few customers in the store, Chen Feng was also ready to close the door and rest. Truth be told, too much of this laid-back life had made him a little reluctant to break the peace. Comfort is still a poison. Chen Feng lightly laughed and shook his head, breaking his train of thought. It was then that a news item playing on the public television installed in the store caught his attention. Our latest news, Mr. Leonardo Jack, a famous individual collector in the country of Sunset, to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Private Collectors Association, announced that he will hold an artifact exhibition on the 31st of this month. This is the first time in Mr. Leonardo's decades-long artifact collecting career that he has publicly displayed his collection, and artifact enthusiasts around the world have expressed their anticipation. And of Mr. Leonardo's many collections, the most fascinating is undoubtedly the crown of Alfred the Great, known as the Coronation Crown. This is a treasure that can be ranked at the top of the ancient and modern history of the Sunset Kingdom, and a representative of the culture. Chapter 52, The Coronet Crown. Perhaps to help listeners better recognize this treasure, the video is thoughtfully accompanied by a picture of a corona crown. The crown in the style of a triangular mountain peak, made of gold as the main material, had more than a dozen jewels of different sizes attached to it, and the most conspicuous one was the red jewel located at the top of the very center. Dazzling and radiant can no longer be used to describe it, and its value is immeasurable. Coronet crown. Chen Feng held his chin and revealed a smile. It seems that the vacation time that belongs to me is coming to an end. In the meantime, there is also a young new guest in the pursuit bureau, only to see the visitor in a man's coffee-colored suit casually sitting on top of the sofa in the parlor. Three-dimensional features, face clear like a woman, with a cup of still steaming coffee in his hand. He sipped it nonchalantly. Squeak! The door of the parlor was pushed open, and Su Lixue and Sun Luo, who were dressed in work clothes, walked in from outside. The moment he saw his guest, Sun Luo instantly lit up. Senior sister? You're finally here. The man who heard the commotion slowly put down his coffee, stood up from the sofa, and politely called out to Sun Luo, Senior brother, let me introduce to you. This is our district's chief pursuit leader, Captain Su Lixue. Sun Luo introduced. Immediately after that, he turned his head to look at Su Lixue. Captain, this is the foreign aide I mentioned to you before, my fellow teacher's sister, the overall champion of the World Detective Competition's China region, Ouyang Mushui. Su Lixue was a little surprised as she sized up Ouyang Mushui, who was dressed in men's clothing, although she didn't know why this Ms. Ouyang wore men's clothes, but which of those highly intelligent workers didn't have some quirks? She didn't ask. Hello Ms. Ouyang. Su Lixue politely extended her hand to shake Ouyang Mushue's. Hello Captain Su, please take care of me from now on. Ouyang Mushue still had that expressionless look, even making Su Lixue wonder for a moment if she had made a mistake with that statement and messed with this new detective consultant. Seemingly seeing Su Lixue's mind, Sun Luo hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Captain, don't get me wrong, my senior sister, she's like this to everyone. In the words of our teacher, A qualified detective can't show his true emotions on his face. Su Lishue nodded and didn't mind, just suddenly remembering something. He turned his head to look at Sun Luo. Sun Luo coughed awkwardly. I'm the unqualified kind. Su Lishue laughed twice and stretched out her hand to Ouyang Mushue. Miss Ouyang, please, I'll first take you to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. And for the job, I'll let Captain Sun tell you later. Ouyang Mushue nodded. Then I'll trouble Captain Su. 2 days later, Sunset Country. In a cafe somewhere in London, Chen Feng was looking at a publicity poster about the Leonardo exhibition. Gold masks, deep-sea pearls. There are quite a few good things, Chen Feng thought in his heart. However, his target is obviously not these slightly ordinary treasures. But, Chen Feng locked his gaze above the coronation crown in the center of the publicity poster. The 31st? That's tomorrow. Let's go and meet my old friend who I've never met first. Ha ha, Chen Feng thought in his heart, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sir? A waiter came up. Are you also here to see Mr. Leonardo's private exhibition? Chen Feng raised his head just in time to meet the waitress's curious gaze. Smiling back, he said, why say two? It's like this. Lately, because of Mr. Leonardo, a lot of private collectors and artifact enthusiasts from all over the world have been visiting this side of the world. And I've just seen again that you, sir, have been looking at posters about private exhibitions, so that's why I'm asking. The waitress opened her mouth to explain, then paused and spoke cautiously. Sir, are you a tourist from the East Asian side? I'm from China, Chen Feng responded. The waiter nodded. The mysterious power of the East. Oh right. The waitress seemed to suddenly remember something. Tickets are now on sale for Mr. Leonardo's private exhibition, so if you sir want to visit, you'd better hurry up and get your tickets. I'm afraid they'll be sold out if you're late. Yes, thank you. Chen Feng responded with a smile and casually handed a €20 denomination bill to the waitress as a tip. Then it was time to grab his things and walk out of the cafe to the sound of the waitress thanking him. Walking to the door, Chen Feng put his backpack on his back and put 2 fingers to his mouth to blow a whistle. Goo goo. Accompanied by Chen Feng's whistle, Little White immediately flew down from the roof of the building and landed steadily on Chen Feng's shoulder. Let's go White. Find a place to stay for the first time. Goo. In the meantime, thousands of miles away, on the top floor of a building in the center of New York City, in the country of rice, Amia rubbed her somewhat swollen temples, annotated the last of the documents and tossed them aside before finally exhaling a cloudy breath and ending her work for the day. Amia slowly raised her head to the 2 blue roses that had wilted sitting next to her computer and couldn't help but sigh softly. He left China more than half a month ago, and I do not know how he is. Amia's brow was slightly lowered, and she didn't look to be in a good mood. She didn't want to leave China either, but unfortunately, she was after all representing her country out to start a traveling exhibition, so she too had to leave for the next stop when the end date arrived. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. At the sound of the commotion, Amia straightened her demeanor before speaking. Come in. Squeak. The door was pushed open. Mir walked in with a document in his hand. Your Highness, the royal side has sent a reply to the matter you raised earlier. Upon hearing this news, Amia's eyes instantly widened, and a few moments of excitement could not help but show on her delicate face. What's it say over there? His Majesty the King says that he agrees to your request to return to your country and has sent your sister, Princess Sofer, to take your place, so you will be able to return to your country as soon as your handover is complete. Upon hearing Mir's words, a genuine smile then appeared on Amia's face. Great. Mir, why don't you help me pack, and we'll leave as soon as Sofer arrives. Yes, Your Highness. Mir immediately agreed, though there were still a few hesitations on his face. Anything else? Amia asked, seeing the look on Mir's face. Princess, why are you in such a hurry to return home? We don't seem to have any important matters to deal with in the country, do we? Looking at Mir's puzzled expression, Amia revealed a mysterious smile. Mir, do you believe in the sixth sense? Mir was a little confused and immediately shook his head when he responded. Amia didn't explain much, just stood up and went to the window, letting the silver moonlight shine on her. I didn't believe it before, but I do now, and I have a hunch that there is a thief in Western Europe who is preparing a perfect show. Chapter 53, Teaser Letter from Chen Feng. The streets of London in the evening. Tommy, who had just managed to snag the last ticket from the Leonardo private show box office, was humming a little tune as he walked along, looking at the tickets in his hand, which resembled invitations. Tommy was not in a generally good mood. I don't know where a bunch of idiots are coming from, all rushing to see that old man's private exhibition. Now that the market has been speculating higher and higher, when it reaches its peak, they themselves will sell the tickets in their hands as soon as they can. Another income coming in. Tommy's smile flourished even more at the thought, and even the humming of the song rose in pitch. Ouch! The sudden bump knocked Tommy off his feet, and the whole thing instantly fell backward to the ground in a heap. Blind! not watching the road. Tommy, who had climbed to his feet, was just about to open his mouth when he saw that the man who had been hit across the street was lying motionless on the ground. Black-red blood flowed out of the man's brain, dripping all over the ground, forming a blood-colored stream. Gollum! Tommy swallowed heavily, hurriedly swinging his head from side to side and looking around. After making sure no one was there, he didn't dare to stay longer, and hurriedly rolled and crawled away from the scene, until he left. The dead person suddenly opened his eyes, and in his hand there was a red ticket at some point. Looking at the direction Tommy fled, Chen Feng revealed a smirk. That's not my fault. Be more careful next time, sir. The day passed at a leisurely pace. The evening of the second day, Leonardo's private exhibition opened on time. I don't know where this old man learned to sell a ticket and play hunger marketing, only limited to 100 tickets on sale every day. This also led to the fact that although the exhibition was very hot, only a few hundred people came in to visit. Doorway location. A long line of visitors to the site were lined up for ticket checking. In the front position, Chen Feng, who was disguised as a middle-aged man, also arrived at the location of the ticket gate. Hello sir, tickets please. The security inspector at the gate stopped Chen Feng. Chen Feng handed out the tickets and after checking that they were correct, he walked into the venue amidst the professional-type smile of the security checker. The ring of the Queen of the medieval kingdom of Aragon. The gold visor of the first Spanish knight. Oh, Mr. Leonardo, you have quite a collection. Chen Feng secretly observed his surroundings. With the treasure appraisal technique in his possession, he could naturally tell that all of the collections around him were genuine. Each and everything here can be taken out individually, and can be used as the existence of the town treasure of a party's museum. It can also be seen that Leonardo Sr. for this exhibition, also really is blood money, will be his decades of collection, almost all out. Chen Feng's footsteps were still moving forward, passing through a host of treasures of great value. He came to the center of the exhibition. There were already 7 or 8 people standing there, observing around a display case, with occasional exclamations. God, this little thing is so beautiful, especially the red gem at the top. It's like a little sun that fell to the ground, truly worthy of the crown worn by Alfred the Great. Even after centuries of time, it is still majestic. I can already imagine Alfred the Great when he wears this crown. With one person taking the lead, others spoke up to voice their opinions. For a while, this side of the exhibition became, not surprisingly, the most lively place, and people constantly came to the central position to observe the prestigious corona crown. Chen Feng also obediently came over, with a gold base and more than 10 valuable gemstones set in it. The workmanship is exquisite, and even if you put aside the historical value, it can be considered a very good craft. It's worth striking out on your own for once, Chen Feng secretly pondered. Taking his eyes off the coronet crown within the display case, he looked around from side to side, already having a plan in mind. Night time. The police department belonging to the Sunset State of London, Scotland Yard, received a call from Leonardo Sr. reporting a crime. It was also simple. He found a card on his office desk. A teaser letter belonging to Chen Feng. When the back of the setting sun is gone, and the clock is rung for tomorrow's sunrise, I will come in time to visit the coronation crown. To Kido the bandit, Chen Feng, or Monster Kido has come to the Sunset Kingdom. The news seemed like a heavy bomb that exploded on all the major social media platforms in the country of Sunset. One time, keywords such as Chen Feng, Kido, private exhibition, and coronation crown were frantically splashed across various social media platforms in the Sunset Kingdom. There were even quite a few crazy groups of young fans, pulling banners about Chen Feng, cheering and shouting in groups outside the exhibition. Perhaps even Chen Feng himself did not expect that he had such a large and crazy fan base on the Western European side. The interior of the private exhibition venue was empty in the early hours of the morning. Inside the office located on the upper floor of the venue, Leonardo, who was in his late 70s but still had a hard body, was sitting in his boss chair thinking about something, and the live video of Chen Feng's actions in the country was still playing on his cell phone. Squeak! The door to the room was pushed open and a young man who looked a trifle like Leonardo walked in. Grandpa, the men from Scotland Yard, Sunset's police department, are here. The young man looked in Leonardo's direction and spoke respectfully. Leonardo sniffed at the young man, then slowly rose from his chair. Come on Ron, come with me and meet those Scotland Yard officers. Okay Grandpa. Ron sniffed and immediately stepped forward, trying to hold Leonardo, but the older man reached out and pushed him away. It was just as well to follow Leonardo and accompany him outside. Inside the parlor at this time, 2 young men dressed in Sunset Pursuit Team coveralls were sitting on a couch talking and laughing, and behind them, there were about a dozen members of the pursuit team in 2 rows. With a sound of footsteps coming from far away, Leonardo's figure appeared in the parlor. Good day to you both. I appreciate the help of a few of you, and on behalf of all the people at the fair, I'd like to thank the gentlemen of the chase team. As soon as they met, Leonardo was very enthusiastic. There was not the slightest appearance of Iraq, which made people feel a little good. Mr. Leonardo, you're too kind. We're just doing our job. The youth on the left stood up and shook Leonardo's hand. Lowering his hand, Leonardo spoke again. What are your names? Sith Calord. The youth to his left spoke in response, pointing to the other youth still sitting in his seat. He spoke. This is my brother, Silan. Chapter 54, Counselor Li Qingyan. Hearing his own brother introduce himself, Silan just nodded lightly and didn't say anything. This made Leonardo, who had already raised his hand, a little embarrassed. After all, he was such an old man, and he took the initiative to shake hands with a junior only to be ignored. Anyone else would be a little upset. Even Ron, who was Leonardo's grandson, frowned outright. Immediately, he wanted to walk up and teach the rude boy a lesson, but was stopped by Leonardo. Sith, of course, saw the displeasure on Leonardo's face and hurriedly opened his mouth to make amends. You don't mind. This brother of mine is young and doesn't know any better. Silan, apologize. Out of the way. Leonardo forced a smile. Can I ask now what you two are planning to do about the thief? There's no rush. Sith spoke up. We still have one more person on our side who hasn't arrived yet, so it's not too late for us to talk about the plan when she arrives. Oh, someone else? Leonardo showed a flash of surprise. For the two brothers, Sith and Silan, Leonardo had still heard of them. Known as the Brothers of Death by the participants of the Game of Thieves in the Sunset Kingdom, he once captured 23 fugitives in a single day. At one point, the contestants from all the districts of the Sunset State were going to be caught off guard. If not for the timely action of the program team to replace the duo, I'm afraid that the Sunset Kingdom tournament program would have ended a long time ago. But I don't think I've ever heard that the two brothers are in the habit of working with people, let alone waiting for them. The puzzled look on Leonardo's face intensified at the thought. Just then, a slightly cold voice came from the doorway not far away. Sorry, I'm late. A few people in the room followed the sound, only to see a white woman's small suit. The temperament of a dusty a tall girl is stepping on a pair of red-soled high-heeled shoes, walking towards this side. See the visitor. Silan, who had just stunk up his face, immediately changed his face, and a bright smile with a few points of currying favor immediately crawled all over his face. Sister Qingyan, you're here, have a seat. Saying that, Silan even enthusiastically moved his butt to the side, leaving a place for one person for Li Qingyan. Li Qingyan spoke with a detached yet polite smile on her face. No, I'll just sit here. Saying that, Li Qingyan took a step to the single sofa on one side and sat down. The rejected Silan wasn't embarrassed, but took it upon himself to pour another glass of water for Li Qingyan and handed it to her. Sister Qingyan, you're thirsty, aren't you? Drink some water. Thanks. Li Qingyan was still polite, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was undisguised detachment. Silan wasn't stupid, so when he saw this, he had no choice but to resentfully withdraw his hand and sit back down again, not saying anything more. And this is? Leonardo looked puzzled. Let me introduce you. Sith stood up and spoke. This is Ms. Li Qingyan, who used to be the leader of the Pursuit 1 group in Area 3 of China. Wa 3. Leonardo frowned slightly. This district seems to have heard of it somewhere. Ron stepped forward and spoke in Leonardo's ear. Grandpa, the thief kiddo who sent us the teaser letter was initially a contestant from this district. Oh, Leonardo realized. Stood up to face Li Qingyan and spoke. Hello Ms. Li, thank you so much for coming to help. Li Qingyan reached out and shook Leonardo's hand. You're welcome. I'm just coming over as an advisor to provide a little of what I know, not to get involved in the action. Li Qingyan hadn't wanted to come. After all, she had resigned earlier because she didn't want to continue to be involved in the hunt for Chen Feng, and had chosen to come to Western Europe to further her education. However, the program team reached out directly to the H-City Police Department. Li Qingyan was forced by the orders from above and could only choose to come over, but still insisted that he would not directly participate in the operation, and at most could only provide them with some information that he knew. Ms. Li, then please tell us about this kiddo, or Chen Feng. Sith spoke. Li Qingyan nodded her head and took out the information she had already prepared from her bag, handing it to several people. You guys take a look first. Several of the Sith reached out to take it. Chen Feng, male, 23 years old, outstanding graduate of Jiangcheng University, specializes in magic, bird interrogation, and even has the unfathomable ability to tame beasts, and once crossed the ocean in a whale to take the gemstone goddess tears. Its magic tricks are even more incredible. Except for a few simple magic tricks that have been cracked, most of its magic tricks, so far, are still secret. Miss Li has a high opinion of this Mr. Chen Feng. Putting down the information in his hands, Sith slowly spoke. Silan, on the other hand, looked disdainful. As I see it, what's the use of magic or not? Before the program started, All of those contestants here weren't also talked about as if they were gods. And what happened? Wasn't it almost finished by our brothers? As he said that, Sillin also gave Li Qingyan an intentional glance. But unfortunately, Li Qingyan didn't have any expression change on her face, and she didn't even mean to interject. It was only after waiting for a few people to finish speaking that he slowly opened his mouth. Captain Sith, Captain Sillin, all I can tell you here is that what Qin Feng is best at is taking something that seems impossible and turning it into reality. So please don't be careless. Of course, I'm just an advisor. It's still the two captains who ultimately decide what to do. So that's it. I've got some business to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Having said that, Li Qingyan also no longer stayed, picked up her own bag and walked towards the outside. Seeing that Li Qingyan was about to leave, Shilin hurriedly stood up. Sister Qingyan, let me see you off. No, the cab driver who brought me here earlier is still waiting for me outside. I'll just go back on my own. Li Qingyan didn't seem to intend to get too involved with the two, and directly chose to explicitly reject it. Sillin was about to say something else, but was stopped by his brother Sith. Okay Celine, sit down. Hearing his brother's words, Sillin had no choice but to honestly sit back down again. There was a slight silence before Leonardo spoke again. Captain Sith, I wonder what you plan to do. The Sith didn't rush to answer, but asked about something else. Mr. Leonardo, I've heard that you have a private collection vault that you claim is the most secure warehouse in the world. May I ask if that's true? Sure. The old man was proud to talk about his private storage. It was something he had spent half his life building, and even if it was blown up with explosives, it might not be able to be blown up. Hearing this reply, a mysterious smile appeared on Sith's face. Sir, I think I know what to do about the thief. Chapter 55, Qin Feng infiltrates. The next day, daytime, tickets for today's exhibition are even harder to come by, not only for heritage enthusiasts and private collectors who want to come in and watch. There were even a large number of Qin Feng's fans in Western Europe who wanted to compete for the limited number of tickets on sale. However, unlike yesterday, today's center position, the display case that originally belonged to the coronet crown, is now empty. In its place, there is a screen fixed above the display case. The screen shows none other than the coronet crown, which has been cordoned off inside the vault. There is no doubt that this behavior of the organizers immediately aroused the discontent of the people present. After all, there were many people in the audience who came here for the coronet crown, and how could they be satisfied now that they were only left with a screen with the image of the coronet crown on it? What the hell? I came to see the coronet crown, not the TV. We need a rational explanation. Isn't it a private exhibition? When did it become a live computerized broadcast? This is outright fraud. This is false advertising on the part of the organizers. I demand a refund. Dude, I'm coming with you to get a refund. And me, I want a refund too. Bounced checks. I don't know who shouted first, and then most of the people in the arena followed. Deafening calls for refunds intensified in the arena. It also managed to draw in Leonardo's grandson, Ron, who was the organizer. Ron came to the crowd and couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache as he looked at the crowd with their arms raised, but he could only try to calm them down as much as he could. Everyone please be quiet. Ron stood tall and hollered, with him calling out over and over again. The crowd also finally quieted down for the moment and looked at him in unison. Seeing this, Ron breathed a sigh of relief and spoke immediately afterward. Everyone, introduce yourselves. My name is Ron. I'm Mr. Leonardo's grandson and one of the people in charge of this fair. So if you have any questions you can talk to me. Where's the coronet crown? We're not here to watch TV. We want to see the real thing. Someone led the charge with acclaim. Immediately afterward everyone boiled over again. Right, we want to see the real thing. We can't buy our tickets for nothing. We need to see the real thing. Okay guys. Ron increased his voice to calm the crowd. I can understand how you all feel, but I also ask you to understand what we are considering, and that it is the only thing we can do for the safety of the coronet crown. But folks, we'd like to reimburse you 30% of the cost of your tickets as an apology. There was another protest from the crowd, considerably smaller than a moment ago, but still no less loud. Ron had no choice but to raise the compensation to 45% of the ticket, which calmed the anger. Leaving the venue, Ron made his way straight to the restroom. I turned on the faucet and washed my face twice with cool water, but it still didn't calm me down. Damnable thief. Looking at himself in the mirror, Ron gritted his teeth. Keep in mind that their ticket prices are very high, and a 45% refund on admission money all of a sudden is a lot of money. Sir, a voice rang out beside Ron. Ron looked back, only to see a young man dressed in fair staff attire and a ducktail hat standing behind him, looking at him with a smile on his face. Who are you? How come I've never seen you before? Ron spoke with a puzzled frown on his face. Is your grandfather hiring again? The fair isn't that big. Why are they hiring every day? It's all money. Ron spat in his mind. but on the surface he remained motionless as he looked at the youth in front of him. Only the youth slowly took off his duck-tongued hat, revealing a clear and handsome oriental face. Ron's frown deepened. Why did he feel that the man in front of him looked a bit familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he just couldn't recall. Only the youth in front of him revealed a mysterious smile and slowly spoke. A faraway magician is all. What? Ron froze. What magician? His own grandfather was into watching magic again? After a brief moment of staring, a figure from a video he had once watched suddenly overlapped with the person in front of him. Ron's eyes widened instantly. No, you're Monster K. Before the word "D" was even uttered, Ron suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, as if the entire world had turned upside down, making it difficult for him to gain a foothold. Ron raised his hand to try to grab Chen Feng, but the medicine was so strong that he no longer had the strength to even raise his hand. It only felt like his vision was getting blurry, and in the end, he could only collapse helplessly to the ground with 1,000 words. Chen Feng dragged him into the middle of the bathroom cubicle, and after unlocking the door, he flipped out from above. Only when he reappeared, he had taken on Ron's appearance. Ahem, came to the mirror in front of the mirror, looked at the mirror and Ron the same appearance. Chen Feng mouth with a smile, lips slightly open, a pure London accent from the mouth spit out. Guys, the game has started early. Ha ha. In the meantime, located not far from the surveillance room is the door to the vault. By Sith helped Silen set up the last password, before he put down the tool in his hand and exhaled heavily. Well, that's it for now. With a vault like that isn't even afraid of bombs, and with a dozen or so people you've brought along to guard the surveillance room next to it, basically nothing will go wrong, and I'll stay in my car outside the fair when the time comes, in charge of the outside command, ready to have the scene cordoned off. Okay, you've said it 10 times. Silen waved his hand impatiently. Isn't it just a thief? Is there a need to go to so much trouble? Celine. Sith's face was serious. This time is different. Our opponents aren't the same as those who were in the past, and this is the first time that a foreign participant can cross the ocean to our side, so the higher-ups attach great importance to it, and the live broadcasting systems of Sunset in China will be activated at the same time. There can't be a single mistake. Okay, you're right. Okay. Silen still had that whatever you say look on his face, making Sith feel helpless. Just then, Ron, disguised by Chen Feng, walked over with Ron's assistant. Hard at work, captains. I wonder how well the preparedness plan is being implemented. My grandfather is very concerned about it. Mr. Ron, please tell Mr. Leonardo that everything is planned well here and that tonight's operation is foolproof. The Sith spoke with confidence. Next to him, Silen even showed a look of disdain. Don't worry, Mr. Ron. This side of the warehouse has been triple passworded by me. Even if he is the world's top hacker, it will take him at least an hour to crack it, but he'll have to have an hour before that. Silen flicked his wrist, looking like he couldn't wait to help make a name for himself by taking down the thief who called himself the Freak. Chapter 56, Monsters on the Move. In that case, I'll congratulate both captains in advance on their success. Chen Feng smiled and spoke without the slightest change in his expression. Sith politely returned. Thank you, Mr. Ron. Is it possible for me to go in and take a look? Chen Feng spoke tentatively. Hearing this, Silen, who had been smiling just a moment ago, immediately changed his face, and was about to open his mouth to say something, but was stopped by his brother Sith. Mr. Ron, Sith spoke politely, but in a non-negotiable tone. I'm sorry, but for the safety of the artifacts, we don't plan to open this warehouse until the end of tonight's operation, and I hope you can understand that. This, Ron, who was disguised by Chen Feng, frowned and put on an unhappy face. However, after a moment of silence, he still spoke leisurely. Well then, since the two captains are confident, I won't cause you any more trouble. I'll take my first step. Chen Feng politely hugged Sith and patted his back twice with his hand in a friendly gesture. Sith didn't refuse and sent Chen Feng away with a polite smile throughout. As far as he was concerned, everything was negotiable as long as it didn't disturb their operations. However, what he didn't know was that while the two of them were embracing, Chen Feng had already quietly glued a small object that was the same color as his clothes to the fold of his collar behind his neck. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exchanging the remote control type signal jammer *1. Costing system points *50. Listening to the system's beep, Chen Feng's expression did not change much. After just a few more words with the Sith, he turned and left the scene. Brother, why are you so polite with him? Isn't he just a rich kid? Chen Feng had just left when Shilin couldn't wait to speak. However, he was immediately greeted by Sith's reprimand. Shut up. If you can't change your mouthy personality and your condescending stance from now on, you're going to go home. Don't ever leave the house again. Seeing that his brother was really angry this time, Silen had no choice but to obediently shut his mouth. However, in his mind, He was thinking about how he should act a little more handsome in front of Li Qingyan when he acted at night. Let her also see what she can do and thus like herself. The other side. Chen Feng had already arrived outside the door of the monitoring room, pushing the door in. The surveillance room had been taken over by the chase team's crowd at this point. To make it easier to monitor the whole scene, the chase team had doubled the number of monitors. It can be said without any hesitation that everything in the entire venue, except for the restrooms, is under surveillance. You guys have worked hard. Chen Feng walked in and greeted the crowd. Hello Mr. Ron. Mr. Ron. Apparently, this Ron still has some status in the Sunset Kingdom. After seeing Chen Feng walk in, the people present also greeted each other. Chen Feng smiled and spoke. When this matter is over, I'll make the decision to give red packets to the brothers of the pursuit team as payment for their labor. Anyway, it wasn't like the promise was Chen Feng's own money, so he didn't feel a bit of heartache. Upon hearing this, the crowd cheered again, while the smiles on their faces were clearly much more genuine than they had been a moment ago. You guys keep working, I'll just look around, Chen Feng commanded, then casually strolled around the surveillance room, looking this way and that from time to time. It eventually stopped in front of the surveillance that was responsible for monitoring the inside of the vault, only to see that inside the tightly blocked vault, a dozen or so cameras were aimed from all sides at the center position among the glass display cases. Inside the display case was none other than the tightly protected coronet crown. The two brothers have worked hard. Have a glass of water. With an affable smile, Chen Feng handed out the water he had just received from the water fountain in his hand. This flattered the two members of the pursuit team. They had heard that Ron, Leonardo's only grandson, was a playboy before they arrived, but now it seemed to be a bit of a rumor. Surprised, the two of them also hurriedly got up, wanting to take the water in Chen Feng's hands. However, just when the two were about to receive the water cup, Chen Feng suddenly shook his hand, and a cup of white water suddenly splashed out, and coincidentally poured on the monitor's operating table. Bad. The two members of the pursuit team were also startled at the sight, and immediately couldn't care less about Chen Feng, and hurriedly picked up paper towels from the side and started to clean up. Chen Feng also stepped forward to help. In his hand, he held two paper towels to wipe the water stains on this. It was just that no one noticed that in the blind spot of their vision, Chen Feng had secretly inserted an object into the back of the controller. Phew. Good thing the controller is waterproof and doesn't interfere with use. After wiping up the water stains, both chase team members let out a long breath. They don't want to drop the ball at a critical time like now, or they won't be spared another reprimand. Chen Feng, who had accomplished his purpose, did not stay any longer and got up to speak. Since all of you are ready, I won't cause any more trouble. I'll go back and report to my grandfathers first. After saying that, Chen Feng did not have the slightest lingering feeling and directly turned around to leave. At this point he wasn't worried about the unconscious Ron in the bathroom being found. The amount of ecstasy he used this time was large enough that he could probably keep him asleep for a day or two without waking up. Moreover, Chen Feng had also put on a human skin mask and replaced it with another face, and changed him into cleaner's clothes, so even if someone found out, they wouldn't be the first to associate the unconscious janitor with Ron. Leave the fairgrounds. Chen Feng re-entered the hotel room, turning on the computer. Through what was left on the surveillance controller, Chen Feng very smoothly hacked inside the surveillance, imported the video he had prepared long ago into the monitor's controller and set the playback time to 11 p.m. London time. That is, just after the beginning of the sublime hour. Do it all. Chen Feng took a long breath, stood up, and looked through the hotel window to the entrance position of the exhibition across the street, looking at the group of passers-by disguised by members of the Sunset Kingdom's pursuit team near the entrance. Chen Feng's mouth curled into a smile. Looking forward to tonight's show, folks. Night crept in. In the blink of an eye it was 10 o'clock in the evening London time, although it had not yet reached the time on Chen Feng's teaser letter. The crowd of the on-site pursuit team was still very nervous. A dozen or so members of the pursuit team were standing by in the surveillance room, with Silan sitting in command and Li Qingyan, an advisor, also coming to the scene to observe. Unlike the coldness of the interior, the outside of the fair is buzzing with activity. A large group of Chen Feng's fans gathered outside the cordon. Signs reading kid were held high in their hands and shouts were heard. Chapter 57, The Godforsaken Strange Thief. It had to be said that Chen Feng's group of young fans from the Sunset Kingdom were just too crazy. If it wasn't for the police cordon and a group of Scotland Yard officers stopping the scene, I'm afraid this group of crazy fans would have flooded into the fairgrounds in their heads. The live broadcast room belonging to Chen Feng was also opened at this time. Unlike before, at this time, in addition to Chen Feng's original fans, a large number of fans from the Sunset Kingdom had also flooded into the live broadcast room. I can't believe that Kid is really coming to the land of the rising sun. It's really exciting. I'm going to be there. I'm going to meet Kid. What's going on? Where did you get so many crooked people? Also, why did my maple god go abroad? Good lord, guys, guess what I found? A big steel door comparable to a bank vault. Maple God's target is locked inside this time. I saw it too. I don't think this thing can even be pierced by a cannonball, can it? As for being so careful? Oh, upstairs is purely standing around. And those who are not careful have become loyal spectators of the Maple God's performances. In the meantime, inside the Pursuit Bureau in H City, China, the new advisor, Ouyang Mushue, was standing on the stage of the conference room talking about her opinion of Chen Feng's previous few strikes. Under everyone's gaze, Ouyang Mushue took out a few long-prepared photos from her own bag and handed them to the conference room crowd to view. Only when all the people had finished circulating did Ouyang Mushue's cool voice once again come from the front. Everyone recognizes this place. The crowd nodded. The place on the photo was no other than one of H City's landmarks, the Great Bell Tower located in the center position of Drunken Heart Square. It was there that Chen Feng once again scored under their noses, stealing the white jade mask with a marvelous maneuver under everyone's watchful eyes. As for what exactly Chen Feng's technique was, no one had been able to decipher it so far. Ouyang Mushue was not in a hurry to explain to the crowd, but once again took out a photo from her backpack. Unlike the previous distant photo, this one was a close-up photo of the day Chen Feng stole the white jade mask. The white jade mask hanging above the bell tower was clearly visible. Only at the top of the bell tower, there was an additional flock of white pigeons flying in the air, waiting for the crowd to see. Ouyang Mushue took out another photo, still a close-up photo, but this time it was a picture at the ground level of the clock tower. Above you can clearly see a bit of dried black paint in the center of the picture. At the foot of the bell tower, everyone, as long as it's a magic trick, there will be a breakage, and the method Chen Feng chose to cover up the breakage was to summon a large flock of white pigeons to divert attention. As long as you shift your sight to the flock of birds, you will never be able to discover Chen Feng's true maneuver. As soon as Ouyang Mushue's words fell, someone immediately questioned, then what did Chen Feng do? Ouyang Mushue put the photo down and a rare smile appeared on her cool face. It's simple. He's just using black pigment that absorbs light at a high enough rate to hide the alabaster mask under the cover of darkness and white doves. In other words, the alabaster mask didn't disappear at that time, but was just hidden in the night. Time passes by. In a flash it was already 10:30 at night. The Sunless Kingdom's pursuit team, split into two waves, one led by Sith, dispersed and hid among the crowd at the entrance of the exhibition, ready to blockade the entrance of the exhibition at any time. The other part followed Silan as he sat in the monitoring room, and they would all leave as soon as there was any movement inside the venue. Li Qingyan, who was an advisor, was also sitting in the monitoring room, waiting for the white figure to arrive. Sister Qingyan, have a cup of coffee, I had someone buy it for you. Silan came to Li Qingyan's face with a sealed cup of coffee. Li Qingyan raised her head to look at him and politely declined. Thank you, I'm not thirsty. Don't mention it, Sister Qingyan. We'll have to work together in the future. As if he didn't see the detachment on Li Qingyan's face, Silan continued to speak relentlessly. Just then, the door to the room was pushed open. A black suit, disguised as Ron by Chen Feng walked in. Sorry I'm late. Shilin, whose speech had been interrupted, looked at Chen Feng, who had just entered the door, with a face of indignation, and just wanted to open his mouth, but then remembered his brother's earlier reprimand, so he could only swallow back the words that had reached his mouth. The clock is still ticking. Even though the time for the preview letter was already very close, the white figure that the crowd had been waiting for still had not appeared. Only Silan, Li Qingyan, and Ron, who was disguised by Chen Feng, as well as a group of members of the pursuit team were also included in the live broadcast screen. Why hasn't Kid shown up yet? I can't wait. Blindly guessing that the Maple God has already blended in at this point, and is just waiting for the time and the teaser letter to arrive. So he'll just show up. Show up? Is it that amazing? This is a vault that bombs can't even blow up. Can he walk through walls? No dude, you're new here, right? Just let go for 8 lifetimes. The probability of your wife giving birth to your am is greater than the probability of Maple God will miss. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You damn well cursed me. Just the truth. The pop-ups were rolling in the live broadcast room, and under the impetus of the media from both China and Sunset, the number of viewers in Chen Feng's live broadcast room had broken through to 1,000 people for the first time, and it was still continuing to grow. At this point in time, the time had already come to 10:59, less than a minute away from the sub-hour on Chen Feng's preview letter. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room gradually reduced. Even the always arrogant, not put everything in the eyes of the Death Brothers in the Silan, but also rare serious, eyes fixed on the wall, the surveillance about the inside of the vault. 5 seconds to go. Li Qingyan looked at her watch and counted down in her mind, her beautiful eyes showing a touch of excitement that was hard to hide. Many of the people in the live broadcast room were also looking at their watches and counting down silently just like Li Qingyan. 3, 2, 1. When the second hand pointed to 12, the last number in the crowd's countdown came to 1. Click. The 6 surveillance screens responsible for monitoring the interior of the vault flashed at the same time. Next, amidst the crowd's astonished gazes, a white figure suddenly appeared next to the exhibition cabinet on the monitor. In his hand he also held a golden crown studded with dozens of jewels. It is the coronet crown. It all happened too fast and too suddenly. So sudden that in an instant when everyone did not react, the coronation crown, which was originally resting nicely in the glass display case, was already in Chen Feng's hands. How? Surprised, Silin stood up directly, his eyes glazed over with disbelief. It was a bomb-proof vault. Moreover, he had set up 3 passwords at the entrance, and even sent someone to guard the entrance. So how could Chen Feng get in? Chapter 58. The live stream also blew up in a flash. I knew it. My Maple God's appearances are never unexpected. My God, is this space magic? It's practically indistinguishable from magic. Could it be that kid is the outstanding graduate from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? Oh, I told you there are secrets we don't know in the mysterious East. I'm going to the East to study. Isn't it a vault? Isn't it bomb-proof? How did Chen Feng get in? Regardless of the online intensity, the surveillance room at this time, Li Qingyan looked at the figure in white on the screen, and her red lips couldn't help but hook up a nice arc. This man is still so amazing. Quick, don't anyone stand still. Everyone follow me to the vault. Arrest this damn thief, Silin shouted, his otherwise fairly handsome face filled with a grimace caused by his anger. The crowd of the Sunset Kingdom pursuit team in the monitoring room hurriedly rose from their seats as if waking up from a dream after hearing their own captain's shout. They all followed Silin's lead in the direction of the vault. Chen Feng, who was disguised as Ron, was among them. Li Qingyan originally wanted to follow her, but just as she took her first step, she seemed to have thought of something and retracted the leg she had taken. Sitting in front of the monitor waiting for something, on the other side of the room, Silin and a group of other members of the pursuit team had also arrived at the entrance of the vault. The 2 members of the pursuit team who were responsible for guarding the vault door at this time were still unaware of what had happened when they saw the furious Silin. Just as he was about to give Silin a salute, he was met with a chopped face. You 2 idiots! What are you still standing here foolishly for? Your stupidity has completely exposed you to our enemy. He's already gotten inside the vault. Silin's scolding directly confused the 2 members of the pursuit team. What? The thief has slipped inside the vault? How is that possible? Looking at the 2 team members who were still dazed, Silin didn't have time to explain to them and quickly arranged for someone to block the door to the vault. He then personally walked over to the door where the code was entered and began to unlock the door. Facial recognition, fingerprint recognition, digital password. The 3 cumbersome procedures originally used to guard against Chen Feng looked so ridiculous at this time. It also gave Silin, who was in the process of unlocking it, a wave of inexplicable annoyance. And it was surprising that the 10,000 preparations had done nothing but cause trouble for himself, and had not been the slightest deterrent to others. It made Silin feel like a clown. This also added to the anger in Silin's heart. With the last digit entered, the unlocked successfully beep sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone, including Silin, stood at attention, staring at the heavy steel door. No doubt about it. As soon as any of them came out of it after the door opened, they were immediately pressed. The steel door was slowly opened a crack. The crowd at the scene also held their breath at this time, ready to collectively rush in and take down Chen Feng inside the moment the steel door opened. No one noticed that behind the crowd, Ron revealed a meaningful smile. The door to the vault was opened completely. The scene inside was also completely exposed to everyone's eyes. Nobody? How come? Silin looked surprised. But the empty vault and the coronet crown, still safely stored in its glass display case, were telling him that it was all true. Chen Feng did not enter into the vault. Looking at the vault door that had been completely opened, Silin seemed to suddenly think of something and hurriedly shouted, Quickly close. Before he finished speaking, he only heard a tinkling bell sound behind him. 2 cylindrical items were thrown into the center of the crowd and began spewing smoke outward the moment they hit the ground. In just a few seconds, the smoke had spread. Everyone cover your mouths and noses, Silin hurriedly ordered, but it was already too late. The smoke in the sky had already been inhaled by the crowd, and almost at the same time, the crowd at the scene had already fallen 7 ways and fainted. Only at the very back, the still smiling Ron was still standing in the same place. Chen Feng. Silin gritted his teeth and stared at the person in front of him dead in the face, his whole body leaning against the wall, looking like he couldn't hold on and collapse. Now he would be really stupid if he couldn't guess that this Ron in front of him was a fake. I appreciate your help, Captain Sirin. Chen Feng smiled and spoke. Then he reached out and grabbed one of his corners and lifted it upward. The whole person instantly changed his appearance. A neat white suit, the iconic 4-leaf clover pendant and monocle, a high white bowler hat in medieval European style, and a charming yet irritating smile at the corner of his mouth. Chen Feng's appearance caused the live broadcast room to instantly boil. Nima! I knew it! My Maple God strikes the pack with a reversal. Already don't want to say anything. Maple God is awesome. Is this really magic? Wasn't he in there? How did he suddenly appear and then suddenly disappear and then suddenly reappear? It's been such a long time. And there's still someone who's trying to crack the Maple God's technique. God, this is just brilliant. At this time, Sillin was completely unable to hold on, still trying to clench his teeth and lunge at Chen Feng, but the moment he left the wall, he directly collapsed due to the medicinal power surging up, lost the protection of the crowd of the chase team on the scene. Chen Feng very easily walked inside the vault, opened the glass cover and got the coronation crown that was placed inside. Looking at the coronation crown in his hand, Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. It seems the show went very well. Slap. Just then, a sudden burst of applause rang out from a short distance away. Immediately after that, a silhouette slowly appeared around the corner. Who else could it be if not Li Qingyan? Long time no see. Chen Feng. Li Qingyan's mouth was tinged with a smile, as if she was greeting an old friend she had met after a long time. Chen Feng still had the same poker face, and nothing had changed because of Li Qingyan's sudden appearance. It's an honor to see you here, Miss Li Qingyan. Chen Feng made a gentleman's salute, and immediately afterward, he opened his mouth to ask his question. Ma'am, are you here to arrest me? Chen Feng slowly stepped out of the vault and came in front of Li Qingyan, seemingly not worried that Li Qingyan would suddenly lash out. Of course, Li Qingyan hadn't meant to make a move in the first place. She just came over to say hello after seeing an old friend in a foreign country. That's right, although the two hadn't known each other very long and hadn't had much contact, but Li Qingyan still treats Chen Feng as a friend. A special thief friend. Chapter 59. Kiddo arrested? You're overthinking it. I'm just a consultant who was pulled in to help, not part of the operation, and naturally I'm not obligated to help them catch you. Speaking of this, Li Qingyan's words changed. Although I won't do anything, those members of the pursuit team outside may not. If they can't contact Sillin for a long time, they'll just blockade the scene, and it won't be too easy for you to leave at that time. Hearing this, Chen Feng did not panic in the slightest, but instead revealed a mysterious smile. With a flip of his left hand, a black walkie-talkie appeared in his hand. It was the very same walkie-talkie that had passed out on Sillin. Ahem. Chen Feng cleared his throat, then slowly put the walkie-talkie to his mouth. With a slight opening of his lips, a voice identical to Shilin's came out of Chen Feng's mouth. Attention all teams. Attention all teams. Now Chen Feng has disguised himself as my brother Sith and is hiding in a private car about 300 meters from the venue. The license plate number is OR. Now everyone immediately drop what they are doing and go over there immediately to make the arrest. Repeat. Now everyone go over there immediately to make the arrest. Over. As Chen Feng put the walkie-talkie down, the crowd in the live broadcast room was stunned by his maneuver for 2 seconds. This was followed by a flood of pop-ups. I'll go. If you want to talk about the operation, it has to be me, the Maple God. Who is enough horse fleas? Can you fake it for real? MD. Off to herd sheep when it's time to go to school. What was that heap of sunburst language the Maple God was yakking about just now? Anyone give a translation? It means simply that the members of the Sunbelt country's pursuit team have been told to go get their captain. But I'm curious, does their other captain still know nothing about it? I'm curious too. Doesn't he have a walkie-talkie too? Didn't anyone contact him? In the meantime, the Sith, located in the command vehicle outside, also noticed something was wrong. It is reasonable to say that it is now time for Chen Feng's action. Regardless of success or failure, the inside should give himself a report. The Sith frowned. Slowly, he picked up the walkie-talkie, but after pressing the call button twice, he realized that the walkie-talkie was unresponsive. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Broken at a critical time. Cursing under his breath, Sith casually tossed the walkie-talkie aside and pulled his cell phone out again, intending to just call and ask what was going on inside. But to his surprise, at some point, his own cell phone had lost its signal as well. Sith's frown deepened. As a veteran police officer, he never believed that there were such coincidences in the world. His own originally intact walkie-talkie suddenly broke down, and his cell phone, which had a signal just now, also lost its signal, as if it had been arranged by someone. The Sith's heart skipped a beat at the thought. It's broken. Most likely something's wrong. Sith hurriedly sat up from the car, unbuckled his seatbelt, and pushed the door open in preparation for getting out. But before he could take a step, he saw dozens of members of the pursuit team surrounding him from all directions. Each of them had their eyes fixed dead on him, as if they were wolves on the hunt. And he is surrounded prey. The Sith snapped to attention, a wave of bad suspicion surging through his mind, and rushed to open his mouth to yell at the crowd. What are you guys going to do? I'm your captain. I'm the Sith. Sith Calord. In the face of the Sith's angry expression, the leading lieutenant couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Still pretending? Kiddo, your disguise has long been recognized by our Captain Sirin. Now you're already surrounded. Don't think about struggling. Hurry up and surrender. Kiddo? The Sith's eyes widened. Your kiddo? Then who's the Sith? You fools. I am your captain. I am the Sith. Not some kiddo. Sith's nose was almost crooked, and he couldn't care less about his image. He directly cursed. Still dare to be sophomoric. The face of the vice captain of the pursuit team who was scolded also darkened, and without too much more nonsense, he directly beckoned to the crowd. Don't be polite to him. Give it to me. As soon as the words fell, a group of members of the Sunset Kingdom's pursuit team who had already been rubbing their fists instantly pounced on them. Ren Sith was agile and dodged the attacks of several people in succession, but he was still pressed to the ground in the face of the crowd. His hands were securely handcuffed, and in order to prevent him from escaping, 6 or 7 other men were on top of him, refusing to get up. Assholes, you bunch of idiots. The pinned-down Sith was still hissing and raging, but there was no one to talk to. At that moment, Shilin, who was being held by Li Qingyan's arm, appeared in everyone's field of vision. The vice captain of the pursuit team, who had been disdainful just a moment ago, immediately revealed a pleasing smile and saluted Chen Feng, who was disguised as Shilin. Reporting to Captain Silin, we have taken Kiddo down and are ready for your orders. Looking at Sith, who was being pressed to the ground by several people in a deadly manner, Li Qingyan almost laughed outright. With a smile in her beautiful eyes, she glanced at Chen Feng beside her and forced herself to suppress her smile. This man is really bad. Very well, when we get back, I'll give you guys credit and promotion. Chen Feng reached out and patted the vice captain's shoulder in encouragement. The vice captain was instantly overjoyed, and even his standing posture was even more upright than just now. Thank you, Captain. Seeing this scene, how could Sith not understand the identity of the visitor? Trying with all his might to get out of his bonds, he was held down by the crowd and could not get up. All that could be done was to shout as hard as I could. You assholes! He's the kiddo! He's the kiddo! Hearing this raucous voice, the vice captain, who had just been immersed in the joy of his promotion, instantly rose in anger. At this point in time, this damn thief is still trying to confuse people. He's still trying to make a living. Maybe he was really angry, or maybe he was trying to look good in front of his own captain. The vice captain came quickly to the pinned-down Sith and without saying a word, pow, pa, it was 2 slaps. The sound of a crisp slap reached the crowd's ears and dazed the Sith as well. What are you waiting for? Seal his mouth. The lieutenant ordered nonchalantly to those around him. You mixed. Oh, before Sith could even utter a curse, a member of the pursuit team came up and sealed his mouth with a strong tape, so he could only make a whimpering sound. At this point the crowd in the live broadcast room had gone crazy with laughter. I can't. If I had known I would have bought a plane ticket to be there. This is so much fun. False is true when it's true. The ancients did not deceive me. God. I can't even imagine the look on this lieutenant's face when he learns the truth. How wonderful I don't know, but more than likely it's impossible to hang around the pursuit bureau. That much is certain. Tomorrow I expect to be expelled for stepping through the door left foot first. Chapter 60 Amia arrives. Of course, the crowd at the site was unaware of what Netflix was saying. The vice captain even wanted to take this opportunity to slap him 2 more times, but he was stopped by Chen Feng's voice. Well, why don't you guys take him back to the station and I'll take care of this side of things. Yes, the lieutenant immediately complied, personally leading the men to pick up the Sith on the ground and escort him toward the vehicle. Before leaving, he even glanced enviously at Li Qingyan who was holding Chen Feng's arm. Hey, this high cold goddess from the east, finally taken by the captain. But that's normal, after all. Not everyone is capable of commanding a crowd and catching Kiddo. The thief! The vice captain sighed inwardly, and the admiration for his own captain couldn't help but rise to a higher level in his heart. Stay until the crowd leaves. Only Chen Feng and Li Qingyan remained at the scene as well. Looking at Chen Feng beside her, Li Qingyan spoke with a smile at the corner of her mouth. What else do you want to do now? Chen Feng smiled. There's still one curtain call left, outside the venue. As the minutes ticked by, looking at the exhibition building, which remained motionless, the crowd of Chen Feng's fans at the scene couldn't help but get restless. What's going on? Where are the kids? You didn't watch the live stream, did you? Kid has already stolen the coronation crown, so he's more than likely left. Ha? No way. I drove all day to get here. Look over there. What's over there? It's White Dove. It's Kid's White Dove. The crowd of fans at the scene got excited as they watched a large white dove getting closer and closer in the sky. Look in the center. That thing hanging from a rope in the middle of that flock of white pigeons. What's that? That's the coronet crown. It's Kid's target this time. The coronation crown. Yes, Kid has won big. The scene was abuzz with Chen Feng's fans. The white dove came over the crowd in the twinkling of an eye. Under everyone's gaze, hundreds of white cards floated down from the air and slowly fell into the crowd. As with the teaser letter, I have received the coronet crown. Kiddo. This is Kid's card. I got the Kid's card. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That pulls my hair. Don't grab my card. That's mine. Anyone who wants to sell. I'm offering 1,000 euros. For the kid's card. You're the only one who's rich, aren't you? I'll give you 2,000. I'll pay you on the spot. Inside the escort van not far from the venue, the crowd of the Sunset Kingdom's pursuit team, who had witnessed the entire scene, couldn't help but be a bit stunned. What's going on here? Didn't they already have Kid in custody? Didn't his operation fail? For a while, countless questions flooded the minds of the crowd, and caused the earlier spirited vice captain to frown. At this time, the young pursuer in the driver's seat weakly spoke. Vice team, we, 1T catch the wrong person, right? Hearing this, the vice captain's frown deepened, and then a suspicion that chilled him from head to toe rose from his heart. Bad. Quickly release that kiddo. That's the captain. Chen Feng versus Scotland Yard. Chen Feng wins big. Can't even tell who your own captain is? The Scotland Yard chase team has been fooled by Chen Feng. Another treasure is collected by Kiddo. So far, Kiddo has made 6 attempts and lost none. Will Chen Feng leave the Sunset Kingdom after he has one? Or will he choose to continue searching for his next target in the Sunset Kingdom? After the end of Chen Feng's operation, the media in both China and the Sunset Kingdom were almost all working overtime to write articles. For a time, the hot search list was once again dominated by Chen Feng. Oh, what a bunch of watching media. Inside the hotel, looking at the title of one of the hot searches on his cell phone, Chen Feng, who was in the process of breaking bread for Xiaobai, smiled and shook his head. To the question in the media about whether he would choose to just walk away when he got it or move on to the next target. In fact, even Chen Feng himself was not sure. He's a loose cannon by nature and doesn't like to tie himself down with a plan. So what he prefers, on the other hand, is to go wherever he goes. If there was a target he had his eye on, Chen Feng would naturally make a move. Of course, there's no rush. What Chen Feng wanted more right now was to take a longer turn in the bustling city of this world, a sort of vacation at the end of the operation. It was also at this moment that the system's beep sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing the coronet crown, rewarding Monster Kid with a card fusion of plus 5%, and gaining the skill, lip reading, elementary, system points plus 500, current card fusion level 70%, goo! Noticing that Chen Feng had wandered off, Little White barked in dissatisfaction. Chen Feng's thoughts were then pulled back and he continued to break the bread for Xiaobai. I'm sorry, bye. You'll just eat for 2 days, and I'll buy you your favorite crayfish when we get back to China. Goo goo. In the meantime, inside one of London's cafes, the two top beauties were sitting face to face, neither of them speaking. The person on the left side was dressed in a small lady's suit with a tall figure, and was none other than Li Qingyan, who had just separated from Chen Feng not long ago. And the right side of the beauty on the appearance is also in no way loose to Li Qingyan, but also hot body, temperament out of the dust and proud, full of the breath of the superior. The long white dress, and the earrings and necklace that looked like they were worth a lot of money, also made the identity of the visitor clear. One of the most honored women in the land of Lorching, Princess Amia. There was a long silence. After all, it was Li Qingyan who spoke first to break the calm. Ms. Amia, I wonder what you wanted to see me about. Hearing Li Qingyan's words, Amia slowly put the coffee cup down, and the cup contacted the desktop, making a slight pop sound. Ms. Li, I actually wanted to ask you to do me a favor by inviting you over this time. Help? Li Qingyan froze. Yesterday, ever since she had separated from Chen Feng, she had noticed that someone behind her had been following her, and every now and then he would talk to himself a little bit, as if he was communicating with others through his headset. Even though those people didn't seem to have any malicious intent and didn't get in the way, it still made Li Qingyan feel uncomfortable. It wasn't until last night that the guys who had been following her came up and gave her the address of this cafe and asked her to come by at noon today. Out of curiosity, Li Qingyan still chose to go to the appointment. However, when she arrived, she realized that the person who had asked her out was no one else but the princess of the Lorching Kingdom, Amia, who had previously had a few encounters in the country of China. Li Qingyan's willow eyebrows were slightly furrowed as she spoke in some confusion. I'm sorry, Ms. Amia, I don't understand what you mean by help. I don't think there is any place that you, and your country's influence on this side of the world, is in need of my help, is there? Amia shook her head gently. I think this is something that only Ms. Li might be able to help me with. Li Qingyan was even more puzzled now, but Amia didn't mean to sell it, and spoke directly. I want you to step in and help me find someone. Who? Monster Thief Kid, or Chen Feng. Chapter 61, Someone from China? Chen Feng? Li Qingyan was stunned, but immediately afterward, she reacted by directly waving her hand to reject it. Ms. Amia, although I don't know what you're looking for Chen Feng for, I'm sorry to say that I don't have a way to be able to contact him. Li Qingyan's words were not false. Although previously, Chen Feng had approached her in disguise when he was preparing to return the heart of the ocean. The two of them also added VX at that time, but after Chen Feng's identity was exposed, the two of them never contacted each other again either. Li Qingyan was also unclear whether this VX of Chen Feng was temporarily registered by Chen Feng or not, and even less clear, whether this VX Chen Feng still used it or not. Hearing Li Qingyan's reply, Amia was also silent. She wasn't sure what kind of mood she was in right now. She both hoped that Li Qingyan contacted Chen Feng on the ground. After all, she really wanted to see Chen Feng now. However, she does not want Li Qingyan to be able to contact Chen Feng, because she also does not have Chen Feng's contact information, and naturally does not want other women to have it. But I do have an idea. I don't know if it will work. Li Qingyan suddenly spoke again, causing hope to rekindle in Amia's eyes. MS. Li can just say what she has to say. Did Miss Amia disclose her whereabouts to the outside world when she came to the Sunset Kingdom this time? Li Qingyan didn't rush to answer, but asked Amia a question first. Amia shook her head. She had come secretly this time, so naturally she couldn't make a big deal out of it. So not many people knew of her arrival except for Mir, the assistant she had brought with her, and a few bodyguards. That's good. Li Qingyan nodded. Miss Amia, so far, your country's charity exhibition hasn't ended yet, so in order to better contribute to the world's charitable cause, there shouldn't be any problem for you, the Rapunzel, to organize another charity magic exchange, right? You mean? Amia's eyes lit up. Li Qingyan smiled and spoke. That's a thief who's never been restless. He'll definitely be interested in this exchange. Of course, the prerequisite is that you need to step in and invite enough people from the magic community. There's no problem with that. Amia agreed straight away without the slightest hesitation. A smile on her delicate face was as mesmerizing as a starburst. Many of the youths in the cafe also seemed to be attracted by the two beauties sitting across from each other, and wanted to come up to ask for a contact, but they were all stopped by the bodyguards that Amia had brought with her. Soon, another story is brand new out there. Princess Amia of the Lorching Kingdom has come to London to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the founding of the Lorching Kingdom. It has been decided to hold the World Magician Charity Exchange in London. All proceeds from the event will be donated to charity. An invitation from Her Royal Highness, the World Magic Association, issued a statement on the same day, announcing their willingness to send someone to London to participate in the exchange. The princess is also interested in magic? Magicians from all over the world are coming to the appointment. This is a feast of magic. As a piece of news came out, the news of Amia organizing a magician's exchange meeting quickly made its way to the top of the hit list. Although it was not as hot as Chen Feng's news, it had received a lot of attention from all over the world. Wow! Another charity event. I've completely fallen in love with Her Highness, who is both beautiful, rich and caring. A magic exchange? Still in London just after Maple God's actions. Why does this not sound right to me? Even you can see it's not quite right. That's simply too wrong. I now seriously doubt this princess drunkenness. I'd say you guys are just treating the gentleman with the heart of a small man. She's a princess of a country. Would she organize such an exchange just for Chen Feng? Funny, maybe, but it still doesn't feel right to me. The online crowd is in a frenzy. And on the streets of London, after a simple disguise, Chen Feng was nevertheless performing simply, only to see that surrounded by dozens of people, Chen Feng held his magic cap in one hand and showed the crowd the empty interior. After displaying it, Chen Feng slowly put his hand inside the cap. In the next second, a card was touched out of thin air by Chen Feng from his magic hat, followed by the second and third. Under everyone's watchful eyes, one card was touched out, and in no time at all, Chen Feng had already taken out a whole deck of cards from within his empty magic hat. Chen Feng then replaced the cardboard back into the hat and threw the hat upwards with force. The crowd's eyes went upward. The hat tumbled through the air, but the expected scene of the cards falling out of the hat did not happen. Instead, a white dove kept flying out of the tumbling cap, and there were also 3 white pigeons that reached out their claws from 3 directions to grab the magic hat and flew towards Chen Feng, turning the hat mouth upwards and slowly placing it on the ground. Pop, pop, snap. The scene resounded with fierce applause, and many people gave generously, putting large and small coins into the hat in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng then placed his right hand in front of him and bowed slightly in thanks. Although he wasn't short of money, when he was out and about, Chen Feng didn't mind using a little magic to earn money for a cup of coffee. Just then, a voice rang out from the outskirts of the crowd not far away. Arsene? Chen Feng then looked, only to see two beautiful women with excellent looks and temperament were standing not far away looking at themselves. That's right, 2 ladies. Although one of them wore male clothing, in front of a master of disguise like Chen Feng, it was still possible to see her lady's identity at a glance. Miss Su Lixue, I didn't expect to be able to meet you here. Chen Feng walked forward and lifted Su Lixue's hand in a kissing hand salute. Su Lixue didn't resist either, as if she had long been used to it. After all, Chen Feng introduced himself as a Chinese American who had grown up in the West. It's normal to get used to using Western etiquette, isn't it? Why are you here? Su Lixue was a bit puzzled. Su Lixue also wondered how his cafe was not open for several days, and it was the owner who ran away. Chen Feng retrieved the hat on the ground, and the crowd of onlookers dispersed when they saw that the show was over. Isn't it obvious? I'm here for the tour, and this is the lady who is. For the matter of Chen Feng calling Ouyang Mushue's daughter body in one breath, Su Lixue did not feel strange. Ms. Ouyang Mushue, the overall champion of the World Detective Competition's China region, Captain Sun Luo's sister-in-arms, is now a detective consultant within our pursuit bureau. Immediately after that, he opened his mouth to Ouyang Mushue. Mushue, this is the very powerful barista I told you about. The coffee in his store is the best I've ever tasted. Find a chance to take you to try it. Hello, Ms. Ouyang. Chen Feng politely reached out and shook Ouyang Mushue's hand. Hello. Chapter 62 World Magician Charity Exchange. Ouyang Mushue still had that look of not being able to see joy or sorrow. This was very similar to Chen Feng when he was working. Captain Su, since you've met your friend, I won't bother you guys anymore. I'll leave first. Ouyang Mushue immediately opened her mouth and said to Su Lixue, okay, then you go ahead and go over there. I'll be there later. Ouyang Mushue left along with the crowd of onlookers, and only Chen Feng and Su Lixue were left at the scene. Come on, just earn some. Buy you coffee. Chen Feng shook the coins inside the hat in his hand. I wouldn't be polite about it. Su Lixue smiled and opened her mouth, her tone more like that of a friend who had known each other for many years. The two went inside a nearby cafe, picked a seat by the window and took their respective seats. It wasn't long before the coffee the two had ordered was served. Taking a sip of coffee, Chen Feng slowly opened his mouth. Right, I haven't asked yet. Why did Ms. Su come over here? Don't you need to stay in H City to hunt down the rest of the fugitives? Hey, don't mention it. Speaking of this matter, Su Lixue had a bitter face. Now that our bureau has been officially appointed, we will no longer be in charge of any fugitive pursuit operations, and will instead specialize in dealing with Chen Feng until he falls into the net. Su Lixue rubbed her slightly swollen temples, a touch of obvious reluctance appearing on her beautiful face. In fact, it wasn't her fault. Only those who had actually fought with Chen Feng knew how difficult that godforsaken thief was to deal with. Not to mention his endless variety of props. His ability to disguise himself alone was impossible to defend against. As for the reason for turning the Huaxia 3 area pursuit team into a pursuit squad targeting only Chen Feng alone, it was even simpler. By the time the Yi Thief game was underway today, 2 months later, most of the participants from the original districts had already been eliminated. The remaining less than half of the fugitives don't need so many members of the tracking team to hunt them down, coupled with the fact that Chen Feng's recent popularity was just too strong. So the above simply waved their hands and turned the pursuit team of Huaxia 3 into a pursuit squad that only dealt with Chen Feng alone. Right. Su Lixue suddenly thought of something. Kiddo just struck out over here and you appeared from this side. You're not chasing after Kiddo, are you? Are you a fan of his? Can't speak of a fan, but as an amateur magician, I wanted to come and meet that Mr. Strange magician in person. Su Lixue nodded. Kiddo the bandit. Magician by moonlight. Silver-winged magician. Su Lixue rested her hands on her face, counting Chen Feng's titles one by one under her breath. Eventually 1,000 words of spit turned into a sigh. Don't mention it, just walk wherever you can. Su Lixue swung her mouth in a general manner. This isn't the Captain Su I know who put up a bold statement about catching Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled and flirted a sentence. Su Lixue rolled her pretty white eyes and didn't answer. Let's talk about you. As a magician and a rare trip to London, aren't you going to go to the World Magic Charity Exchange? There are famous magicians from all over the world in there. Oh, World Magicians Charity Exchange? Chen Feng was stunned. When did this exchange meeting pop up? How did he not know about it? Seeing Chen Feng's puzzled look, Su Lixue didn't sell out and spoke directly. It seems that you still don't know. The World Magician Charity Exchange is still organized by the same Princess Amia of the Lorching Kingdom who came to China earlier, and I heard that even the World Magic Association has been invited to participate. Oh, Princess Amia organizes. Chen Feng muttered a sentence to himself, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile as he couldn't help but think of that sexy and noble princess in his mind. That's kind of funny. Evening. Inside the chase bureau of the Sunset State, Silin, who had already awakened from his coma, Sith, who had been released, as well as Su Luexu and a host of other members of the pursuit team from China gathered in the conference room. The two brothers, Sith and Silin, who were sitting in the main seat, didn't seem to be in a very good mood at the moment. One grimaced as if someone owed them $200, his face dark and scary. Knock, knock. The door of the conference room was knocked at that moment, also breaking the silent atmosphere in the room. Come in. The Sith gathered his expression and once again assumed his proper stance as the captain of the Sunspot country's pursuit bureau. The door to the room was pushed open and a member of the Sunset Nation's pursuit team walked in. "Captain, Mr. Leonardo's side called again, asking if we could contact Shen Feng and return the coronation crown first. The private exhibition on his side has just begun, and the coronation crown is again an important exhibit." Towards the end, looking at the two increasingly ugly expressions of Sith and Sillin, the voice of the team members reporting the news gradually decreased. The Sith took a deep, calming breath before speaking slowly. "Okay, I get it. You tell Mr. Leonardo I'll think of something as soon as I can. But Mr. Leonardo's side of the family is pushing very hard." The team member wanted to say more, but after noticing the grim expressions of the two Sith, he too was wise enough to shut his mouth, turning away to open the conference room. Su Li Shui also stood up at this time. The two captains actually don't have to worry too much. After all of the items Chen Feng stole, excluding one, Moonlight Pupil, that lost its owner, all of the rest of the stolen items all chose to be returned. Hearing Su Li Shui's words, the Sith duo's faces eased slightly, still a little worried though. But what if he's left the Sunbelt Kingdom with the coronet crown? No way! A clear and cold female voice rang out, and everyone looked towards Ouyang Mushue, who had made the sound. In unison, Ouyang Mushue stood up and slowly spoke. "The odds are that even a common criminal will return to the crime scene many times after committing a crime to admire his masterpiece. Not to mention that someone like Chen Feng, who has turned theft into an art, would never choose to leave directly after the operation." Looking at Ouyang Mushue, who got up, Sith was a bit curious. "And this lady is?" "The new advisor of our Chinese Area 3 pursuit team, Miss Ouyang Mushue," Su Li Shui introduced. After Su Li Shui's words were finished, Ouyang Mushue then slightly stuttered her head to the crowd as a greeting. "Then does Miss Ouyang think that Chen Feng will strike again in a short period of time?" The Sith spoke again. Ouyang Mushue shook her head and said, "I'm not sure about that, but from my guess of this freak's character, this is someone who does things as he pleases. So if there is a suitable stage for him in the near future, perhaps he will choose to take the stage again. The stage that suits him." There was a slight silence from a few people present, followed by a recent event that had been extremely hot in the minds of the crowd. The World Magician Charity Exchange organized by Amia. Chapter 63, Chen Feng's arrival. With the full support of Amia, after only 3 days, the venue for the World Magician's Charity Exchange was then laid out. Even on a rainy day, there was still no stopping the enthusiasm of the people, magicians from all over the world, and countless spectators entering the interior of the venue. A small venue was separated in the middle of the venue, where there was a magic show. At the end of a magic show in almost every place, the magician receives a number of bounties. Of course, according to Amia's words, most of this money will be used for world charities, except for some of the payments to magicians who have traveled far and wide. In the middle of the venue, the vice president of the World Magic Association is selling out. A small squirrel was removed from out of this vice president's magic hat, and a chorus of hoots and hollers ensued. Slap. Escorted by 4 bodyguards, Amia walked up with a clap. Seeing the visitor, Vice President Herbert also stopped his hand movements. The people around her conscientiously made a path for Amia so that she could come to the performance stage unimpeded. Coming to the front of the stage, Amia smiled and spoke. "I'm very thankful to the World Magic Association for supporting this exchange. Hard work to you, Mr. Herbert." Herbert also didn't dare to be arrogant and politely replied back. "MS. Amia is polite. Contributing to the world's charitable cause is also what we should do. Anyway, thanks a lot for your association's help." Amia smiled and talked to Herbert. There were some people around who wanted to come up and ask Amelia for an autograph, but they were stopped by Amelia's bodyguards. At that exact moment Amia's assistant, Mir, came from the back. "Your Highness." At the sound of Mir's voice, Amia stopped talking. After speaking to Herbert, he turned away with the men. "Come to a place where no one is." Amia dismissed a few of the bodyguards around her before looking back at Mir. "How's it going, Mir? Anything?" Mir shook his head. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. No sign of Kiddo yet." Amia sniffed with some disappointment, but it was something she expected. He wouldn't be Kaito Kiddo if he was going to be spotted that easily. "Keep watching," Amia said and planned to leave. "Wait, Your Highness." Amia turned her head to Mir. Only Mir looked as if he wanted to speak, and only after some hesitation did he speak at a leisurely pace. "Would that Kiddo not know about the exchange? Or not interested in the exchange and not planning to come?" Amia's willow brows furrowed. It wasn't that she hadn't considered this, but there was nothing better to do now, and she would have to wait patiently. As for whether Chen Feng will come or not, then we can really only bet on it. Amia raised her head slightly, her delicate face looking a little melancholy in the light. Just then, a voice rang out from not far behind the duo. "Buy a pen, ladies." The two were startled by the sudden voice, but after seeing that it was just a youth selling signing pens, They let their guard down. Sorry, we're not buying, Amia spoke to the youth. Then he did not intend to stay any longer and turned around, ready to leave. At that moment, however, the youth spoke again. A voice completely different from that of just a moment ago came out of the youth's mouth. Ma'am, this pen of mine isn't quite like anyone else's. Hearing this voice, Amia's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, followed by a flash of joy that appeared on her face. Key, shoo. Chen Feng placed his finger 2 centimeters in front of Amia's lips, seemingly stopping Amia from continuing. Then with a flick of the pen held in his hand, a blue rose appeared in Chen Feng's hand. For you, beautiful Ms. Amia. Humph, who cares about your flowers? Although Amia said this on her lips, her hand movements were not slow, and she directly reached out and took the flowers from Chen Feng's hand. Perhaps even Amia herself didn't notice that at this moment, her gestures and movements were generally the same as those of a young girlfriend who was pampering her boyfriend. To the side, Mir simply turned his head at the sight and closed his eyes as if giving up the struggle. In my heart, I silently explained to myself, Your Majesty, it's really not that I didn't keep an eye on Her Highness, it's all because of this damnable thief. This thing she really doesn't blame me. I wonder, Your Highness, what is it that you are looking for me for? Chen Feng's voice came again. Amia looked haughty. Who approached you? Couldn't I have organized the charity exchange in London without you? In that case, I'll take my leave. After saying these words, Chen Feng put on an injured look and immediately made a move to turn around and leave. Immediately anxious at the sight, Amia hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Chen Feng's sleeve. Hey, don't! Just after saying this, Amelia noticed Chen Feng's smirking expression and immediately realized that she had been tricked again. Simply throwing Chen Feng's arm to the side, he twisted his head to stop looking at him. Please pardon my little joke, Your Highness. As soon as the words left his mouth, another bouquet of blue roses was handed to Amia. Amelia glanced at Chen Feng, and after a slight hesitation, she took the flower and chose to forgive Chen Feng. The scene made Mir next to him cringe at the sight. The heart could not help but sigh. It is said that the IQ of a woman in love is a negative number. Looking at the appearance of her own princess, it is obvious that she has been deeply poisoned. Your Highness, a voice came from around the corner, and immediately afterward, one of Amia's bodyguards came over and bowed slightly to Amia. Your Highness, the Pursuit Bureau is here and wants to see you. The Pursuit Bureau? Amia's brow immediately furrowed as she looked behind her with some concern, only to find that it had long been empty behind them, with only a white dove with a card in its mouth still in place. Amia bent down and picked up the card in the dove's mouth, which still had the familiar handwriting on it. The beautiful Ms. Amelia, if you have something to do, write it down on a piece of paper and ask White to bring it to me. Also, don't forget to feed him crayfish. Kiddo. The bodyguard in front of him also looked over with some curiosity when he saw Amia staring at a card without saying anything, but before she could see it, Amia had already pocketed the card. Get the Pursuit Bureau over here. I'll wait for them over here. And, Mir, Your Highness. Mir sniffed and rushed forward. Bring this little white dove to my room, and have another order of crawfish made over, shelled and without condiments. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 64, Magic Show. Led by the bodyguard, Su Lixue brought Ouyang Muxue and the others to meet Amia. However, what puzzled Su Lixue was that obviously there was no beef between them, but Amia didn't give them any good looks. It was like interrupting her date. Cold the whole time. Captain Su, we meet again. I wonder what you are looking for me this time. Amia spoke blandly. Ms. Amia, I'm sorry to bother you so suddenly, but it's really very important, Su Lixue said with a serious face. Oh, Amia came to a few moments of interest. What's up, Captain Su might as well speak plainly. I don't like to sell out. It's like this. You should know that Chen Feng, also known as Freak Bandit Kiddo, is in London right now, so for the sake of Ms. Amia's safety, and for the charity fair to go on smoothly, our pursuit team would like to enter the venue and protect it throughout the day. Hearing Su Luexia say the words Monster Kid, Amia's face turned completely cold. If it wasn't for the sudden arrival of these people from the Pursuit Bureau, it wouldn't have caused her meeting with Kiddo to be interrupted, and now to even try to get into the meeting and block her from continuing to meet with Kiddo is just, Kid, it's Kid. Kid is coming to the Magician's Exchange. Before Amelia could respond, the venue suddenly stirred, followed by a chorus of Kid names. Kid, I love you. Kid, look at me. Look at me. I'm here. The external commotion naturally attracted attention on this side as well. Not bothering to converse, Amia hurried toward the door. Su Lixue and the others glanced at each other and also followed closely behind, following towards the outside of the venue. Arriving at the entrance of the venue, the entrance position was already crowded with people at this time. Still, upon seeing Amia arrive, a path was made for her to pass. Looking outside, he saw a man standing on the street in the middle of a downpour under dark clouds. Dressed all in white, with an umbrella in one hand and the other hand in the pocket of his pants. The eye-catching outfit is particularly eye-catching. A clear-colored umbrella snapped with huge raindrops. "Good evening everyone." Chen Feng's voice rang out through the heavy rain from inside the venue. And unsurprisingly it should have been connected to the loudspeaker inside the venue through a headset or some other item. "Kid, kid, kid." As Chen Feng's voice rang out, there were waves of kid chants. Chen Feng took his hand out of the pocket of his pants and raised it high, as if it was an orchestra that was being guided by a baton. The cries from the scene immediately stopped, and the sound of raindrops falling was once again the only sound left in the large venue. It's an honor to be here to see so many magic enthusiasts contributing to a charitable cause, and now allow me to dedicate a performance. For this magic exchange, Chen Feng's voice once again rang out through the loudspeakers within the venue, and it also caused the crowd at the scene to boil up once again. Amia was also in the crowd, her beautiful eyes smiling as she looked at the figure in the rain. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Feng slowly flattened his left hand, as if guided. The lights inside the venue went out while the street lighting came on in unison. "Now, do you believe me when I say the rain will stop?" Chen Feng's voice that was full of charm and its confidence came out. Even though the words were extremely ludicrous and untrue, there were still a lot of chance of belief. Playing God, Huang Fuzhen, who had followed Su Lishui over, muttered in a low voice, but was still heard by the few Chen Feng fans around him. Under the murderous gazes of several people, Huang Fuzhen very sensibly shut his mouth. However, the skepticism in his gaze when looking at Chen Feng remained undiminished. "Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in witnessing the miracle of magic." As soon as the words fell, in the eyes of the crowd, Chen Feng suddenly threw away the umbrella in his hand. As if embracing, he opened his arms toward the crowd. It was at the same moment, the rain stopped. No, it was raindrops hanging in mid-air, to be precise, freed from gravity in general. It hung in the air. This, Herbert, the vice president of the Magic Association, who had just rushed over, was so shocked that his eyes glared round, not even blinking, staring dead on in Chen Feng's direction, fearing that he would miss every second of crucial information. The scene was deathly silent, and after the silence came a volcanic eruption of cheers. "Kid, kid, now, do you believe me when I say that the rain will rise?" Chen Feng's voice sounded once again, but by this time there was no second voice on the scene but that of belief. Like an orchestra conductor, Chen Feng flipped his hands and slowly rose. In keeping with the rhythm, there were slowly rising raindrops. Snap, pop, pop, snap. I don't know who applauded first, and then the scene resounded with thunderous applause, and the applause was even more incessant for a long time. Even Huang Fuzhen, who was still questioning just a moment ago, was shocked speechless at this moment. Is this really magic? Or is it magic hidden under the name of magic? Huang Fuzhen asked himself in his head, and then hurriedly shook his head to interrupt his thoughts. He is an atheist, and cannot be bluffed by this thief. Amia on the sidelines, of course, wouldn't notice the changing moods of the others around her. At this time in her eyes there was only Chen Feng alone in the rain, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, not knowing what he was thinking. Seemingly noticing Amia's gaze, Chen Feng slowly turned his head and teasingly blinked his left eye. It drew another round of cheers from the fans at the venue. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the magic show. See you next illusion. Let's see you next time." With that, Chen Feng placed his hand in front of his body and bowed to the crowd to thank them. It then slowly disappeared as the raindrops fell anew as the crowd watched. Only the umbrella that was thrown down by Chen Feng next to him remained in place. Pop, pop, snap. There was another round of applause. Especially Herbert, the vice president of the World Magic Association, drummed the most vigorously. The magic-obsessed 60-something-year-old soldiered on, ignoring the pain caused by the collision of his palms. The applause that was full of excitement seemed to be dedicated to Chen Feng, or perhaps to this performance, or perhaps both. It's just that no one noticed. On the side of the next street, where the light was emitted, a slim and tall silhouette turned to leave along with Chen Feng after he left. Ding! A faint vibration came from the silhouette's pocket. Taking out his cell phone, he saw that it was a VX message with the sender's note: Arsene, thank you very much for your help. MS. Li Qingyan. Today's performance was a success. Seeing this text message, Li Qingyan revealed a smile, put her cell phone away, and continued walking in the direction of her rented house. As for why she was here, of course it was Chen Feng who called her. After all, no one says that a geek can't look for an assistant while performing, even if that assistant is in the capacity of a police officer. Chapter 65, A Commission from Amelia. In the rain, the streets of London. Su Lishui and the others were sitting in the car going back to the pursuit bureau. Perhaps because the rain was too heavy. The street, which is usually very lively even at night, was very cold at this time. They were the only car traveling above the rainy streets, listening to the gurgling sound of the raindrops constantly hitting the car glass. None of the four people inside the car spoke. Amia ended up refusing their request, giving a simple reason that she was having a magic exchange meeting this time, and there was nothing worth stealing from Chen Feng. It was also natural that they didn't need their pursuit bureau to protect them. Actually, that princess has already met Chen Feng long before we came. Ouyang Muxue, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. It drew all the eyes of several people in the car. Muxue, you're not kidding, right? Su Lixue spoke with a serious face. Ouyang Muxue still had the same expressionless look as she slowly opened her mouth. On the way to meet that princess, I saw a cook with a tray. He had a whole bag of pigeon food in his dining car in addition to a serving of crayfish boiled in water. But as far as I know, this Miss Amia never had pets. Su Lixue raised her eyebrows and did not interrupt, signaling Ouyang Muxue to continue. Ouyang Muxue continued to speak. That's not all. Earlier within the venue, at the time Chen Feng appeared, everyone was surprised. Only that princess with her assistant appeared to be not surprised, as if they had already known of Chen Feng's arrival. Ouyang Muxue's words were well organized, and the people present were no cuties. Hearing her say that, and combining it with Amia's change in attitude, it was a close guess. I knew that Amia wasn't right. Now it definitely looks like she's colluding with that thief. Lu Yi, the leader of the third group, gritted his teeth. It looked like they were still oblivious to the fact that Chen Feng had teased them earlier. Don't talk nonsense, Su Lixue said with a frown. Seeing Su Lixue open her mouth, Lu Yi also had no choice but to sympathetically shut his mouth. After all, this is just speculation. There is no direct evidence, and the subject is still the eldest princess, one of the heirs to the throne of the Lorching Kingdom, so everyone is not allowed to talk nonsense about this matter. Su Lixue spoke with a serious face. This was, after all, a matter of a country's face, and even if Amia really had contact with Chen Feng behind his back, they couldn't say anything about it. The next day, the clouds faded and the sun took over the earth again. The video of Chen Feng performing magic tricks last night was also completely ignited after it was recorded and posted online by people at the scene. Countless media and well-known figures have been reprinted, and even the princess of the Snowy Kingdom known as Anna personally appeared in the comments section to comment, hailing it as the most mind-blowing magic show of the 21st century, bar none. Even the vice president of the World Magic Association, Elder Herbert, who was present at the time, publicly posted that if Chen Feng was willing to join the Magic Association, he would willingly give up his position as vice president to him. Of course, Chen Feng was not interested in these things, and it was naturally impossible for him to respond. Morning, Chen Feng just opened the window. White will be eager to fly in, mouth also holding an envelope written with the word kid signature. There was also a red lipstick mark on the seal of the letter. Ha, a commission from Her Highness? Chen Feng let out a laugh. The envelope was then opened and a picture with a small pink card fell out. Consignment letter. A week from now, the grand finale in the royal auction located in the capital of the Lorching country, Gaelch. The engagement ring given to the queen by the 10th century Russian king, Vladimir I, the starlight gaze. Looking at the ring that beautifully resembled a star in the photo, Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Royal auction. Is this Princess Highness wanting me to steal from her family? Chen Feng pondered for a little while. Walk over to your computer and type in the key information to search for. This search really let him search something. Night. After a busy day, Amia rubbed her aching neck and finished her day after annotating the last document. Refusing Mill's request for a ride back, he chose to drive himself back to his place in London, walk into the house and close the door. Even Amia, a strong woman who had performed extremely well externally, could not help but show a few moments of fatigue on her face when she returned home. Just then, however, a small rumble in the darkness caught her attention. Amelia's heart immediately alarm bells. Also do not care to turn on the light. Quickly from the bag out of the portable wolf spray, full of vigilance. Who? Don't be nervous, Your Highness. I'm just a passing magician. A gentle voice rang in Amia's ears. It also made Amia instantly happy. Kiddo. Amelia turned around and tried to go and hug Chen Feng, but Chen Feng dodged to the side and easily avoided it. Turning the lights in the room on, Amia looked at Chen Feng, who was dressed in white in front of her with a puzzled expression, pouting her little mouth as if she did not know why he was hiding. I apologize for rejecting your hospitality, Your Highness, but I think it would be more appropriate for you to explain this matter to me. Chen Feng still had the same gentle smile on his face, and took out from his pocket the photo of Starlight Gaze that Amia had asked Bai to bring to him earlier. Hearing Chen Feng's words, a rare flash of panic appeared on Amia's face. You know? I don't think it's too difficult. Your father, His Majesty the King of the Kingdom of Lorching, has already stated in public that this last item up for auction is his engagement ring for you. In other words, the crowd participating in the auction this time should be the people he picked for your fiancé. Hearing this, Amia had no choice but to open her mouth and respond. Well, I admit that my father has pushed me more than once to get married, and to that end, he went so far as to publicly state at the press conference that he would be choosing my fiancé for me from amongst the crowd at the final item of the Starlight Gaze auction. Force me to make a choice by massively conducting public outreach. So, Amia lowered her head slightly, like a child who had been caught doing something bad. Chen Feng stepped forward and took over the conversation. So in order to refuse this marriage and not wanting to hurt your father's face, you wanted me to steal the last auction item, Starlight's Gaze, before the auction started, right? Aha. Amelia nodded in acknowledgement, then looked at Chen Feng with a hopeful gaze. Can you help me? Under Amia's gaze, Chen Feng deliberately put on a pensive appearance. Another pang of nervousness went through Amia. Ryoko. It was only then that Chen Feng lightly smiled and looked at Amelia. Your Highness, my appearance fee, it's very expensive. Chapter 66 Starlight Gazing. Appearance fees. Looking at Chen Feng in front of her, Amia froze for 2 seconds, and immediately after reacting, she was overjoyed. So you promise? Freaks and thieves are thieves too, and there doesn't seem to be any reason for me to turn down a treasure of great value. Chen Feng smiled back, placing his hands in front of his body and bowing slightly. In that case, I will take my leave first. Hey wait! Seeing that Chen Feng was about to leave, Amia hurriedly spoke up to stop him. Slowly walking up to Chen Feng's front, he looked at the familiar and charming face in front of him. Amia stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed Chen Feng's face, then slowly came to Chen Feng's ear and opened her mouth. It's kind of a deposit on your appearance fee, Mr. Geek. Chen Feng still maintained that smile and did not change in the slightest. At Amia's unwilling gaze, Chen Feng moved to the balcony, and after teasingly blinking his left eye at Amia, he slowly disappeared under the illumination of the moonlight. The other side of the planet, Sun Yuqing was standing in front of Chen Feng's cafe with a middle-aged man, blowing cold wind. Looking at the closed door of the room, Sun Yuqing smiled awkwardly and looked at the middle-aged man on the side. That, Dad, Arsene, he probably went out to buy coffee beans. After all, you know that a small business like his has to do everything personally right? Sun Yuqing smiled awkwardly. At this moment, Sun Yuqing's intestines were almost green with remorse. If she were to do it again, she would definitely not ask Chen Feng to pretend to be her boyfriend again. Who knew that his uncle Su could have such a good impression of Chen Feng, who he had only met once? Again, it was something about not being humble, something about having a great heart, something about attainments in treasure appreciation. Anyway, it was in front of her parents, praising Chen Feng all over again. It was almost praise to the sky, and also successfully aroused the interest of his own old man, who had to clamor to come and meet this son-in-law of his. Sun Yuqing couldn't argue with him, so she could only bring him over. But who knew that for a few days in a row? Not to mention talking, he hadn't even seen Chen Feng's face. Seeing that it was about to wear out, Sun Yuqing had no choice but to hurriedly make up a reason. Oh, yeah? The middle-aged man looked at Sun Yuqing with a smirk. Buying a coffee bean for days on end and not seeing anyone? He can't have gone to Africa to buy them, can he? That. Sun Yuqing was momentarily speechless, scratching her ears and trying to find a remedy for herself. But before she could think of anything else, her own father's voice came again. Yuqing, do you think your old man I'm stupid? Still trying to find reasons to lie to me? Hearing these words, Sun Yuqing closed her eyes in despair. It's over. It's still wearing out. It seems that I can't avoid this blind date. Dad, did you have a fight with someone? I'm noisy. Ha? Looking at her own father's expression of I've already guessed it, Sun Yuqing swallowed back the words she was just about to confess. Well, right. Still, you're good, Pops. I can't believe I didn't hide it from you. Ha? Sun Yuqing laughed awkwardly and gave a thumbs up to her own old man with her left hand. In his heart, he was secretly cursing himself. He overestimated his old man again, and next time, he absolutely could not make this kind of mistake. Seeing Sun Yuqing's face of extreme admiration, Sun Kaixian couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Reaching out and patting on Sun Yuqing's head, he smiled and opened his mouth. Still wanting to hide it from your old man? You're still a bit young. Alright, since people aren't here, I'll find a chance to come back later. With that, Sun Kaixian turned around and headed towards the parking place. Sun Yuqing was relieved to see this. Although it was a bit convoluted, the result was still good. At least it didn't wear out, right? Hey, right. Sun Kaixian suddenly turned around and startled Sun Yuqing again. Dad, are you still doing something? Yuqing, you're not so young anymore. Don't always be a big lady temper. When it's time to restrain yourself, you can't always let people give in to you. Hey, I know. Hearing his own daughter's response, Sun Kaixian then nodded with satisfaction, got up and returned to the car, and sailed away with the driver at the wheel. Phew, Sun Yuqing exhaled a long, cloudy breath. Another glance back at the closed door of the cafe store made me a little angry. This treacherous boss took the money and ran away before the job was done. causing me to act out half a day's worth of theater. When I see him again, I'll be done with him, Sun Yuqing thought angrily, but faced with a locked store door, she had nowhere to vent. In the end, he could only suppress his emotions for the time being, preparing to wait for Chen Feng to come back before settling the score with this crooked merchant who received money and did not do anything. Achoo! 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 The streets of Gaelch, the capital of the Lorching nation. Chen Feng, who had just come out of the airport, sneezed 3 times in a row. The weather is a bit cool lately. I've caught a bit of a cold. Chen Feng rubbed his nose and muttered to himself. A small white head also emerged from Chen Feng's arms at that moment, holding its head high as it surveyed its surroundings. We haven't arrived at the place yet, White. Just be patient for a little while longer. Chen Feng softly exchanged words with Little White. As if it had understood Chen Feng's words, Little White cawed a little unhappily, but obediently retracted back into Chen Feng's arms. The night slowly descends. Inside a 5-star hotel not far from the Royal Auction House, Chen Feng was sitting quietly in front of the balcony looking at the promotional posters for the auction. After inquiring with the locals, Chen Feng also roughly understood the information about this royal auction. This auction was different from the others. The reason why it had the word royal in it was not only because it was fully controlled by the royal family of the Lorching Kingdom, and also because it only served the royal family of the Lorching Kingdom, and doesn't take anyone else's business, even for an additional fee. This auction will only be held once a month on the 15th and tickets are extremely expensive. But even so, tickets are still in short supply, and Amia's commission, that is, the target of Chen Feng's current action, the ring that had been worn on the hand of the Queen of Russia, Starlight Gaze, was to be auctioned at the auction in 5 days' time. In other words, Chen Feng had 5 days to use to steal this ring, which was quite enough time. Grand finale auction item, Starlight's Gaze. Chen Feng looked at the publicity poster in his hand and muttered to himself. He then turned his gaze to Little White, who was standing on one of the horizontal poles to the side, and spoke softly. White, I'm going to have to work you hard again this time. Goo goo. P.S. I'm sorry, friends. I did not think that those previous theft of things will be someone cannot understand the technique. In order to facilitate everyone, I have put those techniques into the author has something to say and the interested can look at. Chapter 67, The Auction House. The next day in the afternoon, Chen Feng, who had been observing the terrain all night through the camera strapped to Xiao Bai, didn't go out until the afternoon. After a simple meal, Chen Feng took a taxi to the destination of his trip, the Royal Auction House of the Lorching country. Although today is not the day the auction starts, however, there were still quite a few people gathered at the entrance waiting for the auction to open. The reason for this is also simple. Anyone can enter inside for a visit during non-auction periods. It's kind of a publicity stunt. The organizer of the auction, the royal family of the Lorching Kingdom, would place pictures of the items to be auctioned this month, their value, and other information inside the venue for display half a month in advance. Although you can't see the real thing, there are still a lot of people willing to go inside for a tour. Especially this time, after a push from Amia's father, His Majesty the King of the Lorching Kingdom. Now almost everyone in the country knows that he intends to choose a fiancée for Princess Amelia among the people who will be auctioning off the last item, the Starlight Gaze. The news drew the enthusiasm of almost the entire nation of the Lorching country. There were even quite a few foreigners who came here, not seeking to win the favor of Amia, the outstanding unmarried woman of the year, but it would be a beautiful thing to meet this goddess who enjoys a certain degree of fame all over the world. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the doors to the auction were opened right on time. The crowd that had been waiting outside the door for a long time poured inside. The scene became very chaotic for a while, and it even required dozens of royal police officers from the Lorching country to be deployed to barely control the situation. And in the crowd, Chen Feng, who was wearing sunglasses and casual clothes, entered the interior of the venue with him. The picture belonging to Starlight Gaze had the most people gathered in front of it, and Chen Feng was among them. Looking at the picture of the delicate and radiant ring that looked like a star in the sky, someone immediately let out an exclamation. What a beautiful little thing, the engagement ring that King Vladimir I of Russia gave to his own queen. It's so beautiful. This statement was immediately echoed. Of course, it carries the love of a king, after all. As soon as the words left his mouth, the man seemed to think of something else and added, it'll be more than that in a few days. It'll also be a testament to the impending love of Her Royal Highness Princess Amelia. Yes, I can't wait to see what Her Highness looks like when she wears this ring. It's going to be stunning. That's for sure. Bro. The people around them were speaking Lorching, but this was not really a big difference between speaking Lorching and speaking Chinese for Chen Feng, who possessed the world language master skill. Listening to the conversations of the people around him, Chen Feng did not reveal the slightest change in his expression, and only quietly retreated from the crowd after taking a few glances at the target's information. Chen Feng walked all the way forward along the long corridor that discharged pictures of all kinds of exhibits, as if he was really enjoying each and every picture of the exhibits. Of course, only he knew what he was really thinking. Sir, you can't go in here. At the end of the long corridor, in front of the gate of the internal venue of the auction, two security guards of the royal auction of the Lorching Kingdom reached out and stopped Chen Feng. It wasn't aimed at Chen Feng. That inside was the location of the real auction, which was usually closed to the public. Okay, it's my first time here, so can you please tell me which part of the bathroom is in? Chen Feng smiled back and opened his mouth in the pure flavor of lorching, causing the security personnel, who were locals, to be surprised for a moment. However, it still showed Chen Feng the direction after reacting. In that direction, sir, the security on the left spoke up, then added, did you study over here? Sir, you speak lorching very well. Thanks, I just came over for a trip. Chen Feng politely replied back. After saying that, he walked towards the bathroom in the direction indicated by the security. Of course, the two security guards at the scene did not realize that while they were talking to Chen Feng, a fingernail-sized contraption had already drilled through the crack in the door, and into the door of the inner venue. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exchanging micro-camera robot *1, consuming system points *200. Inside the bathroom, ignoring the system's beeps in his head, Chen Feng concentrated on operating the small robot to observe the surroundings. The interior of the auction venue was very large, even a bit larger than a small concert venue, and there was absolutely no problem in accommodating several hundred people for bidding. In the center of the venue is a large semicircular auction table, surrounded by railings and glass to separate the auction table from the audience. In addition, the distance between the auction stage and the audience is very far, so it is basically impossible to take the starlight gaze from the audience during the auction. And the center of the auction table in the front position, there are more than 10 glass display cabinets. No surprise should be used to store those auction items. Place the thick and hard-tempered glass cover, the tightly protected auction table, plus a group of professional security personnel who will be present at the perimeter during the auction. The multiple protections are almost eliminating all possible risk factors. It also nipped those conventional theft tactics of the past in the bud. Looking at the surroundings, Chen Feng secretly pondered, his brain working quickly. A plan had quietly taken shape. Since conventional means don't work, the only way is through some other methods. Chen Feng stayed at the venue for more than an hour until he had basically scratched the surface of the interior before he once again crossed the long corridor and left the auction. Back in the hotel, Chen Feng drew the terrain in his mind into a simple drawing and labeled some important points before putting down the pen in his hand. Looking at his results on the desktop, Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. The next step, then, is to send out teaser letters. Night had quietly fallen, and Chen Feng's actions had long since begun. Located next to the royal auction house, the roof of the tallest building in the royal residence of the Lorching Kingdom, Claudeborg, a white figure appeared abruptly at the edge of the rooftop, standing on top of the rooftop fence, with half of his feet standing outside of it, the white cloak behind him fluttering in the wind. One feared that he might fall off the roof of a building dozens of meters high if he wasn't careful. Squeak! The door to the rooftop was pushed open. A little girl of only about 1 meter 2 walked up in her robe, looking as if she was a bit sleepless, as if she was not awake, hazily rubbing her eyes. Ah, who are you? You? Why are you in my house? The moment she saw Chen Feng, the little girl instantly sobered up. The childish face was filled with curiosity as he looked at the white figure not far away, as if pondering why the person in front of him had appeared on the roof of his own building. Chapter 68. I'm just here to deliver the teaser. Seemingly noticing the movement behind him, Chen Feng slowly turned around. With a gentle leap off the fence, he landed firmly in front of the little girl. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. I'm just an uninvited magician. Little miss. Chen Feng half squatted in front of the little girl with a smile at the corner of his mouth as he interlaced his right thumb and middle finger and snapped his fingers. In the next second, a white lily was transformed by Chen Feng and delivered to the little girl. The girl blinked her eyes and looked at Chen Feng, probably realizing that Chen Feng did not mean any harm, before she reached out and took the lily in Chen Feng's hand. Just then, a voice came from a nearby balcony doorway. Kaylin, aren't you going to come see the stars? Who are you talking to? As soon as the words fell, a mature woman dressed in gorgeous clothes with a three-quarter resemblance to Amia appeared in the doorway position, and although she was not powdered, her delicate face was still beautiful. Mother, there's a brother here. Hearing the sound, little Kaylin ran towards the doorway behind her with the flowers she had just gotten from Chen Feng. Silly boy, where is any brother here? You. Before the words were finished, the woman who stepped out from the doorway noticed Chen Feng on one side. A flash of dismay appeared on his delicate face. Odd kiddo. It's an honor to meet you, ma'am. Chen Feng slightly saluted and handed a white carnation to the woman. Queen, your highness, what happened? Seemingly hearing the commotion, two waitresses quickly ran up, immediately alert the moment he saw Chen Feng. He shielded little Kaylin and Queen Finica behind him on the left and right. Odd job, kiddo. Why are you here? The female attendant on the left obviously recognized Chen Feng and immediately opened her mouth to question. The other female attendant was also staring at Chen Feng with a vigilant face. There was no doubt that as long as Chen Feng made any movement, they would immediately call for backup. At the same time, his heart couldn't help but rage at the incompetence of those royal guards, who managed to allow someone to blend into Fortress Cloden unnoticed. Mother, my brother is not a bad man, and he gave me flowers. As if noticing the starkness of the atmosphere, little Kylan spoke up. Don't talk, Kylan. Mother has something to do right now. I'll be looking at the stars with you in a little while. Queen Fennica stroked Kylan's little head and spoke softly. Although she didn't know why her mother and the girls were so nervous, little Kylan nodded knowingly and didn't say anything more. Don't be nervous, guys. I'm never rude to a lady, and I'm just here to deliver the teaser letter. With that, Chen Feng reached into his pocket and took out a rosebush with a small white card stuck to it. It was as if they had finally sensed the presence of someone who shouldn't be on the rooftop. It suddenly became noisy downstairs. Lights came on everywhere, and the stairwell was filled for a short time with more than a few stray footsteps and eager urges. It seems like it's time for me to leave. MS. Fennica as well as Miss Kylan. So let's see you next time. As Chen Feng's words fell, a white smoke emerged from his body and quickly covered him. By the time security rushed up a few seconds later, only the rosebud with the teaser letter stuck to it was still standing. Pushing her way through the crowd, Fennica stepped forward to pick up the rose from the floor and look toward the card. At the beginning of the festival, the 17th meeting of friendship in the disc, the starlight is covered by the moonlight, and I will appear to take the starlight gaze, to Kiddo the bandit. Still the same as before. Chen Feng will hack into the live broadcast system at the same time that he sends out the teaser letter and puts the picture of the teaser letter that has already been prepared into the live broadcast. For a while, the internet exploded once again, with countless media outlets scrambling to write about it. After only 1 week, Chen Feng once again sent a teaser letter, targeting the Lorching Kingdom's royal collection, the ring that will make its grand finale at the royal auction, Starlight's Gaze. Chen Feng appeared in Gaelch, the capital of the Lorching Kingdom, and another battle between the monsters and the kingdom is about to kick off. The thief who never misses a beat has met a tough opponent this time. The royal family of the Lorching Kingdom says they're not afraid of any threats, so the auction will be held as usual. No, what's this about my maple god? Just finished performing at a magic exchange organized from the side of someone's daughter, Amia, and turned around to steal from his family? It's not like stealing from a family, is it? How come I heard that the reason why the Lorching Kingdom's royal family put the Starlight's Gaze up for auction was to pick a fiancé for Amia amongst the crowd of auctioneers? And Amia seemed to be very much in denial. Holy, is that really a lie? I'm going to start a rumor if you say that. Of course it's true, buddy. Earlier Amia's father, that king of the Lorching Kingdom, was the one who stated it in public. In that case, then this whole thing is intriguing. In the meantime, after receiving the news that Chen Feng had sent out another teaser letter, Su Lishua had quickly rushed to Gaelch, the capital of the Lorching nation, with all the people from the pursuit team, and after communicating with the royal family of the Lorching Kingdom, he had also managed to get the other party to agree to the pursuit team's entry into the auction venue, thus stopping Chen Feng's actions and even arresting him. Auction venue. Inside the surveillance room, Su Lishua and the others were checking all the surveillance videos of the auction in recent days, intent to look for any suspicious figures. Unfortunately, though, the crowd went back and forth several times, with a long list of suspicious people, only to have it all debunked after just a brief investigation. All in all, it's just that after a period of time of busyness, the people in the pursuit group still have nothing to show for it. Phew. In front of the monitor, Su Lishua pinched her sore neck and spoke to the crowd. All take a rest. Hearing Su Lishua's command, the people then stopped their hands, pounding their waists and pinching their shoulders. They all looked exhausted. At this moment, a team member walked in with a bunch of photocopied pictures. Captain, this is a new list of suspicious person pictures from Counselor Ouyang's side. I hope you'll check it out. Well, give it to me. Su Lishua picked up the pile of pictures and casually threw them onto the table in front of her. The pictures scattered all of a sudden, and Su Lishua didn't care much about it. She just continued to move her aching neck. Just the fact that her gaze unintentionally glanced over a picture on the table caused Su Lishua to no longer be able to take her eyes off of it. This man's back. Why does he look so much like Arsene? Su Lishua narrowed her eyes slightly, staring at the pictures on the table for a long time, unable to take her eyes off of them. This also aroused the curiosity of the team members on the side. Captain, you know this person? Su Lishua glanced at the man and didn't give a clear answer, just gave an ambiguous answer. Maybe recognize it. Chapter 69, Arsene? Chen Feng? Maybe. Recognize? The team member was a bit puzzled, but Su Lishua clearly no longer had the intention of continuing to puzzle him out. Directly picking up the picture on the table, he instructed Louis, who was not far away. Louis, immediately arrange for someone to investigate this person. Okay, Captain. Louis reached out to take it, and just as he was about to turn to leave he was called out again. Wait. Louis once again looked puzzled, but only saw Su Lishue's tightly furrowed brow. Look up another man for me. His name is Arsène. He was seen in London some time ago and I want to know where he is now. Arsène. Louis repeated, and although he did not understand, he kept in mind his duties as a subordinate and did not ask more questions. As Louis left, Su Lishue also resumed her seat. He picked up his cell phone and looked at the contact in the VX with the note Arsène. That was something she had voluntarily added to the cafe to make it easier to get a cup of coffee at the first hour of her shift. She would also chat with Yazan on it from time to time, and although the two of them couldn't be talked about as confidants, they could be considered one of Su Lishue's few friends. But now, Su Lishue's eyes narrowed slightly as she thought. After hesitating for a while, he gave up the idea of sending a tweet and put his phone back to rest, leaning back on top of his chair and wondering what he was thinking. With the cooperation of the Sunless Kingdom's officials and the Lorching Kingdom's royal family, coupled with the fact that Chen Feng did not purposely hide his whereabouts, therefore, Su Lishue very easily obtained Chen Feng's current location. But Su Lishue, who had achieved her goal, was not the least bit happy. The reason is also simple. She got the result she least expected. That was that his own few friends, Arsène, had taken a plane to the capital of the Lorching country, Gaelch, 2 days ago. Inside the office, looking at the report she received from Louis, Su Lishue let out a long sigh. Could it really be you? Su Lishue muttered a sentence to herself. After a moment's consideration he took out his cell phone and edited a message to send to Chen Feng. Late afternoon, the entrance to a bar in downtown Gage. Su Lishue, who had dressed up carefully, was waiting for something at the door. A white lady's small suit, her body perfectly outlined, slightly powdered face is indescribably gorgeous, red lips like fire, eye-catching. There were also quite a few people in the surrounding area who noticed Su Lishue, but perhaps Su Lishue's appearance was too outstanding. Most of them just watched from afar, not daring to come forward. There are exceptions to every rule, and one bold young man, abetted by a friend, finally managed to work up the courage to come forward. Alone. Pretty girl, can I buy you a drink? Su Lishue glanced at the visitor and spoke faintly. Sorry, I have an appointment. The rejected youth was still undeterred and still wanted to say something, but after noticing Su Lishue's cold expression, she still swallowed back the words that were on her lips and retreated back to the side again. The youth had just left not even a minute ago when another person came to Su Lishue's side. Su Lishue instantly frowned, and just when she wanted to speak, she saw a rose being handed to her, followed by that gentle voice. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, MS. Su. Hearing this voice, Su Lishue's tightly furrowed brows instantly stretched. Taking the flowers in Chen Feng's hands, her seductive red lips hooked up into a smile as she spoke. It wasn't a long wait. You came at just the right time. Chen Feng smiled and spoke. Ma'am, your outfit is extraordinarily beautiful today. Thank you. Su Lishue ruffled her hair and came next to Chen Feng. We've known each other for so long, so don't keep calling me like Miss Su. Just call me Lishue. Chen Feng was slightly stunned as he looked at Su Lishue next to him. He was keenly aware that today's Su Lishue was a bit different from earlier, but it's hard to say exactly what's wrong. What's the problem? Su Lishue stepped forward and took Chen Feng's arm, causing many people in the neighborhood to burst with envy. Of course not. Chen Feng still had that gentle and elegant look, without the slightest change in expression. The duo entered the bar, came to the front desk location and ordered 2 cocktails. Su Lishue took a light sip from her wine glass and opened her mouth to ask as if she was pretending to be unaware. By the way, Yazan, why did you come over here? It wouldn't be following Kiddo's teaser letter, right? Su Lishue held her wine glass to cover half of her face, and her pair of eyes passed through the gap in the wine glass, staring dead on at Chen Feng. It seemed like he was trying to discern some kind of message on Chen Feng's face. However, to her disappointment and happiness, Chen Feng did not reveal the slightest bit of abnormality. Instead, he answered her very normally. That's not true. I was originally traveling to this side of Western Europe, and I occasionally heard that there would be one of the biggest auctions in the whole of Europe over here after a while. So I came over to take a look, and I didn't expect that thief to come. Looking at the smile on Chen Feng's face, Su Lishue nodded. In fact, Su Lishue had long since checked the time when the Yazan in front of her came over here, before the release of the teaser letter. So as long as Arsène said she was following the teaser letter, then she couldn't care less about her friends and detained the person in front of her first. Of course, even though there was nothing wrong with Chen Feng's answer, the suspicion in Su Lishue's heart remained undiminished. Instead, he continued to test Chen Feng sentence by sentence. However, since Chen Feng had come, he naturally had long since had the words to respond, and his sentence-by-sentence answers were basically dripping with water. Over an hour of chatting did not allow Su Lishue to find the slightest problem. This made Su Lishue breathe a slight sigh of relief. Ding 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 ding. Just as the two of them were chatting with one word or another, a phone rang from inside Su Lishue's bag. Seeing the note on the phone, Su Lishue glanced at Chen Feng somewhat sheepishly, then covered the screen and quickly hung up the phone. Why don't you answer it? Chen Feng put down the cocktail glass in his hand and looked at Su Lishue to ask. Harassing phone calls are just that, either loans or advertisements. Pulled black, Su Lishue smiled somewhat less naturally, then he pretended to glance at his watch without realizing it. Yeah, it's getting late. I still have a meeting that needs to be held over there, so I have to go first. In such a hurry? Chen Feng feigned a look of surprise. Yeah, Su Lishue smiled apologetically. Chen Feng spread his hands as he sniffed and spoke with feigned regret. Alright, then I won't delay your Captain Su's official duties. We can only meet again next time. You're poking fun at me again. Well, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to go first. Well, see you later. Su Lishue smiled and nodded, lifting her bag up and turning to leave the bar. Chapter 70, Su Lishue's suspicion. Looking at Su Lishue's back as she left, Chen Feng pondered slightly for a moment and drank the cocktail in the glass in his hand, then similarly left the bar. In the middle of an alley outside the bar, a van, black in color and tightly covered, was pulling up. The van was small but extremely well equipped, with listening devices, surveillance screens, computers, and more, and the people inside the car were no one else but the several members of the pursuit team led by Louis. Squeak, the door of the van was pulled open, and Su Lishue's figure appeared in front of several people. Captain. A few of Lu Wing's men opened their mouths to greet him. Aha! Su Lishue sat on the passenger side of the car, turned her head to look at Louis in the back seat, and opened her mouth to inquire, how's the computer analysis? Louis opened his mouth and replied, none of them are problematic. If we look at it according to the general standard, this person's face comparison and voice line comparison do not match with Chen Feng. Basically it can be determined that it's not the same person. But, at that, Lu Wing paused. Keep talking. Su Lishue opened her mouth. Louis continued. Chen Feng is, after all, a master of disguise and voice changing, so perhaps, he really has the ability to escape the equipment's comparison. Hearing Louis's words, Su Lishue was silent for a moment. A temporary silence also fell over the car, and no one spoke. After a long time, Su Lishue, who was leaning on the passenger seat, then reopened her eyes. I know. Drive. Go back to the bureau. The driver sniffed and immediately started the vehicle, taking a few people towards the distance, until they leave. It was then that the figure of a young man appeared from his position in the shadows of the corner. Who else could it be if not Chen Feng? Looking at the direction the car left, Chen Feng cupped his chin and muttered to himself, starting to suspect me? But it's good. Just take advantage of this suspicion to completely separate the two identities. In the meantime, the internet is also up in arms over the teaser letter. At this time, no matter domestic or Western Europe, there are many people on the internet to debate. Chen Feng teaser letter in the sentence on behalf of the friendship of the 17th encounter, in the end what it means. It was said that it was Chen Feng who had an acquaintance at the scene, and that the 17th encounter represented an encounter between Chen Feng and his friend. Others said that it was Chen Feng's cryptic expression of the time of his actions, and that the words represented the exact time of Chen Feng's actions. There were even some who said that that was what Chen Feng had written in the teaser letter in order to pay tribute to a friend who had already passed away. The internet is full of opinions. Inside the Pursuit Bureau, Huang Fujin and the others were also trying to decipher the information in the teaser letter. The 17th encounter within the disc representing friendship, where the starlight is covered by the moonlight. What does this mean? Huang Fujin stroked his stubble, puzzled. Starburst was easy to understand, and it was most likely Chen Feng's target this time around, starlight's gaze. The sentence, the starlight is covered by the moonlight, would most likely be the technique Chen Feng was planning to use when he planned to steal the starlight's gaze. According to Chen Feng's past habit of writing the specific time of the action in the preview letter, it can be boldly guessed that the 17th encounter within the disc representing friendship in the previous sentence represents the specific time. What exactly would that mean though? Huang Fujin had a headache. Bang! The door to the room was pushed open roughly with a loud bang. Huang Fujin immediately frowned, and just as he was about to open his mouth to chastise a couple of words, he was blocked by a sentence. Captain, good news. Counselor Ouyang has broken Chen Feng's action time. Huang Fujin, who had just wanted to curse, immediately swallowed back the words that had reached his mouth and looked at the incoming team members with an excited face. Are you serious? It's true. Counselor Ouyang just swept a glance and cracked the preview letter in 7. And also directly stated that Chen Feng's specific time of action would be 6:32 p.m. on the day of the auction, allowing us to make early preparations. Soon, the specific time of Chen Feng's action hidden in the preview letter was then made known to all with the announcement of the Pursuit Bureau. 6:32 p.m. is not an unusual time, and it is difficult to associate the 17th in the advance letter with this time. But if you look at the clock as a disk, from midnight onwards, the minute hand is officially separated from the hour hand as a start. The two will meet 11 times in 12 hours. That is, 22 times a day. The hour hand meets the minute hand for the 17th time at 6:32 p.m. This answer was quickly and overwhelmingly recognized as soon as it was published. The online curses of those netizens from various parties who originally had different opinions about the teaser letter have gradually subsided. Another 2 days passed at a leisurely pace. During these 2 days, although Su Lishue would still test Chen Feng from time to time, they were all easily handled by Chen Feng. Chen Feng, on the other hand, quietly sneaked into the interior of the auction venue in his spare time, observing the terrain while also perfecting his mode of action at the same time. Night. Amia, who had just returned home for the day, was busy in the office of the company she had founded. Although Amelia was very concerned about Chen Feng's actions, she did not let go of things in the company because of this, and was still busy from morning to night, signing a document. Amia turned her head in Mir's direction and spoke. Mir, go make me a cup of coffee. No sugar. Yes, Your Highness. Mir immediately got up in response and headed outside, as Amia had instructed. And after Mir left, Amia continued to keep her head down and busy with her own things. It didn't take more than a few minutes for Amia to notice a figure, illuminated by the light, approaching the front of her desk from the front. Doubtful, Amia slowly raised her head to look ahead, only to realize that the person in front of her was no one else but Mir, who had just left. Mir, what are you doing standing here? Amia spoke with a puzzled look on her face. He looked around but realized that Mir didn't have the coffee he wanted in his hand and couldn't help but be a little angry. Mir, what's the matter with you? Where's the coffee I asked for? You, but no matter what she said, the Mir in front of her didn't reply, just smiled at her. This also made Amia even more angry. Even her willow eyebrows were furrowed. Just as Amia was about to open her mouth to say a few more words, the door to the room was pushed open. Mir, who was in a work uniform carrying a coffee cup, came in from outside. Your Highness, the coffee you ordered. Mir, Amia's beautiful eyes widened. You just got back from being away. So this is. Halfway through her sentence, Amia seemed to understand something and slowly turned her head to look at the other Mir standing in front of her, and the expression on her face became delighted. Kiddo? Chapter 71. The upcoming auction. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I didn't mean to lie to you. It's just that you're still so charming when you're angry that it's just too much to interrupt. Chen Feng lifted Amia's hand that was resting on the table and gently kissed it. The sight made the corners of Mir's mouth twitch as he watched from a short distance away. After all, in her eyes, it was her other self kissing Amia's hand. Apparently, Amia also noticed this, and a flash of unnaturalness flashed across her delicate face. Can you change your face and talk to me again? I'm a little not used to it. Meh. Chen Feng let out a light laugh, reached out and pinched a corner of his clothes, lifting it upwards, and the entire person instantly changed his appearance, reverted back to that white, high hat outfit. Placing his hand in front of his body, Chen Feng spoke once again. Ms. Amia, I came here because I have something I want you to do. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Amia instantly drew back the hand that was being held by Chen Feng and clasped her hands in front of her body, her eyes somewhat grudging. I knew you'd never come to me when you're not doing anything. Ma'am, I've never made a point of seeing any woman but you. Of course, this is under the identity of Kiddo, Chen Feng added in his mind. Although there were only Chen Feng's empty words, Amia still couldn't suppress the hooked corners of her mouth. That's more like it. There was a sweaty pang from Mir, who had just put his coffee cup on the table. Your Highness, you're too contented, aren't you? Mir spat in his mind. How do you want me to help you? Amia asked as she looked at Chen Feng in front of her and opened her mouth. Only Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. It's very simple. I just don't know if Miss Amia would be willing to star as a monster assistant at a specific time. Time passes at a leisurely pace. In the blink of an eye the time came to the day of the auction. Inside the offices of the Pursuit Bureau, Suluashua held onto the VX chat interface with the note Yazan, raised her fingers several times to type, and then gave up several times. She had already thought about it. In fact, want to verify Yazan is not Chen Feng this matter. Not as complicated as she thought. The easiest way was naturally to ask Yazan out when the time on Chen Feng's teaser letter arrived. If he could show up with Chen Feng, then naturally he would be cleared of any suspicion. On the contrary, if he refused to come, then this matter could basically be finalized. Paging. Su Lishue leaned back in her office chair and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Eyes grew determined, and then he was ready to send a message to Arsene. It was also at that moment that a VX message suddenly popped up on her phone's interface from none other than Arsene. The content was also simple. That is, she was invited to watch the afternoon's royal auction. The time slowed to 4 in the afternoon. Perhaps it was the influence of Chen Feng's teaser letter, or perhaps it was because the auction itself was hot. Even though the price of the tickets is extremely high, there are still a large number of people willing to buy them. There was a long line of people waiting to check their tickets in front of the royal auction house in the Lorching Kingdom. Su Lixue was among them. She was seen holding a ticket for the auction in her hand and was looking around as if she was anxiously searching for something. Right at this moment, a silhouette came through the crowd in front of Su Lixue. "Sorry, I'm late. There was a bit of traffic on the road." Chen Feng spoke apologetically. "It's fine. It's still early for the auction to start. I've only just arrived." Su Lixue smiled back. It was only when she saw the person in front of her appear that she really let go. To be honest, she did want to catch Chen Feng very badly, but didn't want to lose a friend because of it. And even more so, she didn't want to be told that the friend in front of her, whom she had known for 2 months, was Chen Feng in disguise. But now it seems to be overthinking itself. Thinking of this, Su Lixue couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief in her heart. The smile on his face was much lighter. "Let's go. Let's go ahead and line up for the tickets." "Good." Chen Feng nodded his head and then headed to the end of the line with Su Lixue, waiting for the ticket check. After half an hour of queuing, the two also managed to get inside the venue. There were already hundreds of people in the audience of the venue at this time. As if watching a soccer match, thousands of people gathered in a huge oval circle and sat on top of the audience seats inside the venue, waiting for the auction to begin. In the interior of the venue, in front of the auction table, there were nearly 100 more seats, each numbered with a specific number. The crowd sitting on top each held a sign with the same number as the seat number and waited to bid. These are the people who actually come to bid on the auction. In the front row position of the audience, Chen Feng and Su Lixue were also sitting in their seats, exchanging words from time to time with their heads bowed. Su Lixue carried a smile throughout, looking to be in a pretty good mood. The fact that she had basically ruled out the suspicion that Yazan was Chen Feng in itself made her breathe a sigh of relief. This, coupled with the fact that the royal family of the Lorching Kingdom had rejected the request for the Pursuit Bureau to take over the defense of the site, had in turn made it so that for the time being, she did not need to worry about dealing with Chen Feng anymore. That's why Su Lixue felt extraordinarily relaxed today. The two chatted casually, from home to abroad, from work to life. Chen Feng seemed to be omniscient, causing Su Lixue, a young lady working in the police force, to be surprised, both surprised by Chen Feng's knowledge base and his extraordinary conversation. "Right, Arsene." Su Lixue seemed to have suddenly remembered something. "I still have a question that I never got around to asking you." "Oh, what's the problem?" Chen Feng inquired with a smile as he sipped his water. "Do you remember when we first met?" Chen Feng nodded his head and responded. "Of course, at that time, your leash for walking your dog broke, and you chased the dog all the way to my store." "Yeah, that was the time." Su Lixue nodded, then revealed a touch of curiosity as she looked at Chen Feng. "I still don't know why Lucky, who has always barked at everyone, is so meek when he sees you, more so than he is to me, his master." Looking at Su Lixue, who was full of curiosity, Chen Feng smiled and opened his mouth to say 2 words. "Secret." "Ha?" Su Lixue was greatly disappointed, but still continued to pursue the question without intending to give up. "Just tell me. It's hard to believe that you know how to control beasts in novels, isn't it? Controlling Lucky?" No matter how Su Lixue inquired, Chen Feng had that gentle smile and just didn't open his mouth. Su Lixue had no choice but to give up. "Well, why don't you sit here while I go get 2 bottles of water?" Chen Feng spoke to Su Lixue. After saying that, he intended to get up and walk towards the outside of the venue. Seeing Chen Feng about to leave, Su Lixue couldn't help but be startled, and her heart that had just been put down couldn't help but be lifted up once again. "Hey, wait." Su Lixue hurriedly reached out and pulled a corner of Chen Feng's clothes. Chen Feng turned his head to look at Su Lixue in mock confusion. "What's wrong, Lixue? Is there anything else?" Chapter 72, in action. "What's wrong, falling snow? Anything else?" Looking at the gaze cast by Chen Feng, Su Lixue looked a little weak. She couldn't say, "I'm suspecting your kiddo and don't want you out of my sight," could she? Seeing that Su Lixue did not speak for a long time, Chen Feng directly reached out and stroked her head. "You're not staying away from me, are you? I'm treating you like a friend. Do you want to sleep with me?" Saying that, Chen Feng even exaggeratedly tightened the clothes on his body in a scared manner. "You." Su Lixue made a big red face and had to loosen Chen Feng's coat. "I just see that there is less than an hour left for the auction to start. I'm afraid that you're delaying it." "Don't worry, I never miss an appointment with a lady." Chen Feng smiled and opened his mouth, then turned around and left under Su Lixue's gaze, heading outside. It wasn't until Chen Feng left that the smile on Su Lixue's face faded away. After a moment's thought, he got up and followed. At the same time, a woman walked into the backstage of the auction. "MS. Mail. Hello MS. Mail. Sister Mir went to China and came back beautiful again." Backstage, a number of people took it upon themselves to greet Mir, and Mir nodded in response. Although the identity of Mir, the assistant to the Rapunzel, is not so prominent, but the Prime Minister's door is still a three-piece official, not to mention Mir, the only close minister to the princess. After a brief conversation with security, Mir made his way very smoothly inside the manager's office backstage. Inside the office, Schleifer, the auction manager who saw Mir arrive, was also surprised. Ms. Mill, what brings you here? Manager Schleifer, Her Highness heard about the thief's teaser letter just after she returned home, and she's so worried about it that she sent me over to take a look. Mir's flat voice came, but it brought a flash of joy to Schreiber's face. His Majesty the King was childless, and it was clear to almost everyone in the entire Lorching Kingdom that after His Majesty the King's funeral, the eldest princess, Amia, was the most promising heir to the throne, with Her Royal Highness paying so much attention to this auction. If one performs well, then, the corners of Schleifer's mouth gradually quirked up at the thought. Immediately, he patted his chest and guaranteed, please rest assured, Your Highness, there is absolutely no problem with our security here, not to mention the fact that we have a complete alarm system here, or that group of royal guards will not allow anyone to go on the rampage here. That's fine, I'll report back to Her Highness as I see fit. Mir nodded in response. Schleifer had a curt smile on his face. Then I'll trouble Ms. Mill. Aha. Mir nodded, and instantly made to turn away. Just as Mir had turned around, before she could take a step, a small cylindrical object suddenly fell from her body. It landed on the ground with a tinkling sound. Seeing this, Schleifer, who had been keeping an eye on Mir, didn't hesitate at all, and quickly crouched down before getting ready to pick it up. It was also the moment his hand made contact with the small cylinder that a white mist erupted from it, and the unsuspecting Schleifer was instantly sprayed in the face. Just as he tried to remove the small cylinder, Schleifer quickly felt a spinning of the sky. Before he could make a sound, he fell to the ground on his heels. Manager Schreiber? Manager Schreiber? Mir called out twice, and when he saw that Schreiber didn't respond, he was relieved to retrieve the small cylinder into his bag. At the same time, the heart could not help but let out an exclamation. I did not expect that I would also have the day to help that thief. Ah! Slap! A round of applause. Then Chen Feng, who was dressed in civilian clothes, tumbled down from the ventilation ducts above. Ms. Mill, you really have the potential to be a freak. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Mir rolled his eyes and did not reply. Chen Feng didn't mind, dragging the Schleifer on the ground to a hidden corner to hide it, and then quickly changed his attire. When he appeared in the room again, Chen Feng had completely transformed into Schleifer's appearance. This thief wouldn't have stripped someone naked, would he? Looking at Chen Feng, who had changed his appearance in front of him, Mir thought somewhat wickedly, as if he knew what Mir was thinking. Chen Feng's voice came again. Ma'am, I've never been one to pickpocket people. Ahem. Mir coughed slightly awkwardly. That. You hurry up. Don't delay. Meh. Chen Feng let out a light laugh and left the manager's office without saying anything else. Following the previously observed and drawn floor plan, Chen Feng arrived near the vault very smoothly. The group of Lorching Nation security guards at that moment were moving one auction item out of the vault. The exquisite auction items were placed in one box after another. There were big and small, listed in a row, surrounded by a dozen royal guards full of vigilance, watching out for any wind in the vicinity. Manager Schreiber. The surrounding people rose to greet Chen Feng upon seeing him. Chen Feng nodded in response to this. Coming to a row of auction item boxes, Chen Feng slowly spoke. Didn't find anything unusual, did you? The security captain immediately stepped forward. Don't worry, Mr. Schleifer, everything is fine at the moment and all the auction items are very safe. That's good. Chen Feng nodded, then walked up and looked east and west, as if really checking that these auction items that were about to be sent to the auction table were very safe. Chen Feng took the initiative to step forward to lift the box that held the ring Starlight's gaze and spoke to the crowd. Let's go. Let's not delay. Let's send these things to the auction table first. The security captain at the head was confused. After, manager, you also follow along? No? Chen Feng glanced at the man and asked rhetorically. No, of course, after you. The security captain hurriedly denied it and returned the conversation with a smile on his face. In his mind, he was wondering what was wrong with this manager who was as lazy as a pig today. Has he changed his behavior? Why did he take the initiative to do the work? Of course, there was no time to allow him to think more. So Chen Feng had already moved forward with the box. The rest of the crowd saw this and had to rush to pick up the rest of the boxes and quickly follow. On the other hand, Su Lishua has been staring at Arsene around the corner for 10 minutes. It was only that Arsene, who had said earlier that he was going to buy water, neither went in the direction of the vending machine nor looked for a supermarket after going out, but chose a place at the steps and sat down. It was a 10-minute sit. As time passed by, Su Lishua finally couldn't help herself. Walking quickly to the steps, he tapped Arsene on the shoulder. Arsene, what are you doing here? Aren't you going to get water? Before the words were out of his mouth, the person being photographed turned his head. It was a completely different face from Yazan's, with blonde hair covered by a hat and headphones on his head, looking at Su Lishue, wondering what she was going to do. Chapter 73 Preparations completed. Where's Arsene? What's going on now? Su Lishue was dumbfounded, and the person being photographed was equally dumbfounded, gabbing away. However, since the language spoken was Lorching, Su Lishue didn't understand a single word. Stand up. Su Lishue quickly looked around, trying to find the figure from earlier, but found nothing, unable to do anything about it. Su Lishue had no choice but to choose to temporarily return to the venue for the time being first, while that heart that had just been put down was also lifted up again. In the meantime, Chen Feng, who was disguised as the auction manager Schleifer, had also arrived at the auction site carrying boxes, bringing a group of Lorching Nation security guards to the location of the auction table. Ladies and gentlemen, before you now are our current auction items. Let me start by looking at the first one. For the longsword of the 16th century's first knight of the Gallic kingdom, the Knight of Dis. The first box was slowly opened with a passionate introduction by the on-site host. A longsword with a blue jewel in its scabbard was slowly taken out of the case and placed into a glass display case that had already been prepared under everyone's watchful eyes. There was a round of applause, followed by a second auction item, a third, and a fourth. Within a short time, it came to the last piece in front of Chen Feng. Although the host was also a bit surprised by the manager's personal arrival, he introduced himself to the crowd with a smile on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, this final auction item, which unsurprisingly should also be the most anticipated auction item, is the engagement ring given to the queen by the 10th century king of Russia, Vladimir I, the Starlight Gaze. As the host's words fell, Chen Feng, who was disguised as the auction manager, slowly opened the box in his hand. Instantly, a diamond ring that looked as bright as a star appeared on the big screen inside the auction venue by way of filming. Now the whole place was really completely boiling over, with applause and cheers going on and on. Quite a few people had also revealed their eyes like they had found their prey, rubbing their fists and intending to take this beautiful trinket at all costs. If they could, they would like to be like King Vladimir and wear the bauble for Princess Amia herself. At this time, within the live broadcast room belonging to Chen Feng, looking at the excited atmosphere of the scene, many people in the live broadcast room expressed their disbelief. What the hell? Are these foreigners crazy? It's just a ring? Why are they so excited? I also wonder. I don't see anything special about this ring. Why are they so excited? It can't be because it's the Maple God's target this time, can it? No, you guys really don't read any of the publicity information. Don't you know what the king of the Lorching Kingdom announced at the conference some time ago? In detail, I don't really know. People have said that His Majesty the King intends to find a fiancé for Rapunzel Amia among the people bidding on this ring this time. In other words, if whoever takes this ring might have a chance to become the husband of Amia, the high and mighty goddess. Holy, no wonder these foreigners are crazy. Who wouldn't be? At this time on the auction stage, Chen Feng has already taken out the Starlight Gaze from the box. Under the watchful eyes of the people in the scene and the live broadcast room, Chen Feng slowly placed the ring towards the last empty glass cabinet. It was also at that moment that the lights in the venue suddenly went out. What's going on? What happened? It can't be the thief who's going to do it, can it? It shouldn't be. Isn't it time for a teaser letter yet? The scene was a mess, and a group of security personnel from the Lorching country quickly reacted, preparing to go on stage to protect the exhibits. Before they could take a step, though, the lights on the scene resumed. What's the situation? The people present had a head full of question marks, and they all looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what was happening. But what reassured the crowd was that when they looked at the auction stage again, the auction items on the stage were all intact, and they were all properly stored in the glass display cases. Of course, this also includes the finale auction item that everyone is most concerned about, Starlight Gaze. The manager Schlafly, who put Starlight's gaze in the glass case with his own hands, had already retreated to a place 2 meters away from the glass case at some point. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exchanging microprojector *1. Consuming system points *100. Listening to the system's beep, Chen Feng silently pulled up the sleeve of his right hand and slowly retreated from the auction stage. It looks like there's a small problem with the circuitry at the site, and I'm afraid the circuit master, today, is going to have his pay docked. Perhaps in an attempt to lighten the mood, the host smiled and joked, drawing another round of laughter from the crowd. And after leaving from the stage, Chen Feng did not continue to stay at the scene and turned around to follow the original path back. Time passes slowly. Another 5 minutes passed. Seeing that the auction was about to start, Su Lishue was completely unable to sit still this time. As much as she didn't want to do it, there was just too much suspicion of Arsene's actions at the moment. She also had no choice but to contact the members of the chase team outside who had already been prepared to come and arrest Arsene. Making up her mind, Su Lishue let out a long sigh, then got up and left the audience and went to a corner seat. From his pocket, he took his cell phone out, turned it to the interface of the address book, found the number of Lu Yi, who was leading the team outside at the moment, and slowly pressed it. It was also just when Su Lishue had just dialed the phone out. A hand suddenly rested on her body from behind. Falling snow? What are you doing here? Su Lishue was startled by the sudden sound, and her cell phone nearly fell to the ground. Ya, Yazan? Su Lishue turned her head, only to see that Yazan, who hadn't seen anyone for more than half an hour, had stood behind her at some point, holding 2 unopened bottles of mineral water. It so happened that the phone in Su Luex's hand was connected at this moment, and a voice came from the phone. Hello, Captain, how's it going? Do it now? Chen Feng pretended to be curious as he looked towards the cell phone that Su Lishue was holding in her hand and opened his mouth with a feigned look of incomprehension. Do it? Do what? You got work to do? Looking at the person in front of her with a puzzled look, Su Lishue instantly panicked and hurriedly hung up the phone with her hands and feet. No, typo. Su Lishue smiled awkwardly and hurriedly changed the topic. By the way, what's going on with you? Why did you take so long to buy a water? Chen Feng had already said something about this. Oh, there was a lady outside just now who twisted her foot, so I went and did her a favor and sent her outside, calling an ambulance for her on the way, which delayed her a bit. Chapter 74, Real Keto? Fake Kiddo? So, Su Lishue sighed in relief in her mind. A smile returned to his face as he stepped forward and took Chen Feng's arm. We'd better hurry back. The auction will start soon. Good. Chen Feng smiled and nodded. The duo returned to the audience once again. As the clock struck 6 o'clock, the voice of the host on stage came out again. Thank you all very much for coming, and now our auction will officially begin. Let's start with the first lot, the Sword of the Knights of Dis, which was once worn at. The host's voice, augmented by the microphone, spreads across the room. The history and value of the first lot was also fully presented. Alright, the reserve price for this exhibit is 200 W euros. Each increase shall not be less than 5 W euros. The bidding will now begin. 200 W euros, 205 W euros, 210 W euros. There was a steady stream of increases, and in just 10 minutes, the price had been raised to over 500 W euros. With the auctioneer's hammer, the centuries-old knight's longsword ended up going to a middle-aged collector for euro 585 W. This scene also dazzled the crowd in the live broadcast room. Nima, just a broken sword, worth a small 50 million renminbi. Ah, what do you know? It's the sword of a famous 16th century Gallic knight, and its cultural value is much higher than its actual value. Okay? I don't really care about any knight's longsword. All I know is that it's already 6:15 p.m. Central European Time, and it's almost time for the Maple God's teaser letter. Holy, it's still true. Just now I was paying attention to that broken sword. I forgot about this matter. Hurry up and do it. It's the middle of the night. If I didn't want to watch the Maple God live, I would have gone to bed earlier. The second item up for auction was a carved ivory artifact, which after some bidding also ended up going for a whopping 400 W euros, followed by the third and fourth pieces. When the fourth lot was also declared sold at the sound of the hammer, the time came to 6:30 p.m. CET. At this time, there were only 2 minutes to the 6:32 in Shen Feng's preview letter. The two people, the host and the auctioneer, who were in charge of the auction process at the scene, also temporarily stopped the auction under the signal of an unknown person. A dozen or so royal guards from the Lorching Kingdom took the stage and surrounded the glass case where the Starlight's gaze ring was stored, keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings. Audience. Su Lishue's face was filled with nervousness, her hand tightly grasping the corner of Chen Feng's coat, as if she was guarding against his sudden disappearance, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Falling snow. You seem a bit overly nervous, don't you? Chen Feng's gentle voice reached Su Lishue's ears. Hearing the voice, Su Lishue turned her head to look at the people around her, and in the end, she still didn't say anything, but only smiled and shook her head. 2 minutes to go, Su Lishue recited silently in her heart, and the hand gripping on the corner of Chen Feng's coat was unconsciously clenched a little tighter. Chen Feng didn't care about this. He just calmly unscrewed a bottle of water and sent it to Su Lishue. Have some water. Aha! Su Lishue nodded her head, and just as she brought the water bottle to her mouth, she immediately thought of something else. After a slight second of hesitation, he returned the water bottle. You drink. I'm not thirsty. Chen Feng, who saw the scene, couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Worried you'll drug her? This guardedness is quite strong. However, Chen Feng did not care about this. Bringing the water bottle to his mouth and taking a sip of water, Chen Feng glanced calmly at the location of the skylight and did not say anything else. Ta-da-da-da. The pendulums of the antique-style clocks in the auction swung from side to side, making a constant clattering sound. No one spoke. and the silence was uncharacteristic of a venue with thousands of spectators, with only the sound of breathing still audible. The pop-ups within the live broadcast room also gradually became less and less. Everyone was waiting for those 2 pointers within the disc to coincide, and they were all waiting for that white figure to make an appearance. Click. As the minute hand finished that small frame, the 2 hands, one long and one short, completely reunited. Just then, as if guided, the lights in the entire room were extinguished at the same second. The scene was agitated again. However, the security captain located on the auction stage was not the slightest bit worried. Instead, he picked up the intercom with a confident look, opened the second circuit immediately. After all, Chen Feng had struck so many times, how could they not absorb any experience at all? In order to deal with Chen Feng, they had long ago split the circuit into 2 strips that did not interfere with each other. In order to prevent Chen Feng from doing this, the captain, second circuit, is not responding either. The voice from the walkie-talkie came out, directly frowning the security captain, who had a breezy face just a moment ago. Fix it for me right now, and the backup power, use them all. There was a pause for a second on the other side of the intercom, and then the voice came back again. It's all been tried in the first place, and all of them are out of order. The security captain who had heard the news had completely frozen. Without waiting for him to think of a response, Chen Feng's voice had already come out from the loudspeakers in all directions. Everyone, welcome to the world of magic. As the words fell, countless white pigeons flew out from the back of the audience, whirling his wings to the ceiling. It quickly formed another white circle to enclose the skylight. That's Kiddo. The crowd's eyes were quickly drawn to the white figure standing in front of the skylight. It was still the familiar white outfit, and the confident smile at the corner of his mouth never faded. Chen Feng, Su Lixue muttered to herself, and the corner of the coat she grasped in her hands tightened again. The clothes are all wrinkled for me, ma'am. The familiar voice rang in his ears. This time Su Lixue didn't say anything else. She just smiled and silently loosened her hand. Arsene. It's okay. Su Lixue slowly raised her head and continued to look at the white figure located in front of the skylight. Chen Feng was similarly looking at that figure. Of course he doesn't know how to split. But, who says the figure must be him? Chen Feng's mouth curled into a smile as he continued to look up and watch. Kiddo on the skylight had one hand in his pocket and the other slightly raised. Another voice came from the loudspeaker inside the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, the magic show is about to begin. Most of the people in the audience at the scene were already Chen Feng's fans, and after hearing these words, the atmosphere at the scene was completely out of control. All of a sudden, the shouts of Kid were so loud that they were about to lift the roof. Chapter 75, End of the show. With the kiddo on the sunroof interlacing his fingers and snapping his fingers softly. Next, lights back on in the house. Nope, only partially recovered. To be precise, only a few lights in the center of the ceiling lit up quickly and spread rapidly toward the ends. More than a dozen lighted electric lamps, just like forming a wide center in 2 narrow sections. The overall shape of a curved crescent moon. Starlight for moonlight? Su Lixue repeated the words from Chen Feng's teaser letter. Is this the moonlight from the teaser letter? She could already guess what Kiddo was going to do next, but there was nothing she could do to stop it. Along with the lights getting brighter and brighter, straight to the scene of the crowd cannot open their eyes. In contrast, the starlight gaze stored in a glass case is becoming more and more illusory. As if it were really under the moonlight of the ceiling, it slowly disappeared. The security captain froze for a second, then quickly reacted. Quick, get the glass cover open. Stop him. Everyone else get up to the skylight right now. Get Kiddo. The security captain's angry roar pulled back the crowd that had been in a daze. Forcing himself to endure the glare coming from the ceiling, one of the royal guards surrounding the glass cabinet hurriedly took out a key and inserted it into the lock hole on the glass cover, quickly unlocking it. Click. With a crisp sound, the lock on the glass cover was undone. The few royal guards around rushed to open the glass cover with 7 hands. Not caring about holding it lightly, he casually threw the glass cover aside and hurriedly reached out to grab the ring that was about to vanish into thin air. Starlight gaze. But alas, it was still too late. The second before several people's hands touched the ring, the vaporization seemed to have been completed completely, vanished into thin air under the eyes of several royal guards. How? The security captain swallowed heavily. Standing in front of the glass cabinet, the several royal guards who had received their hands back from the place where the starlight gaze was originally stored were also dumbfounded. You look at me and I look at you and don't seem to understand what to do next. The pop-ups tumbled in the live room. I'm basically numb now, and it feels like I wouldn't be surprised even if Maple God suddenly transformed into aubergine. Isn't there anyone who can see the Maple God's technique? I still want to learn. Child, when you graduate from Hogwarts Academy, you can come back to learn magic from the Maple God. Ka. A voice came from the ceiling position. The crowd looked up and saw that the skylight had been opened from the outside by Kiddo. This scene also completely dispelled the last trace of worry in Su Lishue's heart. It's not Chen Feng's projection. It's a real person, Su Lishue thought darkly in her mind, and the curve of her mouth hooked up became more and more relaxed. In the blind spot of the crowd below, Kiddo pressed a button with his left hand behind his back. Afterward, Chen Feng's voice then resounded within the venue. I'm very thankful to all of you for watching, and I'll take the Starlight's gaze. As the words fell, he raised his hand and dozens of balloons poured in through the skylight, covering up Kiddo's silhouette. Snap, snap, with the sound of a series of balloons exploding. The white card that was held in the center by dozens of balloons also fell with it, while the white figure that originally stood on the rooftop location had long disappeared without a trace. Like a teaser letter, the Starlight gaze I have received. Kiddo, freaking Kiddo. Looking at the card in his hand, the security captain angrily tore it to shreds, drawing another wail from the live room. Don't give it to me. Pop-ups instantly swept the entire broadcast room. In the audience, Su Lishue turned her head to look at Yazan on the side and spoke. Let's go as well. Chen Feng feigned a puzzled look. Leaving now? The auction hasn't ended yet. I'm a bit tired. Let's come back next time. I'll treat you next time. Su Lishue smiled back. Okay, I'll walk you then. Aha. Later that night, the king of the Lorching Kingdom, Amia's father, held a conference overnight. An indictment of the United World Government's indulgence of the contestants, and angrily announced an additional 500 euro bounty on top of the bounty on the United World Government program. Even if you just provide clues about Chen Feng's whereabouts, you can get a high reward of 5 euros. The high bounty coupled with Chen Feng's superb techniques, it made Chen Feng a world sensation after Vincenzo Pegla, the thief who stole the Mona Lisa in 1911. For a time, Chen Feng's name seemed like a bomb that exploded all over the world. Countless media outlets are clamoring for coverage. 3 layers of defense couldn't even stop Chen Feng? Is this really something an ordinary person can do? The world's most insurmountable thief arises. Who in the world can stop him once and for all? A show that blows up a real thief. Chen Feng, synonymous with thieves in the new century. In the meantime, located in the prosperous district of Gaelch, the capital of the Lorching country, in the middle of Amia's private villa. This was Amia's other residence in the midst of the bustling city of Gaelch, besides the royal gathering place of Fort Claude. This is Amia's private property and where Amia most often lives. At this time in the middle of Amia's bedroom, the original neat bed was now occupied by a white suit. The suit was spread out on the bed, and the pants and blouse were laid out together, like a real person lying on the bed. Amia stood inside the bedroom, looking at the lifelike clothes on the bed. He pursed his lips and discreetly closed the curtains, then rejoined the bed and slowly lay down from the side of the clothes. Long fingers slid over the top of the white suit, as if what lay there was not a piece of clothing, but a real person. Knock, knock. A crisp knock on the glass sounded next to the bed. Who? Amia stood up quickly, reaching over and pulling the covers over the bed, her eyes wary with a hint of anticipation. A thief from afar. A familiar voice came through the window. Amia's face became instantly elated, and she hastened to her feet and drew the curtains back, only to see a plaid-coated youth with a duck-tongued hat on his head was half-squatting in front of the window, looking at her with a smile. Squeak! As the window was pulled open, Chen Feng also jumped down from the windowsill and came inside. I appreciate your help, Ms. Amia. As soon as he came in, Chen Feng placed his hand in front of his body and performed a gentleman's salute. By the way, you were really perfect today. Then can I go with you as a monster thief? Amia took half a step forward to Chen Feng and looked at Chen Feng's eyes and opened her mouth. Chapter 76, Return to the Country. Chen Feng was slightly stunned. Ha, just kidding you. I'm a princess. How can I go and do this? Amia covered her mouth in a blur of laughter. At the same time there was a hidden color of loss under his eyes, which flashed from it and was quickly covered up. Seemingly seeing this, Chen Feng lifted Amia's right hand up, knelt down on one knee, and gently kissed it. At the same time, a beautiful gift box was taken out from his arms and slowly opened, a radiant bauble instantly entering Amia's field of vision. It was the very gemstone ring that had been stolen just half a day ago with the cooperation of the 2 men. Starlight's gaze. This was originally the property of your country, and now it is returned to its rightful owner. Looking at Chen Feng on the ground and the ring in his hand, Amia spoke half-jokingly. I thought you were going to propose to me. It was Chen Feng's turn to be silent. Even he who was able to several times tease countless people in front of large crowds did not know what to say at this moment. Seeing Chen Feng's embarrassment, Amia took the initiative to open her mouth to diffuse the embarrassment. I'm just joking, don't take it to heart. Amia reached out and took the box, but did not put it away, but still placed it in front of Chen Feng. After a moment of silence this slowly spoke. Can you put it on for me? Possibly feeling inappropriate, Amia added immediately after. Forget it if you find it difficult. With that, Amia was about to put the box away. It was also at this moment that Chen Feng reached out and grabbed Amia's wrist. "It's an honor." Chen Feng smiled and spoke. Then, under Amia's expectant gaze, Chen Feng took out the ring from the box. Taking her hand, he eased the shining star onto the middle finger of her left hand. "Very beautiful, Your Highness." Amia looked into Chen Feng's eyes and slowly spoke. "Thank you, kiddo." Chen Feng still had the same gentle smile and didn't reply. Instead, he changed the topic to talk about the purpose of his trip. "Ma'am, I think it's time for me to retrieve my clothes." "Aha." Amia nodded and went to the bed. Lifting the covers up and the full white suit was neatly arranged. Amia reached out and folded the suit, sending it to Chen Feng. "Your clothes, give them back." Under Amia's gaze, Chen Feng placed his hand on top of the clothes. Next, starting at the corners, the white suit slowly disappeared and was replaced by a bouquet of roses before Amia's eyes, along with the suit completely disappearing. Chen Feng's hand that was placed on the white suit gradually turned into countless pieces of rose petals and began to dissipate. Seeing this scene, Amia also knew that he was leaving. Although she was a bit reluctant, Amia ultimately didn't make a block. She just calmly looked at him and slowly opened her mouth to shout, "Kiddo." Chen Feng raised his eyes, just in time to meet Amia's light blue eyes. A smile tugged at the corners of Amia's mouth. "We'll see you again in the near future. I look forward to meeting you again, Your Highness." Chen Feng placed his other hand in front of him and slightly saluted. Also in the next second, Chen Feng's body completely dissipated. It turned into a sky full of rose petals and slowly fell, touching the diamond ring on her hand that seemed to be like a star. The smile at the corner of Amia's mouth grew wider and wider, greeting the white moonlight shining in from the window. Amia gently removed the ring from her middle finger and turned it onto her ring finger. "This is the right way to go," Amia said to herself. 3 days passed at a leisurely pace. Although Amia's father, that His Majesty the King of the Lorching Kingdom, would mention the bounty on Chen Feng again and again, it even reached an unprecedented 800 euros. Yet still no one could apprehend Chen Feng. But there were quite a few people who wanted to come and mix up the 5 euro one-time clue fee. There were quite a few people who came, but there was not a single useful clue. There were even 2 people from the stick country who spoke out loud and said that Chen Feng was actually from their stick country and had now taken a plane back to the stick country. There is an endless stream of people like this who come to scam lead fees. The angry old king directly cancelled the clue fee and took out an additional 200 euros to hire a team of professional detectives to try to find Chen Feng's clues. At the very least, I want to get back the ring Starlight Gaze, which is one of the national treasures of the Lorching Kingdom. Sure, he probably won't know for a long time to come that that ring was actually in his daughter's hands all along. 3 days later, China, H City. It's still the same familiar cafe. In the morning, before Chen Feng could put up the open for business sign, the store door was roughly pushed open. "Welcome," the mechanical cat's voice sounded at the door. What followed was Sun Yuqing's exasperated figure. "I say, boss, what's going on here? Closing the business when you say you're closing it, and not bringing it open for more than a month. Too irresponsible, right? Ma'am, I'm just a coffee seller. You can't hold me responsible even if you're pregnant, right?" Chen Feng put down the mop in his hand and spoke helplessly. "Who's looking for you to take charge?" "Bah, you're the one who's pregnant." Sun Yuqing spoke in exasperation. "Forget it, don't take it personally, get me a mocha." "One moment." Chen Feng came to the front desk position and took out the newly bought coffee beans earlier. Grinding, brewing, filtering, and concentrating, all the actions were skillful and accomplished in one go. In less than half an hour's time, a cup of fragrant coffee was served in front of Sun Yuqing. Sun Yuqing couldn't wait for the coffee cup to pick up, gently blew twice on the surface of the still hot coffee, and hurriedly took a small sip. "TSK, that's the flavor." Sun Yuqing had a look of enjoyment on her face. Putting the coffee cup back on the desktop, Sun Yuqing spoke again. "Hey boss, where have you been? Why have you been gone for so long?" "Western Europe." Chen Feng smiled back. "Western Europe?" Sun Yuqing's eyes lit up and immediately looked at Chen Feng with a face full of surprise. "Kiddo was also in Western Europe a while ago. Hey, did you go to Kiddo's show? Did you see Kiddo?" "Sort of met, too, at the royal auction in Gerch, the land of Lorching." "Wow." Sun Yuqing was full of envy. "I also want to go to Western Europe to meet Kiddos, but unfortunately my dad won't let me go." "Hey, I don't know when Kiddo is coming back home." Sun Yuqing rested her hands on her face and opened her mouth in depression. Chen Feng, on the other hand, just smiled blandly and did not pick up the conversation. "Right." Sun Yuqing seemed to have suddenly remembered something and suddenly became mysterious. "You know what? There's a rumor going around that Kiddo might not be alone. He might have his own assistants, maybe even a whole team." "Oh, there's more to this?" Chen Feng still had that gentle smile, as if the people talking about it had nothing to do with him. Chapter 77. An invitation from the bandit. "I don't know. I just heard it from those people in our school's kid fan club. Sun Yuqing spoke as she sipped her coffee. Your school, kiddo fan club? Chen Feng keenly caught a word. Is that weird? Sun Yuqing opened her mouth as a matter of course, as if it was a perfectly normal thing to do. Our school's kiddo fanbase isn't that big. You are not seeing the Jiangcheng University side. As kiddo's alma mater, almost half of the school's girls are in the fan support group. Half. School girls. Chen Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. Do you consider yourself a bad influence on the younger students? A cup of coffee was finished in no time, and after chatting with Chen Feng for a few more moments, Sun Yuqing stood up and prepared to leave. Just after walking to the door, Sun Yuqing seemed to have remembered something and suddenly turned her head to look at Chen Feng on the front stage. Hey boss, recently my dad might come to your place. If you see a middle-aged man around 5 feet 7 inches asking you questions about our relationship, don't give me the slip. Ma'am, I don't cover after sales. I'll raise the money, but I'm happy to take this as a new order. Looking at Chen Feng's ever-gentle smile, the corner of Sun Yuqing's mouth twitched. After cursing traitor in his heart, he turned around and left the cafe. The store is once again back to being cold. At the front desk position, Chen Feng cupped his chin with his hand and thought about something. An assistant? Maybe I really should get one. After stealing the Starlight's gaze a few days ago, Chen Feng also clearly felt the difference between having an assistant and not having one. Although Amia, the assistant, was not considered a professional, she was still able to help Chen Feng in no small way. Then if you get a professional point assistant. As Chen Feng pondered, a candidate surfaced in his mind. A young man with more potential than Kuroa Kodo's assistant, Terai Wanasuk, although he lacks fire. The day. In the live broadcast room that has always been a place where Chen Feng doesn't release anything more than a teaser letter, there is an additional different thing at this time. Invitation. 2 nights later, with the appearance of the silver moonlight, a beautiful young lady is cordially invited to have a cup of coffee that costs $100 but can't be tipped. Kiddo. As the live feed changes, the original peaceful and quiet, only a few tens of thousands of people idly chatting here and there in the live broadcast room instantly fell silent. After a brief silence, countless passers-by who had been playing dead in the livestream were blown out. Holy, what did I see? The Maple God sent out another teaser letter? What's the target this time? No dude you can read? Is this a teaser letter? As I look at it, the word letter is preceded by the word invitation. This is clearly an invitation. Hey, it's really, no, what's going on here? The Maple God has changed his behavior? Even if you don't steal anything, why are you still inviting guests? $100 and you can't pay for the coffee you tipped? What's that supposed to mean? Why didn't I get it? It's a wonder your brain can read it, though I didn't read it either. Ah, this is my husband's invitation. Who knows where my husband's address is stated here? Private message me and I'll give him 5,000. No sister, if you don't have money, don't come out and pretend to be a big head. If you know the address, private message me. After I meet with my husband, I'll give him 10,000. All of you step aside. I'll pay 2W and settle the bill on the spot. In the same way as the lively scene in the live broadcast room, the media at home and abroad are also scrambling for coverage. Who doesn't know that Chen Feng is hot right now? Just writing about him gives you heat. So in the first hour of the change in Chen Feng's live broadcast, countless reports were quickly posted online. Chen Feng sends out another card. Not a teaser letter, but an invitation? Surprise! Chen Feng's live broadcast reproduced the card, but not to steal, but to do this kind of thing. An invitation from the bandit. Who is the beautiful lady in Chen Feng's card? Let's stay tuned. The other side. The people of the pursuit team, who were still far away in Western Europe, had urgently convened a meeting the first time Chen Feng sent out the invitation, with Su Lixue as the leader. The 3 captains, Sun Luo, Zheng Chang, and Lu Yi, with more than a dozen key team members were seated separately in the conference room. On the large screen in front of the conference room, the contents of the invitation Chen Feng had just released were being projected. There was a long silence in the conference room. Everyone locked their brows, trying to think whether there was a deep secret behind this seemingly simple invitation. Ryoko. Only then did Su Lixue, who was sitting in the main seat at the very front, stand up and speak slowly to the crowd. Let's all say what you think. What do you think this invitation letter from Chen Feng means? As the words fell, the crowd looked at me and I looked at you, none of them without the intention of opening their mouths first. Seeing this, Su Lixue also had no choice but to take the initiative to point out someone herself. Captain Zhang, you speak first. Zheng Chang, who had been pointed out, raised his head, and after seeing the undeniable expression on Su Lixue's face, he also had no choice but to stand up and speak leisurely. That, Captain, I think it, with my understanding of Chen Feng, this person's IQ is extremely high, and what he likes most is to play tricks, so his words, can never be as simple as the surface? There must be a deep meaning. As Zheng Chang's words fell, many people in the conference room nodded in agreement. Indeed, This looks like something Chen Feng could do. I support what Captain Zhang said. There must be a hidden mystery in this invitation. We mustn't be careless. Yes. Listening to the crowd's murmurs, Su Lixue did not reply, but turned her gaze in Sun Luo's direction again. What does Captain Sun think? Cough. Sun Luo stood up with a cough. As the captain who was there at the very beginning of the whole chase members, Sun Luo still had a certain amount of prestige, so after he stood up, the murmurs on the scene gradually quieted down, and all of them cast their gazes on Sun Luo. Captain, I think we probably don't need to bite off more than we can chew here. It doesn't matter what he wants to do. All we need is to be on guard before he strikes. Upon hearing Sun Luo's words, a voice of support immediately rang out. Hey, Captain Sun is right. We don't have to play any puzzle games, just take precautions. As soon as the voice of the former path fell, someone then questioned. But the problem is that we don't know anything. How can we take precautions? Are you stupid? Isn't Chen Feng going to treat people to coffee? Big deal. Let's watch over every cafe. Not how did you get into the chase team with that brain of yours? How many cafes are there in Gerge alone? Not to mention other places? Where are we going to get the manpower to guard them all? That's right. And how do you know which city Chen Feng is in at this time? Maybe he's all the way back home. Chapter 78, The Two Thieves Meeting Again. Listen to the noisy chatter in the conference room. Su Lixue pinched the bridge of her nose somewhat tiredly. Facing such an opponent as Chen Feng, she was really a bit tired. Sometimes she even wanted to simply resign. But after thinking about it, every time she still put this mind back. Coffee. Su Lixue muttered to herself. I can't help but see a figure in my mind's eye that makes great coffee. She would like to find someone to talk about the boredom in her heart. But unfortunately, her only friend on this side of the Yazan also returned to China 3 days ago. Hey. Su Lixue sighed lightly. Then he stood up and spoke to the crowd. Silence. Su Lixue's voice was not small, and the entire crowd in the conference room could hear it clearly. The original cacophony of voices also quickly quieted down. Captain Sun, would you please contact the police station on this side of Gaelch and tell them to let us know as soon as they find any suspicious people, while the rest of us continue to stand by. Dismissed. In the meantime, inside a shopping mall in East City, City, China, a sinister figure wearing a mask and sunglasses also saw the report on the news. $100 for coffee. 100 can't afford to tip. 100. The woman muttered to herself. The corners of his mouth gradually hooked into a smile, and he directly turned to leave. 2 days passed quickly. Perhaps it was influenced by the teaser letter. Cafes everywhere are getting more traffic these days. Of course, this also included Chen Feng here. The store is still not crowded because of the pricing, but it's noticeably more lively than before. At night, the silver moon hangs high. Chen Feng sat on the seat at the front desk position and leisurely looked at the book. The occasional customer would come in, but most of them left hastily after seeing the price list. There were also a handful of not-so-bad customers who ordered a cup of coffee and then found an empty seat, sipping their coffee while looking around as if searching for something. Corner position. The camouflaged Lin Xingyao was also drinking the coffee in her hand nonchalantly, but her eyes glanced at the front desk's location from time to time. Could it be him? Chen Feng would open a store in such a downtown area? That's a bit too bold. Lin Xingyao thought darkly in her mind. His eyes never left Chen Feng's body, but he did not have the intention to come forward to speak, obviously still wanting to observe a bit more before deciding whether or not to go forward. Still very careful. Ms. Lin. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth curled into a smile, and after sweeping Lin Xingyao in the corner position with his afterglow, he continued to read his book. That's right, Lin Xingyao was the most suitable assistant candidate Chen Feng was considering at the moment. The reason is also simple. Firstly, Lin Xingyao was a good fighter. This could be seen from the previous actions of the Moonlight Pupil. Secondly, Lin Xingyao was also one of the few contestants from the various districts who managed to get rid of the program's live broadcasting equipment tracking, thus showing that the ability was still over the top. Thirdly, and most importantly, Chen Feng did need a female assistant with a flexible brain. Some of the things he is not comfortable doing were going to require a female assistant to help him out. Like women's bathhouses. The clock is still ticking. People kept arriving and leaving the store, but overall, it's still a little more skewed toward the people who leave. There was no other reason. The coffee in Chen Feng's store was good, but it was too expensive. Sitting for an hour or two and ordering 2 cups of coffee is affordable for most people, but if you sit here for a long time and drink a cup of coffee, no one can afford it at these prices. The people were getting fewer and fewer, but Lin Xingyao still didn't have the intention of going forward, just calmly sipping a cup of coffee. As another customer left, Chen Feng and Lin Xingyao were the only 2 left in the store. Seeing that Lin Xingyao had no intention of stepping forward, Chen Feng was in no hurry to poke and prod, just came to the table and smiled and spoke. Miss, I'm closing on my end. Lin Xingyao raised her head and stared at Chen Feng's face for a few seconds. perhaps because she didn't see any traces of disguise. Lin Xinyao just nodded and didn't say anything more before paying the bill and leaving. Chen Feng did not go after them, much less brighten his identity. He just watched as Lin Xinyao walked out of the store and disappeared around the corner. He wasn't worried that Lin Xinyao would just leave and never come back. Before releasing the invitation, Chen Feng had already utilized his hacking skills to hack within the program's database once again. Through Lin Xingyao's profile, and the brief contact she had earlier made during her actions against the Moonlight Pupil, she had a general understanding of her character. So Lin Xinyao, who didn't think that there was no gain, would leave it at that. Of course, none of this is the main reason. The main reason is that Chen Feng left a tracker on Lin Xinyao when she wasn't paying attention. So no matter where Lin Xinyao went, Chen Feng could easily find her. Night had fallen completely. There were only a few pedestrians left on the originally busy and bustling street. Chen Feng flipped the sign outside the store to the resting side, locked the store door, and went up to the second floor to rest. The second half of the night, there were no more pedestrians on the streets, as if the world was silent. Inside the cafe, on the second floor, a dark shadow quietly slid down the rope from the roof of the building and landed lightly on the balcony outside the second floor of the cafe without attracting anyone's attention. Ka-ching! Two extremely subtle sounds resounded within the balcony lock, and immediately afterward, the balcony door was slowly pushed open from the outside. Everything was so quiet that the sound of the wind blowing the leaves outside was even louder than the sound inside the house. Closing the balcony door behind her, Lin Xinyao gently stepped inside and pushed the bedroom door open again in the same way. Borrowing the faint moonlight that came in through the gap in the curtains, Lin Xinyao looked at the quilt-covered figure on the bed and couldn't help but reveal a smile of satisfaction. Pulling a small gadget out of his pocket, he spoke unapologetically. A tracker. Does Mr. Strange use such tactics too? Lin Xinyao didn't deliberately lower her voice, especially in this extremely quiet environment now. It seemed to be extraordinarily clear. The person in the bed seemed to be sleeping heavily though. Even though Lin Xingyao's voice wasn't low, it still didn't wake up the person in the bed, much less get any response. Lin Xingyao's willow brows were slightly furrowed. She did not think that Chen Feng, who had been able to easily defeat her earlier, would even be that vigilant. Completely asleep and without the slightest defense, Lin Xinyao slowly moved her feet in the direction of the bed within the bedroom, and her eyes were vigilantly observing the surroundings, guarding against any unexpected situations. It seemed that she really was overthinking things, and she waited until she arrived at Chen Feng's bedside without the slightest accident occurring. It seemed that Chen Feng was truly not expecting his visit in the middle of the night, and even more so, he was not the least bit prepared. Lin Xinyao was slightly disappointed. It was also just as she reached out her hand, intending to push the figure on the bed awake, that a gentle voice sounded from behind her side at that moment. Miss Lin Xinyao, trespassing into someone's bedroom without permission is a very rude thing to do. Chapter 79, Monstrous Assistant. For the book friend, I4 Thunder General's dog, plus more. Thank you for the book friend's explosion more sprinkle flowers reward. Miss Lin Xinyao, trespassing into someone's bedroom without permission is a very rude thing to do. Along with the sound of this voice, Lin Xinyao, who was already on high alert, was instantly startled. The hand that had already been extended was quickly withdrawn, and the whole person quickly retreated to the door position as if he was facing an enemy. Reaching out, he twisted on the handle of the room's door. Only then did she realize that the bedroom door, which she had just opened earlier, had somehow been relocked, and that's when it happened. The originally closed curtains in the bedroom were slowly pulled open, and a figure sitting on the windowsill appeared in front of Lin Xinyao. One leg rests on top of the windowsill. The other leg naturally bends to hang down from the sill. The silver-white moonlight shone on the side of his face, and the originally gentle smile at the corner of his mouth looked a little evil under the moonlight. We meet again, MS. Lin Xinyao. Chen Feng's lips lightly opened, and a familiar voice entered Lin Xingyao's ears. The lights of the room came on at that moment. Only then did Lin Xinyao see that the so-called silhouette on the bed was nothing more than a humanoid shape posed with a quilt. Unlike her earlier caution, Lin Xinyao simply swung straight for the fences after being caught, giving up even the most basic defensive posture. She directly sat on her but on Chen Feng's bed, clasped her hands in front of her body, and looked towards Chen Feng who was in the windowsill position. I should have known that I wouldn't have gone to so much trouble and just come in, and after half a day's work, not to mention, it's not useful at all. Looking at Lin Xinyao who had given up her struggle in general, Chen Feng smiled and walked down from the windowsill to Lin Xingyao's face. Ma'am, I'm impressed with your performance today. As the words fell, a blue rose appeared out of thin air from Chen Feng's hand and was handed over to Lin Xinyao. Lin Xinyao hummed lightly and took the rose. What are you looking for me for? Making such a big fuss to find me? You don't like sis, do you? Lin Xinyao looked at Chen Feng with a flirtatious face, hoping to see some other emotions from his eternal poker face. However, To her disappointment, Chen Feng didn't seem to have much of a reaction, and only took out a bunch of papers from a drawer on the side. 2 months ago, 3 days after your failed operation to steal the gemstone, Moonlight Pupil, you entered the middle of the Eternity Gold store, charmed the staff, and stole gold jewelry worth RMB 30W. A month and a half ago, entered a small jewelry fair and stole a jade plaque worth 120W after escaping the view of security. In January, at one of the largest auctions in Mountain City, you attempted to steal a 5,800W worth of carnelian unicorns, and failed, narrowly escaping capture. And 20 days ago, 13 days ago, and 5 days ago, pile after pile of things came out of Chen Feng's mouth, so precise that even Lin Qingyao herself couldn't remember them that clearly. Looking up at Chen Feng, Lin Qingyao swallowed heavily and her tone was obviously weaker. What are you talking to say? You want to arrest me, ah? In fact, the show offers a bounty amount to any contestant who has ever acquired illegal property. For example, Chen Feng's official bounty amount was now 500W yuan after the previous boost. As for Lin Qingyao, although her bounty amount was not as high as Chen Feng's, she who had won several times also had a bounty amount of up to 80W meters. If spent sparingly, this amount of money could completely feed a person for the rest of his life. Currently, provided that person doesn't go into business, such a high bounty can't help but attract the attention of the community and manhunt groups around the world. Even some of the contestants were happy to catch the contestants around them from the same district or even other districts and send them over to the official side to collect the bounty. This kind of incident was commonplace, so it was no wonder that Lin Qingyao had this kind of speculation. Seeing Chen Feng's lack of reaction, Lin Qingyao thought she had guessed correctly, simply swinging back towards the bed. Fine, you can grab it if you want. You saved me earlier anyway. I'll consider it a payback. As the words fell, Lin Qingyao's eyes kept looking at Chen Feng's direction, but she saw that he still had no intention of responding, just looking at her with a smile. At once, another guess surged into Lin Qingyao's brain. Hard. Do you want to? Lin Qingyao sat up from the bed, her hands gripping her clothes with a death grip, her face full of grief and anger. A pair of soulful eyes stared at Chen Feng, as if his eyes were saying, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Knock. A crisp voice rang out on Lin Qingyao's head as Chen Feng directly gave Lin Qingyao, who was still imagining things, a brain crash, thinking about what you. Ouch. Lin Qingyao let out a wail as she covered her head, her grudging eyes constantly scanning back and forth over Chen Feng's body. Hit me for what? I didn't say no. Did you? Lin Qingyao's eyes flicked to a certain part of Chen Feng's body, an anti-smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. The implications are self-evident. Chen Feng blackened his face and gave her another brain crash. Ouch. What are you doing? It hurts. I didn't say you couldn't. Before she could finish her words, Lin Qingyao noticed Chen Feng's hand that was once again raised and wisely shut her mouth. Ahem. Chen Feng coughed lightly and took out the paper he had prepared long ago. Take a look. Ma'am. Lin Qingyao took the paper from Chen Feng with a puzzled expression and scanned it twice. An assistant contract? You want me to be your assistant? Lin Qingyao had a surprised look on her face. She just talks a little more casually, but she's definitely not stupid. Which of Chen Feng's strikes hadn't attracted the attention of the city? Moreover, every time Chen Feng selected a target, it was also the kind of treasure that had an extremely high value. Coupled with the extremely high-profile manner in which Chen Feng struck out, the level of risk involved in being his assistant is palpable. Seemingly seeing Lin Qingyao's thoughts, Chen Feng smiled once again and spoke. Miss Lin Qingyao, aren't you going to listen to the payment I'm going to give? Under Lin Qingyao's puzzled gaze, Chen Feng flipped his left hand, and a gemstone that was milky white in color, with a touch of purple in the center, and was set on a hollowed-out purple golden ground appeared in his hand. This is the pupil of moonlight. Lin Qingyao's gaze was instantly attracted, and the smile at the corner of her mouth grew more prosperous. How is this good? Saying so on her lips, Lin Qingyao's hand movements were not slow, quickly reaching out towards the moonlight pupil in Chen Feng's hand. However, the second before she was about to come into contact with the moonlight pupil, Chen Feng suddenly flipped his palm and withdrew the moonlight pupil again. Ms. Lin Qingyao, how about I ask you to be my assistant for a year at this price? Chen Feng's gentle voice once again reached Lin Qingyao's ears. P.S. Tomorrow's update won't be in the morning. It's slightly delayed. Sorry about that. Chapter 80, Guests from London. A year? Lin Qingyao looked surprised. She was all too aware of the value of the moonlight pupil, or else she wouldn't have chosen it as a target at that time. If only a year of assistantship was all you could get. Lin Qingyao barely hesitated much and spoke directly. Fine. I promise. Then sign it. Chen Feng took the official contract that had been prepared long ago out of the drawer and handed it to Lin Qingyao. It was in duplicate, with his signature and long ago handprint on it. The date, Party A and Party B, the remuneration, the time, the content of the work and so on are all there. and it is entirely a formal employment contract. Lin Qingyao roughly swept 2 glances, and after making sure there was nothing wrong, she directly picked up a pen and brushed down her big name. Handing the contract back to Chen Feng, Lin Qingyao opened her mouth and inquired, "What do you need me to do for you?" Chen Feng took the contract and smiled faintly. "Of course there is, but now it's a very simple matter." "What is it?" "Make my coffee." 2 days later, when Sun Yuqing habitually came into Chen Feng's cafe, instead, he found that at that moment, there was a tall woman grinding coffee beans in the store. The woman didn't seem to be all that willing, and muttered something as she ground. "What the hell kind of boss is this? The promised assistant is for me to grind the coffee beans. I grind. I'll grind you to death." Even from a distance of several meters, Sun Yuqing could still feel the resentment from the beaten workers on the other side. Coming to the front desk location, Chen Feng was still there looking at the book. "Boss, what's going on here? Why did you even hire a store clerk? The little money you make in the store is enough to support you too?" Hearing the voice, Chen Feng slowly closed the book with a smile still on his face. "Isn't this still you? I make you 180 for a cup of coffee, and I can't afford to feed you if you come in for 2 cups a day." Getting this answer, the smile on Sun Yuqing's face suddenly froze. "No boss, you more or less lie to me you so make me seem like a big grudge seed In response, Chen Feng just smiled and did not say anything, but with the smile on his face, he had already said everything that needed to be said. Sun Yuqing rolled her eyes and didn't care. "Or mocha, make it semi-sweet." "Good." Chen Feng nodded with a smile. Taking out part of the coffee beans that Lin Qingyao had just ground, he skillfully carried out a series of steps such as boiling and filtering. Within a short time, a cup of aromatic coffee was brought up by Chen Feng. Bringing the coffee down from the tray and placing it in front of Sun Yuqing, she opened her mouth. "Slow down." Sun Yuqing picked up the coffee on the table and gently took a sip. The familiar mellow flavor blossomed in her mouth. "Boss, it's a shame you don't open a bigger store with this craft. If you were a little cheaper, it would definitely be a hit." "I'd rather not. I'd prefer to clear my head," Chen Feng replied with a smile. This answer from Chen Feng did not cause the slightest surprise to Sun Yuqing. After all, she had mentioned this matter many times, but the results she received were all the same. He has even expressed his willingness to make investments to finance the expansion of his stores and even further build the chain brand. However, they were all rejected by Chen Feng. The reason is also simple: no shortage of money, plus a preference for leisure. This reason made Sun Yuqing helpless as well, and after persuading her twice, she chose to give up. "Hey, I don't know who kiddo was actually inviting with that invitation earlier. I ran through 7 or 8 upscale cafes last night and came up empty." Sun Yuqing held her chin, the spoon in her other hand casually stirring in the coffee, her tone revealing a faint color of disappointment. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng glanced at Lin Qingyao, who was still diligently grinding coffee at the front desk, with the rest of his eyes, smiled faintly, and did not say much. After the coffee was finished, Sun Yuqing looked at the time. "It's getting late. I still have classes in the afternoon, so I'll leave first." After saying that, Sun Yuqing got up and prepared to leave. Just after taking 2 steps, he remembered something and stopped, turning his head once again to look at Chen Feng. "Right, don't forget what I told you 2 days ago." Chen Feng replied back. "Don't worry, ma'am, I always remember." With Sun Yuqing's departure, silence once again returned to the coffee shop. Lin Qingyao, who was still grinding coffee earlier, also came over at this time and spoke with a curious expression. "What happened 2 days ago? Did you two have a deal? Did you get bagged by her?" Knock. Ouch. Lin Qingyao, who received another violent chestnut, covered her head with a pained face. "If you keep talking nonsense and slandering your boss, I'm going to dock your paycheck." Dropping a sentence, Chen Feng directly turned around and left. The tone of his voice was still gentle, but the words he spoke sent chills down the beater's spine. "Dog capitalist." Looking at Chen Feng's back, Lin Qingyao cursed. However, after scolding her, Lin Qingyao had no choice but to honestly continue to go to work. At this point, H-City's International Airport, a large group of journalists were waiting with microphones in hand for something in front of the cabin door of a private jet. Everyone was microphone in hand, fists sharpened, seemingly ready to be the first to rush forward for an interview as soon as the hatch opened. With a subtle sound of cabin rubbing, the cabin door of the airplane was slowly opened. The reporters who saw this scene were also more excited, staring dead center at the cabin doorway, waiting for the target person to appear. 4 well-built bodyguards took the lead and stood in a line, separating the crowd of reporters from the cabin door. Immediately afterward was a man who stepped out of the cabin with a red carpet in his hand, and, as everyone watched, bent down and laid the carpet out with extreme care. The scene was watched by a group of reporters who had seen a lot of things and were stunned for a while. Is this spectrum so big? And without waiting for the crowd to think too much about it, a Western man in his 30s, dressed in black formal attire, walked out of the hatch. Seeing this, A group of reporters couldn't care less about spitting in their hearts and hurriedly walked up to interview the man. Mr. Ron, may I ask what is the reason for your sudden visit to China when the exhibition over in London is still not over? Mr. Ron, I heard that back in London, Chen Feng once stole the exhibit, Coronation Crown, by pretending to be you. May I ask if you're here this time because of this incident? Sir, there's an outside rumor that you've come to H-City this time to seek revenge on Kiddo. May I ask if that's true? Mr. Ron. The mouths of the group of reporters seemed to be in a continuous stream of words. One question after another was thrown out by them, and they all looked at Ron with expectant gazes. No one doubted that if it wasn't for the 4 well-built bodyguards stopping them, this crazy group of reporters could even dislike the microphone right into Ron's mouth. Chapter 81, Gambling? Gentlemen, please be quiet, Ron shouted, but it was quickly drowned out by a crowd of reporters asking questions that didn't do the slightest bit of good. Guys, Ron increased the volume and shouted, which made the frantic group of journalists quieten down a little, but were still looking at him with anticipation. It was actually normal. After all, who didn't know that Chen Feng was synonymous with hotness now? And Ron had once helped Chen Feng steal the coronation crown, without his knowledge. So with such a special identity, it was hard not to let others think that he had come to seek revenge on Chen Feng. What did this reporter friend just ask me? Ron pointed to a random reporter and opened his mouth to ask. The reporter who was named was obviously very excited, and rushed to open his mouth under the envious gaze of the other reporters. Mr. Ron, may I ask, is your sudden visit to H-City this time because Chen Feng teased you earlier? Are you intentionally coming to seek revenge on Chen Feng? In the face of the sharp words, the female secretary beside Ron changed her face on the spot, and just when she wanted to go forward to say something, she was stopped by Ron. Facing a dozen brightly lit cameras and reporters, Ron spoke slowly. Interesting words from a fellow journalist, but I'm here to answer your question definitively. One of the reasons why I'm here is that my grandfather, Mr. Leonardo, is still interested in holding a branch of the exhibition in China, and the other reason, well, is indeed about that Mr. Chen Feng. Hearing this, all the reporters got excited and looked at Ron with fiery eyes. Ron took a half step forward and walked right up to the group of reporters. Taking the microphone of one of the reporters over, he spoke unapologetically. If that Mr. Chen Feng is interested in the exhibits I brought this time, it's perfectly fine to come and give it a try. But if the operation fails, I hope that Mr. Chen Feng can immediately return the coronation crown that he stole earlier. Ron, grandson of private collector Mr. Leonardo, arrived in H-City of China today and is ready to start the private exhibition branch in H-City. Ron told Chen Feng that he wanted to make a bet with Chen Feng. If he won, he would take away the exhibits, and if he lost, he would return the coronation crown which was still in the period of pursuit, and asked Chen Feng if he dared to come. Shocked, to this day, Monster Kid, who has not lost a single battle in 6 attempts, is being challenged once again today? Let's look forward to Chen Feng's response. Numerous reports have rushed to the hot search and have attracted many netizens. No, is this dude crazy? This program has been on for months, and there's still someone who wants to challenge the Maple God. What? Too much stuff in his house? Grandson of private collector Mr. Leonardo. Hey, isn't this the guy who pretended to be the last time Maple God stole of the coronation crown? Hey, it seems to be true. No wonder he came all the way from London to this side. This is losing his eyes. Come to snow shame to come. Dare to challenge my husband, and at most you'll be humiliated one more time. Why do I feel that this matter is not that simple? Looking at the tone of this Ron's speech, he doesn't look like the kind of gambler who doesn't care. So how could he do something like this? You're looking away from a lot of things, so maybe this one is just hiding deep. It's possible. Late afternoon, inside the top floor office of a building. Look at the endless and growing number of reported messages on your cell phone screen. Ron slowly put his cell phone down and reclined expressionlessly on top of the recliner behind him, seemingly thinking about something. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Ron glanced in the direction of the door and spoke. It's Jenny, isn't it? Come in. The door to the room was pushed open and the female secretary who had been following Ron earlier walked in, a cup of still steaming coffee in her hand. Boss. Aha. Ron responded. Just leave the coffee on. Okay. The female secretary came to Ron on her high heels and gently placed her coffee cup on the table. Looking at Ron, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, the female secretary hesitated for a while, but finally came to Ron's side. Reaching out, he pressed his hands to Ron's temples on either side, rubbing them gently. Anything else, Jenny? Feeling the comfort coming from the sides of his head, Ron asked directly without opening his eyes. I. Jenny opened her mouth and said I for a long time, but no words came out, seemingly a little impatient. Ron opened his eyes directly and grabbed Jenny's hand that was still on his head. Just say what's up. Do we have to be so outgoing in our relationship? Aha. Hearing Ron's words, It was only then that Jenny finally gathered the courage to say the question she had been considering for a long time. Boss, do we really have to do this? I always feel that it's not too safe. Insurance? Ha! A bitter smile appeared on Ron's still handsome face, and shifted to determination immediately afterward. I have no choice. It's what that old man forced me to do. I had no choice but to do this. But, Jenny was about to say something else, but Ron cut her off unceremoniously before the words could leave her mouth. Jenny, you know, over 100 years ago, a gentleman once said, once there is 30% profit, a man will be desperate. With 100% profit, he can trample on his conscience. And if there is 300% profit, he will no longer fear even hanging. Saying this, Ron sat up violently from his chair with a bit of madness in his eyes. There's no turning back. And it's not like we're making more than a 300% profit on this thing we're doing. Trust me, okay? Seeing Ron in this state, Jenny gulped and finally nodded without saying anything else. At this point, inside the cafe, Lin Qingyao, who had been working all day, came to the door to turn the sign over after sending the last customer in the store away. Closing the door to the store again, he then re-entered the store. Turning his head to look, he saw that Chen Feng, the boss, was still sitting at the front desk position looking at a book, as if he didn't care about anything around him. Coming to the front desk position, Lin Qingyao directly opened her mouth. No boss, why are you still reading? People are so close to throwing the challenge in your face. I can't even look at it anymore, and you don't even give a reaction. Shoo! Looking at the indignant Lin Qingyao, Chen Feng placed his finger in front of her lips and made a silence gesture. Ma'am, the most important thing to have as a geek is to have a poker face, and that, you still need to strengthen. Hearing this, Lin Qingyao rolled her pretty white eyes. Okay, I'm yet to be strengthened, so can you tell me what you're going to do about it? You can't just not give any response at all, can you? 82. Problems at exhibitions. Under Lin Qingyao's gaze, Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. There's no rush, let's talk about it in a couple days. Over 2 days? Lin Qingyao was a bit uncertain. However, Chen Feng did not seem to intend to explain too much. He just smiled and put down the book in his hand, getting up and walking towards the second floor. This guy who likes to make up stories. Lin Qingyao silently spat out a sentence. He didn't ask any more questions, but simply cleaned up the store again and turned to leave to go back to the apartment he had rented. 3 days passed at a leisurely pace. Although Chen Feng had never responded to the matter of Ron's earlier bet, the heat on the internet had not decreased in the slightest as a result. On the contrary, it was also driven by the huge traffic brought by Chen Feng himself. The heat was getting higher and higher, and even directly dominated the top 3 of the hot search list. With the increasing heat, it was inevitable that there would be some bad voices. Like a blogger posted a video stating that Ron came prepared for this arrival, while Chen Feng's delayed response was an act of warshyness. There was also expert Zhang said that after all, Chen Feng couldn't get rid of the common problem of thieves, which was that he was afraid of the light and only dared to huddle in the darkness to hide himself. In the face of this kind of behavior that clearly rubs the traffic, a group of netizens also have no qualms about directly spraying. Straight away, the duo scolded them to the point where they even shut down the comment section of a certain voice, and the comments section underneath a certain blog was filled with sores. The two were so scared that they sent out a quick apology for rubbing off on their traffic. 3 days later, the fair, hosted by Ron, will open today. Because of Ron's earlier initiative to post the bet, it led to a lot of heat for the fair. Not only did a number of private collectors and heritage enthusiasts come, but it also attracted a large number of Chen Feng's fans to buy tickets to enter the venue. I hope I can meet that white figure inside the fair. The program team of The Thief Game also knowingly adjusted Chen Feng's live broadcasting room to the exhibition venue, which in turn made the exhibition, which was originally not too hot, even hotter. 5 p.m. The exhibition opened on time, and the crowds who had already bought their tickets quickly poured in after checking their tickets. The slightly disguised Chen Feng also followed the crowd and entered the venue after checking the tickets. As soon as he entered the venue, the complaints from the surroundings immediately reached Chen Feng's ears. What the hell? What kind of exhibition opens with a stopper rope to keep people 2 meters away from the glass case? There's no such thing as defense against thieves, is there? There's a glass cover and an interception rope. That's just it. If you're afraid to open a fair, don't open one. Why don't you stay in London? What's the point of coming here? Listening to the voices of the crowd, Chen Feng casually swept a few glances at the venue. As the crowd said, all the exhibits within the entire fair were all roped off with blocking ropes. Even to prevent people from getting close enough to watch, a large number of security personnel were placed around the entire venue. As soon as someone tries to cross the blocking rope, they will come forward and stop the crosser. After a quick scan, Chen Feng's brows furrowed, not so much because of the tight security inside the venue, but, in a brief scan, he was surprised to find a number of fakes. That's right, it's a fake. although the workmanship of the textiles within the glass cover was extremely delicate, and was even said to be generally the same as the original. In front of Chen Feng, who possessed the art of treasure appreciation, he still saw a slight break. To prevent misjudging yourself due to the distance, Chen Feng also purposely spent another 500 system points to exchange a skill enhancement card to enhance the treasure appraisal technique from elementary to intermediate. After another look at the array of exhibits in the venue, this was confirmed. Fake, and a fair number of fakes at that. Chen Feng had looked at a total of a dozen exhibits, and nearly a third of them were fakes. However, because of the blocking rope that stopped the crowd 2 meters away, and because of the glass cover that separated them, the exquisite workmanship of the fakes, and so on, so no one at the site saw anything wrong with the exhibit. At most, they will just complain a few times because of this unreasonable arrangement. It would make sense if it was just 1 or 2 fakes. After all, what collector hasn't been scammed? Who hasn't collected fakes? But so many forgeries appeared at the same time, and some of them were even cases where Chen Feng had seen the real thing over at the London exhibition. Then it is absolutely impossible to say that there is no problem here. Just as Chen Feng was thinking, a voice came out from the crowd. Mr. Ron is here. I don't know who shouted first, and then many people looked in one direction. Ron, who had changed into a dark yellow suit, was seen being escorted by the crowd inside the venue. Guys, Ron, who had come to the small raised platform in front of him, raised his hand and shouted, instantly attracting the attention of most of the people present. It was a pleasure to meet so many heritage enthusiasts who came to see the collection of my grandfather, Mr. Leonardo, and I would like to express my gratitude. With that, Ron bowed deeply to the crowd. His humble appearance did indeed attract a lot of goodwill, but there were still some who didn't buy it. What are you talking about? You're still keeping us 2 meters away from the exhibit? What about thieves? What's the point of having an exhibition if you're afraid of thieves? That's right. Now that you've come running and bowed and thanked me, why don't you just remove the stopper rope? The muttering in the crowd wasn't very loud, but since the scene was relatively quiet, it was still clearly heard by Ron. But he didn't mean to retort, he just continued to speak. Of course, I know that these anti-theft measures at the site have affected many people's viewing mood, so to apologize, I'm willing to refund 70% of everyone's ticket costs as compensation. As an apology. Wow, 70%. That's most of the fees refunded. On the organizer's side, after compensating for the 70%, it is even a bit of a struggle to make back the capital, not to mention all the time and manpower that has been put on the line. Are these foreigners here specifically for charity? Only for Chinese and foreign cultural exchanges, not for making money? One question immediately surfaced in the minds of the crowd, and the crowd that was still complaining just a moment ago shut their mouths facetiously. In the crowd, Chen Feng pursed his lips and revealed a meaningful smile. A 70% refund of the admission money? With the earlier unsolicited challenge to me, and with so many fakes on the scene, things are starting to get interesting. Mr. Ron, guys, Ron spoke again, and the scene fell silent as everyone looked to the generous organizer in anticipation of his next words. To better apologize, I'm going to add an additional exhibit for your viewing pleasure. That's what's known as the world's largest ruby, Titans Gothic. Chapter 83, The Death of the Titans. Wow, the whole room was in an uproar. Titan Gothic, the largest ruby ever unearthed. The color is as brilliant as pigeon's blood, and the size is not much different from a pebble. Even larger than the world's largest sapphire known as the heart of the ocean, is about twice as large. Its value is also inestimable, having been sold at an upscale auction 30 years ago by a collector for a whopping €690, and hasn't been seen since. Now it seems that the mysterious collector who auctioned off the Titan Gothic 30 years ago was more than likely the grandfather of the Mr. Ron in front of him, Leonardo Sr., and the value of this gem now, at a conservative estimate, would have to be over 300 million renminbi. The main thing is, now who didn't know that Chen Feng specialized in gemstones? From the heart of the ocean to the moonlight pupil to the goddess tears and starlight's gaze at the back, 4 valuable gemstones were successively pocketed by Chen Feng. Although 2 gems have been returned by Chen Feng, the other 2 moonlight pupils and starlight gaze can still be nowhere to be found. Now this Ron even dared to take out the Titan's Gotham, a ruby with a prestigious reputation. Wasn't this clearly waiting for Chen Feng to steal it? Watching the crowd's reaction, Ron nodded with satisfaction in his mind. In fact, he had his own considerations. First, the child cannot set the wolf. Chen Feng has not moved for 3 days in a row. He is also a bit panicked. Had to come up with something good to increase the weight of the bait. Secondly, and most importantly, even if the Titan Gothic ended up being stolen by Chen Feng, there would be a joint government to reimburse them without them having to spend a single penny. So why not? Ron then spoke briefly, saying something along the lines of the value of the jewel and expressing his gratitude to the visitors. After finishing his speech, he turned around and left the venue. leaving only a few staff members to carefully place the Titan's Gothic into the glass display case that had already been prepared. Chen Feng, who was far away, also followed the crowd and took a few glances at the Titan's Gothic that was placed in a glass display case. After ascertaining that it was genuine, and with no intention of continuing to stay, he turned around and left the venue, back to the cafe. Pushing open the door of the cafe, he only saw that at this moment, there was another guest in the store besides Lin Xingyao who was poking around at the front desk. Falling snow? Did you just get back from Europe this time? Chen Feng smiled and walked forward, very naturally pulling away the seat opposite Su Lixue to sit down. This scene was a surprise to Lin Xingyao. To know that earlier when Su Lixue came to the store, the first time she looked over she thought that she had been exposed and that this chief captain of the pursuit team had personally come to arrest herself. If she hadn't seen that Su Lixue had come alone and wasn't wearing her work clothes, I'm afraid Lin Xingyao would have run away at the first sight of Su Lixue coming over. Even after realizing that it was a misunderstanding, she still had no intention of talking to Su Lixue, and even in the face of Su Lixue's inquiries, she was able to cope with it without saying a word more. Just like this, the person she avoided, Chen Feng actually took the initiative to lean over. Moreover, looking at Chen Feng, it seemed that he was also quite familiar with this chief captain of the pursuit bureau, a thief who becomes friends with the beautiful captain who wants to arrest him. What about this? Making a movie? Lin Xingyao gulped and simply turned her head away from looking at the two. On Su Lixue's side, she also revealed a few smiles after seeing Chen Feng come over. Yes, I just arrived in the morning. I came here after taking a nap. I haven't had coffee made by you for a long time. I kinda miss it, but I came at an unfortunate time. Just in time when you weren't here. Or this new sales clerk lady you recruited made it for me. Oh yeah. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow at Lin Xingyao at the front stage position and opened his mouth to inquire. How's the flavor? It's okay, but I like it better when you cook it. Su Lixue smiled and sipped her coffee. The two of them chatted familiarly first, again attracting frequent side glances from Lin Xingyao at the receptionist's position. Chen Feng spoke again. By the way, why have you suddenly returned? Su Lixue slowly put her coffee cup down, a look of helplessness on her face. It can't be helped. Who lets someone over here have nothing better to do than to make some kind of bet with Chen Feng again? With my understanding of Chen Feng, he will most likely answer the bet. What do you think? Maybe it will. Chen Feng smiled and gave an ambiguous answer. It drew another blank stare from Lin Xingyao, who was not far away. A cup of coffee was quickly finished. Su Lixue simply placed the empty cup in front of Chen Feng. I wonder if Mr. Arsene, the store manager, would be willing to give me a refill for the sake of a friend? Sure. Saying that, Chen Feng pulled out a tissue from the tissue box on the side, and in Su Lixue's puzzled gaze, slowly covered the tissue on the coffee cup. Open it up. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Su Lixue took away the tissue paper covering the coffee cup with a suspicious face. But the next scene surprised her greatly, only to see that the coffee cup, which was empty just a moment ago, had been full again at some point, and the aroma was overflowing, and it was still bubbling hot, as if it had just been brewed. Taking a light sip from his coffee cup, it's the same familiar flavor, mellow and evocative. Putting down the cup, Su Lixue opened her mouth with a curious expression and inquired, Yazan, how did you do this? Snap. Chen Feng snapped his fingers handing a rosebush to Su Lixue. I'm sorry MS. Su Lixue, one of the three main principles of a magician, never reveal the secrets of a magic trick to the audience after the trick has been performed. Su Lixue reached out and took the flowers, looking at Chen Feng and speaking leisurely. Arsene, you easily remind me of a thief with that look. Ha, is it? It's the same Mr. Oddball who is also good at magic, isn't it? I learned this trick from watching his show. Hearing Chen Feng's reply, Su Lixue did not say anything more. After all, it wasn't like she hadn't suspected the identity of the person in front of her earlier, and for that reason, she had almost lost such a friend. But fortunately, it became clear that she was the one who had overthought it. Su Lixue didn't stay long and left after finishing 2 cups of coffee. After all, she had just returned to China and was still jet-lagged, so she needed to adjust as soon as possible, so that she could be in the best condition to deal with the thief in the near future. Night fell quickly. On the second floor, inside Chen Feng's bedroom, in front of the table, Chen Feng was writing something furiously under the light. 1,000 words on paper. Ryoko. Only after the last word was written did Chen Feng finally stop writing. Looking at the results of his busy schedule on the paper, Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Mr. Ron, I'm sure you'll like this gift from me, and besides, I hope you have a good dream tonight. No, it's bound to be a good dream. Haha dash. Chapter 84, The First Stolen Dream. For the book friend, I 4 Thunder General's dog, plus more. Thanks to the book friends another explosion more sprinkle flowers reward. Night, downtown H. In Ron's temporary residence in China. Inside the bedroom, Ron was lying on the bed in the bedroom in his pajamas, holding his own cell phone in his hand. He flipped through the recent news and reports, one by one, with a slight frown on his face, looking preoccupied. Honey, it's time for bed. A snow-white slender arm reached over at that moment and covered the top of the cell phone screen in Ron's hand. Stop it. Ron glanced at Jenny beside him and simply removed her arm from the screen, then continued to look at his phone. Jenny, who had been thrown off her arm, looked upset. What's the point of worrying so much every day when we've already done it? And it's been days since we've. With that, Jenny's arm traveled all the way down the small of Ron's back, but was quickly grabbed by Ron again. Ron looked at her and sighed softly. Be a good girl and you go ahead and take a showers, okay? Well, hearing Ron say that, Jenny had no choice but to withdraw her hand, but still leaned her face over. Then I'll go if you give me a kiss. Good. Ron agreed helplessly, then gave Jenny a quick kiss on the cheek before continuing to look at the cell phone in his hand to himself. After Jenny left, Ron also pulled the small blue pill out of the nightstand drawer. I was just about to pick up the water and take my pills when I felt a sudden wave of drowsiness hit me. When Jenny came back 10 minutes later, high from her shower, she found that Ron, who had been checking his cell phone earlier, had at some point tilted his head and fallen into a deep sleep, and on the floor next to the bed, there were 2 small blue pills scattered that hadn't yet been taken. Ding! Skill, Dream Thief. Activation successful. Dream weaving complete. The system's beep sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Chen Feng also slowly opened his eyes in the next second. This is a private exhibition in London? With just a few sweeps, Chen Feng also recognized where he was currently located. The very place where he stole the coronation crown, not long ago. The site of Leonardo's private exhibition in London. However, unlike earlier, the exhibition site was empty at this time. Obviously not in the beginning of the exhibition period. October 25th? Looks like there's something on that date that Mr. Ron can't let go of. Looking at the date on the wall, Chen Feng secretly thought, the scene and time of the stolen dream, while it can be influenced by him to some extent, is more constructed by the thoughts of the dream owner himself. In other words, here is where everything is made up of Ron's memories. Just as Chen Feng was pondering, a voice came from the distance. Grandpa, why are you doing this? Do you realize what that agreement you signed means? Not far from the corner location, Ron growled under his breath, and in front of him stood an old man who was already winded. It was that private collector, Leonardo Sr. Chen Feng, who had heard the sound, hid in the shadows and quietly observed this side, only to see that in the face of his own grandson's aggressive, Leonardo, the old man with gray hair, did not retort as expected. Instead, he slowly removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes, which were already slightly cloudy, before speaking slowly. Son, I'm sorry, but I had to do it. I know you too well, and I know the woman named Jenny next to you too well, and you will not be able to handle this asset after I am 100 years old. For your future, and for your future children. So, before Leonardo could continue, Ron Edge couldn't wait to cut him off. So you signed a contract with the Private Collectors Association of the Sunbelt Kingdom, handing over all of your collections to them to run, and a 50-50 split of the money you make? Yes, I'm sorry kid, but I've given you a chance, more than once, and you've done less than your best every time, and even lost a lot of money every time. At this point, Leonardo paused and did not continue, but the meaning is clear enough. What about me? What I do? I'm your only grandson. I followed you for 20 years, and in the end you want to kick me away. Ron was still ranting, but Leonardo had run out of ideas about continuing to argue with him and simply turned away from the scene after shaking his head. Looking at Leonardo's back, Ron's face was grim, as if he had made some major decision, and he grimly turned around and left the scene. It was only until both of them left that Chen Feng appeared from the corner. Oh, because your abilities are not recognized, you decided to use your own methods to obtain the assets that should be yours? Chen Feng muttered to himself, then swept his gaze over the array of exhibits in the hall. Many of the exhibits here have appeared above the H-City Fair. Apparently, it was from within the exhibition venue in London that Ron had taken some of the exhibits and brought them to H-City. The difference, however, was that almost all of the exhibits inside the venue at this time were genuine, while 1/3 of the exhibits at the H-City exhibition were fakes. Without waiting for Chen Feng to think more, the space of the surrounding dream world had already begun to collapse. This was followed by a rapid reorganization after the collapse, and the second dream, at this point, opened. When Chen Feng opened his eyes again, the surroundings had changed once more. It's still the fairgrounds, but instead of the London Fair, it's a branch of the H Fair. Inside the empty venue, only a man and a woman stood in the center. The man was Ron, naturally, and the woman, his secretary and girlfriend, Jenny. Honey, the 7 regulators are all set up, and here are the controls. Take a look. Jenny handed a trinket to Ron and spoke softly. Ron reached for it, glanced at Jenny, and spoke, may I try it now? Of course, the replacements for these things, we made 3 sets of them, so even if they break, they can always be replaced. Ron nodded, then flicked the switch in his hand in the direction of a slew of glass display cases. With a very slight sound, a group of exhibits, a burst of white smoke suddenly rose from within the glass cabinets of the frontmost and most precious 7 exhibits. Immediately after the glass cover exploded violently, white smoke drifted away in all directions, but the 7 exhibits originally placed inside the glass cover had long since disappeared without a trace. We'll hit the switch when that weirdo kiddo comes to steal something and gets it. By the time the 8 exhibits, including his target, disappear together, will anyone even suspect who stole the other 7? Chapter 85 Goal, Titan Gothic. Listening to Jenny's words, Ron's originally tense demeanor gradually relaxed. Get someone to clean up the place while we wait for that Mr. Freak kiddo to arrive. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Ron's mouth, and he had just turned his head to prepare to leave when he jerked his attention to a figure at the corner position. Who's there? Ron was alarmed and rushed to shout. Not caring about Jenny, who was still frozen in place, he quickly came around the corner. Instead, all that could be seen was a white figure standing in place, with a pile of paper filled with writing in its hands. With just a slight glance, Ron recognized it as the transaction records for the 7 exhibits, which he had locked inside the safe. Mr. Ron, it's an honor to meet you. Chen Feng placed his hand in front of his body and spoke with a smile. Monstrous kiddo. Ron's face darkened horribly. He didn't expect his plan to be known by Chen Feng before he even started. Even the evidence of his trading exhibits had been gotten by Chen Feng at this point. How could he not be angry? How could he not be shocked? Please believe me, sir. In the near future we will be reunited by the light of the moon. And of course, when that time comes, I will be there with the little secret hidden in your heart. As the words fell, Chen Feng gave a slight salute to Ron. Then, in Ron's murderous gaze, it slowly dissipated, turning into countless white doves that scattered in all directions. Stop him! Stop him! Don't let him go! Inside the bedroom of his temporary home, Ron yelled and sat up straight from the bed. Cold sweat on his head had not yet faded, and his mouth was huffing and puffing and gasping for air. What's wrong? Jenny, who was sleeping soundly on the side, sat up sleepily, and the covers in front of her slipped off her body, revealing a large expanse of spring light. No, nothing. Ron gulped and wiped a cold sweat from his head, which calmed his otherwise agitated mood a little. A snow-white arm wrapped around Ron's neck at that moment, followed by a soft sensation coming from his left arm. Having a nightmare? Aha! Ron didn't deny it either, and simply nodded his head in acknowledgement. I dreamt that the monstrous thief had come, that he knew of our plans, and that he had stolen the records of the exhibits we had previously traded with the Central Asians. Hearing that answer, Jenny rolled her eyes outright. My dear, you have been so nervous these last few days, and there are some things that, now that we have done them, we should not think too much about them, for that would not serve the slightest purpose except to add to your troubles. Besides, our plan is foolproof, isn't it? Jenny's gentle voice reached Ron's ears, and it also completely calmed the mood of him, who was still full of panic just a moment ago, but it was only a few seconds of calm. Remembering the dream he had just had, Ron quickly got out of Jenny's arms and jumped off the bed. No way! Those transaction records are nothing short of poison for us right now. I must go and burn them right now. After saying that, and ignoring Jenny's discouragement, he quickly got dressed and then left the residence. A call was made for a driver and a ride was taken in the direction of the fair. Come to the exhibition building. Ron entered inside alone and took the elevator to the top floor before hoofing it to his office. Carefully, he opened the safe and removed the transaction documents within. 7 in all. It is written in all English, and the things to be traded, the price, and the parties to the transaction are all clearly written. It was something he'd signed with those Middle Easterners earlier, and the only way those few damn Central Asians would pay the remaining 30% of the final payment was to take a couple of trade orders. But at this point, Ron didn't care about that money anymore. Even if he didn't want those final payments, he had to destroy this biggest bust of his before he could do so. After briefly rummaging through it, and after making sure he hadn't gotten the wrong thing, Ron decisively pulled out his lighter, and ignoring the fact that he was still located in his office, he just lit a fire and burned it. It wasn't until he watched the sheets of paper filled with his sins turn to ash that Ron let go. After a brief cleanup, he turned and left the scene. Just what he didn't notice was the office window at that moment. There was a white dove with a high-definition camera strapped to it that was flapping its wings, recording his every move from the moment he entered the office. In the meantime, on the second floor of the cafe, inside Chen Feng's bedroom, looking at the high-definition image that was transmitted back by Xiao Bai, the magnified high-definition image that could even clearly see the text of the paper in Ron's hand, Chen Feng nodded his head in satisfaction. Taking the headphones off, Chen Feng's mouth curled into a smile. Mr. Ron, it seems that your grandfather, Mr. Leonardo, really made the right decision. and you are really a, well, silly and somewhat lovable person. The next day, when Ron returned to his office again, he only saw that on the originally neat desk, there was now an additional sheet of something different. A little white card, advance letter. When the light of the sunset fades the day after, and the chimes of midnight echo in the silence, I will emerge from the darkness to take the gifts from the Titans. To Kiddo the Bandit. A teaser letter? Ron's face showed a flash of joy. It was not in vain that he had put in the effort to take out the biggest ruby, Titan's Gothic, and finally waited for the thief's teaser letter. The corner of his mouth had just hooked up when Ron immediately thought of something and turned to put on an angry face, shouting at the door. Come on, man. The security guard in charge of the doorway heard the commotion and immediately pushed the door in. But before they could ask for information, they were scolded. At the same time, in their dumbfounded eyes, Ron slowly took out the small card that Chen Feng had sent out, and they realized. It turned out to be the thief named Kiddo, who had managed to bypass them and leave a teaser letter inside Ron's office right under their noses. And his target is, regarded as a treasure, Titan Gothic. Same time, the content within the live broadcast room belonging to Chen Feng also changed to the content of the teaser letter under Chen Feng's manipulation. One time, Chen Feng sends out another teaser letter, pointing his sword directly at the biggest ruby, Titan Gothic. Chen Feng announced that he would go to war, and in the name of the thief, he sent a teaser letter to the collector Mr. Leonardo's yet another treasure, Titan Gothic. Will the 6-time undefeated pirate choose to strike again? And will the operation go as smoothly as before? News such as this quickly shot to the top of the Hot 100 in a short period of time. No surprises there. The direction of public opinion this time remains lopsided. Almost everyone thought that this Ron wanted to snow shame like crazy. That's why he came to China to challenge Chen Feng. Chen Feng, who had won 6 out of 6 battles, had completely proven himself. This Ron, on the other hand, is nothing more than a clown who is fearless because he has the united government in his pocket. Chapter 86. Attention from Ouyang Mushue. It's abominable. It simply doesn't take us. The pursuit team, seriously. Inside the cafe, Su Lishue was filled with anger. The delicate face turned a little red from anger. What's the matter? So angry? Chen Feng walked over with the freshly brewed coffee and placed the coffee cup in front of Su Lishue, speaking with a light smile. Look. Su Lishue brought the cell phone in her hand to Chen Feng's face, signaling for him to see for himself. Chen Feng lowered his head and swept a glance, but what was inside couldn't help but cause him to be dumbfounded for a moment, only to see that the content on the screen was none other than a poll initiated by one of Chen Feng's fans from a certain voice. The content is simple. Just one sentence. Will this operation of Kiddo's be successful? Su Lishue clicked definitely not, and the number of people who had the same option as her was only a pitiful 1%. The other 99% chose definitely. This poll video has millions of likes as well as tens of thousands of comments. The language of the one with the highest number of likes was very simple and clear. If those people, including the chase team, were really capable of stopping Kiddo, Kiddo wouldn't have made it to 6 strikes without a single defeat. Expression, smile. Seeing the scene, Chen Feng could not help but feel a little amused. Pulling a chair from in front of Su Lishue and sitting down, he opened his mouth. That's what you're mad about? Ha, of course. Do you see how much they say? Look at this comment. The words of a man named Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. The chasing group is a bunch of scum. What makes them fight the Maple God? And this one, there's only one reason why the Maple God could fail, and that's because his target item was nuked flat. Otherwise, with that bunch of losers from the pursuit team, what qualifications do they have to stop Kiddo-sama? Su Lishue was filled with anger as she read the comments underneath the video one by one, getting angrier and angrier the more she read. Finally, Hezimpli turned off his cell phone and snapped it unmercifully onto the table with a thud. Are these people crazy? They can't like anything but a thief like Chen Feng. There are even people who worship this as art. It's simply excessive. Looking at Su Lishue's angry face, Chen Feng did not know what to say. In fact, strictly speaking, he had only crossed paths with the pursuit group led by Su Lishue once, the time he stole the Tears of the Goddess. In the first 3 operations, either Su Lishue hadn't come yet, or Su Lishue wasn't in command, and in the last 2 operations, Su Lishue was still in Asia during the Coronation Crown operation, and during the Starlight's Gaze operation, the royal family of the Lorching Kingdom refused to intervene in the pursuit team again. As a result, even though Su Lishue intended to want to fight with Chen Feng again, she was slow to find the opportunity to do so. Until now. Welcome. The voice of a mechanical cat sounded at the door. Chen Feng turned his head to look, only to see Ouyang Mushue, who was dressed in men's clothing, walk in. After noticing Chen Feng's gaze, he also nodded politely before arriving in front of Su Lishue. Captain Su. Su Lishue turned back to Ouyang Mushue. The fair side has agreed to our intervention. Do you want to go over there now? Good. Su Lishue nodded her head, picked up her coffee cup and took a big sip. then stood up and spoke to Chen Feng. I've got some business over there, so I'll leave you to it. Good. Chen Feng smiled and nodded. Su Lixue turned around to leave, and only after taking a few steps did she realize that Ouyang Muxue wasn't following. Couldn't help but look back with some curiosity, only to see that Ouyang Muxue was still standing at the same place she was just now, expressionless as she scanned the interior of the store. What's wrong, Mushu? Su Lixue walked up and asked with some curiosity. Ouyang Muxue didn't answer, she just gently shook her head. It's fine, let's go. Just after taking 2 steps, Ouyang Muxue stopped again and turned her head to look in Chen Feng's direction. Mr. Arsene, if I have time, I'll stop by and ask you for a couple of cups of coffee. At your service, ma'am. Chen Feng still had the same gentle smile that made it impossible to see any changes. After getting the answer, Ouyang Muxue didn't stay any longer. She turned around and followed Su Lixue out of the cafe together. Come outside and get in the car. Only then did Su Lixue speak the question in her heart. Muxue, did you just think there was something wrong with Yazan? Maybe. Ouyang Muxue gave an ambiguous answer. Don't you maybe, just tell me what's wrong, just so I can hear it. Su Lixue looked at Ouyang Muxue with a face full of curiosity. Ouyang Muxue hesitated slightly for a few seconds, but still opened her mouth leisurely. Don't you think this Mr. Arsene is a little too rippled? Whether from his time in London, or here, nothing, no words, seemed to change his expression too much. Upon hearing this, Su Lixue was a little unconcerned. After the previous trial in Gailchi, at this point in time, she was still very much at ease with Chen Feng. What's wrong with that? Aren't you the same? It is precisely because he is like me that I find it strange. How? Ouyang Muxue narrowed her eyes, a few degrees of vigilance in her eyes. In the words of my teacher, there are only 2 types of people in the world who need to be constantly aware of their expression management as a way of preventing their inner thoughts from leaking out. One type is the detective who chases thieves, while the other type is the pursued thieves themselves. For example, that Mr. Chen Feng. You suspect that Arsene is Chen Feng? Su Lixue made a surprised sound, but it immediately changed to a bland smile. Impossible. I suspected it earlier, but before, when Chen Feng was stealing the ring, Starlight's gaze, Yazan was right next to me, so this point is never possible. Hopefully. Ouyang Muxue didn't have the intention to argue with Su Lixue, she just left such a sentence before turning her head to look out of the window, not knowing what she was thinking. The other side. Chen Feng, who had already returned to the bedroom on the 2nd floor, slowly removed the headset that was linked to the monitor on Su Lixue's body. A competent detective? It's kinda a pain in the ass, isn't it? Chen Feng muttered a sentence to himself. Then he lowered his head and glanced at the watch in his hand. It's about time. Time to get to work. Evening. The exhibition is still crowded with visitors. Only there were fewer well-built security personnel compared to yesterday, and instead there were more members of the pursuit team scattered around. The crowd. Lin Qingyao, who had just gone through Chen Feng's brief training, was strolling through one display case after another. From time to time, they even stopped to take a few pictures of the exhibits inside the glass cabinets, as if they were really admiring the artifacts. P.S. Brothers, more points to urge more awe. If you have the conditions, you can also come to a little gift. Small Hui Hui here on his knees to thank you. Chapter 87 Preparing for Action. Lin Qingyao pretended to view the exhibits around her while her feet slowly approached towards the display case that housed the Titan's Gothic. At the same time, the eyes kept looking around as if they were looking for someone. Just then, Lin Qingyao suddenly felt a hand on top of her shoulder. This caused Lin Qingyao, who already had a ghost in her heart, to be startled, and just as she wanted to turn her head to see who it was, she heard a familiar voice coming from her ears. Relax, ma'am, it's me. Hearing this voice, Lin Qingyao instantly lowered her heart and took a slight half-step back to Chen Feng, who was disguised as a student in disguise. Very naturally, she raised her hand to take Chen Feng's arm and acted like a young couple. You seem to be a little late to the party, boss. Lin Qingyao leaned forward against Chen Feng's arm and spoke softly in a voice that only the two could hear. Chen Feng responded with a light smile. You also said that I'm the boss, so of course I have the right to be late. Lin Qingyao, who received this answer, rolled her eyes and didn't continue to dwell on this issue. What are you going to do? Chen Feng slightly raised his eyes to look at the central air conditioner in the ceiling position and revealed a smile. There's no rush. We're mostly here today to enjoy the artwork. As the words fell, Chen Feng did not say any more and took a step towards the front. Although Lin Qingyao was a bit unsure, considering Chen Feng's usual style of behavior, she swallowed back the questions that were on the edge of her mouth and took 2 quick steps to follow Chen Feng's footsteps. The area around the Titan Gothic's exhibition cabinet was filled with people by now. 7 or 8 members of the pursuit team stood guard around the crowd, observing the crowd with vigilant faces and holding the walkie-talkies in their dead hands, as if they were ready to respond to any emergencies at any time. And what an extremely beautiful red gem! Someone nearby exclaimed. As soon as the words left his mouth, someone immediately responded. Of course, this has been strictly selected by Kiddo. Only something that passes both the value and face value is worthy of Kiddo's hand. Of course, our Kiddo-sama is still a jewel face control. Lord Kiddo. It seems that whenever the name Kiddo is mentioned, the girls around us can't stop talking about it. One by one, as if they had opened their boxes, they chattered on and on. You have quite a few female fans. Lin Xingyao came to Chen Feng's ear and spoke softly. Chen Feng revealed a smile and did not respond. Mr. Ron is here. The crowd looked in one direction, only to see a fully dressed Ron in formal attire accompanied by his secretary Jenny passing this way, followed by Su Luo Shui, Ouyang Muxue, and a host of other people from the pursuit team. Seeing Ron appear, a group of reporters who had been waiting at the exhibition site for a long time swarmed to him, rushing towards Ron with a microphone in hand. He was again stopped a meter or so away by the bodyguard Ron had brought along in conjunction with several members of the pursuit team. Mr. Ron, may I ask if the recent rumor that you are at odds with your own grandfather, Mr. Leonardo, and that this is the main reason why you left London and came to China is true? Mr. Ron, may I ask what you think about the fact that the entire internet is now saying that you cannot possibly be Chen Feng's opponent? Mr. Ron. A crowd of reporters frantically declaimed questions toward Ron, but Ron had no intention of taking them on. After just gesturing to the female secretary beside him, he turned around and left the scene. Mr. Ron. Mr. Ron. Seeing that Ron was leaving, a group of reporters who had been stopped in their place became anxious and frantically shouted Ron's name. Fellow Chinese journalists, please be a little quiet. Jenny came to the group of reporters on her high heels. My boss, Mr. Ron, has made it clear about this Chen Feng sending out a teaser letter that he won't allow anyone to take away any exhibits from the exhibition. In addition, I do not wish to hear any questions regarding Mr. Ron's family relationships here, so please excuse me. After a few official words, Jenny had no intention of staying any longer. Ignoring the retention of a crowd of reporters, he turned around and left directly. We should go too. Chen Feng spoke softly to Lin Xingyao by his side. That's it? Lin Xingyao looked surprised. You really just came to see the exhibition? Looking at Lin Xingyao who was full of disbelief, Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. Don't worry ma'am, what I'm going to do has already been done. This time I'm just bringing you to familiarize yourself with the terrain. After saying that, Chen Feng directly turned around and walked towards the outside of the exhibition. For the first action, Chen Feng only intended to let Lin Xingyao do some simple things like receiving, and did not intend to directly involve her in carrying out the action. Looking at Chen Feng's back, Lin Xingyao reacted in her daze and hurriedly followed. Evening, on the second floor of the cafe, inside Chen Feng's bedroom. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging the skill Hypnotism, Elementary, consuming system points *1000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exchanging skill enhancement card *1, consuming system points *500. Ding! Skill enhancement card used successfully. Skill Hypnotism enhancement completed. Current proficiency, intermediate. With a few system beeps ringing out, Chen Feng's system points that he had saved up over the months directly dried up and disappeared by a large margin. However, Chen Feng was not distressed by this. After all, money is earned to be spent, and system points are certainly the same. In front of the window, looking at the dark world outside illuminated by the silver-white moonlight, the corner of Chen Feng's mouth hooked into a smile, eyes peering through the window into the distance. He spoke softly, let's look forward to tomorrow's show, folks. The next day, noon, after finishing her morning's work, Jenny also went outside to a coffee shop to refresh herself with a couple cups of coffee. But in the effort of turning her head, a familiar person appeared in front of her. Captain Su? What a coincidence. You're here for coffee too? Jenny politely greeted the people not far away. Right. Su Lishue smiled and nodded, carrying the tray to sit in front of Jenny. It's not noon. Come out and have a cup of coffee to relieve your fatigue, or to keep your energy up to deal with that thief at night. Tough luck, Captain Su. Jenny spoke politely. The two beautiful women sitting in the cafe chatting away with one word or another. But they also formed a beautiful scenery. But since there weren't many customers in the cafe, no one came up to talk to them. The two beauties casually made small talk until about 10 minutes or so later. Jenny, who was previously full of energy, also gradually became drowsy during the chat. It was as if sleep gradually came over him, and after holding on for a mere half a minute, he eventually couldn't hold on and slumped down on the table and passed out. Chapter 88 A Bandit Who's Already In? Seeing this, Su Lishue revealed a smirk. After rejecting the cafe clerk who had a panicked look on her face and wanted to come forward to help, Su Lishue only said she's too tired and helped Jenny to get up and leave. He is certainly not Su Lishue, but this secretary lady is bent on counting Chen Feng. However, since it was Ron and this Miss Jenny who had counted on themselves first, Then Chen Feng did not mind using them in turn. Come to a hidden corner. Looking at the confused and seemingly awake Jenny, the corner of Chen Feng's mouth slowly hooked up, lowering her body. Her seductive voice continued to reach Jenny's ears. You're an assistant to a geeky thief. You need to help him steal exhibits from the fair. You stayed with Ron just to go undercover. You, as the words that had the intermediate level hypnotism skill added to them continued to reach Jenny's ears. Jenny's furrowed brow slowly unfurled. Half an hour later, along with Chen Feng snapping his fingers, Jenny's eyes, which had been tightly closed, burst open. The emotions in a pair of eyes rapidly changed, from the initial confusion and struggle, gradually evolving into determination. Afterward, he directly stood up to look in Chen Feng's direction and spoke. Master, go! Chen Feng commanded softly. Jenny immediately understood. Without questioning anything, he simply got up and left, heading in the direction of the fair. Looking at Jenny's back as she left, the smile at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth became more and more obvious. Mr. Ron, I'm sure you'll like this gift of mine. Ha ha. Time passed slowly. Night is also falling fast. There were still a few hours to go before it was time for Chen Feng to make his move. For security reasons, Su Lixue then proposed to Ron that the exhibition be temporarily closed tonight to prevent Chen Feng from following the crowd and mixing in. Although Ron's intention was that he wanted Chen Feng to carry out the theft so that he could use this opportunity to dump the pot of those few exhibits that were sold onto Chen Feng's head. But in order not to show it so obviously, Ron still agreed with Su Lixue's decision. Suspension of evening fair operations. So at this point inside the venue, aside from the dozens of members of the pursuit group led by Su Lixue, there was almost no one else. Even the security personnel brought by Ron were excluded from the venue at Su Lixue's strong request. The reason was also simple. It was to prevent Chen Feng from using it to blend in. The arrangements for this defense matter can be described as meticulous. Of course, what they didn't realize was that at this time, Chen Feng had already managed to blend in with the help of Jenny's cover. He was able to arrange for a gentleman from the pursuit team to fall asleep and thus replace him inside the venue. At this point, inside Chen Feng's live broadcast room, although it was not yet time for Chen Feng's teaser letter, it still brought together millions of people to watch it in the live broadcast room. Among the pop-ups, in addition to a large number of Chinese pop-ups, there are even quite a few foreign language texts. Apparently there were quite a few foreigners waiting in Chen Feng's live broadcast at this time as well. This time is really hard to get through. My maple god also favors always acting in the middle of the night. It really affects my sleep. That can't be helped. Even if Chen Feng's methods are fantastical, it doesn't change the fact that he's a thief. Thieves love the dark. It's like a dog that can't change. It can't change. Upstairs, I must correct you. Maple God is not a thief. He's a freak. Right. How dare you call my husband a thief? Did your house just get connected? That's right. Sisters, give me a private message to flush this person who spoke out against Kid. Everybody charge. Countless pop-ups surged by, almost instantly dominating the entire screen. Perhaps even Chen Feng himself did not expect that he would one day have so many brainwashed fans. At this time in the city of G, inside a rental house. Look at the 99 private messages from Plus that appeared in your background in just a few seconds. A young man in his early 20s angrily slapped the table. MD, how come there are so many brainwashed fans everywhere these days? Don't you even let the truth be told anymore? Time passes by. At the late hour of 11:10 p.m., Ron, who was the organizer, also brought Jenny inside the venue. Together with Su Lixue and the others, they stood guard next to the glass display case where the Titan's Gothic was stored, preventing any unexpected accidents. Of course, that's just scratching the surface. As for real thoughts, Ron touched the controller in his pocket and glanced again with the rest of his eyes at the 7 glass display cases stored not far away in all directions. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a few smug smiles. In another hour, his own plan would be realized. His own grandfather, that mean and stingy old man, and that damn thief must not have imagined that he would sell the real thing. And when that thief made his move, he made the forgeries disappear in full view of everyone. And by then, everyone would think that the thief had stolen all 8 exhibits together. Until then, the thief named Kiddo couldn't explain it even if he had 10 mouths open on him. The smile on Ron's face grew more prosperous at the thought. Only what he didn't notice was that beside him, Jenny, who was his pillow, was looking at him in a cutie pie-like gaze at him. The look in his eyes seemed to say, just you want to fight with the master? Dream on. The clock is still ticking. Another half hour or so passed in the blink of an eye. At this point, there were only a few minutes left before Chen Feng's teaser letter. All hands on alert. Su Lixue's voice spread throughout the entire room. Almost everyone was holding their breath, alerting their surroundings against the sudden appearance of that white figure. At this time of great tension, Ouyang Muxue, who hadn't uttered a word, suddenly opened her mouth at this time. Actually, that Mr. Strange has blended in. Ha! Ouyang Mushue's sudden opening caused the crowd on the ground, who were still on guard, to look sideways. Mu Shue. Su Lishue still wanted to open her mouth to say something, but when faced with Ouyang Mushue's confident smile, she still swallowed back the words that were on her lips. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Ouyang Mushue turned around, looked in one direction, and slowly opened her mouth. Am I right, Captain Zheng Chang? Or maybe it's more appropriate to call you Monster Kiddo. Captain Young? Captain Young is pretending? Captain Zhang is Chen Feng? How is this possible? Almost everyone was shocked by Ouyang Mushue's words. The originally very quiet scene gradually became noisy after Ouyang Mushue's words fell. A group of members of the chase team were chattering and discussing. People have cast their eyes in the direction of Zheng Chang. Some are surprised, some are alert, and even some quietly moved their feet closer to Zheng Chang. It was as if he was ready to put Zheng Chang, the leader of the pursuit team, under arrest at any time. The atmosphere froze. Chapter 89, The Detective Meets the Monster. For the book friend, I4 Thunder General's dog, plus more. Thanks to the book friends, another explosion, more sprinkle flowers reward. Me, Zheng Chang had a surprised look on his face, looking at the surrounding crowd that was already on guard to reveal a face full of surprise. MS. Oh Yang, have you misunderstood? How could I be Chen Feng? Zheng Chang still wanted to argue, but Ouyang Mushue clearly didn't intend to give him a chance to continue. Speaking directly, he interrupted. Are you wondering how I found you? It's actually quite simple. Saying this, Ouyang Mushue fished out a plastic bag from her own pocket and threw it directly onto the ground. The plastic bag was not sealed, and when it hit the ground, it instantly fell apart, spilling its contents all over the place. What is it? On the side, Lu Yi, the leader of the third group, picked one up from the ground with a puzzled look. Put it in your hand and look at it. Well, the little black triangular fabric. That's what it is. Seems a little familiar. Not far away. Sun Luo also picked one up from the ground. This is. Sun Luo frowned slightly and looked down towards the corner of his coat, then opened his mouth in a sudden realization. It's our coattails. Hearing Sun Luo's words, the people present looked down towards their own corners. Sure enough, I realized that one of the corners of my left side had disappeared. Ouyang Mushue's technique was very skillful. It was cut with scissors diagonally from the bottom up. The slant was not high, and there were no very obvious edges, so it was not visible at all without looking closely. Mr. Bandit, you lose. A rare smile appeared on Ouyang Mushue's always expressionless face. Looking at Zheng Chang, who was still in a state of confusion and had not regained his senses, Su Lishue also did not talk nonsense and directly waved her hand at the surrounding team members. Go! Don't! I'm really Zhang. Before he could finish his sentence, the team members who had already prepared had already swarmed to him, and directly pressed the kiddo who was unable to dodge directly underneath. I'm really Zhang Chang. You guys are mistaken. The pinned kiddo is still struggling desperately, but to no avail. At Ouyang Mushue's signal, the two members of the pursuit team standing next to the pile of human flesh slowly squatted down and tore at the face of kiddo, who was constantly struggling underneath. After a minute of tearing, the duo had torn Zhang Chang's face red, and had failed to remove the so-called mask of human character. How did this happen? The two chase team members looked at each other, looking surprised. Ouyang Mushue, who had been watching this side from the back, also frowned slightly when she saw this. I am really Zhang Chang. My coveralls were stolen when they hitched up on a shelf while I was going to the bathroom. I was wearing new clothes that I just picked up from the warehouse an hour ago. Boom! Zheng Chang's voice was not loud, yet it seemed extremely clear in this quiet environment. The netizens in the live broadcast room at this point were already going crazy with laughter. I just heard that female detective's analysis. I thought that Maple God was going to fall this time. The result is this. How dare you doubt the Maple God's ability? I'll punish you to copy the Maple God fan laws 10 times. Yes, 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 I recognize the punishment. Am I not the only one? Brothers, who cares for that poor captain? My husband is so handsome. No sis, the Maple God hasn't come out yet. That's handsome too. Eyes back inside the fairgrounds. The crowd that heard Zheng Chang's words apparently froze as well. But, if Shin Feng hadn't disguised himself as Captain Zhang, then he was now. Ouyang Mushue's brain thought quickly as a coolness quickly rose from her heart and surged throughout her body. No good. And just the next second, the charismatic voice rang out from a window location not far behind the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen. Hearing the sound, the crowd turned around to see the team member wearing a work outfit with a missing corner of his shirt standing in the center of the fair. The corner of his mouth curved up in an arc. I'm so glad you guys came to see me live. As the words fell, a puff of white smoke rose, and the original work outfit dress instantly disappeared. In its place was the white suit that the crowd was so familiar with. Underneath the single slice of eye was a confident gaze, but to the crowd of the chase group at the moment, it looked full of mockery. Shan Feng, Ouyang Mushue clenched her silver teeth. Since the detective competition, she hadn't lost this much of a reputation. especially still in front of millions of people in the live broadcast. I'm sorry for the not-so-good joke on you, MS. Detective. Chen Feng placed his hand in front of his body and performed a gentleman's salute, but the smile at the corner of his mouth looked so harsh in this situation. Get him, Su Lishua quickly ordered. And the group of pursuit team members who were still surrounding Zhang Chang just a moment ago quickly reversed their direction and turned towards Chen Feng's direction. Pop! Chen Feng did not run or escape. He just slowly raised his hand, a crisp ringing finger striking out on his hand. Next, countless flower petals gushed out from the air vents of the central air conditioner and floated down, forming an indoor rain of flower petals. It was also at this time that the clock struck 12 midnight. Almost everyone knew that this was a prelude to Chen Feng making his move. The group of pursuit team members including Ouyang Muxue and Su Lishue split into two groups almost instantly. One part protected between Chen Feng and the glass display case, while the other part quickly lunged towards Chen Feng. It was also at this moment that Ron, who had been silent at the back, suddenly revealed a smile. He waited for now. Ron quickly reached into his pocket and decisively pressed the button he had already experimented with several times. But in the next second, the smile on his face froze. The organs of the 7 display cabinets that had long been arranged around them unexpectedly failed at the same time. With a look of disbelief on his face, Ron continued to frantically press buttons in his pocket. But unfortunately, until the pedals in midair fall completely, the organs in those 7 display cabinets have not been activated. Seeing that the time had passed, Ron had no choice but to blacken his face and choose to give up for the time being, pulling his hand out of his pocket. Eyes once again looked at the field. The part of the pursuit group members who went after Chen Feng unsurprisingly pounced, and the part responsible for guarding the Titan's Gothic, and so on. What about Titan Gothic? Looking at the empty glass display case, everyone in the room froze, including Ouyang Muxue, who was even more full of incredulity. But she had been staring at Chen Feng's direction. Pretty sure there's no way he could have come over here from a distance and opened the glass case to take Titan's Gothic in those few short seconds. But now, over here, a female voice rang out from not far away, instantly attracting everyone's attention. P.S. Finally, a special thank you to support the Book of the Book Friends. With you in, the book Never Stop More. Chapter 90, Chen Feng's Gift. The crowd quickly followed the sound and saw that Jenny, who had originally stood with Su Lishue and the others, had already come to the floor-to-ceiling window at some point, and beside Jenny was Chen Feng dressed in white, and in her hand was the ruby, Titan's Gothic, that had just disappeared. The crowd in the live broadcast room who saw the scene was also confused. What's this, a spy for the Maple God? Or a spy who lined up directly beside someone? No dude, have you watched too much Infernal Affairs? I think this is mostly Chen Feng's assistant pretending to be him. I agree with the upstairs. This person is most likely Maple God's assistant in disguise. Maybe. Jenny? Looking at Jenny, who was standing beside Chen Feng not far away, Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. Ron in this moment just felt as if he had a little more green on his head. Jenny betrayed herself? This idea was immediately overturned by Ron just as soon as it came out. Jenny was absolutely loyal to herself and could never betray herself. Then there is only one explanation. Asshole, where did you hide the real Jenny? Ron shouted angrily and immediately wanted to go forward to give Chen Feng a punch, but he was pulled back by the members of the pursuit team beside him. Meh. Chen Feng let out a light laugh and reached out to take the Titan's Gothic that Jenny handed over, slightly raising his eyes to look in Ron's direction. Looks like Mr. Ron wants his real girlfriend, that much is certainly possible. As the words fell, in the midst of Ron's murderous gaze, Chen Feng slowly lifted his right hand up and placed it in front of the stupefied Jenny. Pop! A ringing finger was snapped from Chen Feng's hand. At once, Jenny, who had been staring blankly, slowly came back to her senses. Is this the fair? Wasn't I having coffee? How come I'm here? Jenny scanned her surroundings, looking puzzled, but immediately afterward, the white figure next to her caught her attention. Odd kiddo. Jenny's eyes went wide and her voice trembled in surprise. I appreciate your help, MS. Jenny, and as for the gem, I'll take it. Chen Feng smiled and spoke to Jenny. The red gem in his hand glittered in the light as if it were a taunt to everyone in the scene. Titan Gothic? Jenny froze slightly, then her eyes quickly swept over the other exhibits at the fair, especially after seeing the 7 glass cabinets with the fakes still intact. He frowned tightly. She wasn't stupid, and after seeing this scene, she also realized that her plan with Ron had completely failed. Since that was the case, this Titan's Gothic that was used as bait couldn't be thrown away again. Thinking of this, Jenny suddenly snapped and violently pounced on Chen Feng in front of her. However, the second before her fingers touched Chen Feng's clothes, a burst of white smoke abruptly emerged from Chen Feng's body, and immediately afterward, a living person in front of her was lost. The lady is still rude. A soft laugh came from not far away. Only when the white smoke cleared did the crowd catch Chen Feng's figure once again. By now he had arrived at a floor-to-ceiling window that had been opened at some point in the middle of the venue. The whistling evening breeze kept pouring in through the window, ruffling Chen Feng's white cloak. Half a foot stands outside the window. Chen Feng turned back to give a sideways glance, the smile that was written with confidence and charisma still on his face. Detective MS. Oh Yang, and everyone in the chase team, why don't you let me tell you something? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chen Feng slowly turned around, and without fear, he locked eyes with the crowd and uttered that famous quote from Black Feather Shuttle. If the grotesque burglar is the skillful thief of property and the creative artist, the detective is the follower of the blowhard and the critic at best. After saying this, Chen Feng left the card representing the curtain call in place. The entire person then gently leapt outward, and his entire body instantly left the building through the floor-to-ceiling windows. At the same time, a human-controlled glider streaked across the sky. The moment he saw the glider in the sky, Chen Feng quickly took out the poker pistol in his arms and pressed the trigger in the direction of the glider. Phew! A cracking sound came from the muzzle of the poker pistol, followed by a rope shooting out from the muzzle position, tied precisely to the top of the glider, and being carried off into the distance. At the same time, Chen Feng reached out and took out a small controller from his pocket, and slowly pressed it under the eyes of the people in the meeting venue across the window. Immediately afterward, a voice rang out through the stereo that Chen Feng had placed inside the venue. Mr. Ron, in these last moments, I'll give you one last gift that I hope you may enjoy. Chen Feng's voice fell in the stereo. Next, the air conditioner, which had been turned off earlier, was turned on again, and countless photographs taken with clarity and at tricky angles fell from the vents and were scattered in all corners of the exhibition under the blowing of the air conditioner wind. This is Ron, who had gotten a picture, had his pupils clenched, his eyes full of disbelief and panic. His first reaction was impossible. How could Chen Feng have taken this photo? And looking at the angle, it was still taken from the window on the top floor of the building when he was burning the documents himself. The second reaction was to hasten to collect these photos for destruction and never let anyone see them. But sadly, he doesn't have it. The photos are floating down from the sky everywhere. And for the sake of other people's easy understanding, Chen Feng even thoughtfully wrote out Ron's plan in detail, and dozens of copies were made, following the photographs, which were scattered around the fairgrounds. Su Lishua bent down and picked up one, and with just one glance, she was instantly shocked speechless by the content inside. When she looked at Ron again, Su Lishua's pair of beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. All the other members of the chase group were much the same. There were strange looks towards Ron. The crowd in the live broadcast room was also filled with question marks after seeing the reaction of the people in the venue. What's happening? What's wrong with this group of people? Why does it feel like unbelief is written all over each and every one of their faces? I'm also curious. What kind of gift did the Maple God leave for that Ron? Anyway, why did a bunch of photos even fall out? Do you guys think this could be Maple God taking pictures of this Ron doing push-ups on his bed? Asterisk 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 Q. Do you think everyone is as lewd as you? Don't tarnish my husband's good image, okay? Ha ha, just kidding. Inside the venue, Su Lishue had already returned to her senses, and without the slightest hesitation, she quickly commanded the crowd of the pursuit team to control the scene. Chapter 91, the second, Thief Game, Program. As a police officer by trade, Su Lishue certainly couldn't be so flippant as to think that Ron was guilty just because of a few photos of Chen Feng, but it's actually easy to find out what's true about this. It was only necessary to check those glass display cases written in Chen Feng's paper, and then get someone to check the authenticity of those 7 exhibits, and everything would naturally become clear. With Su Lishue's order, most of the chase team members on the scene, who were already police officers, also showed extreme efficiency. As Ron watched with a dark look on his face, he quickly took control of the scene and shielded the various glass display cases from anyone, and hurried to arrange for a professional to examine the glass display case and the exhibits inside. The next day, one report then rushed to the top. Mr. Ron, the grandson of private collector Mr. Leonardo, the chief director of the Chinese branch, stole and sold 7 valuable exhibits. Reckoning and counter-calculating? Operation Chen Feng successfully steals the largest ruby, Titan's Gothic. From Chen Feng's comment, it's the thieves who are the artists, and detectives are nothing but critics. Underneath each story are countless online comments. The monstrous thief who steals property with skill is an artist. And that saying couldn't be more true of Maple God. Did you guys watch Fengshen's live stream yesterday? I still can't figure out how Fengshen managed to get that female secretary of Ron to help him. Is that the legendary soul control technique? Control your ass. Have you read too many novels? Then explain it to me. I think it should be hypnosis. In a person's specific state, with language or body and other ways to guide, causing the hypnotized person's thinking to be confused. There are precedents in medicine, but the hypnotist who can achieve this level of Chen Feng, throughout the world, I'm afraid that I can't find 5 people to come. I'll go. So Hung, Looks like I still know too little about the Maple God. The discussion continues to be lively among a group of netizens online, and what happened over here quickly reached the side of the Sunset Kingdom, and Leonardo Sr., who got the news, seemed to have aged 10 years at once. He sat alone in his office until late that night, and eventually called a press conference at dawn to announce the news that Ron would not be held legally accountable. Another heated discussion online. Public opinion in the land of the sunset was almost divided into two parts. A part of the people of the sunset people said that they understood. After all, Ron is Leonardo's own grandson. The tiger's venom is still not eating his son. Leonardo Sr.'s decision is not excusable. The other part of the sunbathers said they couldn't accept it, and the reason was simple. That is, no matter in which collector's hands, the artifacts are still ultimately within the country of Japonia. But now Ron has sold 7 treasures to the Central Asians, which is a kind of disguised betrayal of national interests. But anyway, along with the release of Leonardo Sr.'s decision not to prosecute, Ron, who was supposed to be incarcerated, was released. But at this point, he no longer had the face to go back to his country, much less stay in China. After arranging for all the remaining exhibits to be returned to London, Ron and Jenny both boarded a plane to Rice without returning to London. Of course, none of this had much to do with Chen Feng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing Titan's Gothic, rewarding Monster Kid Card Fusion plus 5%, System Points plus 500, current Card Fusion level 75%. Inside the bedroom on the second floor of the cafe, Chen Feng held the ruby, Titan's Gothic, that he had just stolen yesterday in his hands and admired it under the light. Hearing the system's voice, Chen Feng couldn't help but let out an exclamation as well. It's 75% already. That's fast. Although he didn't know what the card's fusion level did when it reached 100%, he had a hunch that this benefit was definitely not simple. Looking at the full moon outside the window, Chen Feng appreciated the gemstone in his hand for a little while longer before slowly putting it away. For the next long period of time, Chen Feng did not continue to strike, instead choosing to give himself a vacation. Every day is to watch the store, make coffee, feed White, and incidentally, teach her little assistant again, in order that she can help herself better in her future actions. And so it languished for a month or so. During this period, Chen Feng returned the coronation crown that he had stolen earlier, but kept the ruby Titan Gothic as a winnable item from an earlier bet with the fair side of the show Ron was hosting. It was worth mentioning that during this month or so, Ouyang Muxue, the detective, had also come to Chen Feng's coffee shop from time to time to have a couple cups of coffee, becoming another regular customer in Chen Feng's store. As for Chen Feng's live broadcasting room, the heat gradually dropped because Chen Feng hadn't shown up for a long time. From the beginning of the millions of people online at the same time, to the later just broke 1 million. Hundreds of thousands of people, finally only a few tens of thousands of people will still come to Chen Feng's blank live room every day to clock in. A month and a half later, the Game of Thieves show has been announced for 6 months now, and almost all of the contestants from all over the world have been captured by the chase team. The number of remaining participants who had not been caught was extremely small, even less than 1% of the initial number, and there was no need for so many people from the pursuit team to carry out the hunt. So after the United World Government Program team thought about it, they made an important decision. That is, to open the second installment of the show. There are still 800 contestant zones open worldwide, and there are still 10 people in each zone, for a total of 8,000 new contestants joining the show, plus the remainder of the first installment of the show represented by Chen Feng. The number of participants, at this point, had reached a peak. Chapter 92, The Dessert Shop Opened Next Door. Although the first installment of the show has been on the air for 6 months so far, the heat has remained high. So when the second installment of the show kicked off, a massive global audience was almost waiting for the livestream to open. In the midst of all this anticipation, the showrunners suddenly made another big announcement. That is, in order to add to the mystery of the contestants, all the people competing in the second installment of the show will not have their identities announced again. The live streaming equipment, on the other hand, will only broadcast live to the pursuit teams in each area and those who have been exposed. In other words, the identities of the participants in the second phase are all hidden, and it will take a chase group or the public to discover exactly who these people are. There's actually a reason the showrunners did this. First, it adds to the mystery of the program and better enhances the sense of crowd participation. Secondly, and also the most important point, to prevent the emergence of the first phase again, Chen Feng's such easy to shake off the Sky Eye monitoring system. Live equipment can let people shake off. Too embarrassing. The decision apparently worked out pretty well, though, and the news caused quite a stir as soon as it was released. Many netizens are also looking forward to this. Another week passes slowly. Morning. Chen Feng sat at the front desk of the store as usual and looked at the book, while Lin Qingyao was bored and swiping on a certain sound. The store was deserted, a rare serenity in this bustling city. Just then, A playful voice came from the doorway. "Hello guys." Chen Feng, who heard the commotion, turned his head to look, only to see a young innocent-looking girl with a small box in her hand was standing in the doorway position looking inward at him. "May I ask if you own this cafe?" The young girl looked to be around 20 years old, with an innocent look, and opened her mouth with a smile. Two small pear swirls accompanied by a smile emerged from the young girl's mouth. "Hello, ma'am. I'm the store manager here. What can I do for you?" Chen Feng put the book in his hands down and stood up to reply. At the same time Lin Qingyao looked over curiously and couldn't help but start muttering in her heart. This restless boss of his own can't be seducing someone's little girl again? It still looks like a little girl who hasn't graduated. It's like this. Our dessert store opens today, so we'll be neighbors from now on. I'd like to ask if you're free on your side? If it's possible, we'd like to invite you to the store to try our cupcakes and ask for your advice again. The young girl opened her mouth with a smile on her face, not the least bit shy as a young person, so that people could not help but look at her more. A dessert store? Congratulations, but for tasting I. Before Chen Feng could finish his sentence, the young girl seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly opened her mouth again. "We just want to ask you to give some advice. Nothing else." At that, the young girl paused, then added, "No charge." After saying that, the young girl looked at Chen Feng with a flash of anticipation in her eyes. Seeing this, Chen Feng laughed lightly and spoke. "You've misunderstood. Miss, please go back first. I'll change my clothes and go." "Good." The young girl smiled and nodded, just about to leave, then turned her head again. "Then you must come." "Oh." Chen Feng smiled and nodded. The young girl laughed. Chen Feng also went upstairs to change his clothes, then took a flower basket, then left the store under Lin Qingyao's grudging gaze and went next door. "Welcome sir, may I take your order?" As soon as he entered the door, a tall woman who looked 3 times like the young girl from earlier came up. As soon as her words fell, the young girl who had come to invite Chen Feng in the cafe earlier poked her head out from behind the wall. When she saw that it was Chen Feng who had arrived, a smile appeared on the young girl's face. "Hey, it's you? You came so soon." "Ha!" The young girl walked out from behind the wall and came in front of Chen Feng, opening her mouth to the other woman and introducing her. "Second sister, this is the owner of the cafe next door that I just told you about. Didn't you say you wanted someone to give us some advice? I found him for you." The woman nodded, then smiled and extended her hand to Chen Feng. "Hello, we'll be neighbors from now on. My name is Shangguanxi. This is my sister Shangguan Meng. We also have an elder sister who is still upstairs right now. She'll come over in a while. Hello, you two upper-class ladies. You can call me Arsene, and good luck with your opening." Chen Feng shook hands with Shangguanxi and then handed out the flower basket in his hand. Shangguanxi reached out and took it, saying thank you. Chen Feng chatted lightly with the two of them, and then another person walked down from the second floor. "What's going on? The guest that Dream invited has arrived?" The visitor came down the stairs on high heels, dressed in a Christmas-colored casual outfit with a dimpled figure. If Shangguan Meng was the youthfulness of a young girl, and Shangguanxi was the imperial sister between maturity and youthfulness, then the person who had come now was the sister next door with maturity written all over her. Big sister. When she saw the visitor, Shangguan Meng immediately came up and hugged the visitor's arm with an affectionate face. "Big sister, let me introduce you to our neighbor, the owner of the cafe next door, Yazan, the guest invited by Little Dream." Shangguanxi opened his mouth to introduce. The woman nodded and walked down the stairs to Chen Feng. "Hello Arsene, my name is Shangguan Lin. Nice to meet you." "Hello." Chen Feng shook hands politely with Shangguan Lin. The hands of the person in front of him were soft and smooth, and they didn't look like they were doing rough work. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, Chen Feng also couldn't help but think of an anime he had watched in his previous life. What it was called he had forgotten, but it seemed to be about the story of the 3 grotesque sisters. It was somewhat similar to the 3 people in front of him. Chapter 93, The 3 Shangguan Sisters? The 3 Thieving Sisters? Chen Feng spoke, listening to the accents of a few ladies. "It seems like they are not locals, right? How come you've come to this side of H City to set up store?" "Oh, we're here because of that." Shangguan Meng was just about to open her mouth when she was stopped by her big sister, Shangguan Lin, who was at the side. Then he took half a step forward and said, "It's like this. Xiaoming just got admitted to the university in H City this year, and I thought that if Xiaoming went so far away by herself, I really didn't feel at ease, so I brought them over here to open a store, which is also convenient to take care of Xiaoming." "Oh, that's right." Chen Feng keenly captured the flash of unnaturalness in Shangguan Meng's eyes and pretended to speak unintentionally. "I heard that in the second installment of that thief program that started half a month ago, 3 of the 10 contestants from China 3 were women. It seems like the rumor is that the 3 are still blood sisters. I just don't know if they're as beautiful as the 3 Shangguan ladies." As soon as Chen Feng's words left his mouth, Shangguanxi and Shangguan Meng's faces changed slightly, and although it was quickly covered up by the two of them, That flash of panic was still detected by Chen Feng. The mind is largely clear. You're kidding. We haven't seen them. How would we know what they look like? Shangguan Lin's face remained unchanged as she opened her mouth to reply. Then he looked down and glanced at the time in his watch, and spoke to Shangguan Meng, who was by the side. Xiao Shi, it's almost time. The cake should be baked, so you go and take a look at the... Okay, big sister. Shangguan Shi nodded and left. Chen Feng also found a seat to sit down after chatting with Shangguan Lin for a couple more moments. The three continued to make small talk, from the store to the show and even abroad. Although they had just met, Chen Feng's excellent conversation still made the two women look at him, so most of the time it was Chen Feng talking and the two of them, Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Meng, listening. A few people quickly became acquainted with each other. Hey, by the way, Arson. Shangguan Meng, who was originally still listening to Chen Feng talk about Western European specialties, suddenly spoke out. If I remember correctly, it seems that the thief named Kiddo was in Western Europe a little over 2 months ago. Have you seen him? Well, sort of met him. Saw him a couple times from afar at the set of his show. Chen Feng replied back without turning red in the face. Really? Shangguan Meng had a look of surprise on her face, then turned to regret. I've also been wanting to go to the scene to meet that strange thief. Only that big sister hasn't allowed me to go, said Shangguan Meng. Also glanced at Shangguan Lin on the side, her eyes full of resentment. Dream, you're just a freshman now. You should focus on your studies. Don't keep thinking about other things, understand? Shangguan Lin sighed lightly and spoke helplessly. Shangguan Meng, who heard this, was instantly displeased. What do you mean you have to focus on your studies and not think about other things all the time? I'm not still following you guys to that festival. Ahem. Shangguan Lin suddenly coughed twice, interrupting Shangguan Meng, who was still talking. Only then did Shangguan Meng realize that there was still Chen Feng sitting next to her now, and hurriedly shut her mouth and stopped talking. Chen Feng said, participate in what? Could it be that you guys, Sister Lin, came over here to do something else besides opening a store? Oh, it's like this. Our family's habit is that every time we have a festival everyone in the family has to get together to spend it. Isn't it New Year's Day coming up soon? Coupled with the opening of the new store, Little Dream took a few days off and came to attend the opening ceremony. So, Chen Feng nodded his head and did not seem to think much about it. The two women who saw the muddle through were also slightly relieved. Shangguan Lin even glared at this younger sister of hers, telling her to pay attention and not to talk nonsense. Shangguan Meng immediately understood. Knowing that she was at a disadvantage, she could only lower her head and play with the corner of her coat. Well, at that moment Shangguan Shi walked out with about 10 cupcakes. Come on. Let's all try this first pan of cake bake since the new store opened. Arsene, you try it too and give us some advice. Good. Chen Feng reached out and took a cupcake and slowly brought it into his mouth. The three beauties looked at Chen Feng, seemingly waiting for his comment. Chen Feng carefully tasted it and then spoke. Well, it tastes great. Sweet but not too sweet. I'm sure a lot of people will like it. Chen Feng was not speaking politely. The flavor of the cake blended with the cream just right, not overly sweet or cloying, and the heat of the baked cake was mastered nicely, with just the right amount of flakiness. Hearing Chen Feng's comment, the three Shangguan sisters also revealed smiles. After chatting with a few more people for a while, Chen Feng got up and left the three sisters' dessert store. When Chen Feng left, the three Shangguan sisters were the only ones left in the entire dessert store. Looking at the direction Chen Feng left, the second sister Shangguan Shi spoke with a slight frown on her willow brows, somewhat worried. This Arsene can't see what's going on, can he? He seems to have mentioned more than once about the Game of Thieves program. Hearing Shangguan Shi's words, Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Meng also frowned, especially Shangguan Meng. At this point, she had already vaguely regretted her decision to invite Chen Feng over. There shouldn't be much of a problem. Shangguan Lin spoke out again. Our identities are kept secret after all. Plus it shouldn't occur to us that we'd have the guts to set up store in the city center. Hearing their own big sister say this, the two women's frowns then gradually relaxed. And, our actions? Shangguan Meng spoke tentatively. Shangguan Lin, on the other hand, smiled blandly. You don't have to worry about the operation. I've already identified the target. Just observe for 2 more days. Yeah, Shangguan Meng jumped up with an excited face. The two of them, Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Shi, who were the older sisters, were helplessly holding their foreheads when they saw their own sister in such an unsteady manner. I also wonder if they made the right or wrong decision to bring their little sister along for the show. The other side, Chen Feng, who had returned to the cafe, first gave Lin Qingyao the cake sent by the three Shangguan sisters, and then returned to the bedroom on the second floor. Lying on the bed with his hands behind his head, Chen Feng smiled and muttered to himself, Sister thieves? Rather interesting. Time is long. Perhaps it was because Chen Feng hadn't made a move for a long time. Those private collectors who were already terrified grew bolder. Not only have some small private treasure auctions begun to be held again, But even the private exhibitions that had pressed the pause button have also started up again. Some daring collectors have even brought out their treasures in droves for exhibition. For a while, a kind of treasure exhibition heatwave surprisingly appeared in H City. P.S. Today's 2 more offer. In addition to today's book friends bounty plus more need to send. Please do not rush. A little bit to the author, a little bit of time to code. Love you all. O, *3. Chapter 94, the first target of the 3 Shangwan sisters. For the book friend, Qingqing Yun Yun, plus more. Thank you for the book friend's explosion, more sprinkle flowers reward. Still oh dog 3 more shifts. Working on the words. The online crowds are also debating about the renewed trend of heritage exhibitions around the world and the great heat they are generating. But it's not the treasures of great value that most concern the general public. Rather, it was a question of whether Chen Feng would strike again. This question had actually been hanging high above the forum heat list, but since Chen Feng hadn't made a move in nearly 2 months, so many people thought that Chen Feng had made enough money and was planning to call it quits. There were also quite a few people who were adamant that Chen Feng must have been delayed by other matters, and that was why he had been silent for such a long time. The 2 sets of people don't like each other, and almost every day, they have to exchange a few insults on the forums. After cursing, he continued to wait for that teaser letter from Chen Feng, but to everyone's surprise, Chen Feng's teaser letter did not wait, but instead waited for a new teaser letter that had never been seen before. A black plastic card with a rosebud drawn on the back. No unnecessary nonsense, no qualifying words, the content is simple and clear. That is, 3 days later, we'll steal the collection of Mr. Lu Jingyu, a private collector located in the south of the city, a diamond necklace named Desert Star. Boom! A brand new teaser letter, and a brand new gang of weirdos across the board. It's causing quite a bit of heat online again. Because of Chen Feng, many people are now very interested in this strange theft behavior of sending a preview letter before stealing. Now to see another person opening the theft with a teaser letter has naturally raised a lot of eyebrows, especially on top of the forum about Chen Feng. The cursing had also temporarily stopped, and they were all concerned about this matter. After 2 months, I finally saw the teaser letter again. Even though it's not Maple God's right, it's better than nothing. That's true, there's more or less a show to watch, so we can only hope that this new weirdo is slightly stronger. I don't know how strong this person who sends out the teaser letter is. Don't send out the teaser letter and then come to a boring fart. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Do you think anyone has the kind of strength that the Maple God has? Just wait, I think the odds are that it's all thunder and no rain. It's not that bad, is it? No matter what, you're the one who dared to send a teaser letter. You should still have the ability, right? Who knows? Let's see. In the dessert store at this time, Shangguan Meng huffed and puffed as she sat in the empty store. The comments of those netizens on the forum still playing in her cell phone. Shangguan Shi, who had just returned from buying coffee from the next door Chin Feng cafe, noticed Shangguan Meng, whose angry little face was red, at the front desk position as soon as she walked into the store. Curious, I couldn't help but ask, what's wrong, Dream? Who's gotten you angry here? Hearing her own second sister's words, Shangguan Meng was filled with anger as she handed her cell phone to Shangguan Shi. Second sister, look, how can they say that? We haven't even acted yet. And they're saying that we're more than likely going to fail. Shangguan Shi took the phone over, looked at the information on the screen for a few moments, and couldn't help but laugh dumbly. Well, Xiao Meng, we are, after all, the first time here. It's nothing, when the time comes to use the strength to speak just fine. Well, line it. Shangguan Meng nodded, the anger still on her face, but she obediently closed the forum and stopped paying attention. Shangguan Shi handed Shangguan Meng one of the coffees he had just purchased, and then after looking around from the store and not finding anyone else, he couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire, "Where's big sister?" "I'm here." As soon as the words fell, a voice came from the stairs on the second floor. Immediately after that, a sound of high heels making contact with the ground rang out from the stairway, and a delicate figure in a white wool blouse and shawl came down the stairs. Seeing Shangguan Lin's dress, Shangguan Shi opened her mouth to inquire, "Big sister, what are you?" "Today I'm going to go over there to the site to observe some more of it. Dream accompanies me, and Hey watches the store." "Okay, big sister." "Yeah." Shangguan Meng jumped straight up with joy, a pair of white hands rubbing their fists together. It seems that they can't wait to respond to those skeptical words on the internet with strength. Seeing my own sister like this, the two of them, Shangguan Shi and Shangguan Lin, who were the older sisters, also shook their heads helplessly, ready to pick a time to properly lecture their own little sister. It needs to be at least a little bit more stable, or it's easy to get exposed in a downtown area like this. In the meantime, the original China 3, now Chen Feng's exclusive pursuit of the bureau, came to a group of new guests. Dozens of people, also dressed in pursuit team coveralls, poured into the pursuit bureau, filling a small half of the lobby with people. Straight away, the original chase group were all confused. The 4 captains led by Su Lixue even came to the lobby location. Looking at the neatly lined up team, Sun Luo took half a step forward, pulled the head of a person on the left side and opened his mouth to inquire. Brothers, which district are you from? Why did you come to our place? We didn't get a notice to merge districts either. Before the person who was pulled back could reply, a strong voice came from the back. Little son, long time no see. Several of Sun Luo's people turned their heads to look, only to see a middle-aged man in work attire, wearing sunglasses, with a tall and robust figure walk up from the back. You are. Sun Luo was first slightly stunned, but after the middle-aged man removed his glasses, a smile appeared on his face. Captain Lin? It's you. You're back? Sun Luo walked forward and hugged Lin Chuanxiong, who had just arrived. Although the two of them hadn't spent much time together earlier, this straightforward old criminal police officer, an old-timer, had still given Sun Luo a lot of help. Captain, let me introduce to you. This is one of the 3 previous captains of China 3, Captain Lin Chuanxiong Lin. Turning his head to Lin Chuanxiong again, he introduced, Captain Lin, this is our chief captain. Su Lixue, this is Zhang Chang, the leader of Group 1, and Lu Yi, the leader of Group 3. Hello, Captain Lin. Su Lixue's few people had greeted Lin Chuanxiong, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. The few people chatted a few more times before Su Lixue opened her mouth and inquired, Captain Lin, what are you guys doing here? Lin Chuanxiong glanced back at the crowd that was still lined up and opened his mouth with a smile. Hasn't your pursuit group changed to specialize in dealing with Chen Feng? Now that the second phase of the program is also on air, the higher-ups are too embarrassed to keep you guys busy on both sides, so they let me come over and reorganize the pursuit team of China 3. But since the new chase bureau isn't fixed yet, I'll just have to bother you guys for a bit. Chapter 95, Chen Feng also sends out teaser letters? P.S. The previous chapter has been slightly modified. That is, the word, Shangguan, on the back of the preview letter of the 3 Shangguan sisters has been changed to a rosebud pattern. I was ill-considered about giving out the last name directly, and have revised it. Sorry. Speaking of this, Lin Chuanxiong, the big man, also revealed an embarrassed smile. Hearing Lin Chuanxiong's words, Su Lixue also revealed a smile. Captain Lin, there's no need to be polite. The 3rd floor is still empty. If you don't mind a little cleaning you can use it straight away. Then I'll trouble Captain Su. Late afternoon, the 2 sisters, Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Meng, also arrived inside the City South collection where the target was located. Perhaps it was because of the excellent location, or perhaps it was because of the 3 Shangguan sisters teaser letter. There were quite a few visitors to the collection today, with dozens of men and women coming and going. Visitors to the collection. The 2 sisters, Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Meng, were among them. Inside the collection, the 2 Shangguan sisters, who had spared the pavilion, met again. The 2 of them glanced at each other, and Shangguan Meng pressed her voice to take the lead. Big sister, I didn't find anything on my end. Shangguan Lin nodded, I didn't find it on my side either. It seems that the desert star should have been put away, but it doesn't matter. When we go back, we'll first let Shaoxi hack the surveillance to check where it is, and we'll come back tomorrow. Well, Sister Lin, Dream, you guys are here too? A sudden voice rang out beside the 2, who quickly turned their heads to look, only to see Chen Feng, who was dressed in casual clothes, walking towards them with a smile. After a few days of getting along, Chen Feng and the 3 Shangguan sisters were slowly getting acquainted with each other. The 3 also took a liking, or at least not a dislike, to the young, handsome, well-spoken and magical young owner of the cafe next door. Chen Feng went to their store to buy 2 cupcakes from time to time, and they would also go to buy a few cups of coffee from time to time. After a while, a few people became friends. Seeing Chen Feng come, Shangguan Meng was first startled, and just when she wanted to reply, her elder sister, Shangguan Lin, who was on the side, had already taken the lead to speak. You're here too. What a coincidence. Dream and I were passing by today and came over to take a look. Aha. On the side, Shangguan Meng nodded her head in cooperation. That's right. I thought that you guys were interested in the newly appeared monstrous thief. Chen Feng smiled and spoke. Hearing Chen Feng utter the words newly appeared monstrous robber, Shangguan Meng immediately became interested, and her beautiful eyes immediately looked at Chen Feng with anticipation. What? You're here because of that freak thief? You think that freak thief is going to get it too? Dream, don't talk nonsense. Shangguan Lin chided softly. In the face of her big sister's rebuke, Shangguan Meng spat out her tongue and did not say anything else, but the color of anticipation in her eyes when she looked at Chen Feng did not disappear. It's fine. Chen Feng smiled and spoke. I don't know if he can get it or not, but since the second installment of the show has started so far, there are only half of the 10 contestants left, and he was able to not get caught, so I think he should still have some skills. Of course, they're great monsters. Them? Looking at the excited Shangguan Meng, Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and deliberately opened his mouth to inquire. Dream, are you saying that this newly appeared monstrous thief isn't actually one? Rather, it's a team? How do you know that? Shangwan Mang was startled by this one question, not realizing that she had let her mouth slip in a fit of excitement. She wasn't slow to react, though, and gave an immediate explanation. Don't you know yet? There's already speculation on the internet now that this weird thief is actually those three sisters from that Zone 3, and it seems like the news is quite credible. Looking at Shangwan Meng's serious and blind explanation, Chen Feng, who had already understood in his heart, laughed in his heart and didn't continue to make things difficult for her, but just nodded. So that's it, I didn't really know. Seeing that Chen Feng believed it, Shangwan Meng also secretly sighed in relief and quietly praised herself for her resourcefulness. Right. Shangwan Lin suddenly spoke. Yazan, do you know where that Desert Star necklace is? I'm kinda curious about what that diamond necklace that was targeted looks like. Oh, it was originally placed here but now it has been moved to the location at the end of that long corridor in front of it, and a guard has been arranged to keep people away. Shangwan Lin followed the direction of Chen Feng's finger and saw a long corridor at the corner location. There were also 6 big burly men guarding the entrance to the promenade, not allowing anyone to approach. Seeing this scene, Shangwan Lin already understood. After secretly noting the surroundings, after chatting with Chen Feng a few more times, he left the venue with Shangwan Meng. Looking at the backs of the duo as they left, Chen Feng revealed a smile and did not stay any longer as he turned around and left the venue. Let it go. Qing Yao. In a corner outside the collection hall, looking at the lively scene inside, Chen Feng spoke softly into a small intercom. Next, the central air conditioner in the collection was suddenly turned on, and a small white card fell from the air conditioner opening and landed precisely at the feet of the security officer in charge of guarding the gallery. The leader of the group frowned at the sight, an unpleasant premonition rising from his heart, hurriedly picking up the card on the ground. The content on it was immediately visible. Advance letter. When the silver moonlight of the latter day has kissed the earth softly, and a beautiful waltz has been played in the feast, I shall come myself and visit the brightest star in the desert. To Kiddo the bandit. Monster. Kiddo. The head security officer froze. If anything, the matter of that newly appeared monster thief staring at the gems inside the venue didn't shock the organizers much, let alone worry them. Then this never misses a trick. The monstrous Kiddo is, I'm sure, every private collector's nightmare. Quickly, go inform Mr. Lu quickly. Tell him that the teaser letter from Monster Kiddo is here. The head security officer spoke in panic. Odd Kiddo sent a teaser letter too? The person next to him gulped. Waste no words. Hurry up and inform. Yes, I'm going now. The commotion inside also attracted the attention of other visitors, and many of them also noticed the white card that the security personnel hadn't had time to put away in their hands. That wouldn't be a teaser letter for Kiddo, would it? I don't know who spoke up first. Immediately after that, murmurs quickly resounded from within the venue, and the private collection hall, which was originally quite orderly, suddenly became noisy. There were even a few bold visitors who leaned towards the security personnel, wanting to take a closer look at the teaser letter from Chen Feng. The scene was buzzing with activity. On the other hand, Chen Feng, who was the instigator, had left the neighborhood with Lin Qingyao long ago. Chapter 96, Desert Stars. In the meantime, Chen Feng's teaser letter was also announced in the live broadcast as usual. In just a few hours, the hot search list was once again occupied by Chen Feng. Of course, for this matter, now almost everyone has gotten used to it. After 2 months, Chen Feng sends out another teaser letter, targeting the Desert Star, the exhibition treasure of a private collection hall in the south of H City. 2 teaser letters that arrive around the same time. What kind of magic does this diamond necklace have? When 2 monstrous thieves have their eyes on the Desert Star necklace at the same time? Showdown between monster thieves. Chen Feng strikes again, and the newly appeared monstrous thief stares at a treasure at the same time. Underneath the overwhelming coverage, there were also a number of messages from netizens. Holy, it's finally time. After 2 months, my Maple God finally sends out another teaser letter. The Maple God is also eyeing this Desert Star? That's interesting. The 2 old and new monster thieves are eyeing a diamond necklace at the same time. I'd really like to be there to see it. It's fun to think about. What's the point of dueling? Is there any suspense in this thing? If Fengshen doesn't win, I'll wash my hair upside down. No, am I the only one concerned about that poor collector? People sit at home. Pots come from the sky. His own treasure is being targeted. Or by 2 monstrous thieves at the same time. Ha ha, I feel so sorry for him too when you say that. Night. 2nd floor location of the dessert store. Shangwan Lin sat at her writing desk pondering the details of her actions 2 days later. Shangwan Shi, on the other hand, was sitting in front of the computer desk and was busy, her slender fingers constantly crossing over the keyboard of the laptop, seemingly busy with something. The two were speechless. The room also seemed rather quiet. Bang! The door to the room was violently pushed open. and Shangwan Meng ran in with a face full of anxiety. Big sister. Second sister. It's bad. Seeing Shangwan Meng like this, Shangwan Lin couldn't help but be a little curious. While it was true that her own little sister was usually a bit unsteady, it was rare to see her flustered, let alone flustered like this. What's wrong, Dream? What happened? Shangwan Lin stood up from her seat and hurriedly asked out. Teaser letter. That thief named Weird Keto has sent out a teaser letter as well. And the thing to be stolen is the same as ours. The Desert Star. What? Shangwan Shi, who was on the side, instantly became unable to sit still at the words. With a surprised face, he looked at Shangwan Meng in front of him. Even the eldest sister, Shangwan Lin, who had always been known for her stability, frowned slightly. Even though Shangwan Lin was very confident in the abilities of the three sisters, she could not help but feel a palpitation in the face of such a strong opponent as Chen Feng. Chen Feng's fantastical theft techniques also made people really not want to be his enemy. But now that the teaser letter has been sent, I'm afraid it's too late to change it now. Shangwan Lin sighed in her mind. But as the eldest sister, even though she had no idea what was going on in her heart, she still put on an appearance that was no different from the usual, and said a few words of relief to her two younger sisters. Only then did he turn around and go back to his room to think of a response. The other side, on the second floor of the cafe, inside Chen Feng's bedroom, looking at the overwhelming reports on his cell phone, Chen Feng smiled and shook his head. What a bunch of reporters looking for a good time. Chen Feng sighed in his heart. The debate on the internet was heated, with some suspecting that Chen Feng was in conflict with another monstrous thief, and that was why he chose to send out a teaser letter to someone's already chosen target. There were also people who thought that this was a peer-to-peer rivalry, and that Chen Feng was suppressing the other monstrous bandits. Anyway, there are a lot of different opinions, a variety of statements, and all kinds of speculation. There are even outrageous ones that have made up a whole dog and pony show. But this kind of thing is like reading comprehension in a language, where the answers are tedious and trivial, but the author's true thoughts are often simple. Like the writer who called your whole family a scarecrow on the internet. Similar to now, no one would have thought that this teaser letter was just something Chen Feng had sent out on a whim as he was idly bored. However, since it was sent, Chen Feng intended to take it seriously. After all, it can be ugly if you miss. Of course, freaking kiddo never misses a beat. The next day, a vehicle with a Pursuit Bureau logo on it pulled into the collection house on the south side of town. When the vehicle came to a stop, the people in it stepped off one by one. The pursuit group of Su Lixue, who was responsible for specializing in dealing with Chen Feng, as well as the newly formed pursuit group of Huagua 3 with Lin Xuanxiong as the chief leader, were in place at the same time. Taking a step down from the car and looking at Lin Xuanxiong, who had also just gotten down from the car next to him, Sun Luo couldn't help but laugh. Captain Lin, I thought there would be no more opportunities for cooperation between us, but I didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly. It's probably just fate. Lin Xuanxiong let out a light laugh and took the lead as he walked towards the collection. Sun Luo didn't go after them either, but waited for everyone on his side to arrive and then entered the venue after Chief Captain Su Lixue. At this point in the meeting, a slightly affluent middle-aged man was pacing anxiously back and forth, even though Chen Feng and that new monster were both just contestants, with the United World Government backing them up. But then again, their side is doing business, and they need the Desert Star, the jewel of the town hall, to attract attention, thus allowing more people to come here and buy tickets to visit. If the Desert Star was stolen and could not be retrieved at a moment's notice, would one not be left without tears? This is not all. The Desert Star is the treasure of the town hall. The treasure of the town hall, let someone steal it. This is good to say that it is not good to hear. Just as the middle-aged man was filled with anxiety, the two waves of Lin Xuanxiong and Su Lixue walked in one after another. The middle-aged man who saw the two captains rushed forward at this moment as if he had grabbed a lifesaver. Oops, two captains? You've come! Faced with the middle-aged man's face full of excitement, Su Lixue and Lin Xuanxiong first pacified him for a few sentences, and then only then did they get to the point. Mr. Lu, I don't know where you put the stuff, can you show us? Of course, a few of you hurry up and please. P.S. Now still owe 4 more. Slowly pay it back. Today no accident, I will also send a part of the dog later plus more. The other more first. Oh, I slowly pay back later. Enough talk, code away. Chapter 97, the Shangwan sisters begin to act. For the book friend, I 4 Thunder General's dog, plus more. Thank you for the book friend's God certification reward. 2 sets of men from the pursuit team moved inside the collection and quickly took over the security of the collection. Hundreds of members of the pursuit team surrounded the entire exhibition venue in 3 layers. Even the entrance at the corner of the long corridor used to house the Desert Star was arranged to be guarded by 8 members of the pursuit team. And throughout the promenade, a series of defense devices such as infrared alarms were placed. Can be careful to a fault. Afternoon. the long-disguised Shangguan she had already managed to blend inside the venue. She was the most athletic of the three sisters and the one responsible for the exact execution of the operation. My younger sister, Shangguan Meng, is responsible for assisting in the operation and picking up the pieces when it's over. The eldest sister, Shangguan Lin, hid in the car in the corner position, and commanded the whole scene through the monitor with the hidden headset. The three of them have a clear division of labor. Inside the collection, already disguised, Shangguan she was acting like a normal tourist, looking around and taking 2 pictures every now and then. Since it was still a day and a half away from both of the monster teaser letters, there wasn't much tension in the scene at this point. Hey! Shangguan Lin's voice came from the hidden headset in Shangguan she's left ear. This is our first time out, we can't have problems. You go to the bathroom right now. Dream is inside. Lock the door after you go in. Counting from left to right, the third cubicle above there is a vent pipe that can lead straight to the end of the corridor. You go in from the inside. The exact route will be given to you by Dream, and then you will be entrusted to stay inside for a day, and then make your move when it's time for action. Shangguan Shi, who heard the instruction, gave a light The matter of early access to the interior of the venue was discussed by the three. The reason was also very simple. In the face of an inscrutable opponent like Chen Feng, they could only win if they made preparations in advance. Come to the front of the women's restroom, bypassing the under repair. Do not enter sign placed on the door. He tapped a few times on the door. Knock, knock, knock. 1 light, 2 heavy, 3 beats cycled twice, a signal that several people had discussed in advance. Ka! The bathroom door was opened, and Shangguan Meng, disguised as a cleaner, poked her head out of the bathroom and quickly pulled in Shangguan Shi, who was standing in the doorway, and locked the bathroom door once again. Second sister, Shangguan Meng softly shouted, and then without any nonsense, she quickly shoved a palm-sized small bag as well as a simple topographical map into Shangguan Shi's hands. Second sister, here are 2 compressed cookies as well as a road map of the ventilation ducts. You'll stay inside for a day, and when it's time to make your move, Big Sister and I will create a commotion outside to attract the attention of the pursuit team, and then you'll be ready to make your move. Aha! Shangguan Shi nodded her head in agreement. For the specific details of the operation, they had already discussed it more than once in the store earlier. She's also long been rotten at it. Second sister, just as Shangguan Shi was about to act, he was shouted at again by Shangguan Meng. Turning around, the color of worry in Shangguan Meng's soulful eyes was already overflowing. If you feel any discomfort or encounter any accidents, hurry up and tell Big Sister and me through the headset, or we'll quit if it's a big deal. Don't worry. Shangguan Shi smiled and patted Shangguan Meng's little head. It seemed to be pacifying her. Then without further ado, he rolled over to the top of the bathroom partition with a deft hand. Stepping on the wooden partition, he gently removed the net of the ventilation duct and threw it to Shangguan Meng below. Then he quickly drilled into the ventilation duct. Seeing his second sister enter smoothly, Shangguan Meng also did not stay any longer, and reinstalled the ventilation duct net that had been removed by Shangguan Shi, and then turned around and left the bathroom. On his way out, he didn't forget to take away the under repair sign placed at the bathroom door location. Of course, she didn't notice that as she picked up the sign, a robot of extremely tiny size fell from her body, and was quickly picked up by a silhouette that brushed past and tucked away in her pocket. Looking at the unaware Shangguan Meng, the silhouette stopped and secretly shook her head. What's the point of winning him if you're this wary? The woman was naturally Chen Feng's assistant, Lin Qingyao, after her disguise, and she had been instructed by Chen Feng to come over here to recover the miniature camera robot that Chen Feng had put on Shangguan Meng. Not much longer, Shangguan Meng had returned to the top of the command car outside, opening the car door and sitting on top of the passenger side of the car. Shangguan Meng shouted, "Big sister." Aha! Shangguan Lin nodded. Xiaoxi has already gone in, so let's go back to the store and get ready for tomorrow night. Yes. The 2 women drove back to the front of the dessert store, parked the car in the parking space. Just as he stepped out of his car, he noticed a figure standing in front of his store, waiting. Arsene? Shangguan Lin walked up to greet Chen Feng. Why are you standing here? Oh, I originally wanted to come over here, to buy a pet cupcake for the pigeon I raised to eat. I didn't realize that the 3 beauties were all gone, and it just so happened that there weren't many customers in my store, so I stood here and waited. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Shangguan Lin said, "Your pet? That very smart little white pigeon?" Chen Feng nodded his head. "I can see you're pretty good with your pets. Come on in." Shangguan Lin walked up and opened the door of the store with a key, and the 3 of them entered the store. Shangguan Meng came to the cabinet to get the pet cake for Chen Feng, while Shangguan Lin joined Chen Feng and sat down at the table. "Hey, why don't you see Sister Shi? She's not here?" Chen Feng pretended to look around in confusion and asked knowingly. "Hey got sick and is still in the hospital on N4. Shangguan Lin made up a blind story without changing her face. "Sick? Is it serious? Can I visit her in the hospital? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Shangguan Meng, who was located in front of the counter pinning the cake for Chen Feng, could not help but feel her heart tighten. However, it was good that Shangguan Lin's reaction speed was quite fast, and she immediately replied, "It's not serious, but visits are off the table. The doctor said it's best to let He recuperate for 2 days and not let anyone disturb her." Okay. Chen Feng nodded and did not continue to dwell on this issue. This was a relief to the two women. The cake that Chen Feng wanted was quickly packaged, and after paying for it, Chen Feng turned around and left the dessert store with the cupcake. The Shangguan sisters' dessert store was open for normal business until the closing time came, and only then did they go back to the second floor to prepare for tomorrow night's action. P.S. Ask for some swag. Chapter 98. The operation is about to begin. Another day passed. At night, around 10:30. At this time there were no more tourists in the collection, and all the unrelated people were all stopped 10 meters away from the building and were not allowed to approach. Su Lixue and Lin Chuanxiong, the two chief pursuit captains, sat together in the command room. Teams of nearly 100 chase groups were scattered around the building and beyond, on alert. At this point it was less than 2 hours before the 2 teaser letters were due. There was a seriousness in and around the building. Inside the surveillance room, the dozen or so people led by the 2 captains, Su Lixue and Lin Chuanxiong, settled into their positions. More than 24 surveillance monitors covered an entire half wall. No one spoke. Squeak! The door to the room was pushed open, and Ouyang Muxue, who had just stepped out to make a personal round, walked in. "How's it going, senior sister? Found anything unusual?" Sun Luo asked out loud. Ouyang Muxue shook her head. "Not for the time being, but this Chen Feng person is extremely good at disguises. I'm afraid it won't be difficult for him to blend in if he wants to." Hearing Ouyang Muxue's words, everyone present fell silent, including the people of the newly formed pursuit group of New China's Region 3. They also had a grave expression on their faces. Right. Ouyang Muxue seemed to have suddenly remembered something and suddenly turned her head to look at the Lu curator who was the collection hall. "Curator Lu, when I examined the gallery where the Desert Star is stored just now, I saw that there seems to be a ventilation duct at the end of the gallery, and it's positioned right above the Desert Star, isn't it?" "Ah, yes, there is such a thing, but that place isn't used much, plus the location isn't obvious, so no one pays attention to it. Ms. Ouyang's eyesight is quite good. This can be seen clearly." Curator Lu didn't deny it and nodded directly. This startled Lin Chuanxiong. "No, why didn't you say so earlier? Do you realize that this one ventilation duct could very well be the path of action for those 2 thieves? Take it easy, Captain Lin." Curator Lu didn't seem to care much and simply waved his hand. "You can rest assured. That ventilation duct is built so narrow that even a woman would have a hard time trying to enter, let alone move around inside. And the route inside is so complicated that a thief just couldn't find his way if he wanted to." So, hearing Curator Lu's chest-beating guarantee, Lin Chuanxiong also slightly put down his heart. Only Ouyang Muxue remained slightly frowning. "It's better to be careful." Ouyang Muxue's words again instantly attracted the attention of those present. Although Curator Lu himself felt that Ouyang Muxue was a bit too careful, he put away his dissatisfaction considering that the person had after all come to help him without pay. Opening his mouth, he inquired, "What does Miss Ouyang want to do?" Ouyang Muxue said, "Curator Lu, when I was looking at the floor plan, I saw that there was a cold room on the negative floor of the collection, right? Is there dry ice in it?" "Of course, a lot of my newer collections need dry ice for cleaning, so I do keep a lot of dry ice here year-round." "That's good," Ouyang Muxue guffawed. "Then please ask Curator Lu to have someone fetch some dry ice, the more the better, and directly pour the dry ice in from the various vents, and naturally, the ventilation ducts can be sealed as well, and when this is over, all Curator Lu needs to do is turn on the heat, let the dry ice evaporate, and air it out a bit, without affecting the subsequent ventilation ducts." Hearing Ouyang Muxue's words, Curator Lu nodded his head in agreement after only a slight hesitation. He thought it was some kind of high-cost operation, but after all that it was just going to be some dry ice. $3 or $4 a pound of the stuff, despite using it, wouldn't cost him much, and he didn't need to offend the Manhunt team for that small amount of money. That's really not worth the cost. After getting the permission from Curator Lu, Ouyang Muxue spoke to Su Lixue again and led a dozen or so people towards the cold storage room on the negative floor. While at the very back of the chase group's crowd, a young team member suddenly raised his head. "Dry ice?" Chen Feng, who was disguised as a member of the pursuit team, muttered in his mind. Eyes couldn't help but cast to the screen on the wall responsible for monitoring the storage of the Desert Star. As if thinking of something, after chatting with the people around him for a couple more minutes, he left the surveillance room under the pretext of having to go to the restroom. At this time, Shang Guanxi, who was still hidden inside the ventilation ducts, did not know what was about to happen. It wasn't until nearly an hour later that there was a sudden thump-thump-thump coming from the back. one after the other. Just when Shangwon-shi still didn't know what was happening, the vent not far away from her was also opened. Exposed yourself? This was Shangwon-shi's first reaction, but immediately afterward this thought was quickly overturned by her. For although the vents were opened, no one poked their heads in, much less came to shout. It's not like he's exposed himself. So what's this for? Shangwon-shi's willow brows were locked. The rumbling in the pipeline behind them still continues. Not knowing what the reason was, Shangwon-shi only felt that the surroundings were getting colder and colder. This also made Shangwon-shi, who was already wearing only tights because she had to squeeze into the ventilation ducts, clasp her hands in front of her body and try to lock in the temperature for herself. Hey, what happened? Why are you so messy there? In the headset, big sister Shangwon Lin's voice reached Shangwon-shi's ears, but at this moment, Shangwon-shi obviously wasn't able to talk back, her gaze still gazing into the ventilation ducts that were opened not far ahead. The sound of the two people's conversation came lazily, and Shangwon-shi also took off the small talker he was wearing and held it up to the front. Old Zhao, what kind of bad luck have we had? Letting someone send us to do this. Don't mention it. A word from above. A dead horse running below. Hurry up and pour it in. This pile of dry ice. I feel cold standing here. Okay, get to work. As the two men's words fell, a cacophony of noises came, followed by a large bucket of dry ice being delivered to the ventilation ducts from below. The sound of dry ice slamming down was extremely clear in the small ventilation ducts. Along with the cacophony of voices came a fierce chill, causing Shangwon-shi, who was hiding inside the ventilation duct, to have to tighten his body again to maintain his body temperature. Outside at this time, inside the command vehicle of the Shangwon three sisters, listening to the voices coming out of the headset, Shangwon Lin also frowned. Dry ice. She thought of a lot of contingencies, except for this one. It's important to realize that the worst thing about dry ice isn't even the cold. It's the huge amount of carbon dioxide it gives off when it melts. If a large amount of dry ice had really been dropped into the ventilation ducts, then within half an hour, the air inside would only be occupied by carbon dioxide. By that time, Chapter 99, Shangwon-shi in crisis. Shangwon Lin no longer dared to think about it. Squeak! The car door was suddenly opened at that moment. Shangwon Meng entered the car with an anxious face. Big sister, what should we do? Dry ice is being poured into the ventilation ducts on second sister's side. Shangwon Lin's brows were tightly locked, and her heart was also anxious. Her brain was running rapidly, thinking about the way to break the situation. Hey, rummage through your bag. I prepared a small oxygen cylinder for you to use in the highlands earlier, so if you find it hard to breathe, use it quickly. Shangwon Lin yelled into her headset. Immediately after that, he looked at Shangwon Meng on the side. Little dream, you change your clothes right now and touch into the venue with me. If there's a chance, let's save Xiao-Shi first. If there's really no chance then we'll have to. Having said that, Shangwon Lin did not continue, but Shangwon Meng already knew what the latter words were. Then we'll have to announce our withdrawal from the program. Although there was some reluctance to quit so early, but now that his own second sister's personal safety had been threatened, all these have-nots didn't matter. Shangwon Meng nodded immediately. The duo quickly changed their clothes and then left the car, dodging surveillance to feel their way towards the inside of the venue. And at this point, Shangwon-shi, who was hiding inside the ventilation duct, had already taken out the oxygen cylinder hidden inside the portable bag according to Shangwon Lin's guidance. Rushing to put it in the closed mouth and pressing the switch to take a deep breath barely relieved a few moments of the discomfort caused by the lack of oxygen. However, the cold air coming from both sides at the same time still made Shangwon-shi, who was already wearing only one layer of tights, freeze. At this point, inside an unoccupied corner of the venue, dodging the surveillance, Chen Feng came to a window and pushed it open, placing 2 fingers to his mouth. Oh, a whistle sounded from Chen Feng's mouth. Seconds later, Xiao Bai, who had heard the call, flew over, leaning on Yu White. Chen Feng tied the small projector to Little White's body, stroked its small head again, and spoke softly. Go on, goo goo. Little White called out twice, then spread his wings and left. At the same time, Chen Feng also hurriedly took out his cell phone from his own pocket and sent a message to his little assistant. In 10 minutes, the operation begins. Lin Qingyao's side returned in seconds. Okay. Chen Feng put away his cell phone and straightened his pursuit team's work clothes again before leaving the corner. 1 minute later, just as the two sisters outside, Shangwon Lin and Shangwon Meng, were still trying to find ways and means to feel their way in, a sudden cacophony of voices rang out from outside the building. Kiddo, it's Kiddo. Kiddo's here. Maple God, I love you. Look at me. Aha. Hubby, I'm here. I'm here. The sudden yell instantly attracted the attention of the two sisters. The duo looked sideways, only to see that in the distance, a white figure was slicing through the sky on a glider. It then landed firmly on top of the building. This scene caused the Chen Feng fans who had been waiting for a long time at the scene to go crazy. For a while, The shrieks and shouts were continuous, and the degree of hilarity was no less than that of an international superstar's concert scene. Of course, the members of the pursuit team responsible for policing the scene were also instantly attracted to Chen Feng's figure. Good chance. The two sisters, Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Meng, exchanged a glance, and without the slightest hesitation, they quickly took the opportunity of Chen Feng's appearance and the distraction of the crowd at the scene to feel their way towards the inside. Inside the surveillance room, looking at the surveillance screen, the figure of Chen Feng, who flew from the sky and landed on top of the building. Lin Chuanxiang stood up at once. Notify everyone immediately. Prepare to go upstairs to arrest Chen Feng. As soon as Lin Chuanxiang's words fell, he was blocked by Ouyang Muxue. Wait, Captain Lin. Lin Chuanxiang, who had been stopped, subconsciously frowned, but then immediately stretched and opened his mouth to inquire. What's wrong, MS? Ouyang? Something wrong? He wasn't an unreasonable person. Although he wasn't familiar with Ouyang Muxue, he was familiar with Sun Luo. Ouyang Muxue, as his friend's senior sister, is also the champion of the detective competition's China region, whether out of affection or ability. Lin Chuanxiang is very happy to listen to Ouyang Muxue's opinion. Captain Lin, our main task now is still to guard the Desert Star, not to capture Chen Feng. And have you forgotten? He is very good at using projection techniques to deceive people. How do you know that Chen Feng out there will be real? Hearing Ouyang Muxue's words, Lin Chuanxiang frowned and pondered a little. At that moment, he once again ordered into the walkie-talkie. Tell Group 1 and Group 2 to stay put and do their own thing, and Group 3 to go to the roof of the building to scout out the situation and report back immediately if there are any problems. Group 1 copy. Unit 2 copy. Unit 3 copy. As the three voices came from the intercom, Lin Chuanxiang also sat back on top of his seat once again and watched the surveillance with the crowd. 5 minutes later, Lin Chuanxiang's walkie-talkie rang again. Unit 3 reports that the target has disappeared and is currently unaccounted for. The intercom's voice was loud and clear in the silent surveillance room. Inside the monitoring room, members of the newly formed Pursuit 3 group cast gazes of admiration towards Ouyang Muxue. Even Lin Chuanxiang smiled and opened his mouth to Su Lixue on the side. Captain Su has hired a good advisor. Having Miss Ouyang around has saved us a lot of trouble. At Lin Chuanxiang's words, Su Lixue just smiled and didn't say anything. Eyes continued to stare at the monitor. With her understanding of Chen Feng, this person's actions could never be so simple. There's bound to be other moves. The crowd continued to wait. After a short half-minute, another voice came over the intercom. Unit 3 reports that the target has reappeared and is now using a glider to circle the perimeter of the building. This time Lin Chuanxiang learned his lesson and directly ordered, your group doesn't need to come back for now. Stay over there to keep watch and report any problems at any time. The other groups don't move. As Lin Chuanxiang's words fell, another received sound came from the intercom, and that's when it happened. The door to the surveillance room was violently pushed open with a thud. Report, I just found a knocked-out team member in the bathroom while I was using the restroom. The words just fell. Another member of the pursuit team came running in panic, reporting to the two captains, Chen Feng, inside the collection hall, has appeared. Chapter 100, Stealing Treasure and Rescuing Beauty. The pop-up surged in the live room. Holy, my maple god has appeared? Then why don't you hurry up and cut the screen? What's your hurry? I guess I just saw it and didn't lock on to a specific figure. Meow. The rules have changed. Now the live stream follows the chase group. I can't even appreciate the maple god. It can't be helped. The maple god's figure is just too godlike. It's really not easy to do a live broadcast of him, and it's justifiable for the program to do this. Inside the monitoring room, Su Lixue and the others were startled and looked at the team member who came to inform them in unison. Chen Feng has appeared? The team member was still anxious. At the compartment near the restroom there, I saw a flash of a white shadow right then and there, and I'm pretty sure I'm not mistaken. That's Chen Feng dressed in white. Compartment. Ouyang Muxue murmured. You want to go through the compartment and then come straight to the gallery? It's really his style to go off the beaten path. Ouyang Muxue revealed a smile. Two captains, let's go to the hall. In addition, send 2 more teams to reinforce the exterior and blockade the collection hall. It's time for our previous preparations to come in handy. Hearing Ouyang Muxue mention previous preparations, the Su Lixue duo nodded in agreement. According to Ouyang Muxue's words, he sent the 2 teams to the outside, and then left a few more people to continue to take care of the matters within the monitoring room before he got up and left the monitoring room. Stay until the crowd leaves. The entire monitoring room was left with only the collections museum's curator Lu, the 5 team members responsible for checking the monitoring, and the member of the pursuit team who had hurriedly come to inform Chen Feng of the situation just now. Seeing that the team member who came to inform earlier looked out of breath, curator Lu then handed over a cup of water. Hard work, sir. Looking at the cup of water that was brought to his hand, the team member didn't reach out to take it, but instead, in an instant, He put away the panting look that he had just worn and revealed a smile. It's not hard work, it's just starting to get hard now. What does mean? Lu Curator is a little puzzled, but not waiting for him to continue to ask, only to feel a burst of dizziness, followed by a black eye, directly fell down. Even the water in the glass in his hand spilled with it. The situation over here immediately caught the attention of the several team members in charge of monitoring. Immediately, 2 people stood up, but before they could even say anything, they similarly fell down with a black eye. All 6 men in the surveillance room were wiped out. Only then did Chen Feng, who was disguised as a member of the pursuit team, take out the already empty hypnotic gas bottle from behind him and throw it to the ground. Be careful next time, guys. Chen Feng revealed a light smile. At this point, he had long since taken the drug that restrained the hypnotic gas, so he wasn't affected much. But now, system, redeemed the costume of collection curator Lu Jingyu. Ding, dress up exchange successful. Consume system points *10. As the system's beep fell, Chen Feng also had a set of dress-ups in his hands that were identical to that of curator Lu, who was lying on the ground. Need to hurry up, Chen Feng secretly said, and then once again sent a message to Lin Qingyao to notify the start of the operation. The other side, Su Lixue and the other 20 or so members of the pursuit team had already arrived near their destination. In groups of 3, each was alertly looking around for the white figure. There! I don't know who shouted, and then everyone looked in unison in the direction the person pointed. Only a white figure was hiding in the corner near the window. Seemingly realizing that he had been exposed, the white figure quickly moved away from the corner and snapped the repelling zipline to the iron bar next to the window, then quickly paddled towards the floor. After them, Su Lixue gave an order, and the crowd chased after them downstairs. Only Ouyang Muxue frowned slightly as she looked in the direction of the window. She seemed to feel that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell, so she had to follow the crowd towards the stairs to catch up. In the meantime, Chen Feng had already arrived at the location at the end of the long corridor. A curator's dress had long since been changed, and the white dress code was put back on, and at Chen Feng's feet, there were 7 or 8 members of the pursuit team who had just been mesmerized. Chen Feng slightly raised his head and looked towards the ceiling position. Although it was not obvious, it was still possible to faintly make out the outline of an iron fence that was faintly visible in the middle of the promenade. As soon as the position of the Desert Star is moved, the fence is dropped, trapping those inside in the gallery? Chen Feng muttered to himself, sweeping a glance at the Desert Star necklace that was close at hand. Chen Feng did not rush to take it. Instead, he stepped on the table located in the gallery and came up to the vent pipe opening. At this time, Shang Wenxi's consciousness, who was sealed inside the pipe, had begun to become blurred. The feeling of coldness and lack of oxygen ensued, causing the woman, who was only 2 years older than Chen Feng, to feel despair. There was very little oxygen left in the oxygen tank in his hand. The cold air around her also made it so that she could only curl up as much as she could to maintain her body temperature. How about quitting the show? This was the only thought in Shang Wenxi's fuzzy consciousness, but unfortunately, at this point, she no longer had the ability to even raise her hands, let alone call out for help. For a moment, a sense of despair swept through Shang Wenxi's entire body. She had some regrets about coming to this show, some regrets about coming to steal the Desert Star, and even some regrets about not calling it quits just as the dry ice was being poured in. A blur of consciousness, Shang Wenxi seemed to see the ventilation duct opening being opened again. The dry ice that had been pouring in was quickly cleared out, followed by a strong arm reaching in from the outside and carrying her slowly out of the middle of the ventilation duct. Warm, very warm. Shang Wenxi, who was no longer conscious, subconsciously moved his body towards a warm place, not even quitting after this MS. Looking at the unconscious Shang Wenxi in his arms, Chen Feng smiled and shook his head, picking Shang Wenxi up in a princess carry. He then slowly passed a thin rope through the chain of the Desert Star necklace. 2 of them were synthesized into one, lassoing the Desert Star. Do it all. Chen Feng held Shang Wenxi, whose consciousness was still blurred, to the window, and without much hesitation, he directly leapt down towards the window. At the same time, the gliding wings behind Chen Feng opened, lifting his body up and flying outward. As Chen Feng's position rapidly moved away from the promenade, the thin rope tied to the Desert Star necklace tightened in an instant. The necklace that was subjected to traction suddenly flew out and was carried by the thin rope towards the window. It was also the next second that the Desert Star left its original position that the steel and iron grill that was originally hidden in the ceiling instantly fell down. But unfortunately, it didn't trap anyone other than the few members of the pursuit team who had passed out. Chapter 101, Successful Completion of the Operation. Bang! The loud clang of falling iron bars echoed from the gallery. It was also heard by the pursuit team personnel downstairs who were still searching for Chen Feng's figure. The organ triggered? Su Lixue stopped at once, her eyes looking in the direction of the ceiling. The others reacted in much the same way. But before the crowd could think much about it, they heard the cries outside rise suddenly. Kiddo, kiddo, kiddo. The cries were so loud that even the crowd of chase groups inside the building could hear them clearly. Quickly, he went to the floor-to-ceiling windows and looked out. Only the white figure stood there on top of the opposite building not far away. A white cloak dancing in the wind. A silver-white necklace inlaid with precious stones dangling from between his fingers. What else could it be if not Desert Star? In Chen Feng's arms, a humanoid creature covered by a blanket and wrapped tightly also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The live stream was abuzz almost instantly. Maple God, this is successful? No, besides Desert Star. What's that in Maple God's arms? How come it looks a bit like a person? Holy, it seems to be true. What is that thing? It can't be that Maple God really hugged someone out, right? Don't. Why am I not the one lying in my husband's arms? The pop-ups were rolling in the live room. The two sisters, Shangwan Mang and Shangwan Lin, who were in disguise, also arrived near the promenade. Looking down the long corridor at the unconscious past his prime chase team members locked inside by the bars, and the scattered dry ice and opened vent pipe openings, the two Shangwan sisters frowned at once. Is this second sister gone? Shangwan Mang spoke with a face of uncertainty. Shangwan Lin was similarly dumbfounded. Her willow brows locked as she contemplated all the possibilities. Nor did she wait for her to think out anything before the huge commotion outside reached the ears of the two of them. Big sister, look! Shangwan Meng suddenly spoke, pointing in a direction outside the window. Shangwan Lin, who was interrupted in her thoughts, hurriedly looked in the direction of Shangwan Meng's finger. This, Shangwan Lin reached out and covered her vermilion lips, as if she was somewhat incredulous. Shangwan Meng swallowed his saliva and opened his mouth. This, kiddo in his arms, is not the second sister, right? Facing her own little sister's question, Shangwan Lin slowly shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. In the meantime, Shangwan Shi, who felt the noisy environment around her, also gradually regained her consciousness and slowly woke up in Chen Feng's arms, touching the blanket covering his body. Shangwan Shi was stunned. Where are you? Wasn't he in the ventilation duct? How did you end up here? With a face full of questions, Shangwan Shi instantly wanted to lift the blanket and take a look at his surroundings, but before she could do anything, she was stopped by a voice. Don't move, MS. Strange, and be patient for a moment if you don't want to be seen for what you really are. The voice was extremely gentle, as mesmerizing as his warm embrace, but at this moment, Shangwan Shi didn't have much appreciation, and was more surprised. Monster, kiddo. Shangwan Shi, who had often watched Chen Feng's live broadcasts before the competition, directly called out Chen Feng's identity in a single breath. The hand that was still struggling slowly relaxed. Feeling the quietness of the person in his arms, Chen Feng also slowly turned his gaze to the opposite side of the building, facing Su Lixue and the others across the street. Lips flicked open, a voice came out of his mouth. Gentlemen of the chase team, this time, it seems that I still win. Chen Feng's voice was transmitted to the ears of everyone present through the amplification device that had just been turned on. Chen Feng's fans on the streets instantly boiled. There was a lot of shouting about kiddo. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Feng leapt forward, and the glider wings opened once again, carrying him toward the distance. Only the grim-faced crowd of the pursuit team and the fans of Chen Feng who were still chanting remained where they were. At the same time, a voice resounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing the Desert Star. Rewarding Monster Kid Card Fusion *5% and gaining the skill, Gun Mastery, System Points plus 500. Current Card Fusion level, 80%. Night. When Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Meng, who had received Shangwan Shi's message, returned to the second floor of the dessert store, Shangwan Shi had already sat down at the sofa's location, and the tight clothes on his body had been changed into a casual outfit, and on the seat beside Shangwan Shi, a khaki-colored blanket was placed on it. Hey, second sister. Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Meng quickly pushed the door to enter. Filled with worry, he checked Shangwan Shi for a while, and only after determining that she was not injured did he put his heart down. Earlier, after Chen Feng left, in order to prevent a misjudgment, the two of them, Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Meng, still searched the surrounding area again, and even Shangwan Meng even drilled into the ventilation ducts, but there was nothing else to be found, except for the countless dry ice found blocking the passage. It wasn't until the duo received a text message from Shangwan Shi that they rushed back from there. Hey! Shangwan Lin slightly reddened her eyes, looked at Shangwan Shi, opened her mouth, but in the end did not say anything. Okay, big sister. Shangwan Shi's slightly pale face squeezed out a smile and comforted. Am I not fine? Don't worry. Aha! Shangwan Lin reached out and took Shangwan Shi into her arms, reaching out to stroke her head. Shangwan Meng also walked up, and the three of them hugged each other for a long time. It was only after a long time that the three of them separated again. By the way, second sister, Shangwan Meng suddenly spoke up. Were you really rescued by Kido? That person he was carrying in his arms at that time was really you? Hearing Shangwan Meng's question, Shangwan Lin looked over with the same curiosity, waiting for Shangwan Shi's answer. Although she had prepared for this, after hearing this question, Shangwan Shi still blushed for a split second. Pursing her cherry lips, she nodded slightly. Really? Shangwan Meng was shocked. Shock then quickly transformed into scrutiny. Then you too. Shangwan Shi's face turned even redder, but she still quickly waved her hand. We didn't even speak a few words. He just dropped me off somewhere safe and left. I didn't even get to say thank you to him. Really? Shangwan Meng looked disbelieving, and Shangwan Shi continued to nod his head with a sheepish look on his face, while his left hand reached into his pocket and stuffed the white card from a certain thief in his pocket. Shangwan Meng wanted to continue asking, but luckily she was interrupted by Shangwan Lin. Alright Dream, don't ask so many questions. Let Xiaoxi go back to rest first. Oh, Shangwan Meng nodded her head and obediently shut her mouth. Back in the middle of his room, along with the door of the room closing, Shangwan Shi was instantly relieved. The exhaustion from earlier seemed to well up in the moment, and he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. And in her hand, a white card was held in her death grip. It was unknown what the exact content was, only that the card began with Shangwan Shi's name, while the final inscription was Freak Bandit Kid. Chapter 102, Museum Theft. Latest report, at 0:05 today. In Mr. Lu Jingyu's private collection hall in the south of the city, Chen Feng once again defeated the members of the hunting team and got the Diamond Necklace Desert Star. This was Chen Feng's first strike after 2 months of silence, and again, he exited the stage with a resounding victory. However, it is strange that the other thief who was eyeing the Desert Star necklace at the same time as Chen Feng did not show up until after the incident was over. Inside the cafe, the public television hanging on the wall was broadcasting today's news. Hearing what was being broadcasted on the television, Sun Yuqing, who was drinking coffee inside the cafe, instantly revealed a smile that was rightfully hers. I knew it. How could Kido fail? And that other weirdo that didn't show up. I think it's more than likely that Kido was too scared to come. Don't you think so, boss? Sun Yuqing looked at Chen Feng who was positioned on the front stage. Chen Feng just smiled at this and did not reply. As it happened, the two sisters, Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Meng, happened to come to buy coffee at that moment. Sun Yuqing's voice was not small, and even the duo at the door heard it very clearly. Shangwan Lin was fine and didn't react excessively, but it was Shangwan Meng who was young and exuberant and wanted to go up and retort on the spot. But before he could open his mouth he was stopped by Shangwan Lin. Looking at her own big sister's eyes, Shangwan Meng, who was still furious just a moment ago, instantly quenched her fire and honestly followed behind Shangwan Lin as she walked towards the inside. Arsene, 2 blue mountains and a latte, pack them for me when they're done. Shangwan Lin came to the front desk position and opened her mouth. Okay, hold on a second. Chen Feng smiled and agreed, then looked at Lin Qingyao on the side. Lin Qingyao immediately understood, and after rolling her eyes, she reluctantly got up and made coffee. Chen Feng once again looked at Shangwan Lin. How is sister she doing? Is her body well? It's okay. Hey, recovered quite quickly. Plus, thanks for the medicine. Shangwan Lin smiled and spoke. Yesterday, the Yazan in front of him, after just learning that Shangwan Shi was sick, sent quite a few medicines on the same day. Although they were not used, but they still made the Shangwan sisters grow a lot of goodwill towards this warm and handsome neighbor. Seeing Chen Feng chatting with Shangwan Lin at just the right time, Sun Yuqing also came over with a curious face. Boss, haven't seen you in a few days. Where did you con a new customer from? Chen Feng smiled and spoke. What do you mean by cheating? This is the new neighbor, Miss Shangwan from the dessert store next door. The dessert store next door? Sun Yuqing spoke. It just so happens that I want to eat dessert too. So let's go next door and buy a cupcake one. After saying that, Sun Yuqing was just about to step away when Shangwan Meng spoke up behind her. I'm sorry, but our store is temporarily closed for business. Sun Yuqing looked back, and Shangwan Meng met her gaze without the slightest fear. Sun Yuqing was puzzled for a while, not knowing where she had offended this lady she had never met before. However, she wasn't a petty person and didn't bother with Shangwan Meng. Nodding lightly, she left the cafe. This little girl, she still holds a grudge. Chen Feng laughed in his heart and shook his head. Of course Shangwan Lin also knew that Shangwan Meng had said that because of Sun Yuqing's words earlier. The other thief was scared. Immediately, he glared at her, but he couldn't say anything more out of the fact that he was still outside. It was as if all the regular customers of the cafe came one after the other today as if they had an appointment. Just after Sun Yuqing left, Su Lishua pushed open the door in a windy manner and walked in. Arsene, the usual, half-sugar mocha. Su Lishua sat down directly on the seat in the store, and there seemed to be a touch of unfading anger on her face. Seeing Su Lishua, the chase leader, arrive, Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Meng were startled at that moment. However, they quickly realized that Su Lishue was not here to arrest them, and they quickly adjusted, putting on an air of nothingness and chatting normally. Why are you so angry, ma'am? Chen Feng slowly came to the seat opposite Su Lishue and sat down, handing her a cup of ice water first. Su Lishue took the ice water and directly poured a large mouthful of it. It was only then that the anger was barely concealed for a few moments. You know what happened yesterday, right? Is it about that thief getting it? Chen Feng opened his mouth to inquire. Ahem. Su Lishue coughed slightly awkwardly, but then quickly waved her hand. It's not that one, it's the one over at the H-City Museum. The strange thief who previously stared at the Desert Star with Chen Feng. Surprisingly, while both of our pursuit teams were focusing on the south of the city, they struck out and stole a treasure from the H-City Museum. Simply abominable. What? Shangguan Meng, who was originally pretending to be fine at the side, could no longer pretend anymore after hearing these words and was directly surprised out loud. Even the ever-steady Shangguan Lin frowned slightly, pondering over all the possibilities. Her first reaction was that at that time, during the period when Chen Feng had left with Xiaoxi, he had come to the museum in the city of H and stolen something. But on second thought, that guess was quickly disproved. Not to mention the fact that He had no reason to deceive herself on such an important matter. In terms of distance alone, yesterday's private collection was located in the south of the city, while the location of the H-City Museum was in the north area of the city center. And this round trip would take at least 6 hours. The timing of this just doesn't add up. This is, looking at Shangguan Meng who suddenly spoke out, Su Lishue couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Shangguan Meng's reaction was not slow. After seeing Su Lishue's gaze, she directly did not retreat but advanced, smiling and walked up. Hello Captain Su, my name is Shangguan Meng, a college student who likes monsters and is also a fan of yours. Hello. Facing Shangguan Meng's outstretched hand, Su Lishue didn't think much of it and shook her hand amicably. Shangguan Lin also walked up. Captain Su, did you just say that another strange thief took advantage of the situation and stole one of the museum's treasures while you had all your eyes on the south side of the city? Yeah. Su Lishue picked up the water cup again and took a sip of ice water, nodding her head and not denying it. How do you guys know it's that weirdo who did this? Shangguan Meng couldn't wait to speak. Su Lishue finished the rest of the ice water, took out her cell phone from her pocket, opened the photo album and handed it to several people. This item was found at the scene of the stolen items for you to see. Chen Feng and the Shangguan sisters' gazes looked toward the cell phone screen together. Only the photo shows the scene in one of the museum's side rooms. The rectangular glass cabinet was shattered, with shards of glass scattered around it, and the items stored inside were long gone. Chapter 103, False Accusation? Most notably, next to the broken glass display case, there was a black plastic card with a rosebud design printed on the back. The style was generally the same as the teaser letter that the Shangguan sisters had previously distributed for the Desert Star necklace. Shangguan Meng froze, and even glanced uncertainly at Shangguan Lin beside her, wondering if there was some other plan from last night that she hadn't told herself about. Shangguan Meng turned her head, but saw that at that moment, Shangguan Lin was also frowning, seemingly pondering what was going on as well. Su Lishue put her phone away. This matter will be announced today. You can watch the news then. Hearing Su Lishue's words, Shangguan Lin's frown deepened. She was now almost 100% sure that this was someone stealing in their name and then framing them for it. At that exact moment, the upper sister's coffee was ready. Shangguan Lin also obediently took the coffee from Lin Qingyao who was at the reception desk, and then led Shangguan Meng out of the cafe. Looking at the back of the two women leaving, Chen Feng didn't say anything more and just continued to chat with Su Lishue as if nothing had happened. Until Su Lishue left, probably in the early evening. A post across the board. The most brazen of monstrous thieves appears? He didn't show up at the time of the preview letter, but stole the emerald lotus cloth, a treasure in the museum, while the pursuit team was focusing their attention on the south side of the city. After this post appeared, the heat went through the roof, and it went straight to number 2 on the hot search list. Countless similar posts followed, with content much the same as the above. Such a high level of heat has certainly caused a lot of netizens to flock to it, and after seeing the content of the post, they were immediately infuriated and started cursing. In particular, Chen Feng's fans and some of the monster fans had small mouths that were like hardened poison and fired without any hesitation. Meow. I've never seen such a shameless person in my entire life. I've seen it today. It's not even enough that you don't dare to go to the teaser letter you sent yourself, but you even took advantage of the fact that when someone else, Chen Feng, was making his move to attract the pursuit team, he took advantage of the situation and went to the north to steal something from the museum. Shame on you. How can you be a weird pirate with that? It's just an insult to the reputation of the thief. More than shameless. It's simply shameless. He still has the face to call himself a strange thief. Disgusting. It's disgusting. Support. It's simply shameless. Bang. Dessert store's second floor. Looking at the reports on her cell phone and the comments from netizens, Shangguan Meng slapped her face on the table in anger, her face turning blue. Shangguan Lin's face didn't look good either. It was already hard enough that the previous operation had failed, but now to be vilified as a villain who had taken advantage of the situation was even more infuriating. If this matter is really done by them, it is also even if they do it, but they don't know anything about them. Phew. Shangguan Lin exhaled a long breath of turbid air, calming her mood for a few moments, and then slowly opened her mouth. Tell us all what you think about this. Dream. You first. Shangguan Meng spoke up. I think this is a cowardly person who stole the collections in the museum in our name, and then finally dumped the pot on our heads. It's just shameless. Shangguan Meng's small face was red with anger, and she even got violently coughed up because she was too agitated when she said it. Cough. Cough. After coughing, Shangguan Meng continued to speak. Of course, I don't think we can rule out that thief Kido doing it. After all, besides him, there are very few people who have this ability to steal things out of a well-guarded museum. Ever since the last time Chen Feng made a move to steal the Desert Star necklace that had originally been targeted by them ahead of the others, Shangguan Meng had not had a good impression of the thief. However, because Chen Feng had also saved his second sister, now Shangguan Meng could only say that she held a bad but not bad impression of Chen Feng. Hearing Shangguan Meng's words, Shangguan Lin nodded and turned her gaze back to Shangguan Shi, who hadn't said anything. Hey, what do you think? Hey, ha? It wasn't until Shangguan Lin increased the volume of her voice and shouted twice more that it brought the wandering Shangguan Shi's thoughts back. After looking at Shangguan Shi with a scrutinizing gaze for a few moments, Shangguan Lin then spoke again. Hey, you seem a bit distracted. Ha? Is there? Shangguan Shi squeezed out a smile and laughed awkwardly, but even Shangguan Meng, who was on the side, could see it and spoke. Second sister, you're not thinking about that thief called Kido, are you? How? Hearing the word Kido, Shangguan Shi was like a cat that had its tail stepped on and stood up excitedly. This kind of poor acting did not cover up her faint-heartedness, but instead made the Shangguan Meng duo even more suspicious. But it was good that Shangguan Lin had no intention of continuing to dwell on this issue. Straight away, the question was brought back. Hey, what do you think about this? Do you think it could be Kido's doing too? Of course not. Shangguan Shi spoke decisively. Shangguan Meng said, second sister, how can you be so sure? It's not like you know him. Maybe after he put you down he turned around and stole something over at the museum? Shangguan Shi was momentarily dumbfounded. As Shangguan Meng had said, she didn't even know Chen Feng, so how could she talk about understanding? Knock. Just then, a sudden knock sounded from the curtain-covered window on the second floor of the dessert store. The voice was not loud, but it still fell very clearly into the ears of the three Shangguan sisters on the scene. The three instantly stood up, looking in the direction of the window with alertness, and spoke with wariness. Who's out there? The knocking on the window stopped at that point. A few seconds later, a gentle voice came through the window. An uninvited thief. Monstrous. Kido. Shangguan Lin's willow eyebrows suddenly furrowed, and the color of wariness in her eyes didn't fade away, but instead became even more grave. Defense is not an option. Although Chen Feng had not shown any hostility towards them earlier, and had even rescued Shangguan Shi from a crisis, but this does not yet rule out the possibility that Chen Feng wants to wipe out the three of them and then send them to the program in exchange for the chase gold. After all, quite a few contestants have done that. At Shangguan Lin's gesture, Shangguan Shi slowly walked to the window, reached out his hand, and pulled the curtains open. Losing the curtains that blocked their view, the white figure wearing a monocle was completely revealed to the trio. Chen Feng placed his hand in front of his body and bowed slightly to the several people, performing a gentleman's salute as he slowly spoke. I apologize for coming uninvited. A couple of weirdo ladies. Chapter 104, Help and Invitation. Seeing the visitor, Shangguan Shi's face revealed a touch of imperceptible joy, which was quickly covered up again. Taking 2 steps back to Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Meng, he stood with the two of them. Freakin' kiddo? What are you doing here? Shangguan Lin scrutinized Chen Feng outside with a guarded look on her face, as if she would immediately teach Chen Feng to be a human being with her fighting techniques as soon as he made any movement. Of course, provided that she can beat Chen Feng. Chen Feng raised his hands with a light smile on his face, seemingly unconcerned about the guarded posture of the few people. Not to mention that he did not come looking for trouble and did not want to make a move. Even if he did make a move, Chen Feng, who had the super fighting technique in his body, was not afraid of the 3 Shangguan sisters in front of him. Don't be nervous, ladies. I came today with no ill intent. I just heard you guys were having a little trouble and came by to see if there was anything I could help you with. Chen Feng still had the same mild poker face, making it impossible to see his true emotions. He was different from Kurowa Kodo. The reason why Kurowa Kodo became a monster thief was because of his own father's disappearance. But unlike Chen Feng, he did it purely for the fun of it. as Ms. Lee Hing-yin, who was far away from Western Europe, said about him, a person who does things casually and is never restless. Are you here too? Help us? Shangguan Meng was slightly surprised and looked to the side at her two sisters, only to see that they had the same reaction. Chen Feng did not deny it, but smiled again and spoke. Those who do not intend to invite me in to sit. The three Shangguan sisters looked at each other. Then Shangguan Shi walked forward, then slowly reached out to unscrew the balcony door in front of them. Snap! Chen Feng snapped his fingers and changed into a purple rose and handed it to Shangguan Shi. We meet again, Ms. Shangguan Shi. Looking at the rosebuds sent by the people in front of her, Shangguan Shi subconsciously glanced at the two Shangguan Lin behind her before raising her hand to accept the flowers and said thank you. Come to the house. Under the watchful eyes of the three, Chen Feng casually surveyed the surrounding arrangement before arriving in front of the sofa. May I sit? Feel free to do as you please. Shangguan Lin spoke. Chen Feng had just taken his seat when Shangguan Shi couldn't wait to come up, looking at Chen Feng with anticipation on his face. That, you just said you want to help us? Is that true? Chen Feng smiled. Of course, I never lie to a lady. Really? Shangguan Meng was instantly surprised. Although he didn't really want to admit it, the person in front of him was indeed quite a bit stronger than them, and if he was willing to help, things would naturally be much simpler. But, Chen Feng suddenly turned his words around, causing another burst of tension among the three women present. Seemingly noticing this, Chen Feng spoke again. Don't worry, three Miss Freaks. I don't mean to change my mind. I was wondering if before that I could be allowed to taste the signature cake of your store, preferably made for me by Miss Shangguan Shi. Saying that, Chen Feng even blinked his left eye towards Shangguan Shi. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Meng both looked towards Shangguan Shi behind them in unison. Shangguan Shi blushed slightly and softly said, "Wait a moment, I'll do it," and left the room. As Shangguan Shi left, the two of them in the room, Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Meng, also sat on top of the sofa. Chen Feng did not say anything else, and the two women were not in a good position to open their mouths first, so the room fell into silence for a while. Not much longer. Shangguan Shi walked back with the freshly made cupcakes, opened the box and placed it in front of Chen Feng. Take your time. Shangguan Shi spoke gently. Chen Feng picked up the cake in front of him and tasted it. The flavor is very good. Looking at Chen Feng, who was leisurely, slowly savoring the cake one bite at a time, Shangguan Meng finally couldn't help herself. What exactly do you want to do? Well, Chen Feng put down the cake in his hands and pretended to ponder for a while. Shangguan Shi and the three of them had looked at Chen Feng with bated breath, waiting for his answer. No hurry first, if possible, tomorrow night, I would like to invite Ms. Shangguan Shi to go with me to see the scene. I don't know if I have the time off. Chen Feng looked at Shangguan Shi and slowly spoke. As soon as these words came out, Shangguan Lin's brows immediately furrowed. As the eldest sister, she instinctively didn't want her sister to go and risk her life with a completely unfamiliar person like Chen Feng. But so far, Chen Feng again does not seem to have any malicious intent. Shangguan Lin frowned slightly and looked in Shangguan Shi's direction, as if she wanted to hear what she had to say. Hearing Chen Feng invite himself, Shangguan Shi looked a bit confused. Pointing to himself, he spoke uncertainly. Me? I don't think there's anyone here with the same name as you, ma'am. Chen Feng stood up, holding a freshly transformed red rose in his hand and handed it to Shangguan Shi. May I ask if you would like to accept an invitation from a thief? Under the watchful eyes of the two Shangguan Lin, Shangguan Shi hesitated a little before accepting the red-colored rose with a red face, and at the same time accepted the invitation from Chen Feng. Seeing this, Chen Feng revealed a smile and had no intention of continuing to stay, and after chatting for a couple more sentences, he once again arrived at the balcony location. Under the watchful eyes of the three Shangguan sisters, Chen Feng bowed to a few more people, and then his figure slowly dissipated under the illumination of the moonlight. P.S. Brothers, today is too hard to write a little. Really can not write. Take a day off. Tomorrow normal update. Chapter 105, The Two Thieves Who Came to the Museum. The online curses continue to be hard to hear. Even some impulsive people directly found the program's side to complain, demanding that shameless weirdo's participation be revoked. But it was unsurprisingly rejected. The reason is also simple. There is no rule that says that participants must send out a teaser letter and follow the time and place on the teaser letter. So clearly, this incident was not a violation from the program's perspective. Having said that, this matter was not done by Shangguan Lin, Shangguan Shi, and Shangguan Meng, the three sisters, after all. So even if they weren't disqualified, the three Shangguan sisters who were framed for no reason were still incredibly angry. The day passed at a leisurely pace. Day 2, afternoon. In front of the dessert store with a temporarily closed sign, a young man in a ducktail hat was standing in front of the closed store door waiting for something. Squeak! Not far away, a brake squealed and a red Jeep came to a steady stop in the line of parking spaces in front of the store. The car door was then opened, and the three Shangwon sisters stepped down from the car one after another, and the youth wearing a duck-tongued hat came up with them, more and more beautiful after a short day's absence. Three ladies. The youth raised his head, and his face, concealed under a duck-tongued cap, was suddenly revealed to the three. Arsene? Looking under the duck-tongued cap, that familiar face, the three Shangwon sisters were all startled. It turned out that the appearance of the person in front of him was actually the same as Asen's face. Is the true identity of this neighbor of his actually Kiddo? That was the first reaction of the three sisters. But soon, Shangwon Lin, who was the eldest sister, realized that something was wrong and gently shook her head. He's not Yazen. Why? Shangwon was just about to open his mouth to inquire when he noticed the direction of his big sister's gaze. Following Shangwon Lin's line of sight, he only saw that next to his own dessert store, inside Yazen's coffee shop, through the wide transparent glass, you can clearly see that Arsene is sitting at the front desk of the coffee shop, quietly reading a book. Listening to the words of several people, Chen Feng also revealed a smile. I'm sorry, I'm just borrowing that gentleman's face for a while. Besides, don't you guys think he looks a lot like me? The three Shangwon sisters rolled their eyes in unison. Shangwon Meng muttered in a small voice. If you want to chase my second sister, you don't know to use your real face to meet. Really? Shangwon Meng's voice was not loud, but it clearly fell in the ears of everyone present. Shangwon Shi immediately blushed and softly chided. Little dream, don't talk nonsense. Hearing her own second sister's words, Shangwon Meng beamed, but still obediently closed her mouth and stopped speaking. Chen Feng extended his hand to Shangwon Shi and made an invitation gesture. I've got the tickets for the museum, please, ma'am. With one hand behind his back and the other in front of Shangwon Shi, Chen Feng bowed slightly, as if the two were not going to a museum, but rather a certain upscale ball. Stinker, Shangwon Meng muttered in a small voice. Are you just going to go with me with that face? Shangwon Shi spoke with some uncertainty. Chen Feng smiled faintly and reached out his hand across his face. Instantly, the human skin mask that had just been on his face was removed, turning to reveal an unfamiliar face again. Seeing that it was still not the real face, Shangwon Shi was a little disappointed, but she did not say anything more. Instead, she put her hand on Chen Feng's hand, and the two of them left in pairs. Just 2 steps, Chen Feng seemed to have remembered something else and stopped, turning his head once again. Reaching into his own pocket, he pulled out a black bauble and tossed it to Shangwon Lin. Shangwon Lin reached out and took it, not much surprise in her eyes. Chen Feng's voice came immediately after. Miss Shangwon Lin, forget it this time. Next time, don't be so rude. After saying that, Chen Feng once again smiled and saluted, then left with Shangwon Shi. Just as Chen Feng and his duo left, Shangwon Meng came up, her face full of curiosity. Big sister, you even planted a tracker on him? Shangwon Lin spoke up. I put it there last night. Originally I wanted to probe where his hiding place was, but the tracker lost its signal just after he left, and I knew then that it had been discovered. Oh, Shangwon Meng nodded. Looks like that thief really has some skills. Come on, let's go back to the store and get ready and wait for the signal to come back from Hey. Aha! With the duo leaving, the entrance to the dessert store was once again deserted, and inside the cafe, Lin Qingyao, who was disguised as Chen Feng, was relieved to see this. Putting the book in his hands down and rubbing his already sore neck, he couldn't help but secretly spit out. This damnable boss, going to flirt with the girl himself and making me pretend to be him. Casually flipped through the book in his hand. All foreign languages, simply cannot read, so directly threw the book to the side. Lock the store door, hide to the second floor to play with the phone. Actually, Chen Feng had a reason for doing so. After all, he was neighbors with the 3 Shangwon sisters, and if they found out for a long time that when Kiddo appeared, Yazen would disappear, it was inevitable that they would not be suspicious. So at times like this, it's better to take precautions. Inside the H-City Museum at this time, the disguised Chen Feng duo had already checked their tickets and walked in. Shangwon Shi gently held Chen Feng's arm, and the two of them would even chat in a low voice from time to time. Anyone who looks at it will only think it's a young couple who came to join in the fun. It was only Shangwon Shi, as the female companion, who seemed particularly serious at this time. His left hand kept adjusting the position of the cuffs to ensure that he could better utilize the cameras hidden in the cuffs to transmit back everything that was set up in the museum. There's no need to be so serious. Ma'am, you're my girlfriend in your current capacity, and you're going to make people suspicious if you keep looking like this. Chen Feng's gentle voice came from his ears. The hot, wet breath hit the top of Shangwon Shi's ear through her hair, causing the geeky lady to blush for a moment. You don't. Shangwon Shi spoke in a low voice. Seeing Shangwon Shi's appearance, Chen Feng instead rose another touch of playfulness. I didn't expect Miss Monstrous Thief, who has sparked huge attention outside, to be so easily shy. You, Shangwon Shi glared at Chen Feng in annoyance, then loosened her grip on his arm and walked forward on her own. Chen Feng didn't say anything more when he saw this, he just followed with a light smile. After casually strolling through the main hall of the museum, the duo turned a corner and made their way to the side hall where the earlier theft had taken place. At this moment, the parlor had already been blocked off by the pursuit team, with a yellow blockade stopping the doorway of the parlor, and 2 members of the pursuit team guarding both sides of the doorway, blocking anyone who wanted to enter the parlor. Chapter 106, Chen Feng appears. Seeing Chen Feng and his duo coming over, the members of the pursuit team directly reached out to stop the 2 of them unceremoniously. I'm sorry, but this place is on lockdown and no one is allowed to enter for the time being. Not allowed to enter? Shang Wenxi frowned slightly. It's not hard to understand why. After all, it was just stolen, so it's okay to be careful. Thinking like this, Shang Wenxi planned to leave with taking Chen Feng and find a chance to feel in from somewhere else. However, after she tugged twice, she did not see Chen Feng move his feet. Shang Wenxi looked over in confusion, but saw that Chen Feng had already taken out a document with a gold seal on a black background at some point. Greetings, we are the roving reporters from the various districts over at the United World Government Program's China Division headquarters. My last name is Zhao, her last name is Li, and we specialize in understanding the affairs of the districts before reporting back to headquarters, so I still hope that you can cooperate with the work. When the 2 members of the pursuit team saw Chen Feng handing over his documents to them in a serious manner, they couldn't help but freeze for 2 seconds. From headquarters? Roving reporter for the districts? Is there even such a profession on the show side? The 2 members of the pursuit team glanced at each other and took Chen Feng's documents with suspicion on their faces. Black background, gold seal, also stamped with the headquarters side. Should be fine. The 2 quickly came to a conclusion, and the one on the left respectfully handed the documents back to Chen Feng. Even his tone of voice was much lighter. Wait a moment, both of you. I'll go inside and say something, please. Chen Feng smiled as he took the documents and spoke politely. The gentle look was more than enough to make the 2 of them pause frequently. Worthy of being from headquarters, even talking in a friendly manner. One person walked towards the side hall to inform the people inside, while the other person was very self-conscious and took the initiative to go get water for the 2 Chen Fengs. Only the 2 of them, Chen Feng, were left at the entrance position. I think you're better suited to be a con man than a thief. Shang Wenxi came to Chen Feng's ear and spoke softly at a volume that could only be heard by the 2. Meh. Chen Feng let out a light laugh and lifted Shang Wenxi's left hand up, gently kissing it as his deep eyes gazed into Shang Wenxi's eyes. Ma'am, I've never lied to you. Knock, knock. At this moment, looking at the pair of eyes in front of her, Shang Wenxi seemed to hear her own heartbeat. She, who had always been good with words, seemed to have lost her ability to speak at this moment, blushing slightly and not knowing what to say. Just then, a voice came from the front, breaking the atmosphere of the place. It's reporter Zhao and reporter Li, right? My name is Wang. I'm the deputy director of the H-City Museum. How are you guys? The 2 looked up, only to see a middle-aged man with a fat body and a face full of smiles, squeezing his eyes to align, was walking towards them. Hello, Curator Wang. Here are my credentials. Chen Feng politely shook hands with the visitor and once again handed out his so-called documents. Curator Wang took the documents, swept a few eyes and then returned them once again, speaking very politely. I wonder what the 2 reporter friends are here for. It was reasonable to say that at his level he wasn't afraid of any reporters. Even if they were sent from the program headquarters, he could still ignore them. But it was a world of public opinion now, after all, and he didn't want to add to his career because of that little incident. It's like this, Director Wang, we heard about the theft of the museum 2 days ago and came over to take a look. If possible, we would also like to publicize our city's museum through the program. I wonder if it's convenient. Chen Feng replied back with a smile. Not the slightest trace of lying could be seen on his calm face. It caused Shang Wenxi, who was on the side, to look at it more than once, hearing the words that he could use the program to help publicize it for free. The smile on Curator Wang's face obviously became a few points more real. Of course it's convenient. 2 reporter friends, please come in. The secretary of the Curator Wang on the side was very insightful in untying the blocking rope, waiting for Chen Feng and his duo to go in, before refixing the blocking rope again. Come into the side room. By this time all the artifacts that had been stored in the side halls had been cleared out and moved elsewhere for exhibition. Instead of cleaning up the glass ballast all over the floor, white lines were drawn not allowing anyone to approach as a way to protect the scene. This is where the theft took place at that time. The thief was very skillful and made a point of front blocking the surveillance with a balloon when he made his move, so the surveillance didn't capture anything useful. On the side, Curator Wang gushingly introduced the 2 of them to Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded his head every now and then, and held a book, pretending to take notes. The 2 visited for about an hour, during which one curator left first because of something, and the 2 of them turned around on their own for a while before leaving. After leaving the museum, Chen Feng separated from Shang Wenxi. Night fell completely. Midnight. just when the three Shangwan sisters were still busy analyzing the content of the daytime shooting. Another powerful news killed the hot search. News from the tracking team: the theft of the museum should be the work of the museum's insiders, and the tracking team has been monitoring the suspects. Before a few people could get over their surprise, another newly released video came into the view of several people. The video is shot very simply, with just a white figure standing on top of a museum, K2 Kiddo, and the video was posted at a minute ago. Monster Kid showed up. At this point, museum, above the roof, white clothes, white hat, all dressed in white. Chen Feng was so conspicuous in this night with darkness as the main tone. The cloak behind him was lifted high in the evening breeze, and his right eye wore a hairpiece piece of eye that also reflected the light around him. And underneath the museum, there was a large crowd of eaters who had come to join in the fun. There were even quite a few quick-witted guys who took the opportunity to open a live broadcast, and with Chen Feng's heat, the number of people skyrocketed, breaking through 10W plus in no time. Wow, no matter what it looks like, my husband looks the best. This is the museum in H City, right? Why did the Maple God come here again? It's hard to believe that you've set your eyes on any of the items in the museum again. It's very likely. This museum is also really unlucky. Just 2 days ago one piece was stolen, and before we could catch our breath, the head-turning Maple God also came. Heart the curator here for a second. At the scene, Su Lixue and other members of the pursuit team quickly arrived downstairs. Chen Feng, looking at the white figure standing above, Su Lixue's face was grave. On one side, he had people set up an interception rope to control the scene, while on the other side, he personally walked up to confront Chen Feng across the room. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Su Lixue shouted through the air, while quietly arranging for people to feel their way towards the upper floors. Chapter 107. The preview letter came. The second floor of the dessert store at this time. The three Shangwan sisters were also watching the live broadcast. He's going back again? A flash of surprise appeared on Shangwan Shi's face, her eyes slightly drooping as she didn't know what she was thinking, seemingly noticing the subtle change in Shangwan Shi's expression beside her. Shangwan Lin smiled and joked. What's the matter? Worried about your little lover boy so soon? Big sister. Shangwan Shi made a big red face. Shangwan Meng similarly came over. If I may say so, people have done so much for you, second sister, and you're not too young, so just promise them. You guys. Shangwan Shi stood up with a red face and made a gesture to hit Shangwan Meng. However, it was dodged by the prepared Shangwan Meng, who then hurriedly hid behind her big sister Shangwan Lin. Okay, you two stop. Shangwan Lin stopped the jostling duo. The trio continued to look at the live feed from their cell phones. On the roof of the museum building in H, Chen Feng, who was dressed in white, confronted a group of members of the pursuit team across the air with only himself facing Su Lixue and the others who were waiting for him below. Chen Feng instead appeared to be very breezy. Miss Su, it is a great honor to meet you here again. Chen Feng's gentle voice traveled through the amplification equipment, causing a boil. As for Su Lixue, who was the person concerned, she didn't have the slightest cold and spoke directly and nonchalantly. If you come back with me into the chase, we'll be seeing a lot of each other. Meh. Chen Feng let out a light laugh and did not answer. Slowly turning around, he opened his arms to the crowd below. Everyone. The sound traveled across the room from all directions. The crowd at the scene, which was already very excited, boiled over. Lord Kiddo, look at me. Kiddo-sama. Aha. Hubby is saying hi to me. Hubby, I'm here. Kiddo. Under the watchful eyes of the people at the scene, Chen Feng slowly raised his arm up. As if rehearsed, the originally boisterous crowd once again fell silent. Looking at this neat scene, Su Lixue couldn't help but be a little angry, but there was nothing she could do about it. There's no need to be nervous, folks. I'm here today, but I'm just here to give the advance notice letter. Chen Feng lightly smiled and spoke again. As soon as the words fell, the door to the rooftop behind them was pushed open by the members of the pursuit team who had rushed up. Zheng Chang rushed ahead at the front of the pack, charging towards Chen Feng, and 2 helicopters from the pursuit team arrived at that moment. The 2 pairs of propellers emitted a whirring sound and sandwiched Chen Feng in the center with the members of the pursuit team behind them, one after the other. Chen Feng, gird your loins. Zheng Chang spoke nonchalantly while his feet were not idle, taking the handcuffs and approaching towards Chen Feng step by step. Chen Feng slowly turned around and looked at Zheng Chang in front of him. Captain Zhang? There's no need to be in such a hurry for an acquaintance to reunite, right? Hearing Chen Feng mention the phrase reunion of acquaintances, Zheng Chang immediately recalled the earlier incident of having his clothes stolen by Chen Feng, which in turn led to him being taken for him, and then being pressed underneath by 5 or 6 members of the pursuit team. His face darkened immediately. Without any nonsense, he wanted to go forward to make an arrest on Chen Feng right then and there. At the same time, 2 helicopters pulled up left and right. The capture nets installed above were revealed. and it seemed that as long as Chen Feng dared to use the glider, they would immediately launch and trap him in it. When the glider just opened, Chen Feng's figure would have a short half-second lag, and at that time, it was the best time to launch the catch net. The situation was extremely favorable for the pursuit team. However, no one showed an expression of joy because of this. Instead, they were all stony-faced, ready to deal with unexpected situations at any time. The distance between Zhang Chang and Chen Feng was slowly drawn closer. When it was shortened to just 1 meter, Zhang Chang decisively seized the opportunity, exerted his legs, and violently lunged towards Chen Feng in front of him. The white figure seemed as if it would be in his grasp in the next second. The elation in Zhang Chang's eyes also became more and more intense. Also just a second before his hand was about to touch the corner of Chen Feng's coat, Chen Feng suddenly took half a step back. The hands fell open toward the back. Swish! Under everyone's gaze, Chen Feng's figure left the fence and fell downward. The moment Chen Feng's figure left the fence, the 2 helicopters were ready. As soon as the glider behind Chen Feng was just opened, they would immediately send out their capture nets. The situation is critical. However, it was obvious that at this moment, Chen Feng did not seem to have the intention of opening the gliding wings. The white cloak let out a violent whine as it fell rapidly, and Chen Feng quickly descended downwards under everyone's watchful eyes. 40 meters, 35 meters, 30 meters. In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng had fallen over halfway. This startled the crowd at the scene. Get the glider on, kiddo, you'll fall to your death. What the hell? Where's the glider? Why don't you open it? No. Su Lixue was also startled. Perhaps she also did not expect that Chen Feng would make such a crazy move. A flash of horror appeared on his delicate face, and he stood still for a moment at a loss for words. Even the 3 Shangwan sisters who were watching the live broadcast were shocked by Chen Feng's move and stood up. Shangwanshi even looked at the white figure above the cell phone screen that was located in midair and rapidly falling, the worry in her eyes overflowing. Chen Feng was still falling, and in just a few seconds, he had come to a place that was more than 10 meters from the ground. It was only at this point that the glider behind Chen Feng this finally opened. But the discerning eye knows, how can a sharp fall from a 50-meter high building be stopped by a tiny glider? I'm afraid, it's too late to turn the glider on at this point. The previous cheers on the scene had completely disappeared at this point, and all that was left were bundles of worried gazes, as well as the frightened voices of some timid people. It was also at that moment. The mutation was sudden. The gliding wings behind Chen Feng suddenly changed once again. A dozen or so more huge, propeller-like types suddenly appeared in positions on either side, and quickly opened at the same time they appeared. Phew! More than 10 propellers were turned on at the same time to rotate at high speed. Huge wind blowing the ground below the people almost cannot open their eyes, but also in the entire street, set off a large area of dust, just like creating a piece of earth-gray misty area. Su Lixue was momentarily unable to return to her senses by this sudden change of heart. However, it was clear that Chen Feng did not intend to leave her time to return to her senses. In the next second, countless white cards were dispersed from the misty area, and by blowing with the huge wind created by Chen Feng, it dispersed over the crowd and slowly fell. Obviously, this was the true purpose of Chen Feng's trip. The teaser letter. Chapter 108. Other contestants? The second batch of participants with hidden identities in Area 3 of China. The real culprit of the museum theft case, Mr. Wang Jinyu, the deputy director. Along with the fading of tomorrow's sunset, I will unveil the truth of what you are hiding. Here's to Kiddo the Bandit. Chen Feng's new teaser letter. Is the real culprit in the museum theft case someone else? The deputy director of the museum is also participating? Is it true that among the hidden participants in the second phase of China 3, there is a deputy director of the H-City Museum competing? As stated in Chen Feng's preview letter, let's wait and see if it's the scum of the monsters or if the deputy director of the museum is stealing in the name of the monsters. The comments section went crazy as well, and whether they were Chen Feng's fans or not, they all got involved in the discussion. There was no other reason. If this matter was true, then this deputy director Wang would be the first contestant to carry the status of a high-level civil servant as of now. I don't think it's likely, right? Although it was Chen Feng who said it, this is too much of a stretch, isn't it? This is a deputy director of the city museum. Would personally come to compete? What happened to the deputy director of the city museum? This program was still started by the United World Government, although I also think it's a stretch. I just want to say that after more than half a year of the current program so far, there isn't a single person who has questioned the Maple God who hasn't been punched in the face. Agreed. My husband just can't be wrong. Pursuit Bureau. In the conference room, 2 pursuit teams, 2 chief captains, 6 captains, and a dozen key members were present. Everyone sat in their respective seats, not saying a word, and the conference room was surprisingly quiet. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock on the door broke the peace. Enter. Su Lixue's beautiful eyes lifted slightly as she opened her mouth. Report, the man who went to the museum to intervene is back. A member of the pursuit team entered and reported. As his words fell, another member of the pursuit team entered the door. Everyone looked toward the door in unison, waiting for news of the visitor. Reporting to the two captains, the museum side has refused our intervention, and Vice Director Wang's side has similarly refused to come to our side to be investigated on the grounds that he is busy at work. Hearing this, Su Lishue didn't feel the slightest surprise. Instead, she revealed an expected expression and waved her hand, letting the visitor leave. Damn it! Zheng Chang slapped the table with a thud. This Vice President Wang refused to intervene in this incident and refused to cooperate with the investigation. Isn't it obvious that he has something up his sleeve? Can't we just detain him first? Detention? Lu Yi, who was on the side, raised his eyes and glanced at Zheng Chang. Do you have any evidence? How do you apply for a warrant to detain a deputy director of a city museum without evidence? Can you apply for it? Lu Yi's string of questions seemed to hit Zheng Chang like a series of cannons, rendering him speechless. What about that? What if this Vice President Wang is really one of the second batch of fugitives? Are we just going to wait around? Zheng Chang said unwillingly. Lu Yi shook his head. There's no way. Either we wait until we find the evidence before we do anything, or we can only apply to the top and let them send someone special to investigate. Waiting for the top? The yellow flowers will be cold by then. Okay, you two be quiet. Su Lishue in the front opened her mouth, interrupting the two. He then turned his gaze in the direction of Lin Chuanxiong, who was on the side. Captain Lin, what do you think of this matter? Any good solutions? Lin Chuanxiong shook his head with a bitter smile. I don't have one either. With the current situation, we can only deploy our personnel around the museum and wait and see what happens. Hey, Su Lishue sighed lightly. It can only be this way. Meanwhile, outside the museum came a group of journalists gathered around the door, waiting for the arrival of Deputy Director Wang. There! Someone shouted first, and then all of them quickly moved forward one direction, then scrambled to the front of Curator Wang. Deputy Director Wang, may I ask if it's true that Chen Feng sent a teaser letter earlier saying that you're one of those 5 contestants from Area 3 of China who hadn't been caught? Deputy Director Wang, may I ask if you will avoid suspicion because of this matter and temporarily hand over your work to someone else to take care of? Mr. Deputy Director, may I ask what part of the museum you were in at the time of the theft? Associate Librarian Wang. A crowd of reporters were asking questions. Some even wanted to directly stick to Deputy Director Wang's face to ask questions, but fortunately they were stopped by a group of quick-eyed security personnel. Guys, everyone, please be quiet. As this voice spread throughout the room, a group of reporters also cooperated and closed their mouths, but the microphone that was stretched out in front of them still didn't have the slightest intention of being retracted. Guys, Deputy Director Wang's obese face was still the same amiable smile of the day. I can understand how you all are feeling right now, but I am not in a position to disclose the specifics of what is going on inside the muse. Right now, and I, myself, have no intention of handing the job over to anyone else for the time being. Furthermore, I would advise you all again to look at things rationally. That's all. After these words were said, Deputy Director Wang did not stay any longer and turned his head towards the interior of the museum. Hey, Deputy Director Wang! Deputy Director Wang! Seeing that Deputy Director Wang was about to leave, a group of reporters were anxious and wanted to chase after him to ask more questions, but they were stopped by the bodyguards that Deputy Director Wang had left in place. One could only watch as Deputy Director Wang rounded a corner and disappeared from view. The online outcry is growing, and at this point, Chen Feng, who was the person in question, was still leisurely reading a book inside the cafe. The store remains cold in the morning, with only the occasional acquaintance stopping by to buy a cup of coffee. Arsene, 3 Blue Mountain coffees, please. Chen Feng looked up, and it was none other than the duo of Shangguan Shi and Shangguan Meng who had just separated not long ago. At this moment, Shangguan Shi had a few smiles on her face, looking like she was in a good mood. Sister Shi, are you feeling better? Chen Feng put down the book in his hand and opened his mouth to inquire. It's just a minor illness. It's nothing, Shangguan Shi replied with a smile. So, Chen Feng nodded. Wait a moment, the coffee will be ready soon. Good. Shangguan Shi nodded, then came to a seat and sat down. Coincidentally, at this time, Su Lishue, who had been busy all day, also came to the store. Arsene, the usual, a half-sugar mocha. Captain Su? Shangguan Meng opened her mouth and shouted. Hearing the voice, Su Lishue looked up and exchanged a glance with the 2 Shangguan sisters. Su Lishue spoke. Miss Shangguan, you're here to buy coffee again? Yes. Shangguan Meng nodded, then turned her head to point at Shangguan Shi beside herself. Let me introduce you to my second sister, Shangguan Shi. Second sister. This is the one I mentioned to you last time, the chief leader of the pursuit team, Miss Su Lishue. Chapter 109, Acting Together? Hello, Shang Wanshi reached out to shake hands with Su Lixue and quickly separated again. After a few brief words of courtesy, the three of them sat down individually without saying anything more. Su Lixue took paper and pen from her own bag and wrote and drew, sometimes deep in thought, sometimes moving her pen. The Shang Wanshi duo, who knew the truth that too many words would lead to loss, did not come forward to chat when they saw that Su Lixue had no intention of chatting. The three sat in silence. The only sound in the entire cafe was the little noise made by Chen Feng as he unhurriedly made coffee. Hey, Arsene, where's that shop girl you hired? Why isn't she here? Su Lixue's sudden opening of her mouth immediately caught the attention of several people present. The Shang Wanshi duo also looked this way in unison. Chen Feng slowly filled his cup with the finished coffee and returned. She had something to do and went home first, so I'm alone today. So, Su Lixue nodded. Ding bell. A message ringtone came out from Su Lixue's cell phone. Su Lixue looked down and her face changed. Her willow eyebrows furrowed. After a moment of silence, it was only then that he once again raised his head to look in Chen Feng's direction. Yazan, pack the coffee for me. As much as I would like to enjoy it here, it seems as though I won't have the chance now. Good. Chen Feng smiled and nodded. Didn't ask anything more. Handily, he packed the coffee and then handed it to Su Lixue. Su Lixue left. The two Shangwan sisters also looked much more relaxed. This woman has finally left. Shangwan Meng spat out in a small voice. Chen Feng brought over the 3 packaged cups of coffee that had already been made. Isn't Miss Dream a fan of this Miss Su from the Pursuit team? How come she doesn't seem to like her much now? Humph. I was just being polite and courteous with her. I certainly prefer the strange thief to these people in the chase team. Shangwan Meng held her head high and spoke directly without any concealment. Oh, the corner of Chen Feng's mouth hooked up. Is it like kiddo? Of course not. Shangwan Meng was just about to say that she liked the other geek, but then she thought about how their only previous action had failed before it even started. The visibility was now almost zero, and the retort that was on the tip of his tongue was swallowed back down. A vague reply. Something like that. Shangwanshi spoke up at this time. Little Dream, we should go. Big sister is still waiting for us. Good. Shangwan Meng nodded. The two stood up and picked up the 3 cups of coffee that had just been packed on the table. Just as she was about to leave, Shangwanshi felt her wrist being grabbed. Shangwanshi, who almost never had direct contact with the opposite sex, frowned at once and looked towards Chen Feng, who was grabbing his wrist in front of him, his tone a little more cold and distant than just a moment ago. Mr. Arsene, what are you doing? The Chen Feng in front of him seemed as if he did not notice this, slowly raising his head with a trademark smile at the corner of his mouth. Don't get me wrong, Ms. Shangwanshi, I just want to invite the 3 of you, together with me, to share in tonight's performance. When he said this, Chen Feng did not change his vocal line anymore, and directly used his original voice to say it. Shangwanshi, who originally had a few moments of coldness on his face, suddenly froze in his expression. Kiddo? Shangwanshi shouted tentatively. Chen Feng did not deny it. He just flipped his palm and a blue flower appeared in his hand and was slowly handed to Shangwanshi. It is an honor to meet you again, Miss Shangwanshi. Looking at the person in front of him, Shangwanshi received the flowers with a slightly dumbfounded expression. How did you get here? Just following the guidance of the wind. Here to wait exclusively for the moonlight and you, beautiful lady. With that said, Chen Feng turned Shangwanshi's hand over, the back of his hand upwards, and placed a gentle kiss on it. This time Shangwanshi didn't show any resistance. Instead, her face was slightly flushed with a little girl's posture. Hey, no way. There's someone else here. If you two want to show your love, can you avoid me? I'm still here. Shangwan Meng bulged her face. Dream. Shangwanshi pulled her hand back with a red face and feigned annoyance as she punched Shangwan Meng beside her. This little dream is becoming more and more disrespectful to herself as a sister. Shangwan Meng pretended to be scared and jostled with Shangwanshi for a couple of moments before she once again turned her attention to Chen Feng. Hey, I say kiddo, where did you get Arsene? Since Chen Feng and Ling Xingyao's impersonated self had appeared in the view of the 3 Shangwan sisters at the same time earlier, Shangwan Meng had not suspected Chen Feng's identity problem. That gentleman Chen Feng cupped his chin and revealed a mysterious smile. I just let him rest a little longer. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Shangwan Meng rolled her eyes. Of course, she knew what Chen Feng meant by rest. He couldn't help but sympathize for a second with Yazan, who had his number stolen. Welcome. The mechanical cat at the doorway made a sound and a delicate figure walked in. Hey, Dream, what's wrong with you guys? I'm still waiting at home and you guys are chatting? Shangwan Lin's voice reached the ears of several people on the scene. The Shangwanshi duo was just about to open their mouths to explain, when they saw that Chen Feng had already stood up and took the initiative to come in front of Shangwan Lin. Snap! A ringing finger sounded from Chen Feng's hand, followed by a purple rosebud being handed to Shangwan Lin. After just 1 day's absence, Ms. Lin's beauty remains the same. Looking at the person in front of her with the flowers being handed to her, Shang Guanlin froze slightly before quickly reacting. Freakin' kiddo? Shang Guanlin said Chen Feng's identity with a single word. Why are you here? That's a sad thing to say, Ms. Lin. I'm here specifically to wait for you. Waiting for us? Shang Guanlin accepted the flowers in front of her, a smile appearing on her charismatic face. I see you're mainly waiting for Xiaoxi, right? Chen Feng smiled faintly and did not retort. The four men resumed their seats. Chen Feng also spoke of his purpose. For tonight's operation, I would like to ask the three Miss Monstrous Thieves to join me. We, of course, after all, the three ladies should be eager to personally expose the one who framed you, right? Chen Feng smiled and spoke. Shang Guanlin didn't say much, just sipping her coffee and pondering something. Instead, Shang Guanmeng had an excited look on her face. Every time she saw so many fans gathering when Chen Feng was in action, she was very envious. And if this action could be done right, maybe they could also gain a lot of fans. Big sis. Shang Guanmeng wrapped her arm around Shang Guanlin with an expectant look on her face. Shang Guanxi similarly looked agreeable. Chapter 110, Names? Well, Shang Guanlin was slightly silent for a moment, then slowly put down the coffee cup in her hand. In any case, this matter is ultimately our own, and we're a million times more grateful that you're here to help, so we're not going to push back on the joint operation. Yeah, Shang Guanmeng, who got the answer she wanted, stood up happily, fist pumping and seemingly ready for something big. However, Shang Guanlin's next sentence instantly poured cold water on her. But dream can't attend. Huh? Why? Shang Guanmeng looked at her big sister with an incredulous expression. Shang Guanlin glanced at her and spoke. Don't think I don't know. Your leave from school expired yesterday, and you're at the end of the semester, so you need to hurry up and go back to school and study, so you don't get a failing grade back then. Don't. Shang Guanmeng had a look of hopelessness on her face, and wanted to argue some more, but after seeing Shang Guanlin's undeniable gaze, she could only swallow back the words that were on her lips. One could only look at Shang Guanxi with supplicating eyes, hoping that Shang Guanxi could say a few words for him, causing Shang Guanxi to laugh for a while. Alright little dream, you go back to review your studies first. When you finish your exams, we'll take you with us the next time we make a move. Well, Shang Guanmeng nodded with a reluctant face. Right. Chen Feng seemed to have remembered something and looked at the three of them as he spoke again. I recommend that the three Miss Monstrous Bandits had better take a monstrous bandit name for themselves, as well as facilitating the name calling in the follow-up actions. Oddball names. Shang Guanlin nodded, feeling that Chen Feng's words made sense, and then turned her head to look at the duo of Shang Guanxi and Shang Guanmeng. What do you think? I think it's okay. Shang Guanxi nodded in response. Me too. Shang Guanmeng, who had a shriveled look on her face just a moment ago, seemed to be full of blood at this moment. If you ask me, why don't we just call it Rosebud Monster? It doesn't sound good. Shang Guanlin gently shook her head. The three monstrous sisters. Shang Guanmeng continued to speak. The corner of Shang Guanxi's mouth twitched. This is not as good as the last one. That strange flower. Rouge freak. Strange lady. Shang Guanmeng said several in a row, but none of them were suitable. Just then, Chen Feng slowly spoke. If you don't mind, I might be able to think of one for you. Chen Feng's words immediately attracted the attention of the three Shangguan sisters. Under the gaze of the three, Chen Feng spoke again. How about calling it Monster Cat's Eye? At this point, the dusty Su Lishue had returned to the pursuit bureau. Come inside the conference room. As Su Lishue pushed the door in, the people present stood up. At this time, Su Lishue didn't care about this and casually waved her hand to signal the crowd to sit down. Then he hurriedly opened his mouth and inquired, "What's going on now, Captain?" Sun Luo stood up and took out a document and handed it to Su Lishue. This is an email that the secretary of that deputy director of the museum, Mr. Wang, just sent us and is still waiting for your reply. Su Lishue picked up the document and scanned it a few times. At night, a transport truck carrying artifacts. And you want us to send protection? Su Lishue frowned. Yesterday, Chen Feng had just sent out a teaser letter saying that this deputy director Wang was one of the contestants in the second installment of the show and had supervised the theft of the Emerald Lotus cloth. For this reason, Chen Feng had also sent out a teaser letter to steal the stolen Emerald Lotus clothes again tonight. See now, from the time of the preview letter is less than 12 hours. At this time the deputy director of the Wang want to escort the cultural relics. This little cutie, can all guess what he's going to do, right? Su Lishue put down the papers in her hands, her brows still locked. What do you guys say? As soon as Su Lishue's words fell, Louis couldn't wait to stand up. Captain, he's just treating us like cuties. Well, wanting us to help escort artifacts and refusing to disclose the items being escorted and refusing to be inspected. Anyone can see there's something wrong with that. This statement immediately resonated with most people. That's just it. It's like treating us like cuties. Yet, if you ask me, it's okay to help. Let us check what the escort is first. I support it. That Deputy Director Wang hasn't even cleared his own suspicions yet, and now he's coming to command on us. That's why his status as Deputy Director saved him. Otherwise, no matter what he does, in his office and home a search. I do not believe that the stolen artifacts cannot be found. How can we accept a request from a fugitive? The crowd discussed it with you and me, but from their words, basically also identified the Deputy Director of the program as the second phase of the program China 3, one of the 10 fugitives. Quiet. Su Lishue's voice spread throughout the conference room, and only then did the crowd slowly quiet down. Captain Sun, what do you think? Sun Luo, who was ordered to stand up, sighed helplessly and said, Captain, I think we have to go. As soon as these words were said, there was another commotion in the conference room, but fortunately it was pressed down in time by Su Lishue. Su Lishue opened her mouth and asked, how so? Sun Luo spoke again. After all, we are a pursuit group that specializes in dealing with Chen Feng, and that Vice Premier Wang is a target that has been targeted by Chen Feng. Until we have evidence to prove Deputy Director Wang's status as a fugitive, he can still ask for help from us as a legitimate citizen after receiving the advance letter, and it's not convenient for us to refuse. Lu Yi, whose temper had always been anxious, immediately stood up to express his dissatisfaction. Then isn't this being a hooligan? Knowing that the things being escorted are most likely lost cultural relics, we still can't inspect them. Instead we have to help them deal with Chen Feng. This is too suffocating, right? That can't be helped. This is our part of the job. Sun Luo spoke helplessly. Now everyone was silent. Although they don't want to admit it, everyone understands that what Sun Luo said, I'm afraid, is right. The sun was halfway across the sky. From east to west, the day passed quickly and the sky darkened. Outside the museum, the 4 vehicles of the pursuit team were parked side by side on the side of the road, and not far away, there was a black escort van. Su Lishue waited in place with a group of members of the pursuit team. Not much longer, the slightly bloated Deputy Director Wang then appeared with a dozen or so of the museum's security personnel, and at the same time, there was a hermetically sealed safe carried by 4 strong men. Captain Su, and everyone in the pursuit team, have worked hard. Deputy Director Wang smiled and greeted the crowd. The eyes were squeezed to a slit by the smile and looked very kind. Chapter 111, The Cooperative Thief. In the face of Deputy Director Wang's enthusiasm, the crowd present in the pursuit team did not seem to appreciate it. Each one of them just glanced at the visitor lightly, and then each of them continued to do their own things, and no one came forward to talk. Only Su Lishue, who was the captain of the team, walked up helplessly. Deputy Director Wang is polite. This is just part of the job. Deputy Director Wang nodded politely, then greeted toward the back. Put the stuff in the car. Yes. 4 burly men sniffed and carried the safe forward. The heavy safe made of metal weighed quite a bit, and even with 4 strong men carrying it, it seemed a bit of a strain. Under the watchful eyes of the pursuit team, the rear door of the originally closed escort car was opened, and the safe was slowly lowered in. Then with a bang, the door was closed again, and the loading of the escorted goods was announced to be completed. Captain Su, then I'll trouble you with this item. Help us get it over to the Coastal Museum. Good. Su Lishue nodded her head and didn't make any unnecessary nonsense. After making sure his side was in position, he greeted the crowd and got into the car. The 6 pursuit bureau vehicles were spread out 3 in front and 3 in the back, sandwiching the escort vehicle to ensure security issues during the escort. Ready to go. Su Lishue, who was sitting in the vehicle at the back, used the intercom to give orders to the crowd. 6 vehicles with the Pursuit Bureau logo fired up at the same time, and the roar of the vehicles momentarily resonated throughout the entrance. And at this point, the driver's seat of the escort van was still empty. It wasn't until a second before the departure that a dry, thin, middle-aged man wearing a hat arrived in a hurry. Oops, sorry. I have a bit of diarrhea and I'm a bit late. The middle-aged man scratched his head and looked at the person on the passenger side with an embarrassed face. On the co-pilot was a young man holding a tranquilizer gun with a cold face, and did not react in the slightest to the middle-aged man's words. He just gave a faint hum and continued to look ahead with a serious face. All the while, the youth's hands never left the tranquilizer gun, which was as careful as could be expected. The middle-aged man was displeased and said nothing more. It just fired up, shifted gears, and fired up the car on its own, without another word. Just at the start of the car, the middle-aged man's hidden headset in his left ear issued a very slight ding sound. It was the beep of a successful message being sent. The middle-aged man who sensed this revealed a flash of a smile before calmly stepping on the gas and driving off into the distance. In the meantime, located in the middle of the hotel across the street from the museum building, Chen Feng was standing by the window calmly observing all of this. Ding bell. A cell phone beep sounded and Chen Feng swept his head down. Then the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a smile. Click. The bathroom door was pushed open and Shang Wanshi walked out from inside. My big sister has arrived at the appropriate location as you instructed. What's next? Wait. Chen Feng turned around and spoke softly. Wait? Shang Wanshi froze and hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. Wait for what? Do you still want them to take the initiative to send over that emerald lotus cloth? Looking at Shang Wanshi, who had a few anxious looks on her face, Chen Feng did not feel strange, although the internet has now turned the tide on the other bandit because of the teaser letter he sent out. But if that plant is not debunked soon, then those earlier comments attacking them will surely resurface. At that point, they'll really be the shameless monsters of sound and fury. Please don't be in a hurry, ma'am. Even the best performances need some preparation time, so please be patient for a while, okay? Chen Feng stepped forward, the gentle and confident smile still on his face, which caused an inexplicable sense of comfort. Looking into the eyes of the person in front of him, Shang Wanshi nodded. Perhaps even she couldn't say why, but instinctively she was still willing to believe it in the face of the words of the person in front of her. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Under Shang Wanshi's puzzled gaze, Chen Feng walked towards the door, accompanied by a click sound. The door of the room was opened by Chen Feng. A man and a woman dressed in sails appeared at the door position. Hello sir, we have your customized gown delivered for you to look at. The male salesman had his trademark smile and greeted the back. The saleswoman standing in the back immediately understood and brought a lady's gown out from behind her. The overall black color palette, the dotted star-like accents, and the long loose skirt are beautiful and unassuming. Please. Chen Feng nodded politely and handed out a few red bills as tips to the duo. The black lady's dress was then received by the two with words of gratitude. Bang! The door to the room was closed once again, and Shang Wanshi came over, pinching up one of the corners of the lady's gown. Shang Wanshi looked at Chen Feng with skepticism. You wouldn't be trying to steal something in this outfit, would you? Male disguised as a woman? Speaking of this, Shang Wanshi seemed to have remembered something. Her beautiful eyes widened and a touch of astonishment appeared on her face. Could it be that the previous report was true? You really have a female costume fetish? Thud. Shang Wanshi was knocked on the head by Chen Feng, who had a face full of black lines, and could only pull away from Chen Feng with a face full of aggression. Chen Feng quickly adjusted his demeanor and spoke again. Miss Shang Wanshi, this is something I prepared especially for you. Try it on? For me? Shang Wanshi took it with a suspicious face. Chen Feng smiled and nodded, reaching out to signal her to go try it on. Although she was a bit puzzled, Shang Wanshi didn't think too much about it and turned around to take the gown and head towards the bathroom. Not much time passed before the bathroom door was opened again, and Shang Wanshi, who had changed into her gown, walked out with her. The high-class black gown looked very appropriate on Shang Wanshi's body, and the upper body's proud figure was outlined appropriately. Sexy but not too dignified. Graceful and gorgeous and beautiful. These two words couldn't be more appropriate for Shang Wanshi at this time. Very beautiful, ma'am. Chen Feng, who had also changed into a gown with one hand behind his back, slightly saluted and sent a red rose to Shang Wanshi. Thanks. Shang Wanshi stretched out her lace-gloved left hand and took the rose. What do we do next? Chen Feng straightened up, revealing a mysterious smile. Attending that curator Wang's reception, as well as the curtain call for the performance. Curtain call? Shang Wanshi wanted to ask something else, but Chen Feng held out his finger in front of his lips. Ma'am, leave a little mystery to the show, okay? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Shang Wanshi nodded and did not say anything else. At Chen Feng's gesture, she walked up and took his arm, and together they walked towards the outside. Chapter 112, Traffic Jam? At this point, Su Luexu and the rest of the group of pursuit team had already set off for 10 minutes. Even though they were traveling on a flat road, the people in the pursuit team on each vehicle still didn't have the slightest intention of relaxing. One by one, they were alert to their surroundings, ready to deal with any unexpected situation. And Su Lixue, who was the captain, did the same, clutching the walkie-talkie deftly in her white hands and looking ahead without a single glance. The atmosphere is serious. However, since Chen Feng hadn't appeared, the crowd in the live broadcast room casually chatted. Aren't these people from the pursuit team so nervous? The Maple God, don't eat people. He, that's true. If it was you and Chen Feng as opponents, I'm afraid you wouldn't be in as good a shape as them, right? That can't be helped. After all, the Maple God is just too strong. I just don't know when the Maple God will show up here. I haven't seen him for a day and I miss him. Me too. Casual chit-chat was going on in the live room while the convoy of the road pursuit team encountered a situation. On the wide road, Su Lixue keenly discovered that the surrounding vehicles were obviously a lot more than earlier, and the speed of advancement was also slowing down. Sensing the abnormality, Su Lixue immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. What's going on? Why is the advance getting slower and slower? Zip! A faint electric current sounded, followed immediately by the return call of the vehicle crew in the front pursuit group. Captain, there seems to be a traffic jam up ahead, and a number of cars are turning around and heading back, so it's a bit of a walk. Traffic jam? Su Lishua's willow brows suddenly furrowed. In order to circumvent Chen Feng's commonly used technique of hiding his figure with the help of the crowd at the scene, Su Lishua had specially chosen the current remote and distant road. Not a lot of cars usually go by, so how can you get stuck in traffic? Still at a critical time like this, Su Lishua frowned and pondered a little before decisively ordering, "Attention all vehicles, turn around at the fork in the road ahead and go the other way. Respond if you receive. Car 1 copy, Car 2 copy, Car 6 copy." As Su Lishua's order was given, the 6 pursuit bureau cars as well as the escorting cars totaling 7 cars suddenly changed their forward direction and made a U-turn at the location of a fork in the road not far away. This confused the whole crowd on the air. What the hell? Why are these people even turning around? It looks like there's a traffic jam in front of it and it's impossible to get around. It's not as if it's just a traffic jam. I just saw the video and a certain sound. The farm not far in front seems to have some problems. The cows and sheep inside all ran out, blocking the whole street to death. Seriously? Problems at the farm? And cows and sheep are running out? Is there no one in charge? Upstairs, I was at the scene. I testify to the words of that dude. It's the cows and sheep that have all run out, and the people at the farm are already dealing with it, but it doesn't seem to be working. These cows and sheep are like they've received some kind of order, and no one is listening to whoever is driving them. Incorrect. 9 out of 10 isn't right. This situation suddenly reminds me of the whale that was tamed by the maple god. Holy, no dude, when you say it like that, it seems like it's really. The words that popped up in the live feed were certainly not seen by the crowd of the chase group. They were still busy getting out of their cars in an emergency to clear the congestion in front of them and turn around and leave. The few people in the escort car, on the other hand, were serious, especially the youth sitting in the passenger seat, his hand deadlocked on the trigger of the tranquilizer gun. It was as if as soon as the white figure appeared, he would immediately proceed to shoot without hesitation. But to the surprise and good fortune of the chase group, nothing happened during the 15-minute-long convoy turnaround. And, of course, no one noticed. In the meantime, the middle-aged man in the driver's seat of the escort vehicle put his hand in his pocket and pressed a button as if scratching an itch, and then quickly withdrew his hand and acted as if nothing had happened. The other side. The disguised Chen Feng and Shang Wanshi had successfully entered the 3rd floor of the museum. Shang Wanshi did not ask Chen Feng where he got the invitation from. In fact, I know without asking that it is most likely that a certain unlucky gentleman or lady has been forced to rest for a while longer. Inside the reception, Chen Feng was holding his wine cup, taking a sip every now and then, or chatting with Shang Wanshi on the side. What the hell are you trying to do? A gowned Shang Wanshi pressed his voice and spoke. Chen Feng still had the same smile. There's no rush. Let's watch a good show first. Saying that, Chen Feng also signaled Shang Wanshi to look to the side. Shang Wanshi turned his head, only to see a large screen hanging on the side front wall. Although there were no subtitles, Shang Wanshi still instantly recognized what was playing on the big screen, which was exactly what was in the live broadcast room of the pursuit team's convoy. 6 pursuit team vehicles sandwiched the escort vehicle between the front 3 and the back 3, closely guarded. Now Shang Wanshi was even more puzzled. It's not like you can't watch it live elsewhere, so why go through all the trouble of coming to a reception held above the museum building? Although curious, Shang Wanshi didn't ask much, but an unintentional sweep of her eyes caused her pupils to suddenly shrink. Dream? Looking at a certain figure not far away, Shang Wanshi let out a whisper, looking somewhat incredulous. Shouldn't Dream be in her dormitory at H-City University right now? How come she's here? What's wrong? Noticing Shang Wanshi's disorientation, Chen Feng inquired in a low voice. Following the direction of Shang Wanshi's line of sight, he saw 4 18 or 19-year-old girls strolling not far from the big screen. The casual attire on the 4 stood out within the gown-filled reception. Seemingly noticing the gazes of the two, Shang Wanmeng also looked this way. Meeting the gazes of the two, Shang Wanmeng spoke a few words to the 3 people beside her. The other 3 sniffed and also looked towards this side. Then together they walked towards this side. Obviously, Shang Wanmeng also recognized Shang Wanshi after the disguise. But this was normal. Although Shang Wanshi was very confident in her disguise skills, she couldn't help that the other party was her own sister who she had been living with for 18 years. It is normal to be recognized. Hello, sis, can I ask you where you got this dress? It's really very pretty. One of the other 3 people traveling with Shang Wanmeng walked up and came in front of Shang Wanshi, speaking with an expectant face. Facing the 3 expectant gazes, Shang Wanshi could only reply with an awkward yet polite smile. At the same time, he also glared at Shang Wanmeng, who was not far away. Without a trace, Shang Wanmeng walked up with a smile as if she didn't see it and opened her mouth. That goes without saying? It must have been bought for her by her sister's boyfriend, right sister? Chapter 113, Su Lishua's unease. When she said this, Shang Wanmeng even emphasized on the word sister. Hearing Shang Wanmeng's words, The remaining three immediately turned their gazes towards Chen Feng. Is this your sister's boyfriend? Sister's boyfriend is so handsome. It's a good match for my sister. The three men spoke to each other. Although Chen Feng was now in a disguised form, as a strange thief with a mental cleanliness fetish. Except for special circumstances, Chen Feng's face value would not be low in most of the people he disguised himself as. In the face of the trio's compliments, Chen Feng, on the other hand, still maintained the same poker face that had remained unchanged for years. Placing his hand in front of him, he gently flipped it over and three beautiful lilies appeared in his hand. I appreciate the compliments from a couple of ladies. Here you go. Chen Feng smiled and handed the flowers to the trio. It drew another gasp from the three. The leader of the group was even more full of curiosity. Is brother a magician? Just like Kiddo. Hearing the word Kiddo, the other two girls also looked over, waiting for Chen Feng's answer. A magician would be considered a magician. Chen Feng smiled and gave an ambiguous answer. This, on the contrary, aroused the curiosity of a few girls even more, and surrounded Chen Feng for a while, causing Shang Guanmeng, who was on the sidelines, to roll her eyes. She was just bored and came out for a stroll, but as a result, she was dragged here by her roommate. But she didn't expect that she would run into Chen Feng and the two of them here. That struck her as odd for a moment. Hasn't the escort van left long ago? Why are they still here? Although she felt strange, Shang Guanmeng didn't want to hinder her own second sister's actions because of herself, and hurriedly went forward to pull back the three people who were still chattering away, and opened her mouth. Alright, let's go over there and take a look. Don't bother your sister and the others, okay? Hearing Shang Guanmeng's words, the three of them could only call it quits even though they still had some unanswered questions. Well, I'll see you next time then, magic trickster brother. The leader of the group held the flowers that Chen Feng had just sent and smiled as he waved his hand in a bye-bye gesture. The other two raised their flowers in the same manner and spoke with smiles. Goodbye brother. See you later. Chen Feng waved his hand and spoke. The three took the flowers and giggled as they left, whispering something as they walked. On the other hand, Shang Guanmeng, whose hands were empty on the side, became very conspicuous. Of course, in response, Shang Guanmeng, who was in the way, didn't say anything, until the person next to her spoke up. Hey, Dream, what's on the back of your shirt? At these words, the other two also cast their gazes over. Hey, it's really hey, what's this? Under Shang Guanmeng's puzzled gaze, the person next to her reached behind her clothes and took out a small, tightly wrapped bag from the back. The bag was small and light, but it instantly caught the eyes of all four. Snap, a clear voice came from nowhere. Next, the small bag opened by itself, and a bouquet of 9 purple roses was suddenly presented to several people. There was also a small white card in the center. Roses reflect your beauty better than lilies. Miss, wow, it's beautiful. The person next to him exclaimed in shock. Shang Guanmeng, who seemed to recall something, looked back, but the two figures were no longer in the same spot. At this time, as the organizer of this reception, Deputy Director Wan walked into the middle of the venue surrounded by 7 or 8 people, pushing the atmosphere of the scene to a climax. Many people have surrounded the toast. The scene was originally quiet, atmosphere also gradually became slightly chaotic and noisy. Helplessly, Shang Guanmeng also had no choice but to temporarily give up looking for those two figures, and instead wandered elsewhere under the pull of her own classmates beside her. The other side. The pursuit team's convoy led by Su Lixue also traveled all the way to an old tunnel. I don't know if it's due to age or something else, but today the light inside this remote and old tunnel is extraordinarily dim. The crowd could only turn their high beams on, which allowed them to see the road for 20 meters ahead. Quiet. It was very quiet all around. Not even a single fellow car. The only sound echoing throughout the tunnel was the sound of the pursuit team's convoy traveling. The tunnel was unusually quiet. Not even a signal. And even the live broadcast screen had to be adjusted to a position at the end of the tunnel after the pursuit team entered the tunnel, waiting for the convoy to come out. All vehicles report status. Su Lixue spoke into the intercom, her tightly locked brows very clearly revealing her mood at this time. In this claustrophobic environment, she instinctively felt a twinge of unease. All is well with the 1-car situation. All is well with the condition of the 2nd car. All is well with the 6-car situation. With the report of situation all normal from each vehicle completed, Su Lixue tightly frowned but still did not stretch. The uneasy feeling in his heart didn't diminish in the slightest. Eyes scanned the surrounding road through the car window. Su Lixue, who had been thinking a little, picked up the walkie-talkie once again. Pay attention to the surrounding situation during the traveling of each car. In addition, accelerate through here, and report at any time if there is any situation. Yes, the cars have responded. Immediately afterward, the entire convoy began to accelerate according to Su Lixue's order, heading towards the end of the tunnel, and the reception. The crowd, led by Deputy Director Wang, also stopped talking and looked at the large screen placed not far ahead, waiting for the convoy to reappear. Deputy Director Wang. A voice came from the side, catching the attention of Deputy Director Wang. Turning his head to look, he only saw a youth with a dusty demeanor holding a wineglass, standing in front of him. "I'll drink to you." The youth raised his glass to his body and spoke. Although he didn't know who the person in front of him was, a son of someone's family, it didn't stop Deputy Director Wang from responding with a smile. "Yes, please." Vice President Wang raised his wineglass and gently clinked it with the youth, followed by a small sip, and the youth eased the glass to his mouth. Just then, the youth seemed to be suddenly hit by someone, and his entire body instantly lost its balance. Next, the glass of wine in the youth's hand suddenly spilled out, accidentally spilling onto Deputy Director Wang's clothes. Sorry, that was really careless of me." The youth fumbled for a paper towel to wipe Deputy Director Wang's clothes with a flustered look on his face. "Never mind." Vice President Wang pushed the youth's hand away with a smile on his face and waved his hand as if he didn't care about it. Only after apologizing twice more to Deputy Director Wang did the flustered youth turn around and leave. Of course, no one noticed that there seemed to be something more different where the youth had wiped the clothes of Vice President Wang earlier. Chapter 114, The Vanishing Escort Vehicle. The reception is still going on. For some reason, the attention of the people inside the reception at this time was more focused on the big screen showing the live feed, even if it was empty. At this point, inside the tunnel, the pursuit team's convoy had already traveled 3/4 of the way, and the ride was still smooth and uneventful. The only difference from earlier was that earlier at the fork in the road, a large truck had also entered the passage and was traveling steadily not far ahead of the convoy. However, since the big truck was traveling very normally without the slightest problem, the people in the pursuit team lowered their guard a little bit. Instead, he turned his attention more on his surroundings, always on guard against Chen Feng appearing from any angle. The traveling still continues. In a flash, the convoy was about to drive to the exit position of the tunnel. The signal was restored, and the image of the convoy once again appeared in the live broadcast. "Hey, what's the situation? This escort vehicle is still here? I thought the Maple God would strike in the middle of the tunnel, so it looks like I overthought it. Are you stupid upstairs? You're going to do it in the middle of the tunnel? How can you run after that? If you let them block both ends of the tunnel, you'll be smothered inside. Is it possible that Maple God didn't plan to make a move against the escort vehicle? Otherwise it wouldn't have waited until now without making a move. It's possible. After all, we can't guess what's in the Maple God's mind." The pop-up screen rolled in the live broadcast room, and the tense nerves of the pursuit group who passed through the tunnel smoothly all the way through the tunnel were also able to relax a little at this time. But that's when it happened. The mutation was sudden. The large truck in front of them braked sharply without warning, startling the convoy of pursuit teams that were following closely behind. In particular, the 3 vehicles of the pursuit team traveling at the front were sharply hitting the steering wheel, which avoided the rear-end collision. Can you drive? The driver of car number 1 froze in mid-curse, only to see that the closed rear door of the big truck had been opened at some point. A heavy steel plate fell from the rear of the car. The big truck carriages connected to the ground, forming a simple channel. Immediately afterward, before the crowd had time to react, numerous smoking cylindrical tin cans rolled down from the back of the big truck, while a large amount of white smoke erupted from the roof of the tunnel at the same time. A white smoke swept over the entire convoy and blocked everyone's view. The live broadcast room was instantly abuzz. "Holy, made a move. I knew the Maple God wouldn't let this escort vehicle go so easily. That's more like it. This guy, all excited for me. The soda pop is ready and waiting," regardless of the words on the air. At this time, the rear of the convoy has been completely wrapped up in white smoke inside the number 5 car. Su Lishua quickly reacted and immediately ordered, "Attention everyone, get out of the car and get on guard immediately to protect the escort vehicle." As the words fell, Su Lishua decisively pushed open the car door, but before she could take a step there was a loud cacophony of noise that resounded abruptly around her. It was like square dance music amplified tenfold, so that one had to cover one's ears temporarily to resist this intense noise. "Quickly, everyone go around the escort vehicle." Su Lishua fought to shout with her walkie-talkie, but unfortunately, her volume was very easily overshadowed by the loud noise, without causing the slightest ripple. There is no way around it. Su Lishue also had no choice but to give up ordering and took the lead herself to run in the direction of the escort vehicle in front. White smoke filled the air. The crowd in the live room couldn't see anything, and neither could the chase group crowd on the floor. Coupled with the loud noise coming from all directions around them, dozens of members of the pursuit team seemed to have become deaf and blind at this moment. The noise only lasted about a minute before it stopped, and with the wind pouring in from the tunnel entrance, the thick white smoke slowly dissipated. The vision gradually cleared, but the scene left everyone dumbfounded. Su Lishue stood in the middle of the convoy, her red lips slightly open, not knowing what to say, and at her feet lay an escort who had passed out, the tranquilizer gun still held in his hand. But sadly, it didn't come in handy, and the escort car located in the middle position of the convoy, at this time, is missing. Only the empty smoke canisters that littered the ground, and the big, empty van directly in front of it, remained in place. Of course, the driver's door at the front of the car had been opened, and the person inside, long gone, vanished into thin air, truly vanished into thin air, and it was a huge escort van that disappeared. In just 2 minutes, with the entire tunnel blocked by big trucks as well as the cars of the pursuit team, the escort car disappeared into thin air surrounded by 7 cars. The crowd in the live broadcast room was completely ignited by this. I'll go. What the hell? Where's the escort van? It's been driven away? It shouldn't have been driven away. The escort vehicle was surrounded by 7 vehicles in the center position, and the gap between 2 vehicles was simply not enough to allow the escort vehicle to pass through. Plus none of these vehicles showed signs of having been hit, so how could it have had a chance to be driven away under these circumstances? Ilu Anima disappeared out of thin air No, play? I used to put up with it when the maple god made some necklace or whatever trinket disappear, but now what's going on here? This isn't even magic? Same with the crowd in the live room. The chase group crowd at the scene was also confused. Dozens of men searched the surrounding area inside and out 3 times, and checked several times around the van with its doors wide open and empty, but still nothing. It was as if the large escort vehicle had literally disappeared into thin air without a trace. Inside the reception at this time, the crowd at the scene was also amazed. What is this situation? In front of the big screen, a man blinked twice and opened his mouth to inquire. Didn't give him an answer though, because they don't know either. However, there was still another problem now, and that was that according to what Chen Feng had said in his earlier teaser letter, Deputy Director Wan was the real culprit in the theft case, and he would be the one to reveal the hidden truth tonight. Now that the escort van has been stolen, the crowd at the scene unanimously turned their heads to look at Deputy Director Wang, who was standing at the back, but to everyone's surprise, at this moment, Vice President Wan was still in that smiling manner, without the slightest hint of weakness or worry. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Deputy Director Wang took a sip of wine, then put the cup down and slowly spoke. There is no need to worry, gentlemen, although I too was surprised that the escort van was stolen by that thief, but unfortunately it was destined to be a worthless labor. The reason is also simple, there's actually nothing inside the safe in the escort van. Chapter 115, Chen Feng's action. Nothing in the safe of the escort van. Deputy Director Wang's voice carried across the room, appearing especially clear in the quiet venue. The crowd at the scene were surprised to see that the always smiling and harmless-looking Deputy Director Wang would come up with such a trick. But this is normal. If it is really a heartless person, how could he sit on the position of Deputy Director of the City Museum? Shang Guanxi, who was observing this side not far away, was also surprised. Turning his head towards Chen Feng beside him, he saw that he was still in the same calm and collected manner, and did not seem to be affected in the slightest. You already knew? Shang Guanxi suppressed her voice and spoke, her beautiful eyes looking towards Chen Feng, waiting for his answer. Chen Feng didn't deny it and directly nodded his head in acknowledgement. Then why did you steal that escort van, Miss Shang Guanxi? Looking at Shang Guanxi's eyes that were filled with doubt, Chen Feng smiled and spoke. No magician is going to allow the perfection of his performance to be marred. As the words fell, Shang Guanxi instantly felt Chen Feng shove something into his hand. When he looked down, he saw dozens of extremely tiny transparent type thin threads hanging down from the ceiling. The thin wire changes direction through a small pulley in the ceiling and connects to another pulley in the ceiling above the large screen in the distance. Due to the lighting and the fact that the long line was just too thin, Shang Guanxi hadn't noticed it earlier. What is it? Shang Guanxi was filled with confusion, but Chen Feng did not seem to have the intention to explain, just a mysterious smile, the key that represents the curtain. As the words fell, Chen Feng directly raised his feet and walked towards the crowd not far away. It was also at that moment. Snap! With the sound of a crisp bolt of electricity, the lights in the entire venue went out. What's going on? What's happening? Is this a power outage? How did the lights go out? Hey! No! Who stepped on my foot? Watch it! Who can see in the dark? The scene became a bit chaotic as the crowd spoke to each other. At this moment, the live broadcast room belonging to Chen Feng was also abruptly turned to. Where is this place? How did the live feed suddenly get redirected here? Where did this come from for me? Is this still the country? Wasn't I watching the chase group? How come the picture suddenly changed? No, why is it so dark? Who turned off the lights? The pop-ups rolled in the live room, almost all of them wondering at the sudden change in the live room screen. And at that moment, Deputy Director Wang, who was in the center of the crowd, suddenly felt a hand quickly cut through his clothes. By the time Vice President Wang noticed something strange, he reached out and touched his hand in front of his body. Sure enough, I felt a number of thin threads on my own clothes. The thin line went all the way up and seemed to connect with the ceiling. Vice President Wang's brow furrowed at once, and he who had always been rigorous in his work, keenly sensed that something was wrong. Reaching out, he tried to rip these long strands off, but sadly, failed. Long line do not know what material is made of, although extremely thin, but the toughness of the full, let him tug half a day but still did not break one. Just as Deputy Director Wang was about to ask for a lighter, the lights suddenly came back on. The windows in the building had been left wide open at some point, and the evening breeze was howling and pouring in continuously from the windows. A white figure was standing in front of the crowd, looking at them with a smile. The white suit, the high medieval bowler hat, and the iconic four-leaf clover pendant and monocle were all indicative of the person in front of him. Monster Kiddo! The moment Chen Feng appeared, the crowd became tumultuous, and the live broadcast room was abuzz with pop-ups. I'll go. The Maple God has appeared? Where is this place? Why is the Maple God here? Looking out the window. This looks like the museum building side, right? That's it. Can't you see in the crowd? Isn't that Deputy Director Wang? He. It's still true. Fengshen is following the contents of the preview letter to expose this Deputy Director Wang? The crowd in the live room got excited. The scene was similar. Not far away, the three people who were traveling with Shangguan Meng were also very excited after seeing Chen Feng, who appeared in the middle of the reception. This, Kiddo-sama has appeared. One of the girls spoke with a face full of surprise, looking at Chen Feng with eyes full of little stars. The other two girls did the same, watching the white figure on the field with unblinking eyes, as if even blinking was a luxury at this moment. The trio's excitement caused the Shangguan Meng next to them to roll her eyes. Wouldn't you all be happy if you knew that the person who gave you the flowers earlier was Kiddo himself? Shangguan Meng thought darkly, eyes back on the field. Looking at the sudden appearance of Chen Feng, the security at the scene was also on guard. Quickly, they surrounded him from all sides, blocking him from the crowd in a tight line. There's no need to be nervous, everyone. I'm just here to look for that Vice Pavilion Master Wang. Chen Feng's lips flicked out, and his gentle voice instantly reached everyone's ears. Like a forewarning letter, I will reveal the truth that Vice President Wang is hiding, completely in front of everyone. Upon hearing this voice, the originally still smiling Deputy Director Wang's face suddenly changed drastically. In his hands, he clutched those thin threads tied on top of his clothes, wanting to hurry up and yank them off, but alas, he didn't succeed. Obviously, he had guessed what Chen Feng was going to do, but sadly, it's too late. Chen Feng's entire body quickly ran towards Shangguan Shi, who was standing by the window. In everyone's shocked gazes, Chen Feng reached out and wrapped his hand around Shangguan Shi's slender waist, and then the two of them quickly leapt towards the window, and as if dragging something else in their hands, they were yanked together toward the window. Wah! Dozens of thin threads tightened almost instantly. By means of two pulleys, thin threads were attached to the top of Deputy Director Wang's dress. Jab! Almost at the same second, on Deputy Director Wang, the clothes that had been inadvertently moved by Chen Feng instantly made a tearing sound. In the next second, the clothes on Deputy Director Wang that were still very neat and tidy were instantly torn apart under the pull of dozens of thin threads, exposing the sandwich inside a blouse with a bit of emerald jade inlay, worn by Deputy Director Wang. This is the Emerald Lotus Cloth. Chapter 116, The End of the Affair. Swish! Almost instantly, the eyes of the entire room turned towards Deputy Director Wang in unison. The atmosphere in the live room was even more quickly ignited. Holy, what did I see? What is this Deputy Director Wang wearing? Is it that lost artifact? Naya, wearing something on yourself as a sandwich for your clothes, and later putting the escort van out in a big way to change the attention. Good tactics. In the end it wasn't the Maple God who was better. No. Doesn't anyone care who that woman was that Kid God was holding on his way out? Good question. I'm guessing, could be the other weirdo who was wrongly accused by Vice President Wang. Another weirdo. I didn't realize it was a woman. There was silence. Almost everyone's eyes were gathered on Deputy Director Wang. At this time, that jade lotus dress worn by Deputy Director Wang was that conspicuous. Shoo! Two cracking sounds came from the air. A black and white card flew from the window and landed precisely in front of the crowd. The text above is brief and consistent, the only difference being the final inscription. As in the teaser letter, the hidden truth has been revealed, and so farewell to Kiddo, Cat's Eye. The first time the two monstrous thieves worked together, the truth about the museum's theft is revealed. The real culprit is him, Cat's Eye, another monstrous thief's inquisition, magic or enchantment. Surprisingly, the van disappeared in the midst of the pursuit team's surroundings. Shocked, a team-up of two monstrous thieves did this to the escort vehicle in the middle of the tunnel. A new hot search is once again available. Of course, more attention was paid to the popular terms Kiddo, Cat's Eye, and Bandit. And as the target of this Chen Feng's moving preview letter, he was also the vice president of this opponent, Mr. Wang. Also at the end of the reception, he publicly admitted to being a contestant on the second installment of the Game of Thieves show and announced his withdrawal from the show. I knew it. Fengshen will never lose. Fengshen NB. I still don't understand how the Maple God made the escort vehicle in that tunnel disappear? A vehicle that was over 4 meters long and 2 meters wide disappeared in the tunnel? A geeky cat eye? Or a female geek? Love love love. No, am I the only one who cares about that deputy director? A deputy director of a city museum, hey. It's too shocking that he would be one of the contestants for the second installment of the show, isn't it? Looks like we need to be careful of the people around us from now on. Maybe whoever is around us is a hidden contestant. Upstairs is right. I see now. I think the homeroom teacher who forces me to do my homework every day is the contestant. Wait for me to report her a little bit first. The information that the deputy director of the museum was a contestant in the program was completely confirmed, causing a furor in the community at the same time, but also caused a wave of whistleblowing fever. In just one day, the phones in the tracking team were swamped, with hundreds of calls almost every day reporting that someone close to them might be a fugitive. Most of them are wrong though. There are even some who simply report their enemies or use it to play pranks on their close friends. The large number of false tip-off calls that have appeared has also made the pursuit teams around the world miserable, and the whole bureau has been busy. At this point, the second floor of the dessert store. With a slight click, the TV was turned off. Things are finally resolved, and although the process was a bit convoluted, the outcome is always good. Shang Wanlin smiled and opened her mouth, then turned her head to look in the direction of her two sisters, finally resting her gaze on Shang Wanshi. Hey, what's up big sis? Shang Wanshi, who was suddenly called by name, first froze, quickly reacted and then jerked his head up, with a few unfaded smiles on his face. Shang Wanlin spoke. What are you thinking about? Absent-minded. Me. What else could she be thinking about? Her little lover boy. Without waiting for Shang Wanshi to speak, Shang Wanmeng grabbed the opportunity to say, dream. Shang Wanshi blushed slightly and chided, but it was not threatening. Shang Wanlin smiled and shook her head at the sight as well, and her thoughts couldn't help but think of that kiddo's assistant that she had worked with in the tunnel yesterday. Although she wore a human skin mask and took on the appearance of a middle-aged man, Shang Wanlin still detected the other party's true gender through the extremely faint smell of lady's perfume on her body. I'm afraid it's a woman, and considering how Kiddo had always acted, Shang Wanlin was almost certain that the other party should still be a beautiful woman. Not only the other party, but also a princess from far away in Western Europe, an international star, and even a former captain of the pursuit team and others, all of whom were stunning beauties. If Hei really likes Kiddo, I'm afraid this competitor. Shang Wanlin shook her head, interrupting her thoughts. Sigh lightly, take a step and see what happens later. Right big sister. Shang Wanmeng suddenly spoke up. How the hell did that thief do that? Just let you drive a truck and intercept the convoy before a puff of smoke passed and an escort vehicle disappeared? Hearing this, Shang Wanshi also cast a curious gaze at Shang Wanlin. It's actually quite simple. Shang Wanlin revealed a smile. The wagon of that truck measures 12 meters on the outside DD, but if you measure inside the wagon, it's less than 10 meters. In the meantime, miles away in Western Europe, inside the office of a building in a city, Amia, dressed in her work clothes, was sitting at her desk. A slender finger slid on the screen of the cell phone, while what was playing on it was a live replay of Chen Feng's action yesterday. Still the same white dress, still the same confident and charming smile, calm and elegant, fascinating. Everything seems to be generally the same as it was during the previous operation, except, Amia's fingers slightly paused, and her gaze finally rested on Shang Wanshi, who was acting together with Chen Feng and was dressed in a black gown. This live replay was edited and posted hours ago, and the title, Male and Female Monsters, a match made in heaven. The pop-up screen is full of words like blessing and congratulations. Amia suddenly let go of her hand, dropping the glass of water in her hand to the ground with a crisp sound. The water in the glass spilled all over the floor, and the crisp clatter instantly attracted the attention of Mir, who had just come to the door. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, accompanied by Mir's voice. Your Highness, what's wrong? Did something happen? With her beautiful eyes slightly sideways, Amia lifted her hand and exited the cell phone page, letting out a light sigh of relief as she opened her mouth. It's okay, it's just a dropped cup. Just have someone clean it up later. Yes, Your Highness. There's one more thing. It's your birthday soon, and the Queen would like to ask about the invitees to your birthday party. I just sent you the list of personnel, so you can take a look at it and let me know if you have any questions. P.S. Sorry for the late update today. Chapter 117 Amia's birthday. Good, Amia replied casually, looking at the sky outside the window that was already darkening. Amia didn't continue to stay in the office any longer. After simply packing up his things, he got up and left the office, driving back to his private villa. Evening. After taking a shower and lying on her bed in her bedroom, Amia opened the list of invitees that Mir had sent to her earlier. The invitation is wide open. It covered almost all the major figures of the various families in the business and political worlds of the lurching country, and even a number of people from abroad. Apparently, this was Amia's father, the king of the lurching kingdom, paving the way for Amia, the heir apparent. After casually flipping through a few pages, Amia tossed the phone aside, and couldn't help but think of the still familiar figure in her mind. "Will you come?" Amia looked in the direction of the nightstand and muttered to herself. After some hesitation, Amia finally got up and took out a small, delicate box from the compartment of the nightstand. It opened slowly, and a beautiful diamond ring lay in its place. "If someone I know is here, I'm sure they can call out the name of the diamond ring in one breath." Starlight gaze. That precious ring that was stolen by some thief. Looking at the contents of the box, Amia seemed to think of something. Turning on his cell phone once more, he logged onto a certain book interface and edited a message to send. Soon, an extremely hot post quickly dominated the hot searches on all major platforms. Lore Green Kingdom's first princess Amia sends out a late-night message announcing the list of invitees for her birthday party in half a month's time. Shocked, the first invitee to Her Highness's birthday party is actually him. Amia's birthday party invitees announced. Countless people's eyes were drawn to it and they clicked in. Just see the report put several screenshots of the list of invitees that Amia announced in one of the books. The list unsurprisingly contained the names of characters from all the top families, and even some people from other countries. This was all to be expected, but to everyone's surprise, on the first bit of the invitation, there was no one's name. There was just a simple photo. The photo is even more puzzling because it doesn't show anyone in the picture, just a pigeon, eating a plate of peeled crayfish. If Chen Feng had seen it, he would have recognized that the pigeon in the photo, which was merrily eating crayfish, was none other than the little white, from more than 2 months earlier. In the meantime, Chen Feng's side was also busy. Inside the cafe, a middle-aged man was sizing up Chen Feng, who was quietly making coffee, with great interest, and every now and then he even said a few words to Sun Yuqing beside him. The middle-aged man nodded and frowned at times, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other hand, Sun Yuqing on the side appeared to be very anxious, even a little difficult to sit still, and from time to time, she also used her afterglow to glance at Chen Feng, who was not far away, for a few moments. "Coffee's ready, try some, Uncle Sun, and Yuqing, here you go." Chen Feng slowly delivered the coffee to the two of them, Sun Kaixian and Sun Yuqing, with a gentle tone and a smile on his face, coupled with the fact that he was handsome in appearance. It was hard not to let one's good feelings rise even if it was the first time they met. Sun Kaixian lifted the coffee in front of him and took a sip after blowing 2 puffs, and his eyes lit up. "Well, it seems that Yuqing and that girl from Su's family really didn't lie to me. The coffee you have here is the best I've ever had. Uncle is polite. If you like it, you are always welcome to come and taste it." Chen Feng smiled back, even in the face of Sun Kaixian, a group boss who had been in the business world for more than 10 years. He did not show the slightest bit of timidity, but instead, he was blandly chatting casually as if he was at home chatting about family matters. "It's not condescending." Sun Kaixian secretly nodded. In fact, he had already checked the information of the person in front of him earlier, but unfortunately, apart from a simple introduction of basic information such as name and age, there was almost no other information, not even family information. The profile is amazingly simple and clean. If it was an ordinary person who saw such a clean profile, at most they would just look at it for a couple more moments and pass it by. But for a business tycoon like Sun Kaixian, who had seen a lot of big waves, it's hard not to think too much of a profile that's so clean to this extent. Suppressing the other thoughts in his heart, Sun Kaixian once again opened his mouth tentatively. "Listen to the Su family," that old boy said. "You seem to treasure appreciation. Quite a bit of research. How not engaged in this area of work? Instead of opening up a cafe here?" "Yes, I need to stay here for a long time for some reasons, and in the meantime, I need to go out from time to time, so it's not very convenient for me to engage in work, and I didn't want to be idle all the time, so I opened a cafe to pass the time. For some reasons, going out from time to time, it is not too convenient to engage in work." A series of words make Sun Kaixian unconsciously associated with the problem of heir disputes in certain big families. With this speculation, Sun Kaixian continued to ask a few more questions. Chen Feng always answered calmly, only on the issue of family. Chen Feng used "inconvenient to disclose" as a reason to excuse the past. Seeing this, Sun Kaixian didn't dwell on this issue much and just continued to ask other questions. It was just the extraordinary talk and temperament on Chen Feng plus that cleaned a shocking profile. One couldn't help but make Sun Kaixian become even more certain of this earlier speculation. Sun Kaixian asked one question after another, from Chen Feng himself, to antique treasure appreciation, and even business activities. Sun Kaixian realized that Chen Feng seemed to have dabbled in all aspects, and even had unique insights in quite a few aspects, which made him also feel surprised. The two of them chatted about all kinds of things, and there were even a lot of things that Sun Yuqing, who was on the side, couldn't understand. But that didn't stop her from judging by the expression on her own father's face that he was very pleased with the arson in front of him. The conversation between the two men continued for more than half an hour. It wasn't until Sun Kaishuan's driver pushed the door in and reminded Sun Kaishan that it was almost time for the meeting that Sun Kaishan called it quits, and after instructing Sun Yujing beside him to say a few more words, he pushed the door and left the cafe. Phew! It was only until Sun Kaishan left that Sun Yujing let out a long sigh of relief. Her gaze turned to Chen Feng, who was on the side, and spoke. I say, boss. This is the right job for you. In this regard, you are really this. Thanks. Sun Yuching gave a thumbs up in affirmation. Forget about the thanks. Just give more when Miss Sun checks out. Chen Feng smiled back. The matter was perfectly resolved. And Sun Yuching, who was in a good mood, directly waved her hand and stated cheerfully, no problem, said. Sun Yuching directly to Chen Feng transferred to 8888 transfer. After chatting with Chen Feng for a couple more sentences, he left. Chen Feng was also not polite and directly collected the transfer after Sun Yuching left. It was also at this time that a hot news item that popped up on his cell phone instantly attracted Chen Feng's attention. Amia's birthday party invitees announced. 118. Second trip to Western Europe. Amia's birthday party? Chen Feng muttered a sentence to himself, tapping into the check-in and briefly scanning through it. Seeing the first invitee in line, even the always steady Chen Feng almost didn't tense up. White, in the photo, White is burying his head in his rice, looking very satisfied with the meal of crawfish in front of him. Chen Feng scrolled down again and read a few of the comments. The comment section was already buzzing at this point, especially with the discussion about Amia putting a pigeon on top of the first place of the invitation. What the hell? Why is Amia inviting a pigeon? And put it above first place? Hiss. Pigeons? Or this kind of white pigeon? How can I not consciously associate it with someone? Upstairs. Me too. Maple God just seems to really like using white dove when he's on the move, right? No, why are you all acting like you're sick? How can you associate everything with Chen Feng? It's not like there's no one to play pigeon besides him. Funny. Alright, don't argue. Amia's side has sent out a notice explaining this. Here's the link http. Chen Feng followed the link and clicked over. And sure enough, it was a report about the follow-up. It also has new updates posted by Amia on various platforms around the world. Among them was an announcement on a blog in China. In celebration of the rare peace in the world, based on the dove's status as a peacemaker, it is with great excitement that I announce to everyone that on my birthday, I will be inviting 20 dove trainers to come and perform live to celebrate. December 6th. Amia. Again, there are quite a few comments below this story. However, since Amia had skillfully diverted the attention of the crowd by using the identity of the white dove peacemaker, most of the comments at this point centered around the theme of Amia's birthday. Instead, few people bothered to connect the white dove on the invitation with Chen Feng anymore. December 6th. Chen Feng silently chanted, then revealed a smile. Those responsible for sending out announcements are well aware of the time when signing and dating is done at the end of the announcement. Except in special cases, the date is usually placed below and the signature above. And there was no way that Amia, as someone who had been exposed to this since she was a child, would be unaware of this. But this announcement of hers deliberately brings the date forward. That. Chen Feng reread it again. 12th word off the first sentence. Base. And 6th word of the second sentence. Of. Naturally, it's kiddo. Is this a special 2-letter announcement in case I don't see it? Chen Feng smiled with the corner of his mouth and turned his cell phone off. A little thought made the decision. It would be fun to have a weirdo show up at the princess's birthday party to give her blessing, wouldn't it? Within the next week, Chen Feng didn't even make another move. Instead, the 3 Shangwan sisters next door had set their eyes on another private collector's treasure and managed to steal it under the defense of the pursuit team. This made the name Cat's Eye a big hit again, and became another synonym for the thief after kiddo. Afterwards, Chen Feng simply arranged the store, and left a few sets of his own clothes for his assistant Lin Xingyao, so that she could appear in front of the necessary people from time to time under the identity of Yazan. Otherwise, every time kiddo appeared in the field, the cafe would have to close, and in the long run, it would be hard not to arouse suspicion. 1 week later, a young man in casual attire with a white dove appeared on the streets of Gaelch, the capital of the Lorching Kingdom. Inside the park, Chen Feng leisurely fed Little White, possibly because of the 2 announcements that Amia had made in a certain book. At this time, there were obviously a lot more trainers performing with white pigeons in the city of Gaelch than the last time they were here. With a gasp from the surrounding audience, the white dove performer in the center of the room performed even more vigorously. At one time, a dozen white pigeons flew up and down at his command, at times skimming over the crowd following the guidelines, at other times flying in a long line around his body. The show was quite impressive. Not much later, the show ended. To the applause of the surrounding audience, the performer removes his hat in salute and routinely begins to circle the stage to collect the bounty of those around him. When he came to Chen Feng, Chen Feng also generously gave the other party a reward of 100 euros. That was a shock to the other side. Even when he performed all year round in various places, he rarely received such a large denomination of one-time bounty. Couldn't help but thank him. When the other party left, Chen Feng continued to feed Little White. White, there are quite a few of your kind around. Aren't you interested? And don't go looking for female pigeons to play with. Guh. The little white man purred casually and stretched his legs, his neck raised as if in disdain for his kind around him. Arrogance seemed to be written all over the small, dark eyes. The arrogance of not being in the company of the flock of pigeons around them. Ha! Chen Feng laughed lightly and didn't care. Rising from his chair, he placed all the remaining breadcrumbs in his hands in the area where the pigeons were feeding before leaving with White. Night fell quickly. It wasn't until after Chen Feng had stayed that it became clear how right he had been in booking the hotel a week earlier. At this point the hotel could no longer be described as overcrowded. It was simply overflowing with people. In the words of the lady at the front desk of the hotel, within the last 5 years, there has never been a big crowd. The entire downtown hotel is full. Not to mention that even the reservation orders have been lined up half a month later. Late afternoon, Chen Feng, who had eaten, took Xiaobai and took a taxi to Fort Claude, the royal gathering place of the Lorching Kingdom, in the city center location. At this time the front of this old castle, which is always closed to the public, is equally overcrowded. Dense crowds of people stood in front of the heavy gates eagerly waiting, and there were even a lot of acrobats holding signs that said willing to perform for Her Royal Highness for free, hoping to get the chance to perform at Amelia's birthday party. This shows how popular Amia is. On the outskirts of the crowd, Chen Feng strolled around the perimeter with Little White in tow, his line of sight casually scanning the surroundings while, at the same time, silently recording the surroundings in his mind. Hey, bro! A voice suddenly sounded from Chen Feng's ears. Chen Feng turned his head to look, only to see that a young man in brown formal attire was standing beside him, the very same performer that Chen Feng had seen during the daytime when he had performed the White Pigeon Show in the park. It's really you. The youth who saw Chen Feng looked very happy, and it was obvious that he also recognized the generous oriental-faced youth in front of him. What a coincidence. Chen Feng smiled back. Chapter 119 Amia's sister. Oh yes, it's quite a coincidence. I come here every night in hopes of meeting Her Highness Amia. Speaking of this, a flash of longing appeared in the youth's eyes. Chen Feng came to have a few moments of interest. Why do you want to see her? Hearing this, the young man revealed a look of hell and was astonished. Even a few of the people next to him came over with sideways glances. That gaze, as if they were looking at a heretic. What's wrong with my words? Chen Feng opened his mouth and asked. Of course there's a problem, bro. The youth spoke. Almost everyone here is here to see Her Highness, and all of them would like to be able to perform at Her Highness's birthday party, even if they don't want a performance fee. In that case, Chen Feng nodded his head. Squeak! Just at that moment, the heavy gate of Fort Claude, not far away, was suddenly opened. A beautiful and cold figure walked out from the door accompanied by a group of royal guards. Seeing the visitor, the crowd at the scene was thrilled, frantically surging forward, only to be blocked by a human wall of 10 royal guards 2 meters away. Princess Sofer, we are from the Dwarf Circus, and we hope to perform at your sister Princess Amia's birthday party, so please give us a chance. Your Highness, we are a team of magicians who have arrived from Rice. Please tell your sister that we would like to perform for free. His Highness Sofer. The voices of the people around them were continuous and spoke of the identity of the visitor. The second princess of the royal family of the Lorching Kingdom, Amia's own sister, Sofer. Chen Feng and the two of them also stopped talking and looked in Sofer's direction. Only a short distance away, Sofer was gallantly dressed in a small brown lady's suit and stepped on a pair of high boots. The looks were 3 times similar to Amia, just 1 point less mature and 1 point more cold. Everyone, please be quiet. Sofer came to the front of the crowd, and his cool voice reached the ears of the crowd, also silencing the noisy voices in the crowd. Only after the crowd gradually quieted down did Sofer continue to speak. I'm very grateful for all the love you've shown my sister, but the party's time is limited and I can't get all of you to participate. So if you're interested, you'll be taken to the back to check in, and if it's a good fit, you'll be contacted. Sofer's words instantly brought the crowd to a boil. In fact, they knew that the so-called registration was nothing more than a rejection in disguise. In order to just get them to stop blocking the gates of Fort Claude, the end result, too, is most often that they are asked to leave a message, leave contact information, and then there is no more. But that at least gives the crowd a point of hope, doesn't it? So there were still a lot of people enthusiastically lining up and waiting to register. I'm going to register as well, sir. The youth smiled and spoke. If there's a chance to meet again in the future, I must have become a very good pigeon trainer. Chen Feng smiled back. I wish you what you wish. The youth left. Chen Feng did not stay long, bypassing the crowd and strolling around the neighborhood to familiarize himself with the terrain before leaving. the other side. As her own birthday party was approaching, Amia was also in the rare position of temporarily returning to live in Crowder's castle. Night. Amia stood alone in front of the balcony, the wine glass in her hand swaying gently, reflecting a pale red shimmer in the silvery moonlight. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, followed by a female voice coming from outside. Your Highness, are you asleep? It's Mir, isn't it? Come on in. The door to the room was pushed open and Mir, who was holding a file, came in from outside. Your Highness, this is the banquet program list that has just been compiled. Can you see if there are any problems? You put it there, I'll read it later. Amia took a soft sip of her wine and spoke without turning her head. Looking at Amia's figure at the windowsill, Mir hesitated and continued to speak. Your Highness, the Earl's son, Mr. Connolly, who was previously rejected by you, has sent you another invitation to dine, and he has expressed the hope that he has prepared a gift for you which he wishes to present to you in person. Amia's hand with her wine glass paused slightly, and she glanced at Mir behind her with her afterglow. Didn't I tell you? Just uniformly decline such invitations for me in the future. And don't come back to tell me specifically. Yes, Your Highness. Is there something else? Amia asked when she saw that Mir wasn't leaving yet. It's the Queen who wanted to ask. Tomorrow is the weekend. She wants to take Her Highness the Second Princess and Her Highness the Little Princess on a trip to the countryside, and wanted to ask if you're going. Amia raised a willow brow and after a little thought, she still nodded her head in agreement. In the meantime, somewhere in the middle of Gaelcha's private estate, Connery, who once again received the news that his invitation was declined, is fuming. The contents of the room were thrown about, broken pieces of cups and scattered books and papers everywhere. The dozen or so male and female attendants in the manor, on the other hand, were lined up in a row, their heads lowered and not saying a word, all seemingly in fear of angering the son of the count at this time, and thus becoming a vent for his anger. Da. A sound of footsteps of leather shoes against the ground came from far away, and in a short time they came to the door. Sir. The sound of voices coming from the doorway instantly caught Connery's eye, seeing that it was the old butler, Pate, who had arrived. Connery also temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart and opened his mouth. Pat, you're back. Yes, sir, I have the gift you ordered. Hearing gift, Connery became even more angry, and simply waved his hand impatiently. Don't bother, she didn't even say yes, return it to me. Pate didn't seem the least bit surprised to see Connery in this state. Sir, your mother instructed me to tell you that she said for you to have a little patience, that Her Highness's birthday is in a few days, and that it might be more effective if you prepared a surprise for her then. Surprise? Ha! Connery sneered. What's the point of having a surprise when she has no intention of ever agreeing to my advances? Monsieur, the surprise Madame spoke of is not for Princess Amelia, but to show the King and Queen your sincerity, and with them out of the way, you may have a chance. Moreover, His Majesty the King is already old, and he intends to cultivate Princess Amia as his heir. If you can successfully marry Princess Amia, then wait until His Majesty the King is 100 years old. Hearing this, Connery's original angry expression had gradually calmed down, as if he had seen a bright future beckoning to him. The corners of his mouth turned up in a smile. Chapter 120, Fort Claude. The next day, in a park on the outskirts of the city, under the canopy of a 3-meter-high tree, 3 women dressed as attendants stood under the tree with anxious faces. Your Highness, little princess, come down, it's too dangerous. Your Highness, don't climb so high, you'll fall. Little princess. The trio's anxious cries didn't seem to have much effect on Kylan in the trees. Little Kylan pursed her little lips and took one step toward the branch in front of her, with a single white bird egg in her hand. Birdie. Little Kylan gently placed the bird's eggs back into the nest in the tree. It wasn't until this was done that little Kylan gave a small smile. Your Highness, the little princess, don't move, I'll go save you right away. A voice rang out from below. Kylan looked downward at the sound of the voice, and her small face went white. It wasn't until now that she realized she had arrived in the air more than 3 meters above the ground. Your Highness, you must not move, the maid below cried out anxiously. All 3 of them regretted it now, not realizing that they had only touched the fish for a few moments before Kylan had climbed the tree. It would have been better if she hadn't shouted, but with this shout, Kylan's arms and legs, which were already stiff from nervousness, went even weaker. One didn't catch and fell right out of the tree. Your Highness, the little princess. The maid below was alarmed and quickly reached out her hand to catch it. Someone next to her beat her to it. Before her arms could reach, a pair of strong arms took the lead and caught Kylan. Little Kellen was placed on the floor in a daze, and her brain didn't clear for a few moments until her feet made contact with the ground. Thank you, brother. Little Kylan blinked her watery eyes and opened her mouth, her face still white from fear. Your Highness, little princess, are you all right? The maid on the sidelines hurriedly stepped forward and gave Kylan a careful examination. It was a slight sigh of relief after making sure there were no injuries. Standing up and looking in the direction of the youth with a look of gratitude on his face, he spoke. "Thank you so much, sir." "You're welcome," the youth politely replied back, then slowly crouched down, half squatting in front of little Kylan. His hand flipped over, and a white lily flower appeared out of thin air in his hand. "Here you go, little miss. Next time just don't do anything so dangerous." Well, taking the flowers from the youth's hand, little Kylan blinked and nodded softly. The youth was, of course, Chen Feng, who had been wandering the streets of Gaelch, incidentally planning a retreat and follow-up route. "I didn't expect to encounter the Lorching Kingdom's royal caravan that started with Amia's vehicle. It just so happened that Chen Feng had nothing to do, so he followed him over to take a look, and he encountered the current matter." At this time, the two maids next to him who were originally ready to climb the tree also came over, and again thanked Chen Feng for a while, and there was even one person who took out money and wanted to give it to Chen Feng to show his gratitude. However, it was rejected by Chen Feng. "The money will be waived. I would not be able to do that and see such a lovely little lady lose her footing and fall out of a tree and not do anything about it." Chen Feng smiled and opened his mouth, and just as he was about to turn around and leave, he was pulled by little Kylan's hand. "Big brother." Little Kylan pulled one of Chen Feng's fingers, and with her other hand, she held a candy up in front of Chen Feng. "For you." "Thank you, little miss." Chen Feng smiled as he took the candy and gently touched Kylan's little head before turning to leave. Looking at Chen Feng's back as he left, little Kylan stood still, pouting her little mouth, not knowing what she was thinking. "What's happening over here?" A female voice came out, and then a male and a female figure walked up. "That's not quite accurate. It's accurate to say that the woman was walking in front of her, followed by a man with a pleasing smile on his face." "Big sister." Hearing this voice, little Kylan happily jumped into Amia's arms, and Amia picked her up in return. "What just happened?" Amia asked as she turned her head to look at the maid next to her. "Your Highness, the little princess just now. We met a big brother." "Look sister, the big brother even gave me flowers." Before the maid could finish her sentence, little Kylan spoke up happily, holding up the flower in her hand. "Flowers?" Amia raised her eyebrows slightly, her beautiful eyes looking in all directions, just in time to see Chen Feng's back disappear around the corner. "This back?" Amia frowned slightly, thinking darkly, but in the end, she didn't ask anything else. At that moment, a male voice appeared. "Your little Princess Highness, I suggest that you should not just touch these people in society. There are a lot of bad people in here." At the sound of the voice, Amia and the others turned their heads to look at Connery, who had spoken. Only Connery stepped forward and reached out to try to take the lilies from Kylan's hand. "It's best not to accept these things of unknown origin, lest you meet a bad person." Facing Connery's outstretched hand, little Kylan received the flower directly behind her, her face full of stubbornness. "Big brother is not a bad person." Connery didn't seem to expect little Kylan to say that either, and withdrew his hand in some embarrassment. "Mr. Connolly." Amia turned her head to Connery. "I appreciate you coming to help deliver the stuff. If there's nothing else, go ahead and leave." Amia spoke nonchalantly and didn't give Connery a chance to say anything else, directly turning away with little Kylan in her arms. Only a dumbfounded Connery was left in place, watching the figures of several people disappear into a corner position not far away. Time is long. Soon, a week had passed. The Garge was extraordinarily busy today. Even the streets are much more crowded, and Fort Claude, which had always been closed to the public as a gathering place for the royal family of the Lorching Kingdom, had broken open its doors today, for no other reason than it was Rapunzel Amia's 26th birthday. On top of Amia's birthday banquet today, His Majesty, the King of the Lorching Kingdom, will officially announce the establishment of the eldest Princess Amia as the Crown Prince. The nation celebrates. Night. Location of the entrance to Fort Claude. A dozen or so burly royal guards in heavy medieval armor stood on either side of the gates of Clodenberg. The heavy armor seemed to be bubbling under the silver moonlight, and although it was armor that had been outdated for hundreds of years, it was worn on these burly royal guards without losing its solemnity. The long red carpet was rolled out from the main entrance to the front of the hall where the banquet was held. Countless neon lights shone on both sides of the red carpet and it looked beautiful. A steady stream of people carrying gifts entered the doorway. Necessary invitations are definitely in order. The royal guards around the area would not allow anyone to slip inside Fort Claude without an invitation or an imposter. And, of course, no one would have the guts, except for a certain audacious thief. Chapter 121, The Banquet Begins. Inside Fort Claude at this time, centrally located in the lobby, more than 10 reporters stood not far from the red carpet, full of excitement, the hands of the camera with no money as if, to the guests who continue to enter the lobby shot non-stop. Meanwhile excited chatter continued to ring out among the reporters. This is the only son of Duke Rice, Mr. Ken Rull, right? He looks even more handsome than on TV, but he's already married. otherwise I don't know how many ladies would be infatuated by him. Wow, this is Dean, the martial arts superstar from the rice country, right? Over there is Sakura country's actress MS, Natsume Inku, and there's a star over there as well. It's so lively. I didn't realize that Her Highness the Rapunzel's birthday party would attract so many foreign celebrities. That's for sure. After all, the outside world has almost spread the news that His Majesty the King intends to announce the creation of Her Royal Highness Princess Amia as the Crown Prince today, and they definitely want to mix things up in front of Her future Majesty the Queen, which will also be beneficial for the development of their future careers in Western Europe. Stop it! Look over there! Her Highness is coming! As the side door was slowly opened, Amia, dressed in a white gown, stepped out on the red carpet. The tall, hot body was aptly represented by the gown, which didn't show much, but was still glamorous. Thin heels up to 9 centimeters high made Amia's even taller. On his left shoulder, he wore a badge of a golden lion, which was the symbol of the royal family of the Lorching Kingdom, and the members of the royal family only wore this badge with special significance on important occasions. Of course, today's day would be very important. In front of Amia's flank was his father, His Majesty Hunter, the king of the Lorching Kingdom, and Queen Fenica. It was clear, however, that neither had any intention of stealing Amia's thunder, so although they walked in front of Amia, they gave way to the main seat as a way of avoiding blocking Amia's form. Go on, child, you're the star of the show today. Hunter looked at Amia kindly. Already in his old age, he needed to be assisted in his walk at this point, but there was still a noticeable brightness in his cloudy eyes as he looked over at Amia, a child he was very proud of. Yes, father. Amia lifted the sides of her skirt, curtsied slightly, and gave a nobleman's salute. This was followed by a walk-up. Pale blue eyes traced over the crowd of people on the scene without moving, but sadly, did not find the figure that she had been hoping for. Maybe he's hiding it. Amia thought darkly, quickly adjusting her expression and smiling as she came to the front of the stage. Guys, Amia's very recognizable voice came from the front of the stage. Everyone stopped talking in unison. Look in Amia's direction. Thank you all so much for being able to come to my birthday party. I toast you. Saying that, Amia picked up a wineglass on a side table and clinked it across the room at the crowd. The group of guests also politely raised their glasses and drank. This, Your Highness, is truly beautiful. Not far away, a woman with an oriental face opened her mouth and exclaimed. Just then, a male voice appeared from the side. You're also gorgeous to look at. MS. Natsume. Hearing the commotion, Natsume Shinjo turned her head to look, only to see an oriental young man dressed in a black man's dress standing beside her. With his handsome features and a light smile at the corner of his mouth, it was hard not to feel good about him. Excuse me? Natsume Shinjo politely opened her mouth to ask. However, anyone who could enter the banquet hall was not a powerful person from all over the world, or a celebrity from all walks of life. That's why even Natsume Shinjo, as the top actress of Sakura country, only dared to stand at the edge and didn't move towards the center. A magician by invitation only. Chen Feng changed into a purple rosebush and handed it to Shinjo Natsume as he smiled and opened his mouth. Thanks. Natsume Shinjo took the rosebud and thanked him softly. The magic trick of changing flowers was still very common. Plus Chen Feng hadn't sent a teaser letter earlier, so Shinjo Natsume didn't suspect Chen Feng's identity. Just curious, he spoke. Are you here to perform for Princess Amia's birthday party? Performances. Chen Feng revealed a mysterious smile. In that case, it's also possible. Natsume Shinjo didn't hear any other meaning in Chen Feng's words, and just took Chen Feng as one of the actors in the subsequent birthday party performance. Hearing Chen Feng's reply, Natsume Shinjo also brightened up. She was also one of the people invited to perform at the birthday party, so after hearing that Chen Feng had come for the same purpose as herself, and was also a magician, she immediately became interested and began to talk to Chen Feng. And at this point, Amia's side of the opening statement was pretty much said. King Hunt also came close, supported by Queen Fenica. A small crown made of gold and gemstones also rested in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, I, King Hunter, the 23rd generation king of the Lorching Kingdom, today, formally crowned the eldest princess, Amia, as the crown prince, i.e., the 24th generation king of the future Lorching Kingdom. As everyone watched, Amia lowered herself so that Hunter could place the small crown on her head. The scene was thunderous with applause and the atmosphere was pushed to a climax at this point. The party has officially begun. Many world-renowned actors or performance teams took the stage to liven up the atmosphere, but it was clear that the scene was already very much alive. There was also a crowd around Amia. Your Highness, I drink to you. Happy birthday, Your Highness Rapunzel. I toast you, Princess Amia. Congratulations. Oh no, it should be called Crown Prince Amia now. Ha ha. In the face of countless toasts and well wishes from those around her, Amia always responded with a smile. Take a sip of wine every now and then as a response to a toast. Amia's gaze, however, was scanning the surrounding crowd moment by moment, hoping to discern traces of disguise on their faces. Of course, it's impossible. The other side. Chen Feng was still chatting with Sakura Nation actress Natsume Shinjo. Uncommon talk coupled with a little magic trick every now and then made the top-rated actress of the Sakura country give a series of sideways glances and smiles. Just as the two were chatting happily, Natsume Shinjo's assistant came up and whispered something in her ear. Natsume Shinjo nodded her head and resumed looking in Chen Feng's direction. "Excuse me, I'm going backstage to get ready for the stage. If you don't mind, we'll add a contact and talk later." Saying that, Natsume Shinjo took out his cell phone and waved it around. However, what Natsume Shinjo did not expect was that Chen Feng refused with a smile. "Forget the contact information. If we have the chance, we'll meet again. It's not too late to talk then." Chapter 122, Birthday Gift from Kiddo. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Natsume Shinjo couldn't help but be slightly stunned. As the otaku girl goddess of Sakura country, I don't know how many people caused to spend a lot of money to get her contact information without success. It was the first time she'd ever reached out to someone for contact information and been rejected. The eyes of Natsume Shinjo's assistant at the side showed a similarly surprised look. However, considering that since the other party was able to come to Princess Amelia's birthday banquet, he must not be any ordinary person, or perhaps the heir of one of the great families, he suppressed his surprise and did not say anything. "Alright then." The rejected Natsume Shinjo quickly adjusted his expression and waved his hand at Chen Feng. "Then let's talk again when we have the chance. Bye-bye, Mr. Magician. Bye." Chen Feng similarly waved his hand in farewell. With Natsume Shinjo's departure, Chen Feng was the only one left at the corner table. Chen Feng lowered his head and glanced at the time. 11:20. It's about time. Chen Feng gave a dark cry. It then crossed over to the show's trainers, who were in the midst of a white dove performance, and made its way to the center of the room. Center area at this time. Amia, in a gown with a small crown on her head, had just finished dealing with the crowd's toasts. Setting the glass down in his hand, he glanced at the clock. It's almost 11:30. Did he not see the announcement he posted earlier? Or was he delayed by something? Amia lowered her eyebrows in deep thought, completely missing the sound of Mir calling out to her from the sidelines. "Your Highness! Your Highness?" Mir shouted twice more, and only then did Arya respond. What's going on?" "Someone has come to offer you a gift," Mir warned softly. It was then that Amia noticed the line of people, led by Connery, walking toward her with 3 or 4 gift boxes in their hands. Amia frowned slightly at the sight. Amia knew all too well what Connolly had in mind, but she still needed to get up to show her appreciation. Even though it wasn't uncommon for her to do so, for the sake of appearances, came to Amia. Connery placed his hand in front of his body and bowed to Amia. "Your Highness, may your beauty live on. The son of the Duke of Kern, Connery, presents you with a gift. No need to be polite. Please rise." Amia spoke softly, not saying anything extra. Connery got up. The events over here also attracted the attention of others around them, and they all came over with sideways glances in Amia's direction, which included Amia's father, King Hunter, and Queen Fennica. Noticing this, Connery's eyes showed an imperceptible glint of joy, which he quickly covered up again. "Come to the front of the first box and open it slowly." "Your Highness, this is what I have carefully prepared for you." Before Connery finished his sentence, he heard a raucous noise coming from a short distance away, and immediately afterward, the originally organized scene became slightly chaotic. "Oh bugger it, what's going on here? What's going on here? Oh my god, get back here. This is what's happening. Why is this happening?" The crowd at the scene was astonished, especially the White Dove trainers who were performing on stage. They were full of anxiety as they reached out their hands and sent out commands, trying to recall the white doves that had broken away from the stage. But this group of usually docile and obedient white pigeons at this time is like a completely different appearance. Ignoring the instructions of the trainers, it just flew in groups in the direction of Amia, who was located in the center of the party. Hoo-hoo! Accompanied by the flapping sound of the flock's wings, dozens of white pigeons circled around Amia's body, like a knightly order arching over the queen. A flash of surprise appeared in Amia's eyes, and she didn't wait to think about it before another voice came from someone else. "Jesus Christ, what's going on out there? What's that swarm of things flying around in the sky? That seems like a flock of white pigeons too. It's unbelievable. There must be at least 1,000 white pigeons here. This is amazing." As the sounds of awe came from the doorway, a number of people were drawn to the doorway as well. Amia bypassed Connolly, who was still gushing about the preciousness of her gift, and stepped quickly on her thin heels to take her place in the doorway. Connery's face, who had been ignored by almost everyone, darkened immediately. His face clouded and his fists clenched, but he eventually relented. Outside the door at this time, with everyone looking on in awe, the flock of white pigeons, led by White, quickly lowered their stature from the air. Thousands of white doves then stacked in order, as if cooperating to form something. As the people watched, They saw first a dozen white pigeons fall on either side, with subsequent flocks quickly following. Feet, legs, gowns, and finally above the shoulders with the five senses. In just half a minute, the various parts of a person are combined by thousands of white doves to form a white giant. This is Your Highness the Rapunzel, right? Someone nearby let out a gasp. Everyone looked in unison in the direction of Arya in the doorway. It can't be said to be like that anymore. It's simply Amia. Amia didn't pay any attention to the crowd around her. He just looked ahead to his taller self with a smile on his lips. Obviously, she had guessed who did this. The dove's performance continued as the giant Amia in front of her slowly stretched out her hand. The dozens of white pigeons that had been indoors quickly flew out of the doorway, matched the rest of the white doves outside to form two lines. Happy birthday, may you always be beautiful. Your Highness, happy birthday, ever beautiful Your Highness. Snap, slap. I don't know who applauded first, and then the whole room applauded. I swear in the name of God, this is absolutely the best white dove show I've ever seen. Me too. This is shocking. I didn't realize this group of trainers had this ability. What a fascinating group of cute little guys. While listening to the compliments and applause in front of them, the white dove trainers who were still on the indoor stage were dumbfounded. What happened? Didn't they botch the show? They even lost the pigeons. But by the looks of it, it seems like it hasn't quite played out yet. It was the old trainer located at the very front who reacted quickly adjusting his expression, removing the hat on top of his head, and bowing to the crowd in thanks. The other trainers did the same and then fled as if they were leaving the stage. At this point, Arya wasn't paying attention to the situation on the stage anymore. She was only looking towards the outdoor flock of pigeons, towards the blessing in midair that consisted of white pigeons. Is that you coming? Amia let out a low voice to herself. Just then, a blue rose was handed over from beside her, followed by the familiar gentle voice that once again reached Amia's ears. Do you like this gift? You're beautiful, Princess. Chapter 123 for Her Royal Highness. The ever-beautiful Princess. Do you like this gift? You're beautiful, Princess. Hearing this voice, Amia's beautiful eyes widened instantly. In her blue eyes was a joy she couldn't hide, and she quickly turned around. Only a leisure-suited young man who was standing beside himself still had that familiar and gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. You are Shu. Amia was full of excitement and just about to open her mouth when Chen Feng reached out his fingers and blocked his cherry lips. I'm sorry I'm late. MS. Amia. Chen Feng lifted Amia's left hand and gently kissed it. Amia's hand covered her mouth and shook her head, looking at Chen Feng's beautiful eyes with a bit of excitement and resentment. I thought you weren't coming. Meh. Chen Feng let out a light laugh and unapologetically met Amia's light blue eyes. While I am not a medieval knight charged with guarding a princess, I would never delay a day as special as a lady's birthday. Chen Feng and Amia's conversation was not very loud, especially in such a noisy environment. No one would be able to hear the duo's conversation, but it couldn't be helped by the fact that at this point, Amelia was the center of attention in the room, and the two hadn't even said a few words yet. The surrounding people then noticed the unknown identity in front of them, but the oriental youth who was talking with Amia, and they all looked sideways, especially Connery, who was supposed to be running to Amia tonight, and was naturally keeping an eye on her at all times. Seeing an unidentified man kissing Amia's hand, while Amia hasn't shown even a hint of refusal, but instead has a joyful look on her face, Connery felt as if there was something more green on his head at once. Immediately, he was furious and took two of his bodyguards with him as he aggressively walked towards Chen Feng's direction. Hey, who are you? Who let you show up here? Connery's voice came before his men arrived. Connery had no intention of lowering his voice, and this, coupled with his aggressive appearance, instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the room. Princess Sofer, the second princess who was originally standing not far away in charge of security, instantly furrowed her willow eyebrows when she saw Connery leading people towards her sister. He quickly rushed with a few royal guards and blocked the middle between Connery and Chen Feng's duo. Mr. Connolly, what are you trying to do? Sofer questioned in a cold voice. The several royal guards beside him also had serious faces, staring at Connery, as if as long as Connery dared to do anything out of the ordinary, they would immediately step forward to subdue him. Seeing Sofer in this state, Connery instantly also realized that he was in too much of a hurry, hurriedly opened his mouth and explained, Your Highness Sofer, it is that person beside the Rapunzel. The list of invitations announced by the royal family earlier I looked over, and there were not many yellow people invited. This person is only afraid that the way of coming is unknown. For the sake of the safety of Your Highness the Rapunzel, I was in a hurry for some. Upon hearing Connery's words, the people present looked in the direction of Chen Feng in unison, especially when they saw that he was actually holding Amia's hand. They revealed a flash of surprise. Throughout Western Europe and even the whole world, there were not a few people who wanted to pursue Amia, a princess who had made a name for herself in the business and political world, even very much so, more than enough to line up from Gerge to Paris. but doesn't seem to have heard of any gossip about Amia, so now this person, Sofer, also showed a flash of suspicion. After leaving behind 2 royal guards to watch over Connery, he led the remaining 2 in Chen Feng's direction. "Hello, sir, could you show me your ID if it's convenient?" Sofer's words were very polite, but the strong tone didn't seem to intend to give the person in front of him any room to bargain. At the same time, after the White Pigeon performance troupe, the next performer in the program, Inku Natsum, arrived on stage. Hearing the noises from the doorway in front of him, the curious Natsum Shinjo couldn't help but look sideways. After looking at the person at the door, Natsum Shinjo was instantly startled. A pair of beautiful eyes filled with surprise. "It's him? Didn't he say he was here to perform magic? How come he went to Princess Amia? And by the looks of it, he seems to have gotten into trouble." Before she could continue to think about it, the music on the performance stage started. Natsum Shinjo had to suppress her doubts for the time being and began to dance to the music. Doorway location. Looking at Sofer's serious face, Chen Feng did not seem to be much nervous. Stopping Amia, who wanted to go forward to speak, Chen Feng smiled and spoke. "You are Princess Amia's sister, Princess Sofer, right? Nice to meet you." Chen Feng laughed softly and sent a purple rosebush to Sofer, but Sofer did not reach out to take it, just continued in her cool voice. "Sir, please show me your papers immediately. Otherwise, I have the right to place you under temporary arrest." "Sofer." Amia frowned and opened her mouth, wanting to say something else, but Chen Feng stopped her. Chen Feng turned around, no longer looking at Sofer and the others, but instead, he reappeared in front of Amia. "Ms. Amia, I have one last gift for you today. I wonder if you'd be willing to honor me." Faced with Chen Feng's outstretched hand, Amia put her own hand on it with little hesitation. It was also at this time that the clock struck 12 midnight on the dot. The white pigeons outside that had been quietly guarding their original position suddenly made a collective sound of commotion, and hundreds of pairs of wings whirred up and flew towards the duo of Amia and Chen Feng. It quickly surrounded the 2 of them, forming a white giant circle. "Big sister." Seeing this scene, Sofer was stunned. Although he hadn't heard of a few cases of pigeons hurting people, the number of these pigeons was a little too high for Sofer to bet on. Gritting his teeth, he took off his jacket, shielded his head, and plunged towards the pigeons, while also reaching out his hand to feel inside. However, it was obvious that Sofer was completely prepared for these protections, and flocks of white pigeons took the initiative to make way for Sofer upon seeing her approach. Faced with this flock of pigeons that seemed to be humane, Sofer couldn't care less about thinking about the reason, and just quickly looked towards the location where Amia was originally located. But it's a shame. The place was empty at this point, with only a purple rosebud that she hadn't picked up earlier remaining in place. 15 minutes later, when the crowd was looking for Amia again, it was already above the rooftop at the top of the building. At the time, Amia was blushing slightly, and the color of her lipstick seemed to have a hint of color loss, and a blessing consisting of 999 blue roses with lighted candles was placed around Amia. "To your beautiful princess forever. To your highness, the ever-beautiful princess." Chapter 124, Magician or Kiddo? The next day, countless reports rushed to the top of the hot seat. The birthday banquet of Princess Amia, the eldest princess of the Lorqing Kingdom, with stars from various countries arriving to perform on the stage. The scene is bustling with excitement. Amia's birthday party surprised a mysterious magician, using a white dove as a medium to send blessings to Amia, triggering the crowd at the scene to marvel. Rapunzel Amelia's birthday party, as the main character of Princess Amelia but disappeared for 15 minutes in full view of the public. The mysterious magician, in fact, why? King Hunter of the Lori Green Kingdom officially announces the creation of Rapunzel Amia as crown prince. For a while, not only the Lorqing country, but also the entire Western Europe, and even a series of other continents such as China and Rice, were also talking about what happened at Amia's birthday party. "Oh, I just watched the video of Princess Amia's birthday party, and that magic trick in the middle was amazing." A flock of white doves surrounded Princess Amia and the magician, and then disappeared right in front of everyone. I also took a look at the video. It's shocking. It's shocking to have hundreds or thousands of white doves so obedient and form the likeness of Amia. White dove trainer, magician. These two words appear at the same time in a person's body. How I feel a kind of familiar feeling. That said, let's just say that the maple god isn't also fond of performing with white doves, and that magician's demeanor makes me feel like it's the maple god. Yeah, that's something I'll have to check out. I went to take a look at it too. Just half a day. The video of Amia's birthday party had then gone viral. Countless media outlets also smelled the breaking news and became active, hoping to interview Amia and get the first-hand information of the day. But it's a shame. Amia doesn't seem to be responding to this for the time being. It wasn't until a day and a half later after the birthday party that Amia took to a book to say that the photographer of the day was just a friend of hers and didn't respond to anything else. In the meantime, in the middle of one of Gaelcha's private estates, bang, a fine vase fell to the ground and was shattered. followed by a second, third and fourth. One by one, vases and cups were viciously thrown to the ground and shattered by an enraged Connery, and not far from the dozen or so waiters, as if they had been accustomed to the appearance of Connolly, one by one to hide far away, for fear of getting into trouble. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door, and immediately afterward, the old butler Pate's voice came in through the door. Young master, the things you explained have been done. There was a silence in the room. It wasn't until 2 minutes later that the door opened with a click, revealing Connery's form. Well, straight up, yes, young master. Pat opened the file in his hand slowly. According to the computer comparative analysis, that magician's techniques and mannerisms on that day had multiple similarities to Kido's, and the system analyzed that there was an 89% probability that that person was Kido himself, a 9% probability that he was another magician, and a 1.5% probability that he was. Pat nonchalantly read the analysis in his hand that he had just gotten from the computer side, and Connery's face had darkened when he heard the results. 89%, which means it's basically certain that it's the thief himself? It is, young master, Pat responded with a nod. Kido. Connery narrowed his eyes slightly, his face clouded with uncertainty. The other side, Su Lishue, who was far away in China, also saw the video from Amia's birthday party. After computer analysis and comparison, it was basically certain that the so-called mysterious magician was Kido. Su Lishue, who got this result, drove Ouyang Mushue to the front of Chen Feng's cafe at the first opportunity. Looking at the store is sitting at the front desk of the Yazan. Su Lishue turned his head to the co-pilot on the Ouyang Mushue open mouth. See, isn't Arsene here? He couldn't have come back from 10,000 miles away in Western Europe in just half a day. Could he? Looking at the figure inside the cafe, who was sitting at the front desk quietly reading a book, Ouyang Mushue frowned slightly. She acutely sensed a hint of something wrong, but couldn't say much because she had no proof. He could only nod his head and say no more, allowing Su Lishue to drive himself away from the store entrance, until the duo drove off. At the front desk position, Yazan, who was disguised by Lin Qingyao, let out a slight sigh of relief at this. Phew, finally gone. Picking up her cell phone and looking at the above report on Amia's birthday party, Lin Qingyao couldn't help but shake her head. This boss of her own, she's really restless everywhere she goes. Shui, 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 Western Europe, in the middle of a star hotel. Chen Feng, who had sneezed 3 times in a row, rubbed his nose and couldn't help but wonder. The weather hasn't been cool lately. How come he's still sneezing? Goo goo. The little white beside him called out with his head held high, seemingly reminding Chen Feng that it was time to feed. Ha ha, don't be in a hurry, but I just ordered crawfish for you. I think it should be here in a while. Chen Feng smiled and gently stroked over Little White's feathers. Little White, on the other hand, very obediently raised his little head and rubbed it into Chen Feng's hand. The night slowly descends. Nighttime. Inside Fort Claude, in the middle of Amia's room, leaning back in her chair, Amia was resting with her eyes closed, her fiery red lips slightly upturned as if she was remembering something happy. And in front of Amia, there was a delicate white card. Knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted Amia's thoughts. Amia slowly opened her eyes and looked to where the doorway was. Who's out there? It's me, sis. Sofer's voice came through the door. Amia, who heard the voice, was silent for a slight second, then reached out and gathered the white card on the table and put it in her pocket before she spoke to the outside. Come in, Ka. With permission. Sofer pushed the door to the room open. The first thing I noticed was the vase sitting on a side shelf. The vase held 2 flowers that had withered beyond recognition because they had been there for so long, and by the shape of the petals, it was barely discernible that they were 2 roses. Sister, you've had these 2 flowers here for half a year, haven't you? They've withered beyond recognition, and you didn't say anything about throwing them away. Sofer came inside and opened his mouth to spit. Meh. Amia's gaze swept over the 2 flowers in the vase and seemed to remember something. A smile appeared on her face and she didn't answer Sofer's words. What do you want with me? Is something wrong? P.S. I'm asking for some more swag and 5-star reviews. Chapter 125, because he's Monster Kiddo. A rare flash of embarrassment appeared on Sofer's cold face. I just came over to see you. That's all. It's fine. Sofer smiled awkwardly, and just as he was about to turn around and leave, he was directly called back by Amia. Stop. Amia's voice came from behind her. This second princess, Her Highness Sofer, who had always been known as an iceberg beauty, looked rather rushed and well-behaved at the moment. Amia rose from her chair, her eyes skimming over Sofer's, and spoke in a tone that brooked no doubt. What is it, exactly? Speak. I really didn't. Before Sofer could finish his words, he was stopped from saying the following by a look from Amia. Only gritting his teeth, he opened his mouth. Sister, now the internet is all over the place, saying that the magician on your birthday, his methods are very similar to the monster kid. who was very hot some time ago, and that you had contacted him earlier when you were in China. As he spoke, Sofer's voice grew smaller and smaller until it was completely inaudible. That's it. Ha! Amia let out a light laugh that was as mesmerizing as a starlight bloom. I thought you were asking what it was. So that's what it was. Yes, that guy is him. Sis, I'm just simply curious. If you don't want to talk about it just. As someone who grew up under the influence of his sister, Sofer instinctively had an inexplicable reverence for the Amia in front of him. When she was prepared to ask nothing this time, she heard Amia directly admit it. Sis, what did you say? Amia guffawed and looked at her own sister in front of her, and spoke earnestly, word for word. I'm saying that the speculation on the internet was right. That guy is Kiddo. Monster Kiddo. Me. Ha? Sofer blinked, instead not knowing what to say for a moment in the face of Amia's candor. Oh, what's the matter? Isn't that what you wanted to ask me? Why don't you say anything now? Amia looked at Sofer with a teasing expression, as if waiting for her answer. It took a long time for Sofer to recover from his shock. Sis, how can you get involved with that thief? Sofer's tone was noticeably weaker, but his gaze never left Amia's face, his eyes full of determination. Knock. Amia hit Sofer with a thud on the forehead. Sofer covered the place where he had been hit with a face full of aggression. Little girl, you're even educating me? Amia looked at Sofer with downcast eyes and opened her mouth. Anything else? Nope. Sofer covered his forehead and slowly turned around, ready to leave. Before he could take a step, he seemed to remember something, stopped and turned around again. By the way, sister, I have another piece of news. I just don't know if it's true or not. That goes without saying. Amia didn't even raise her eyes and casually returned. It's about the thief. Amia froze and looked at Sofer once more. I've heard rumors from some people that Connery, the son of the Earl, seems to be trying to take on Kiddo, and it's in the near future. Got it. Amia responded gently. This, on the contrary, gave Sofer a moment of puzzlement. Sis, aren't you worried? Amia spoke up. There's nothing to worry about with that. Why? It's simple. Amia's gaze towards Sofer revealed an inexplicable glow, a smile at the corners of her mouth, and her vermilion lips lightly parted. Because he's Kaitu Kiddo, the other side. Chen Feng, who came to Western Europe once in a while, wandered around the streets. Although it was not the first time I came here, the last time I arrived, it was mainly because of operational needs, and I left in a hurry before I had a good taste of this side of the country. So this time, Chen Feng, who was idle, wandered around leisurely, come to the front of a modest cafe. Before he even entered the door, Chen Feng heard a female voice filled with disbelief coming from the street not far away. Lost again but I clearly see that this is the cup how can this be? Natsum Shinjo was puzzled for a moment. Although Natsum Shinjo wore a pair of toadstools and a mask to hide her identity, her proud body that had been honed by practicing dance for a long time still made Chen Feng instantly remember the Sakura Nation actress that he had just met yesterday. In front of Natsum Shinjo, on the other hand, sat a white man with a full beard. Faced with the result at this point, the man put away the 100 euros on the table with a smug look, then looked in the direction of Natsum Shinjo. How's it going? Miss, still playing? The assistant who had been accompanying Natsum Shinjo sniffed and tugged on the corner of her coat, speaking softly. Forget it, Shinjo. We've already lost 400 euros. Oh, well. Before Natsum Shinjo's words fell, another voice came from the side. How about I have a little fun with you for the young lady? A few people looked for the sound, only to see the sunglasses youth disguised by Chen Feng standing not far away, and came to the side of a few people after saying these words. I came to play a game with you, and if I lose, I'll pay you 1,000 euros, and if I win, I'll just trouble you to return the money you won for this young lady. Natsum Shinjo looked at Chen Feng with a puzzled expression. It wasn't until Chen Feng slowly removed his sunglasses that she recognized him. His face became suddenly surprised. It's you! We meet again. MS. Natsum. Chen Feng put his sunglasses away and spoke with a light smile. Your magic show yesterday was really good. Chen Feng willed his hand to change into a purple rosebud once again. Thank you very much for liking it, beautiful lady. Reaching out to take it, Natsum Shinjo was just about to say something else when he was stopped by the manager shaking his head at the side. It was then that Natsum Shinjo remembered some rumors on the internet that the magician in front of him had the same magic techniques as the previously popular monster Kiddo, and that it was likely that he was the same person. Just as Natsum Shinjo was still frowning and thinking about the credibility of the unofficially confirmed rumors on the internet, the stall owner, who had long been waiting impatiently on the side, spoke again. Are you guys still playing? Hearing the voice, Chen Feng turned his gaze towards the stall owner. His lips lightly opened and spoke. Playing at the stakes I said earlier? Of course, my friend. I seem to have no reason to refuse. The stall owner, who once again heard Qin Feng's words, was instantly beaming with joy. 400 to 1,000. That's not a bad deal by any stretch of the imagination. Not to mention he's not going to lose. As the stall owner thought this, even the curves at the corners of his mouth unconsciously became larger. Chapter 126, Street Tricks. Hey, you don't have to do this. Natsum Shinjo was about to say something when the boss in front of him couldn't wait to start. Watch this. 3 cups, 1 blob. That's no problem, right? The white boss set up the items on the table and showed them to Chen Feng and the others. After waiting until a few people had a good look at them, they flipped the 3 cups on the stand back over one by one and snapped them on top of the table, and snapped the little ball under the last cup. And just as he was about to close the last cup, Chen Feng keenly noticed that he gently lifted up one side of the cup, after which the small ball connected by a thin thread was instantly retracted, taking the red ball with it and shrinking it within his sleeve. Watch this, guys, I'm about to start. The white owner was all smiles as he quickly twirled the cups on the table, seemingly even thinking of what he would take the money for later. And Chen Feng was in no hurry to reveal it. He just opened his mouth and asked, "Boss, have you spent time in China? Or do you know a certain Chinese master?" "Oh, I studied over there." Halfway through his sentence, the white boss immediately realized something was wrong and hurriedly changed the topic. "Don't talk about this useless thing. If you want to play, hurry up and buy it." Meh. Chen Feng let out a light laugh and didn't dwell on this issue much, just quietly watching. After 10 seconds or so, the owner's hand movement stopped and 3 cups were pushed in front of Chen Feng. "Pick one. You choose." MS. Natsum. Chen Feng turned his gaze to Natsum Shinjo, who was watching from the sidelines, and spoke softly. "Me?" Natsum Shinjo froze and hurriedly pushed back. "No, no, 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 I won't choose. It's okay, just pick whatever you have in mind. That's all." Chen Feng's gentle smile made people feel very close. "But Natsum Shinjo was still about to say something when she heard Chen Feng's words come again. "Consider it as compensation for unintentionally interrupting your performance yesterday, okay?" Yesterday, when Chen Feng commanded White Dove to perform, it was at almost the same time as Natsum Shinjo's performance on stage. At that time, after Chen Feng took away Amia with great fanfare, the entire room was in an uproar. Natsum Inku's performance, too, was forced to be interrupted for 20 minutes, and was only able to continue when Amia returned to the party once again. Hearing Chen Feng say that, Natsum Shinjo couldn't afford to push back. Walking up to the booth, slightly curled fingers traced back and forth in front of the 3 cups, seeming to look very hesitant. The white owner in front of him, on the other hand, looked nonplussed. He was originally worried that the youth in front of him was a connoisseur, and demolished his half-assed maneuver again. Then he would have worked for nothing. But now that he saw that Chen Feng had let Natsum Shinjo choose, then he was relieved. Looks like just a cocky guy who gets paid to pick up chicks, the white boss thought darkly in his mind. Natsum Shinjo was still hesitating. Chen Feng wasn't in a hurry, and just quietly waited for her decision. It wasn't until a minute later that the old white man waiting in front of the ground was getting a little impatient. Only then did Natsum Shinjo close his eyes and point to the center cup, then immediately felt bad and turned to point to the left cup. "That's it." "Sure," came the confident voice of the white owner. He wasn't the slightest bit worried, all 3 cups were empty in any case, so it was just as well which one he chose. At Natsum Shinjo's nod, the white boss then reached out his hand and placed it on the selected cup, ready to go and lift it. However, he had just opened a slit, and before he could fully open it, Chen Feng suddenly reached out and pressed the cup, which had only opened a slit. The white boss suddenly looked puzzled and looked at Chen Feng, who was reaching out and pressing the cup. Chen Feng smiled. "Boss, for a 1,000 euro match, we have to let ourselves start, right?" Looking at Chen Feng's hand pressing on the cup, the white boss's brows furrowed. "Isn't it the same who drives?" The white owner spoke tentatively. However, Chen Feng only gently shook his head and did not reply. Does this kid really have a technique? The white boss thought darkly in his heart, while looking at Chen Feng with a bit more vigilance. But after all, the request made by Chen Feng is not excessive, and he cannot directly refuse. Which is really, just when the white boss did not know how to reply, he suddenly noticed Natsum Shinjo beside Chen Feng once again, and his eyes lit up. Speaking directly, he said, "Well then, let the young lady drive." A smile appeared at the corner of the white boss's mouth, and he could guarantee that in the way of face in front of a beautiful woman, this youth in front of him would definitely not refuse. Fruity. After he finished saying this, Chen Feng indeed brought up the hand that was holding down the cup. "In that case, MS. Natsum, please." As their hands left the cups one after another, the chosen cup was once again placed in front of Natsum Shinjo. This time, Natsum Shinjo didn't hesitate. After all the choices have been made, what's the point of opening it? Only Natsum Shinjo reached out and placed her hand on top of the cup, slowly opening it. At the same time, the scene beneath the cup unfolded. How is this possible? The white owner looked in the direction of the open cup and his eyes glazed over, only to see a small red ball sitting where the third cup had originally been. This, Natsum Shinjo froze, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. I picked the right one. I actually picked the right one. Natsum Shinjo looked at Chen Feng with a face full of happiness. She had already made plans to lose the 1,000 euros for Chen Feng after she lost, but she didn't expect that she would turn around and pick the right one with a stroke of luck. In the face of Natsum Shinjo's surprise, Chen Feng, on the other hand, still had that gentle smile. Congratulations, MS. Natsum. Chen Feng once again handed a rose to Shinjo Natsum. Thanks. Natsum Shinjo took it with a smile, and before he could say anything else, the white boss in front of him had already stood up excitedly and pointed at Chen Feng and opened his mouth. You cheated. Oh, Chen Feng redirected his gaze in the direction of the white boss. I cheated? The white boss nodded without hesitation. Of course. You must have put this ball in yourself. It was only until now that he then reacted to the fact that the reason why Chen Feng had suddenly pressed down on the cup that he had already opened a crack just now was to hide a small ball of the same kind inside. This man is here to crash the party. So then the other two cups should still have that ball you put in them. Chen Feng smiled and spoke. Natsum Shinjo's assistant on the side of the reaction is not slow. Quickly step forward. Directly the other two cups are also turned over. Unsurprisingly, all empty. Now the white owner is really speechless. Could he still say he didn't put the little red ball in at all? All three cups should be empty? The white owner's face clouded over for a moment. At that exact moment, two policemen from the Lorching country not far away noticed the place and chatted their way over to the side. Row, you win! The white owner gritted his teeth and took the 400 euros out, quickly packed up his stall and left the scene. Chapter 127, Exhibition of World-Famous Paintings? Natsum Shinjo looked at the 400 euros in his hand and after a slight hesitation, he handed it to Chen Feng. Thank you, but it's yours to win, so I'll give it to you. Chen Feng did not reach out to pick it up, but only lightly laughed and shook his head. Let's dispense with the money. How about buying me a cup of coffee if you can? Saying that, Chen Feng turned his head and signaled the small cafe next to him. Natsum Shinjo froze, but didn't refuse, just turned his head to his assistant. Sister Mirror, you go back first. Give me the car keys, I'll go back later. Shinjo. Hearing Natsum Shinjo's words, the assistant seemed to still have some concerns, and was just about to say something when he was stopped by Natsum Shinjo again. It doesn't matter. It's not like it's far from the hotel we're staying at. I'll be back later. Well, then get back as soon as you can. The assistant handed Natsum Shinjo the car keys, then turned around and left, and Natsum Shinjo with Chen Feng walked towards the cafe next to the street. The cafe isn't big, but it's clean, with a vintage-style decor dominated by antique brass colors, which is quite unique. After ordering their coffee, the two of them then took their seats, and Natsum Yinkuya then removed the toadstools and mask used for camouflage. It was a good thing that this side was Western Europe, and her fan base and craziness was nowhere near as large as within the Sakura country, so she wasn't too worried about being recognized. Phew, this mask is bought thick. It's too stuffy. Natsum Shinjo spat out. Meh. Chen Feng spoke. Isn't a big star so casual not afraid of being secretly photographed by paparazzi? What kind of big star can I be over here? But you. Natsum Shinjo's soulful eyes looked towards Chen Feng. What should I call you? Mr. Magician. Or, Mr. Monster? Chen Feng spoke casually. Whatever. That one sentence was tantamount to an admission of identity. Rather, Natsum Shinjo was a bit surprised. You just admit it down like that. Aren't you afraid I'll report you? After all, your reward amount is very expensive. Ma'am. Chen Feng had a confident smile on his face as he locked eyes with Shinjo Natsum. A magician shouldn't be on stage if he doesn't have enough confidence in his own tricks. And likewise with the bandit. Looking at Chen Feng's confident appearance, Natsum Shinjo couldn't help but be slightly lost in thought, even though he had already seen the live video about Chen Feng many times on the internet. But only at this moment of real contact, Natsum Shinjo truly felt the calmness from the person in front of him, a calmness that seemed to control everything. At that exact moment, the coffee for the two was made and was carried and placed in front of the two. Coffee for both of you. Enjoy. The waiter spoke politely, then turned to leave. Natsum Shinjo picked up the coffee and stirred it before bringing it to her mouth for a light sip, but her eyes never left Chen Feng in front of her. As far as she knew, Chen Feng seemed to be only 23 years old, several years younger than even her. But this is the 23-year-old young man. But stirred the world collectors and jewelers cannot rest in peace, and even the elite, including Scotland Yard, have been played in the palm of his hand. Natsum-sama. Staring at people all the time is a very rude behavior. Chen Feng's gentle voice came out. Natsum Shinjo couldn't help but blush and hurriedly averted her eyes pretending to cough. She changed the topic. What are you doing over here? Just to attend Princess Amia's birthday party? Well, Chen Feng pondered for a little while. If there is a chance to take away one or two treasures, I would be happy to do it. Hearing Chen Feng say that, Natsum Shinjo immediately said without any good humor, I'm afraid you still don't know, do you? After the video of you performing at the birthday banquet yesterday was circulated, many people have speculated that you have come to the Lorching Kingdom. This morning, private collectors who had planned to have exhibitions, even including the City Museum in Gage, have declared a moratorium on their operations, even locking their doors for fear of being targeted by you. There's more to this? Chen Feng touched his nose. Is this reaction to be so big? Natsum Shinjo rolled her pretty eyes. She was really a little unsure of what to say. Yet, they also understand very well what these private collectors are doing. After all, the ones Chen Feng was eyeing were the kind of things that were at the level of the treasure of the town store. Which of these things are not valuable? Which are not treasured? Who wants to be stolen? Not to mention that if the exhibition was suspended, at most they would only lose some face. Whereas if they were targeted by Chen Feng and then stolen in full view of the public, then they would lose both face and li. They can still do the math on such a simple account. It was also at that moment that the public television in the cafe broadcast the news of the day. The latest news is that the Earl of Weir's son, Mr. Connolly, made a sudden announcement today of an artifact exhibition, and will bring out one of the world's famous paintings, one of the masterpieces of Mr. Monet, Water Lilies, a well-known painter of nearly 200 years ago, for exhibition. The painting, one of Mr. Monet's Water Lilies series of paintings, had been bought by a private collector 10 years ago for a whopping $31 million mill, and after a few twists and turns, ended up in Mr. Connolly's hands. This is a painting of both artistic and practical value, one of the masterpieces of the famous painter Mr. Monet nearly 200 years ago. The news is still playing on public television. However, since the language being spoken was Lorching, the Natsum Shinjo in front of him did not understand, and could only look at Chen Feng with a face full of curiosity. What are you looking at? Chen Feng turned back and didn't rush to reply, but opened his mouth and asked, Ms. Natsum, do you know who Connery is? Connery? Natsum Shinjo froze, reacted and spoke directly. I don't know much about him either, except that he's the son of an old earl and once started a business of his own. Oh right, he's also one of Rapunzel Amia-sama's suitors. The earl's son, Amia's suitor. Chen Feng muttered to himself for a while, and with that, he figured out what he was trying to do. Jealousy because of what happened earlier. Chen Feng let out a light laugh. But, one of Monet's famous paintings. I'm still very interested. Chapter 128 Exhibition of Famous Paintings. After coming out of the cafe, Chen Feng separated from Shinjo Natsum and returned to the hotel alone. The day passed slowly. The next day, at noon, in the midst of Connery's lavish estate in the coastal location of the city of Gerge West, dozens of vehicles came from a distance and stopped at the entrance to the estate. Formally dressed groups of men and women continued to step out of their private cars and head towards the estate. As long as one was attentive, one could notice that quite a few of the people who came here overlapped with the guests from Amia's birthday party earlier. Although the people who came were not as luxurious as the guests at Amia's birthday party, they were all elites from all walks of life. Doorway location. Under the watchful eye of 4 tall security men in suits, an individual was able to enter the interior of the estate only after his ticket was checked. At this moment, a security guard holding the invitation he had just received was double-checking the identity of the person in front of him. After half a minute, it seemed that there was no problem. The security officer then handed the invitation back. Thank you for your cooperation, Viscount Speck. The security officer respectfully extended his hand to the man in front of him in a pleased gesture. Aha! The man called Viscount Speck nodded and casually took the invitation before walking into the manor. There really hasn't been the slightest improvement, guys. Viscount Speck shook his head gently with a mysterious smile. He is of course Chen Feng in disguise. As for the main body, at this time should still be in sleep. Chen Feng followed the surrounding crowd in 2s and 3s towards the inside, and in a short while, he arrived at the location of the lobby. It should no longer be called a lobby at this point. The inside at this time had been converted into a temporary exhibition by the owner of the estate, the son of the Earl, Connery. A dozen famous paintings were placed on top of the walls around the venue, with frames inlaid with a layer of clear tempered glass, both for theft and to prevent the painting from being vandalized, together with the dozens of security personnel with wariness written all over their faces that Connery had arranged around the perimeter. It could be said that they were very well protected. Chen Feng stepped on top of the red carpet spread out in the lobby and casually scanned the surroundings. The crowd of guests present obviously knew each other, and 3 or 5 of them got together to laugh and joke or talk about this or that. As upper-class people from all walks of life in the Lorching country, the reason why they accepted Connery's invitation and showed up here was more to give Connery's Earl father a few points of face. Of course, there is no lack of people who are really interested in famous paintings. standing in front of a valuable famous painting and observing it with great interest. These famous paintings are naturally not all from the collection within the Connolly family. Except for that Monet's water lilies, the vast majority of the paintings are temporarily borrowed by Connolly in the name of his Count father, with museums all over the lurching country. So naturally security at the site is also very important. Spike, a voice came from behind him, and immediately afterward, Chen Feng felt his shoulder being tapped, and then a young man in a suit arrived in front of him. What's the situation? Why are you so late? And you didn't even come to say hello when you saw me. The youth lightly punched Chen Feng's shoulder, and the tone of his voice showed that he had a very good relationship with the Viscount Spec. You're not a pretty girl, so what am I going to say hello to you for? Chen Feng opened his mouth casually, without the slightest bit of self-consciousness that an imposter should have. You boy. The youth laughed and cursed, did not notice the special change of the person in front of him, just looked around. After determining that no one was there, he lowered his voice and opened his mouth. You didn't come in this late because your body couldn't take it after all the crazy fun you had with that little starlet last night, did you? Roll. Ha ha, just kidding, don't mind. The youth laughed playfully and opened his mouth. It was also at that moment that Connery arrived inside the venue accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Also brought along were a dozen or so journalists who followed the trail of questions. Coming to the front of the venue, Connery stopped with it. It was only then that a group of journalists in the back were able to follow. A blacked-out microphone was handed to Connolly and a question came out of the reporters' mouths. Mr. Connolly, may I ask why you are suddenly announcing an exhibition of famous paintings? Mr. Connolly, some people on the internet say that you are trying to please Her Highness the Princess Rapunzel in the name of a famous painting exhibition. May I ask if that is true? Sir, may I ask what your relationship with Her Highness Amia is now? Mr. Connolly. The commotion over here also attracted the gazes of others in the venue, all looking this way. Connery raised his hand and cleared his throat before speaking. Everyone, this exhibition of paintings, in fact, is something I wanted to organize a long time ago, and there is no such thing as an impromptu idea. In addition, regarding the issue of Her Highness the Rapunzel, I can only say that I am pursuing Princess Amelia, and that's all. Connery opened his mouth to respond to the crowd. On the issue of Amia, he deliberately said only half of it, in order to give this group of media and the public room to think nonsense. After all, it's not a crime to eat melon, so can you control what's going on in people's heads? Load. The youth in front of Chen Feng spat lightly and spoke with an indignant face. Chen Feng was slightly surprised and looked at him with a sideways glance. The youth, on the other hand, looked as if he was not going to vomit, pulling over Chen Feng and spitting in a low voice. Just like this he still wants to pursue Her Highness the eldest princess. He doesn't even look at himself? A toad wants to eat swan meat. My brothers have long been tired of seeing him. If it wasn't for the fact that my father had to let me come, I really didn't want to come over to see his face. Meh. Chen Feng burst into a light laugh. It seems this Connery doesn't seem to be very well liked, but that's normal. According to Chen Feng's previous understanding, this Mr. Connolly was only the second son of his father, Earl Will, and did not have the right to inherit a title. Coupled with his own limited abilities, he still hasn't done much despite the help of his father's influence. How could such a person not be delusional when he said that he wanted to pursue that Rapunzel who had both looks and ability, and even made a big deal out of it? Just as Chen Feng and his duo were talking in low voices, there was another commotion outside the door, and the commotion was only greater than when Connery had come in earlier. Your Highness the eldest princess is coming down. It's Your Highness the eldest princess coming down. It's really Her Highness Amia, still so beautiful and touching. I didn't expect Her Highness Amia to come here. Is she also interested in these famous paintings? The people around them chattered and opened their mouths. Apparently, Amia's arrival had agitated the group of guests who had originally shown little interest in the exhibition. Chen Feng also followed the gazes of the crowd. Sure enough, he saw that Amia was heading this way with her assistant, Mir, and 2 bodyguards. At this time, Amia had already changed into a white lady suit. Her figure was still proud, and she walked forward without slanting her eyes, seeming to carry a strong woman's flavor in every move. Chapter 129 The Water Lilies. Seeing that it was Amia who had arrived, Connery also very simply threw down the group of reporters who were still planning to continue interviewing him and came in front of Amia. Your Highness, what brings you here? I just heard that Mr. Connolly is holding an exhibition of paintings over here, including one of Monet's famous paintings, Water Lilies, and thought I'd come over and take a look. I wonder if it's convenient. Amia smiled and spoke. Of course, it's an honor. Connery was very quick to reply. Over there, in the center position, is Monet's Water Lilies. Connery politely pointed Amia in the right direction and extended his arm in a pleased gesture. Amia nodded and, without ceremony, led her assistant, Mir, directly in the direction of the water lilies. Connery quickly followed. He had originally organized this exhibition of famous paintings because he was angry about what had happened at Amia's birthday party 2 days ago, intending to see if the thief would come. As it turned out, I didn't expect Amia to be interested in paintings, so this was quite a surprise. With that thought, the corners of Connery's mouth curled up slightly. Not far away, the two Chenfongs were also watching the situation over here. Look at his smug look. If you didn't know, you'd think Princess Amelia was here for him. The youth beside Chenfong couldn't help but spit. In response, Chenfong just smiled and did not answer. Once again, he turned his gaze in Amia's direction. At this time, Amia had already come to the front of the picture frame of water lilies. More than any other painting, water lilies, as the most precious and famous painting in the exhibition venue, was naturally surrounded by many people. However, upon seeing Amia's arrival, the crowd of onlookers still consciously made a path, allowing Amia to pass through. Passing through the crowd and arriving in front of the picture, Amia raised her beautiful eyes to the painting and observed it for a few dozen seconds before speaking again. It is indeed good, worthy of being from Mr. Monet's handwriting. Hearing this, Connery immediately stepped forward to speak. If your highness likes it, I'll do the honors and give you this as a gift. Water lilies is indeed worth a lot of money, even up to a whopping $3,000 WM. This price is indeed expensive, and very few people in the world can even manage to ignore it. But it also depends on what it's compared to. If a famous painting is compared to the heart of Her Highness the Princess, or even the future throne, it is naturally clear which is more important. I believe that even if his father, Earl Will, were here, he would support his decision just the same. Connery thought darkly, but with little hesitation. Amia shook her head and declined. It's better to forget it. But, how are the anti-theft measures here, Mr. Connolly? Such a precious painting mustn't be targeted by some thief because of a momentary negligence. Saying so, Amia's gaze swept over the crowd, her light blue eyes sweeping over each face but not noticing anything out of the ordinary. That was a bit of a disappointment to her, but on second thought, it was normal. If people could really see it easily, then he wouldn't be kiddo anymore. As if he didn't hear any other meaning in Amia's words, Connery directly patted his chest and opened his mouth. The security issue also, please rest assured. Your Highness, I have already made complete preparations. Even if the thief named Kiddo from earlier comes, I still have complete certainty that I can deal with him. When he said the word kiddo, Connery also deliberately aggravated the tone of voice, afraid that others could not hear his words. Speak big without fear of flashing your tongue. Near beside Amia spat darkly, although she didn't have much goodwill towards Chenfong, the thief who made her princess daydream. And yet, she had to admit that in the area of theft, she couldn't really think of any way to stop the thief other than destroying the targeted item ahead of time. It's good that Mr. Connolly has faith. Amia spoke up, after staying for a while longer, seeing that she still hadn't found the white figure. Amia also chose to leave. Connery followed close behind Amia and escorted her out the door. Looking at Connery's respectful back as he followed behind Amia, the youth beside Chenfong could not help but whisper once again, posturing, wouldn't you say, Spike, Spike? The youth called out twice in a row, but received no response from those around him. Puzzled, he looked to the side, only to see that Chenfong, who had been standing beside him just a moment ago, had gone somewhere at this time. This Spike The youth shook his head and did not think much about it. Only after looking around the area and still not finding Chenfeng's figure, he likewise chose to leave. Count, outside the manor, Amia and her assistant, Mir, both got in the car as well. Slamming the door shut, Amia spoke to Colin, the driver in the driver's seat. Colin, go back to Fort Claude. Yes, Your Highness. Colin, the driver, agreed respectfully. The car started slowly, leaving the perimeter of the estate as Connery and the others looked on, driving slowly off into the distance. The location of this Connolly estate is not really that great. Although it is also in the city, it is located off to the outside, whereas Claudeborg, which is a royal gathering place, is located in the center of the city. The two were not too close to each other, which was one reason why Amia had brought her driver along with her bodyguard on a rare trip today. The car was traveling down the road, but soon enough, the Amia duo realized something was wrong. The road, it seemed, was not quite the same as the one from which it had come earlier, and Colin was traveling just a little too fast, having lost the bodyguard vehicle that had been following close behind. Colin, are you going the wrong way? Mir's body moved forward slightly, shielding Amia. At the same time the other hand felt for the shrunken pistol at his waist, full of caution. Please don't be nervous, you two beautiful ladies. I'm never rude to a lady. Chapter 130. Amia who offered to help. Kiddo? Hearing the familiar voice, Amia cried out uncertainly. At the same time his eyes looked ahead to the man sitting in the driver's seat, waiting for a response. The car slowly pulled over. The person in front of him also turned his head, and the human skin mask he was wearing was removed, revealing a familiar face. hello again, ladies. Chen Feng smiled and spoke. Amia didn't seem to be much surprised as her red lips lightly opened and said, yes, hello again, you did come after all. Are you interested in that painting? Sort of, the famous work of Mr. Monet, a well-known painter of nearly 200 years ago, deserves one of my bids. Chen Feng directly admitted it. It wasn't much of a need for him to hide it, and everyone would still know about it after the teaser letter was sent out anyway. Ding 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 ding. A phone rang at that moment. Next to him, Mir took out his cell phone and glanced down as he spoke. Your Highness, there's a call from Ross's side behind us. It should be to ask if we've encountered something and why we've suddenly accelerated. Ross was Amelia's bodyguard, one of the two people in the car behind the one that had been dumped by Chen Feng earlier, and was specifically responsible for Amelia's safety. After losing Amia's vehicle, it was only natural to call in to check on the situation. Amia didn't even return her head and spoke directly. Tell them that they don't need to follow. I have something I need to take care of, so I won't go back first. Yes, Your Highness. Mir nodded in agreement. Then he picked up the phone and spoke. Hello, Ross? Her Highness told you not to follow for now. Yes, I'll accompany her to take care of something. You guys go back first. That's it. The phone was hung up and a brief calm fell over the car. Amia's line of sight never left Chen Feng, and after hanging up the phone on Mir's side, she also spoke again. Can I help you with this operation? Your Highness. Mir was taken aback by Amia's words. Just when she wanted to say something, she was stopped by a look from Amia and could only swallow the rest of her words. Chen Feng revealed a mysterious smile. It seems that Miss Amelia doesn't seem to be very fond of this Mr. Connery. Amia didn't deny it either, and simply nodded her head graciously in acknowledgement. Right, so I'd love to see you steal that precious painting. Meh. Chen Feng let out a light laugh. Then, as Mir watched, he slowly lifted Amia's left hand and placed a soft kiss on it. It is a great honor to have the help of Your Highness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Connery is still being interviewed by the press. Just then, a man hurriedly ran in outside. Sir, it's not good. We just found an unconscious person outside the manor. The visitor's words instantly attracted the gazes of all the people present, and they all looked this way, only to see that behind the visitor, closely followed by two strong men carrying a stretcher, while on top of the stretcher, lay a young man in a suit. Spike? The young man who had previously chatted with Chen Feng instantly shrieked out in shock. Out of concern for his friend, he immediately stepped forward and grabbed the clothes of the person who had come to report the news and eagerly inquired, "What's going on? Spike was fine a moment ago. How did he pass out?" The visitor was startled by the youth's appearance and stammered out, He was unconscious when we found him. We don't know exactly what happened." As the words fell out of his mouth, the visitor seemed to remember something else and took out a white card from his pocket. Right, I found this on this gentleman at the time. Cards? The youth froze and reached out to take the card, which had a few lines of clear handwriting directly on the card that depicted a simplified version of Kiddo's head. Advance letter. The silver moonlight belonging to Christmas Eve is shed over the sky, and the clock strikes 12 midnight in the silence, and I shall come and visit the secluded water lilies. To Kiddo the bandit. This is a teaser letter for Monster Kiddo. The youth cried out in surprise. The gazes of the crowd at the scene were also attracted in an instant, all gathering on the small white card in the youth's hand. The group of reporters who were still interviewing Connery were also attracted. Immediately, he turned around and took a picture of the teaser letter in the youth's hand. In the meantime, Chen Feng's teaser letter was also presented in the live broadcast at the same time, drawing another surprise from the netizens. Holy, a teaser letter? The Maple God really ran away to Western Europe? 2 days ago Amia's birthday had just passed, and today Chen Feng sent out another teaser letter. Doesn't this mean that the person who performed at Amia's birthday party 2 days ago was Chen Feng himself? Hey, it seems to be true. Then can't we guess that there's something unknown between Amia and Chen Feng? Don't think blindly. How could my goddess like someone else? No, I can't accept it. No, buddy. What are you jumping up and down for when people get married in Shoya? People are so talented. They still need you to accept them? The internet has been talking about it and basically establishing the fact. That was the mysterious magician at Amia's birthday party 2 days ago, the Chen Feng after the disguise. The media have been reporting on it and it has sparked another outcry. And at that moment inside the dessert store, since they had managed to steal another treasure a few days ago, the three Shangguan sisters at this time did not choose to continue their actions, but rather rested in the dessert store for a few days for the time being. Dessert store's second floor. Shangguan Meng put the cup of water heavily on the table, making a bang sound, and her delicate face was full of anger. Really, this Kiddo is really restless everywhere he goes. I said why he hasn't come to see second sister for such a long time. So it's because he's gone to Western Europe to look for that princess. Shangguan Meng's voice was not low, and the other two women present naturally heard it clearly. Shangguan, she sat on the chair, Looking at the video on her cell phone of Chen Feng's performance at Amia's birthday party, her cherry lips pursed slightly, not saying a word, not knowing what she was thinking. As the eldest sister, Shang Guanlin naturally observed her sister's change in mood keenly and took the initiative to walk up and speak. Okay, Dream, don't think too much, no matter what. It's just speculation from the netizens. It's not certain if that magician is Kiddo or not. Big sister, you. Shangguan Meng was just about to open her mouth to retort a couple of sentences when she noticed Shangguan Shi, who was looking slightly downcast next to her. At Shangguan Lin's gesture, to the edge of the mouth immediately changed his words. Yes, big sister is right. What exactly is the situation or still not known it? When the next time to see that thief again when to ask is not too late, is not its second sister. Shangguan Shi raised his head and exchanged a glance with Shangguan Lin and squeezed out a smile at the corner of his mouth. I'll be fine, you guys don't need to think much about it. I've got a few things to do, so I'm going to head back inside. Saying that, Shangguan Shi got up from the sofa and walked in the direction of her room. Shangguan Meng opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something else, but ultimately swallowed her words back down. Looking at Shangguan Shi's back as he left, Shangguan Lin sighed lightly and secretly shook her head. This sister of his, with Kiddo's style of behavior. If she really likes Kiddo, I'm afraid there will be a lot of this kind of thing in the future. Chapter 131, Masterpieces. The day passed slowly. Due to Chen Feng's preview letter yesterday, the exhibition organized by Connery today was exceptionally hot. Many of Chen Feng's fans came to the exhibition site with signs like, Kid, and Kid, expecting to see Chen Feng. Of course, there were also those who ran towards Monet's water lilies, wanting to see with their own eyes what Chen Feng was eyeing this time. But to everyone's dismay, all items in the gallery remained unchanged, except for the water lilies, only to see that the original location of the frame where water lilies was stored is now empty. What's going on here? Where's the painting? We want to see the painting. You're not hiding it because you're afraid it'll be stolen by Kid, are you? How dare you organize an exhibition of famous paintings with that kind of guts? Refund. I want a refund too. And me. Bounced checks. Refund your ticket. As the shouts of refund grew louder and louder, eventually almost the entire venue followed suit. It was only then that Connery this slowly appeared with his men. Everyone, please be quiet, Connery shouted to the crowd. Unfortunately, though, his voice was drowned out almost instantly without a ripple in the crowd's shouts. This was a bit embarrassing for Connery, so he had to raise his voice and yell again. Guys, please be quiet. It still does nothing. The chants of refund were as loud as thunder, and not a single one of them was affected by Connery's presence. In desperation, Connery had to arrange for the surrounding security personnel to use the loudspeakers installed in the lobby to shout at the crowd, which quieted the crowd that was shouting. Connery, relieved at the sight, stepped up onto the raised platform and raised his voice to open his mouth to shout. Gentlemen, I apologize for not being able to accommodate you, and to make it up to you, I can refund your ticket prices in full. Connery spoke up in a pretense of generosity. His purpose of organizing this famous painting exhibition had not been to make money, but to gain face with Chen Feng in public. It doesn't really matter if the admission money is charged or not. The crowd at the scene did quiet down quite a bit at these words, but there are still some not-so-distant owners who aren't buying it and are clamoring for it. Who cares about your little ticket money? I came here to see the famous paintings that Kid is eyeing. If you don't have the guts, what's the point of having an exhibition? That's right, the whole thing seems like we're blackmailing you. If you don't have the guts, just close down earlier. You're a bit of a disgrace to your father, the Count of Weir, when you advertise Monet's water lilies and now you won't let us see it, aren't you? The crowd spoke one sentence after another, but Connery remained unmoved. He'd made up his mind, and this time he was just shameless. The reason why those people lost in the past was because they were too facetious. If they directly hid the famous painting, then Chen Feng would have to search for half a day even if he wanted to find it, let alone steal it. The means of winning didn't matter. He wanted something simple, and that was to win. The harder the curses in front of him, when he won, all those curses would turn into praises as well. No longer paying attention to the curses from the scene, Connery simply turned and left. Seeing Connery trying to walk away, there was another mass of excitement, one pushing and shoving to try to stop Connery. If it wasn't for the crowd of security personnel at the scene desperately trying to stop them, I'm afraid Connery wouldn't be able to run away from this beating today. On the outskirts of the crowd, in front of the empty frame that originally housed Monet's water lilies, a duck-tongued young man revealed a mysterious smile. Hidden? Now that's a challenge. Mr. Connolly. Only after observing the specific deployment of the surrounding area again and quietly making a note of it, did Chen Feng slowly retreat from the lobby. After the daytime exhibition of famous paintings, Connery's behavior was unsurprisingly posted online. For a while, netizens everywhere were speechless in the face of Connery's head-shrinking response behavior. Not just this still the son of the Count? Earlier there was a suspicion that the magician at Amia's birthday party was Kiddo, so almost the entire private exhibition in Western Europe was stopped. Just Hin Yong. I thought it was some kind of powerful character, but it turned out to be this? That's right. If you have the guts to open an exhibition, don't be a wimp. Making fun of us? Fengshen just sent out a preview letter in the front foot, and this guy directly withdrew the paintings from the exhibition lobby in the back foot. This operation is really 6. You're a wimp. Don't you have the guts to open a fair? Don't you mind the shame? Nighttime. The exhibition had already ended by now, and the whole manor had become cold once again. Inside the manor, in the middle of Connery's room, Connery was sitting on his bedroom couch flipping through the online commenters. Not surprisingly, almost all of the comments on the internet about his behavior were calling him a wimp, calling him out for not having the guts to run a fair, and at a time when Kid had just appeared a few days earlier. Connery didn't care much about that, though, as he himself had said, he didn't care what means he used, as long as he could win, it didn't matter to him. Click. The phone was turned off and tossed aside by Connery, who then closed his eyes and prepared to sleep. It was also at this moment that a sudden cacophony of sounds rang out from outside, followed by the lights for illumination being turned on, and for a moment, the entire manor became brightly lit. What's going on? The sudden clamor outside startled Connery, and his eyes, which had been closed, opened again. Sitting up from the bed to look out the window and listen intently, vaguely, he seemed to hear something like "Kiddo Kiddo" and "steal the painting." One moment, Connery went straight to sleep, quickly got up from the bed, put on his clothes in a couple of times, simply put on a jacket and quickly rushed in the direction of the lobby. Quickly make your way to the lobby. The lobby was a mess at this point. There was a continuous stream of shouting all around them, and dozens of security personnel were running back and forth in a scene of utter chaos.